store was unlawful retaliation, and the Trader Joe's should have to reopen the store and make the affected employees, as they say, whole for any wages they lost. And remember, Starbucks has been accused of doing the same thing, also being sued.
Yeah, and this is a two-part deal. National Labor Relations Board, if the union complains, they certify that there is a real case there, and then that goes to administrative judge. I have a question. I don't even know how these union organizers were able to park in the parking lot at Trader Joe's.
Because the parking at Trader Joe's is so difficult?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Do you know why that is? Why they have no parking spaces? Yes.
Why?
You know why that is? There actually is a legitimate reason why Trader Joe's has such crap parking. So in order to keep their stores small, which is the intimacy that they're looking for, they keep the footprint of the store small. And in California and many places, the amount of parking spaces are based on the size of the store itself, the footprint of the store. So in order to not be the large, big stores that they're competing against, to be the small, homey, intimate setting, you're not going to get enough parking spaces. So it resonates built into the model.
All right. You know what the other
that pork reported.
That's nice. The other thing about parking at Trader Joe's is it is scary. Even though it's a smaller lot, like I always feel like somebody's going to crash into me when I'm in a Trader Joe's parking lot.
Oh yeah, it can be heinous, but especially our Trader Joe's in Silver Lake.
That one's bad. The one in Burbank's bad.
Yeah, very well. All right, let's take an early break, so we'll have plenty of time to finish up the handle on the news segment. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A significant storm is expected to push into Southern California this weekend. Rain's expected to start falling late tonight. Heavy downpours, gusty winds, and thunderstorms are expected across the Southland. Big waves could be crashing at the beaches. There could be some snow, but only at the highest elevations above 7,000 feet. Jurors have deadlocked, meaning they can't reach a verdict in the trial of a former LAPD officer charged with fatally shooting a developmentally disabled man and critically wounding the man's parents at the Costco in Corona. The process for a new trial is set to begin February 13th. Marilyn Monroe's home has been saved for now. An LA City Commission voted to preserve the home in Brentwood and have it designated as an historic cultural monument. The current property owner requests to have the home torn down last year. Cloudy with highs in the 50s and 60s today. A storm rolls in, as I mentioned, with rain starting overnight. This report brought to you by expresspros.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Still working on that crash in Claremont that's making a mess on the 210.
Well, getting slightly better. They have 3 left lanes blocked now. It was all lanes blocked just a while ago on the 10, the westbound side right at town, but it stopped traffic still from Euclid Avenue, about a 75-minute wait there. Now, through Van Nuys, heavy on the 405 right now, southbound Sherman Way to Moraga through the Sepulveda Pass. Making your way to the west side, there's going to be a busy one. Through Corona, trouble on the 91 westbound at the 71, stop and go from Lincoln Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to expresspros.com to find the location near you. That's expresspros.com.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoke welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh, she's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
I bought the new electric BMW iX from Sterling BMW. And if you're looking to buy an electric vehicle, go to Sterling BMW and test drive the new iX. Sterling BMW, they have exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services.
Do you want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process? That's a hassle. Well, look to Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers, and they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they'll close in days, not weeks or months, because they're not going to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress free way to sell your home. If you're ready to go, you call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage.
DRE number 01961658.
I've got Morongo's app in my hands. The whole casino's mine. With a tap and it's grand. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Download our app and get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo, Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Number 4.
Winter gift giveaway. Get a heated throw blanket when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 23rd.
3.
R&B Sensation 112, live February 16th. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
The $36,000 high limit slot room giveaway. 2 high rollers get $500 cash every half hour. Friday, 6 to 10 p.m.
And the number 1 reason.
Come play with us, because we're going off at all our bars with draft beer specials for the biggest pro football games of the year.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. Morongo, good times. The whole workout to start the new year resolution brings with it some aches and pains.
It's time to make a new resolution to manage neck and back pain and spend some time making yourself feel better with Saragem.
The Saragem V6 is a therapeutic thermal massager for your home. It's not your grandparents' old vibrating recliner.
The Saragem V6 is an FDA-cleared medical device that provides a customized massage tailored to you. With 22 massage modes, the Saragem V6 tailors the massage to provide temporary relief of muscle and joint pain, helps with blood circulation, and simple relaxation of those muscles.
And all of this comes in the form of a sleek, adjustable piece of furniture that can be put in whatever room you choose.
You can check out the Saragem V6 and other models online at SaragemUS.com or try before you buy at the showroom in West Hollywood or the Saragem booth at the upcoming Fit Expo right here in LA in January.
Also, right now, there's promo code specially for KFI listeners. The next 30 people to use it will get $300 off their Saragem V6. Here it is. Get your V6. Promo code Get Your V6 at SarahJemUS.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. Samsung's S24 lineup. The phones feature AI photo editing tools, plus translation tools, and a handy feature that lets you circle anything on your screen to search Google. More tech news, tips, and your questions this weekend on Rich on Tech with Rich DeMiro. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And this is KFI, Bill Handel here on a Friday morning, January 19th, as we finish Handel on the news with Amy King and Neil ME2.
Oh, gives another kind of cockeyed look to kissing cousins. You have a Kentucky State Representative, Nick Wilson, who's backtracking after a bill he filed would have removed first cousins from a list of no-nos when it comes to incest, basically. So basically you had a list of individuals who would be considered a family member. You had parents, siblings, grandparents, great-grandparents, grandchildren, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, ancestors, all this. But apparently removed from that list was first cousins. And this is dealing with an incest law. So I'm not going to make any references to like Alabama or anything like that. I'm just saying.
This is Kentucky,
Well,
where I'm shocked that they removed cousins because I thought the law was siblings are fine and uncles and aunts are fine.
well, I will marry you that cousins, even first cousins are pretty common in some of these areas, dating and being together.
Yeah, I think that FDR, when he married Eleanor, she was either first, probably a second cousin. So that worked out. But that, yeah, you could. A lot of places used to be able to marry cousins. That's changed somewhat. They don't like cousins anymore.
Fans are suing Madonna for being late to her own show. So here's what happened. 2 guys in New York City bought tickets to Madonna's celebration show. The show was supposed to start at 8:30, but Madonna didn't take the stage until Sometime after 10:45 p.m., so more than 2 hours later, the lawsuit says the men were confronted with limited public transportation, limited ride sharing, and increased public and private transportation costs by the time the show got out at 1 a.m. They say that she participated in unfair or deceptive trade practices for promising the public the concert would start at 8:30, knowing that Madonna wasn't going to get there on time. And the lawsuit's also seeking class action status because the guys who filed the lawsuit said it is their belief that other Celebration tour stops started late as well.
Yeah, here's the problem with that lawsuit, and that's something called basically the premise is assumption of the risk. When you're talking about injury, for example, they're claiming injury. Hey, you knew Madonna starts late, and you still bought the ticket. I mean, that's a given. And by the way, does she still, what, is there, first of all, are there opening acts? I've never been to a Madonna concert. If there are opening acts, then you're 45 minutes into the concert anyways, or at least half an hour. And does she start hours late?
Well, that's
she did this time.
Yeah, that's the word on the street, though. She is one of, there's a couple of singers that tend to start incredibly late.
Yeah, Garth Brooks, I understand. Someone who I know, who you know I know, is, we talked about a Garth Brooks concert and hours late. I mean, hours and hours. How do you do that to someone? How do you do that to fans?
That doesn't sound like Garth.
I'm just saying it was, and maybe it was someone else. I don't know.
Madonna's opening acts include Bob the Drag Queen, Honey Dijon, Diplo, Arca, and Cura.
All right, so how long is that? Is that an hour? Is that an hour and a half of opening acts?
You know what? You leave your audience sometimes to use the restroom or get a ham and cheese sandwich on a baguette. And
yeah, but not for an hour and a half.
Yeah, well, if someone
may
goes
want
grab
to
you
leave
and
an
walk
hour
you
and a
back
half
to the
early.
studio, possibly. One never knows. I went in on that class action lawsuit and I wasn't even there.
Yeah.
What a weird story, but when you think about that, the time of the pandemic and all of the craziness that went with it, just kind of is par for the course, I guess. So you have Jeanette Breen. She's a licensed midwife. She operated there in New York. Well, you have New York State Department now going back to her and fining her $300,000 for creating false immunization records for approximately 1,500 school-age children throughout New York State. So back in between 2019 and 2020, that particular school year, she, I guess, gave them homeopathic oral pellets instead of the required vaccinations, and then falsified their immunization records. And, you know, now she's getting nailed for it.
I have a question, starting with how does a midwife, or how do the authorities accept a midwife's statement that immunization occurred? It has to be, I believe, a doctor who signs off and says this child cannot have immunizations because of some medical problem. So that's starters. I don't know how they accepted her.
Well, would she be the one that distributed the vaccines under this particular?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know this is pure criminal fraud, straight out. This is fraudulent, and I think a health risk. And that's just my opinion. I happen to think that immunizations, vaccinations are important. That's me. There are plenty of people who don't believe it, and they won't let their kids become immunized. They clearly hate their kids more than I hate mine.
It is weird that you had like a resurgence of, you know, illnesses that haven't been around in a long time because people are like, I'm not going to get my kid vaccinated.
Yeah. Well, I gave my kid Gardasil, you know, at a pretty young age. I gave it to them when they were 4.
The strange thing about you giving them things like thalidomide, you gave it to them after they were born.
Well, that's fine then. Thalidomide actually is a great drug. It's just the pregnant women can't take it. And that's a great story because it had been cleared. It was about to be okayed in the United States, and one FDA
administrator said no. One woman stopped it cold. And how many kids did she save who were not born with these horrible birth defects? Wow.
The White House has done something it doesn't do very often, and that is issued an apology. It apologized to former Republican presidential candidate Asa Hutchinson over a rather snarky news release. The White House Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, called Hutchinson to offer the apology over the DNC's one-sentence statement. So Hutchinson officially dropped out after the Iowa caucuses, and the DNC statement said, "This news comes as a shock to those of us who could have sworn he had already dropped out."
That's a big deal. What do you think the Republican National Committee says about Democratic people or Joe Biden running for president? I mean, this is so strange that this would garner an apology.
And other stuff that has happened has not.
Well, it's a funny line.
It is fun.
Yeah, it is funny, and it's not. It is benign. You know, it's a gentle jab, but that's it. You know what? There used to be a time, though, and I miss this, where there were gentle jabs back and forth from both parties. They could take a joke, and they would make fun of each other in the press, that national press event they do. You know, it was you'd hear jokes on television that didn't make people want to go out and murder. Now you're right. Now it's straight, vitriol. Yes, vitriol. You know, my opponent is having sex with chickens, and I can prove it.
But here's the question: did anybody complain about this even? I mean, like this whole story, nobody says somebody was outraged or anything like that. Which is,
I don't know. I don't know. All right, guys, we're done. A report just came out, a very lengthy report from the U.S. Department of Justice, and it investigated the Robb Elementary School massacre, and it is scathing, to say the least. We'll do that when we come back. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
An independent voice in a world full of retweets.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
a convenient bust. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A police officer in West Covina has stopped an armed robbery because he was in the right place at the right time.
That officer walked into a convenience store as the alleged robber was walking out with a bag of money. Security video from Wednesday shows the man who began his strike by asking to buy cigarettes. As the clerk begins bagging them up, the robber allegedly demands money and lifts his sweatshirt to brandish a gun. The robber then begins walking away with his cigarettes and bag of cash as the officer walks in. The clerk alerts the officer in the video, who immediately runs after the guy. The man was charged with robbery and being a felon in possession of a gun. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Investigators in LA and Orange County are looking for more elderly people whose homes may have been burglarized by a man posing as a Brinks home security worker. OCDA Todd Spitzer says the man tricked a senior in Harbor City into letting him into her home, where he stole her jewelry and credit cards.
And you are specifically targeting senior citizens, people in their 80s, who, are just trying to hold on to their precious resources. Like we have one case, a wedding ring.
Spitzer says the man was arrested in Riverside County early this month, where police found evidence connecting the man to other burglaries in Anaheim last summer. The man is being held on $500,000 bail. Nearly a dozen candidates looking to replace LA County District Attorney George Gascon have taken the stage to argue why they are right for the job. Many of Gascon's challengers last night criticized his leadership.
I think we should be attacking George Gascon's policies because it's his policies and his management style that are at fault, and that's what needs to change.
Gascon says he'd be honored to be reelected for a second term and would continue his efforts.
To move forward the office to a 21st century prosecution that cares for the victims for our community and does so in a thoughtful and intelligent way.
He says crime has gone down over the past year, but more reform is needed. The primary election is March 5th. The LA City Council voted to declare an empty lot in San Pedro a public nuisance. Councilman Tim Mosker says people have been using the property for unlawful dumping and illegal activity.
This has become a dump site
And unlike our efforts where we go into public streets and highways and we remove material, it is unclear how we can remove material from a vacant parcel like this.
The city will now be able to clear out the space, put up a fence, and fine the property owner for the abatement. McOsker says the owner of the lot has been unwilling to cooperate. The U.S. has carried out another round of airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Deputy Press Secretary for the Pentagon, Sabrina Singh, says U.S. fighter jets destroyed at least 14 Houthi missiles at a dozen launch sites.
These missiles on launch rails presented an imminent threat to merchant vessels and U.S. Navy ships in the region.
She says U.S. attacks so far have not stopped the Houthi missile launches, but the U.S. will continue hitting back as long as those Yemen rebels threaten commercial ships in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. Lawmakers say Hunter Biden has agreed to sit for a closed-door deposition with the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees as part of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. The younger Biden has defied subpoenas, saying he would only testify publicly. Lawmakers were in the process of holding Hunter in contempt of Congress. Hunter Biden is now set to answer those questions February 28th. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland OC, low to mid-60s for the valleys, up near 70 for the Inland Empire, 50 in the Antelope Valley. Got a 40% chance of rain after midnight tonight, then rain is likely off and on tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. Thunderstorms are possible. Skies should clear by Tuesday. It's 56 in Diamond Bar, 55 in Newport Beach, 53 in Pomona, 49 in Palmdale. The KFI market report, the Dow is up 88 points, the NASDAQ is up 74, S&P 500 is up 15. Now let's take a look at the KFI in the sky. We got a crash in Corona on the 91.
And as a matter of fact, we have two now. It's going to be 1-2 Corona on the 91 westbound at the 71. It's off to the right-hand side. Stop and go from 6th Street. And just down the way, 2 Corona on the 91 eastbound side at McKinley. Follow them there in the center divider. Slow from the 15. That's about a 5-minute wait there. Just to give yourself a little time as you head through it. Now, to Claremont, here's the good news. The 10 San Bernardino Freeway, we've had this for an hour or so backed up. It's now westbound at town. They're clearing this crash. Give yourself a little room there. It is backed up still to about Euclid Avenue. Now, through Boyle Heights, stop and go on the 10 west at the 60. Crash through Norwalk on the 605 San Gabriel Freeway, northbound at Firestone Boulevard. Harpole, and the 2 middle lanes are blocked. Keep over to the right. It's going to be a stop drive from Rosecrans and about a 20-25 minute delay as you head through there. Give yourself a little room. And through Paris, 215 north at Vermont Expressway. Got a crash there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, Pelvicycline. Ibrance 125 milligram tablet with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handel Show.
This is KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It's a Friday morning, January 19. And a couple of big stories that we are covering. Convicted murderer Scott Peterson. He is now a client, if you will, the Los Angeles Innocence Project. And this is what we're going to do this story coming up. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it at 7:30. And it's just really interesting about the Innocence Project itself. All right. Department of Justice has come out with a report, 575 pages. 20 months after the massacre at the Robb Elementary School. And this was, Uvalde, Texas. It's now known as the Uvalde shooting. Everybody knows it as that. And 19 kids were killed, as well as 2 teachers. And this became such a big deal that the U.S. Department of Justice got in and wrote this report. Now, it's important to note that they're not calling for any disciplinary action. They're not saying someone should go to prison for criminal negligence, which I think most of us want to have done. So anyway, here's what the report said. And we know this, but it went beyond that. Facts, here are the facts. The shooter walks in, 18-year-old shooter, walks into Robb Elementary School, and he goes to room 111 and 112 and just takes out his AR-15 or carries it in. And the door was open, the side door was open, walked into those into those classrooms and starts killing children. Starts shooting kids right there. 3 minutes later, the police show up while the shooting was going on. And the shots can be heard. Body cam footage and audio, you can actually hear the shots. So the cops, who, and this is a weird one, because from what I understand, they had undergone the training where you rush the shooter. And so they went to the door of the classroom, and this 18-year-old, which I'm not even mentioning his name, because I'm sure he did this so he could become infamous. He shoots through the door and wounds a couple of police officers who immediately back up and they run away from the door and then they mill around and at the other end of the hall. And you see them milling around and they're not shooting, they're not moving forward, they don't open the door. The Uvalde the school police chief, and he is the one that I think is most at fault, Peter Arende, who was the acting police chief. He should have been the one in command, and there's all kinds of discussion there. He says he wasn't in command because there was state police there, there was local police there, the school police was there, and he should have taken command, and he says no one knew who was in command. Therefore, the order was not appropriate. They couldn't give the order to rush the shooter, which I don't understand. Because it's already policy. It's not like this is Columbine that started the whole policy that you rush shooters. This is how many years later, where police officers train for that. 77 minutes before they rush in and shoot the killer. And you can hear Uvalde, or you can hear Arende asking for keys to open the door, assuming it was locked. The shooter had locked the door from the inside. And so they're scrambling to find keys. The door was already open. No one checked to open the door. I mean, you talk about an utter failure. And then there's some heart-wrenching audio where you hear a little girl saying, there's a shooter in here, there are dead bodies in this room, I don't want to die, while the police are outside. This goes to a parent. And of course she was shot and killed. And that's the last thing she says.
You literally listen to an elementary school say, please, elementary school student, and she says, please hurry. She is begging, please hurry, and the police are milling outside. And over the 77 minutes, shots can be heard as he goes from one classroom to the rest. The Justice Department just laid into all the police agencies, laid into the fact that no one knew what the other one was doing, laid into the fact that the acting commander should have been the head of police, Arende, didn't take control. His defense was, I didn't know that I was in control. This was the police showing up on a campus, and what ends up happening is who is ever there, general rule is the first police force is there generally takes command, the commander. That's my understanding. And none of this happened. The other issue is while the shooting was going on, the change was made from active shooter to barricaded shooter, which changes everything. You no longer rush, you start negotiating. And that's exactly what you hear a cop trying to do, is negotiate with the shooter while he's killing children. And the department talks about an utter failure across the board. I mean, it just went on and on. We're talking 575 pages of this. Now, they don't say that there should be disciplinary action happening. There should be. Neil and I talked about this morning. Arende and a few of the other cops should just go to prison for this. This isn't just negligence, which, of course, Department of Justice report says. This is criminal negligence. There should be jail time for this. Because if you look at what happened there, the cops are there within 3 minutes, and kids are being shot. Over an hour it took to kill all the children. As this cockroach is walking around in the two classrooms, 2 teachers, 19 elementary students, begging for their lives. I mean, just crazy. It is. It's heart-wrenching. And did the police forces all over the country learn from this? No, because they are trained to go into an active shooter situation. If the cops arrive 3 minutes and they hear shots from inside a classroom, what do? Now, the shots went through the door because the shooter did wound a couple of cops, but so what? That's why you are a cop. And if a couple of cops have to take bullets before the shooter is killed, you do it. I mean, okay, you're trained to do that. It's like a police officer when there is a shooting inside of a house, someone begging for their life. Oh, I'm not going to go in there. I mean, that's not the police. All right. I mean, that one gets me really upset. Now, I want to change and make it a little lighter. Actually, no, it's not distressing because I have an executive card at Costco. And I'll tell you what's going on because there is a world there. If there's a Costco story, I'm on it, and you know it. Now, this isn't exactly a Costco story. It's a Sam's Club story, but it's close enough to where I have to do this. Let's check in with Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Innocence Project has taken up the case of convicted killer Scott Peterson, who has maintained he's innocent of killing his wife Lacey and their unborn child. The nonprofit group has filed new motions in court citing newly discovered evidence. Peterson, who's now 51, is serving a life sentence for the murders 22 years ago. Congress has passed a stopgap funding bill to prevent a partial government shutdown that would have started at midnight. The bill is now headed to President Biden to sign. This is the third short-term or stopgap bill passed since September as lawmakers struggled to come up with an agreement for funding for a full year. California will provide an additional $250 million for down payment assistance to first-time home buyers. It's through the California Dream for All loan program. Home buyers have until April to apply, and then the lottery system will determine who actually gets the assistance. We've got some problems on the 605. We'll check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
18 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds. Life was not very happy. I mean, it's tough being that heavy. Then I underwent bariatric surgery, and it literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest the folks at West Medical, and they have changed the lives of thousands of patients and hopefully yours. West Medical works with most PPO insurance to help to cover the cost of your weight loss. Your results are going to vary depending on the procedure selected, adherence to the program. So call 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for a free consultation. 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com.
Your results will vary depending on procedure selected and adherence to program.
Cloudy with highs in the 60s. Rain's expected after midnight. We've got a crash in Norwalk on the 605.
San Gabriel Freeway northbound, after Firestone Boulevard. This crash has carpool and 2 middle lanes blocked. Keep it over to the right here. It's going to be stop traffic from the 91 Artesia Freeway. A 30-minute delay there. Now, we've also got trouble through Torrance on the 405 northbound at Artesia Boulevard there. It's a crash and delays as you approach. And slow drive through Corona on the 91 westbound Auto Center to about Gypsum Canyon. Give yourself room there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
Many economists believe 2024 will produce a recession from mild to severe, and that means job losses. But if you have good credit and own a home with significant equity, the Loan Exchange can help you prepare for whatever might happen. The Loan Exchange now offers a home equity line of credit with the security of a fixed-rate mortgage. Your rate can never be higher than it is on day one. That's right, your rate can only go down from day one, never up. You can use the money for whatever you need, even if it's just the peace of mind of having cash at the ready. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com to see how easy financial protection from 2024 can be. Don't wait, because banks won't make loans to folks who are unemployed no matter how good their credit is.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539.
Again, call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com today.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of her life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, the case of a teenage girl who was found murdered in 1979 in Las Vegas.
She was just brutally beaten as well as stabbed multiple times.
We speak to a detective about the case of Sahara Sue Doe and her California connection. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Friday morning, January 19th. TGYF to you. A lot going on today. I mean, the big story, which I'm going to be doing next segment, Scott Peterson, the convicted murderer of his wife and unborn child, got the death penalty. That was turned over by an appeals court. Ended up LWOP, life imprisonment without parole. And it is the Innocence Project, LA Innocence Project, has taken on his case. Ooh, that's big, big news. And the other bit of news, which is also big, Congress has voted that the business of the United States will extend until March. So the bill has been passed, funding the government. Okay, now, you know I go to Costco. It's therapy for me. I go 3 times a week. I'm going today, by the way, just to let you know, because last time I went on Friday, so this week it'll only be twice. And so what ends up happening? You check out, and as you check out, then you go to the front door, and you have to hand them the receipt, and then the guy at the door, or the woman at the door, looks at what you have in your basket, and then runs a line through your receipt and barely looks. Sometimes they do, but most of the time they don't. And what's happening at Sam's Club is they're using AI now to where there isn't anybody at the door. It's artificial intelligence that scans what's in your cart and it says, okay, you bought 5 items. Here are 5 items. I don't know how sophisticated it is. For example, in my case, you buy a box of burritos, and then you buy a box of panko-covered shrimp, and then you buy a box of insert name of whatever processed food is frozen here. And sometimes it's in a box, which I'm assuming the same thing happens at Sam's Club, because there isn't a Sam's Club near me, and I do not want to be a Benedict Arnold to Costco. It's just, I don't want to do that to these people. And so the technologies, does it allow some kind of scan through the boxes? Is it something like X-ray technology? And I don't know the answer to that. So ending up at Costco, and let's talk about technology. This one seems to me, there is technology that is introduced into the world of food purchases and other purchases, let's say at big box stores, that really change, particularly in food supermarkets, that change technology completely, and that is scanning at the checkout counter. It used to be, if you remember, and it wasn't too many years ago, so it's the codgers here, 50, 60 years old, where the clerk had to know the price of the products. I mean, had to memorize thousands of products. Now, when they didn't know if there was something obscure, there was this little booklet that they opened up and they looked, like milk and eggs and Campbell's soup, and you have to know it. Bread, you had to know the price. Today, all you do is scan it, and the price comes up, and you weigh it, and it just, where there was a certain skill level among clerks, there is no skill level among store clerks now. And so the sophistication, though, of that scanning is astounding, because you scan and you have to put whatever product on the counter right next to it, that little, I guess that little scale is what it looks like. And it tells you, if you haven't put that item on, you hear a recorded voice, put your item on the area to the right. How does it know? How do it know? It's like a thermos bottle. Keeps liquids cold, and it keeps liquids hot. How does it know?
And I don't know the answer to that. Well, actually, I do. So one other thing I want to point out, because this is Walmart, that Sam's Club is owned by Walmart, is starting all this. And I love both Costco and Walmart saying that we are doing this. Ready for this? It is our most effective method of maintaining accuracy in inventory control. That's what Costco says. That is why we have people at the exit who go through your receipt. Inventory control as you leave. The person who doesn't look into your cart, doesn't count the items, has no idea what you bought. You would think that it would be at the checkout stand where they actually scan the items and they know exactly what they're scanning. They know who it is, they know what you're buying, and they know what your predilections are in the sack. No, it's at the door where they figure that out, as opposed to being honest and say, hey, we don't want you to steal from us. We don't like shoplifting, and that's why we do that. Now, is that effective? I don't know. I will tell you, if you don't have that receipt, and that happened to me a few weeks ago, first of all, they wouldn't let me out the door without a receipt. And I said, the receipt is there. Well, which cashier? And I don't remember which cashier I went to, because I don't remember what happened 2 minutes ago, as everybody knows about my memory. And so, in certain things, other than that, I can certainly tell you Truman in the days that he did whatever during his presidency. And so, I didn't know where the cashier was. I had to sit there for about 15, 20 minutes while one of the managers went from cashier to cashier looking at receipts, checking what I bought, and matching the receipts because I didn't have my receipt going out. They found it. Said, okay, here's the receipt. Printed it out. Here's the receipt. I was able to walk out the door, and the checker, the employee at the door, went ahead and put that marking pen through my receipt like they always do, not counting what was in the box, not looking what was in the shopping cart. And so what Walmart is doing is you just literally walk through. There's nobody there checking your receipts. Now, is that going to change technology? Even Walmart, one of the execs at Walmart said, okay, so it's only a minute or two difference, but that makes a huge difference. How big a deal is it to walk, and I have no patience, how big a deal is it to walk out and stand in line for 30 seconds while a cashier or that person at the door doesn't look at what you have, doesn't count the items, and just puts that line through your receipt? Boy, they're all thrilled about that technology. But it's AI. And AI is changing the way retail is done. All right, coming up, Scott Peterson, why he may very well get a new trial or even have his case dismissed. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The city of Los Angeles is adding more streets on the west side to its overnight RV parking ban. Venice church pastor John Palka says he backs the ban.
We routinely have to clean up human waste and toilet paper. There's the stench of urine.
This resident in Venice says the updated ban that was approved this week really doesn't get rid of the problem.
So what's going to happen is that the areas where they now have bans, those people are going to leave there and they're going to come to our neighborhood where they know that they can be.
Backers of the updated ban say it will lead more people who live in RVs to move into traditional housing. Opponents say housing is too expensive for a lot of people living in RVs. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. Ventura County Sheriff's deputies say a documented gang member has been arrested for allegedly giving kids gang tattoos. The investigation started in December when deputies in and around Thousand Oaks started noticing several teenagers and juveniles had visible tattoos. Deputies say Brahim Valencia did the ink on kids between the ages of 14 and 16 as a way to recruit them to join the gang. 3 men in the San Fernando Valley have been shot in what police say may have been a case of road rage. Police were called to a 7-Eleven near early this morning near the Northridge Fashion Center. They found a minivan with bullet holes and 3 men injured inside. One had been shot in the back, another in the leg, the third in the arm. All were taken to the hospital. A man from Koreatown who was illegally selling guns with another guy has been hit with more than 3 years in prison.
From 2021 to 2022, William Pena sent photos and prices of guns to his partner so that his partner could sell them.
Evidence presented at trial indicated that Pena was obtaining firearms from sources in other states, primarily Arizona.
U.S. Attorney spokesman Kieran McAvoy says Pena's partner admitted to 8 illegal gun transactions last year. He's set to be sentenced next month. An undercover agent bought both guns and ammo from Pena's partner. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Japan has landed an unmanned spacecraft on the moon. CNN says the condition of the lander isn't known, but that it has touched down. It's been orbiting the moon for about a month. The U.S. launched a lander toward the moon last week, but the mission for the Peregrine lunar lander that was supposed to land on February 23rd on the moon's surface failed. Southland weather from KFI. Clouds today, highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, metro LA, and inland Orange County. Low to mid-60s in the valleys, near 70 for the IE, 50s in the Antelope Valley. Some storms start rolling in tonight with rain expected after midnight. Rain going to continue off and on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday with gusty winds at times and thunderstorms possible. We should dry out and start warming up by Tuesday. It's 50 in Garden Grove, 52 in Irvine. We've got a crash in Forest on the 405. Checking with you.
On the Pagan Point. At Pagan Point, the people pleasing place.
Yeah. The northbound side of the San Diego Freeway at Artesia. You can find that to be a crowded one. Give yourself a little room. Now, big trouble in the Norwalk. Continuing on the 605 San Diego Freeway northbound right at Firestone Boulevard. Carpool. Two of the lanes are blocked. It's going to be stopped from up in 91. New one popping up now. This one's pretty heavy on 14 southbound at Agua Dulce. It's going to be right through the Agua Dulce stretch. As you head through there, they've got about a 2-mile backup as you head through, about a 54-minute wait. Once again, 14 southbound right at Agua Dulce. Now, we've got some delays as you make your way to Pasadena. Car fire on the 210, the eastbound side of the 134. Stop traffic from Mountain. Let's go back to the 405 here. This one is Mountain Valley. Got a crash southbound at Euclid. Left lane there is going to be blocked. And
oh no, what the fuck?
Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Vita.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I feel incredible because I called 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands.
Where was
And
there?
up to 95% off. Right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Team Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its
big sale. The kitchen store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12 months same as cash financing.
There wasn't
Pricing
anything
that beats the
like
big
that. I remember
boxes.
turning around.
Totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer
Mhm.
and happening
Yeah,
right
this just
now,
used
the
to be a
big
Wendy's.
sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing
Did it?
310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Daily calendar.
January 19th.
Hey, what up? Today is Artist as Outlaw Day, celebrating subversive artists. Banksy comes to mind. It's Brew a Potion Day, so either get your witch on or go watch Harry Potter. And it's International Fetish Day today, between consenting adults. So worship a foot, or whatever you want.
Volcano.
Plus, it's Popcorn Day, so thank an Aztec.
Volcano's
Aztec,
so
and go to the movie.
no.
That's your daily calendar
No.
from KFI AM 640.
I'm not willing to lay down and die because I am an innocent man.
And this is KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here on a Friday, January 19th. Some big stuff is going down. It's something interesting at the LA Times. Union leaders have called for a one-day multi-city walkout following news that the newspaper is going to see staff cuts
Do you remember
due
Volcano?
to budget deficits. We don't care how much money you're losing, don't cut staff. And it would be the first in the paper's 142-year history. Now, historically, go back to the turn of the last century, there was a bombing at the LA Times. People were killed. I mean, it was...
I wonder if everybody likes ViralRabbi. I wonder if there's anyone out there who's like, oh man, that guy's annoying. Or if there's anyone out there who's like, oh, this person's amazing. Is anybody else getting like 12? An increase in ViralRabbi? I like how they're following my stats and stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Scott Peterson has
Are you done?
picked up as a client by the Innocence Project. So let's go quickly back to who and what happened to Scott Peterson.
Come on, you
He
shitbag
was
fuck.
convicted in 2004, boy, this goes back 20 years, of killing his wife and unborn child.
24 hours.
And he originally got the death penalty, and that was overturned on appeal. So he was given life imprisonment without parole. And this is one of the state's most infamous murder trials. I mean, this was a big deal. And he has now been picked up by the LA Innocent Project attorneys. Now, the LA Innocent Project attorneys have been involved in hundreds of cases where convictions were overturned. And what they specialize in is DNA evidence. That's basically it. There are
Elon Musk. Latest.
in this case,
I spam block every account this guy has. I cannot imagine
they started in 1992.
how many email accounts he has. No limit.
Really interesting facts about the Innocence Project, and one that you're going to go, really? Come on.
Nice. Tell me I can have free reign on this fucking website.
In which they believe
Really? Yeah, actually, that's the thing that fucks them. That one policy is going to allow me to take over the world. Really? Maybe.
All the way from paralegals to law clerks to attorneys who are pretty much against the death penalty. And also, they have a hard time with the justice. Our justice system, which somehow tends to convict innocent people. And there's a philosophy, ACLU, in fact, that's one of the mantras, or it was, better letting 1,000 people who are guilty go free than convict one innocent person. And that is the philosophy. So here is the Innocence Project, and it's the whole purpose is to unravel overturned convictions, wrongful convictions. There are a couple of rules, and that is there has to be some decent evidence that, in fact, the conviction was wrong. The perpetrator, the defendant, the convict, has to proclaim innocence. And I'm talking about proclaiming innocence for 25 years. Even when someone is up for parole, yeah, I did it, I have remorse. You stand in front of a parole board and you go, I didn't do it. Goodbye. There's no parole here. So that is one of the basic rules. And the other one is finding new evidence that's out there. And a couple of ways that the Innocence Project picks it up. New evidence is presented, misconduct by the prosecution, misconduct by the police, for example, withholding evidence. For example, the confession was illegally or was obtained by coercion. The cops not interviewing people that should have been interviewed. That's the case here with Scott Peterson. And what I want to do is I want to keep on going with this too, because there's a lot to say. Some of the cases they've done, but no, you know what? I'm going to wait till next segment to give you, this is the tease, right? This is to keep you going. And the one surprising fact, I mean really surprising fact about the Innocence Project. And so with Scott Peterson, I'm going to do that real quick. He was accused of killing his wife and unborn child, taking their bodies from the couple's home, dumping the bodies into San Francisco Bay. The remains surfaced months later. He said he went fishing in Berkeley that day. He was arrested, charged with first-degree murder of his wife, second-degree murder of his child. His girlfriend at the time, he was having somewhat of an affair, to say the least. Her name was Amber Fry, and almost immediately she started to work with investigators, and she testified against him at his trial. And she was dating him for about a month before. And at the trial, his girlfriend, effectively disputing his story of going fishing, pretty well wrapped it up. And investigators say that there was too much connection, a lot of circumstantial evidence. And people go, circumstantial evidence, that means that you don't have a case. You have plenty of cases with circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is either eyeball witnesses, which, by the way, is probably the worst kind of evidence you can come in with. You get 12 witnesses to a crime, you will get 12 different stories as to what happened. And then you have direct evidence, fingerprints, DNA that put you or put the perpetrator at the scene. And sometimes it's, well, in the case of rape, for example, semen found in the body of the rape victim. I mean, it pretty well wraps it up when they connect it. But there are other bits of evidence that, in fact, could be a wobbler there. And what the Innocence Project is saying, there's a lot more than a wobbler here. So we're going to come back. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about when it started, how it works, some cases that they've won, and we're talking about hundreds. And who do they choose? Who do they choose? Because thousands of inmates apply to the Innocence Project every year. They want to get out. And frankly, the vast majority know that they did whatever they did, that they're guilty, but they didn't get out on a technicality. Maybe we can find some holes in it. And I'm going to come back, tell you about that factoid that I have been teasing you, which when I saw this story, I went, oh, come on, really? Well, no, I sort of knew it, but it just came up in my face again. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the Innocence Project coming back. And at the top of the hour, we got Steve Gregory with a story and then Unsolved. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Japan's space agency says its unmanned spacecraft is now on the moon, but is still checking its status. The lander touched down this morning after orbiting the moon for the last month. U.S. forces have conducted a fifth strike against Iranian-backed Houthi rebel sites in Yemen. U.S. Central Command said the latest strikes destroyed 2 Houthi anti-ship missiles that were aimed into the southern Red Sea and prepared to launch. The freezing cold has killed at least 55 people across the U.S., at least 10 of them in Oregon, where ice storms left parts of the state covered in a sheet of ice that still hasn't thawed out. The governor of Oregon has declared a statewide emergency because of the ice storms. Cloudy with highs in the 50s and 60s. The storm's rolling in with rain expected overnight and right on through the weekend. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in Norwalk on the 605.
There's a heavy drive here, by the way. It's going to be the 605 San Gabriel Freeway northbound at Firestone Boulevard. The carpool, 2 middle lanes are blocked. It's stop traffic from the 91. About a 45 to 50-minute wait there. Trying to avoid that. Through the Agua Dulce portion of the 14th, southbound at Agua Dulce Canyon Road. The center lane taken away here. Stop traffic from Sierra Highway. That's about 25-minute wait. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Weaver.
Get your berry fix at Whole Foods Market. Save on a pint of blueberries for $3.99 each with Prime through January 23rd. Sweeten your breakfast when blended into a smoothie or add it to hotcakes. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Looking for a vehicle that combines power, performance, and style? Then kick off the new year with a great deal on a new Toyota. The We Make It Easy sales event is going on now at your Toyota dealer. Drive home a new Camry, Corolla, or RAV4. A powerful new Tundra or legendary 4Runner. Ready to show a brand new you in this brand new year? We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota, and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska.
Listen, it's continental U.S. and Alaska. So that's not.
Why choose a
Use
Sleep
that
Number Smart Bed?
pattern.
Because no two
It's
people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your sleep number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed for a limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
2024 season ticket memberships are now on sale. All memberships include exclusive access to opening day and postseason tickets. Join the passionate community of fans who share your excitement for Dodger baseball. Visit Dodgers.com/membership.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024.
Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or your shoulder. Call QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in regenerative non-surgical pain relief.
Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
This is the future of pain treatments. QC has tens of thousands of satisfied patients all over America. People with back pain or hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or an injury.
This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again. Get your life back, and listen, it's non-surgical.
If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today.
Call QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and now in Costa Mesa, 213-997-PAIN.
That's 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now.
Change their
commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here on a Friday morning, January 19th. I was just told next week Kevin Smith is in for Gary and Shannon. It was kind of neat.
How cool is that?
Seriously cool. Or, marginally seriously cool.
I'm a sort of fan. He's a fascinating guy. And have you ever seen Dogma? You have to watch his movie Dogma.
No.
All right, that's your homework for this weekend.
Real quickly, the stuff that's going on today that we're looking at, Congress did pass that bill funding the government until March. And it's always been a fight, and that 8 far-right Republican congressmen, is it congressmen who are part of it? I think so, who stopped the budget from going forward, and that was back several months ago when Kevin McCarthy was thrown out of the speakership. And the other big story, and I'm doing that now, is that Scott Peterson, who was convicted 20 years ago of killing his wife and unborn child and is spending the rest of his life in prison, may not. The LA Innocence Project has picked him up as a case, saying there's enough.
What about the West Side Innocent Project? The whole West Side is innocent.
The Innocence Project has literally had hundreds of convicts released from prison. And there are two kinds of prisoners that are released in two scenarios. One is when the prosecutorial misconduct, police didn't interview witnesses, they didn't pick up evidence. He still could have done it. But there was misconduct where there wasn't enough evidence, or they didn't bring the evidence they should have, because the police, the prosecution, by law, has to turn over all exculpatory evidence to the defense. Anything that gives the defense a break or turns the verdict, turns the jury to look at reasonable doubt, has to be given over. The other way is when that it's a new trial, sometimes dismissed if it's incredible misconduct by the prosecution or the police. The other kind is when the Innocence Project proves that the prisoner, the convict, is innocent, straight out innocent. He wasn't there. DNA evidence putting the prisoner in a different city. Not there. Passport showing he was out of the country when it happened. And the judge says he is factually innocent, which is different than the prosecution didn't meet the burden of reasonable doubt. Factually innocent. That doesn't happen very often. Okay. Oh, and then I was going to give you that factoid. Barry Scheck, who was one of the founders of the Innocence Project. And keep in mind, the whole point of the Innocence Project is to exonerate prisoners who have been wrongly convicted or are innocent. Innocence Project. He was hired by the OJ team to attack the DNA evidence, which, and DNA was very different in those days, but proof that was OJ's blood, and he attacked it in a way that completely convoluted the jury. They had no idea what was going on. It was just minutia and bits of evidence and the way it's interpreted. And he was part of getting OJ off. Now, do I believe that he believes that OJ was innocent? No. I think anybody that's looking at that case, who looks at it with any reasonable view, would say OJ is completely, totally, inextricably guilty. Yet Barry Scheck was part of the defense team. I found that fascinating. Okay, so now, back we go to the Innocence Project. Thousands of applications are made to the Innocence Project, in which they choose, I don't even know how many they choose, 50, 60 a year. And in Scott Peterson's case, there was, and there is, all kinds of not only misconduct, just items that were, that materialized now. This is new evidence that maybe they didn't have before. For example, they didn't have DNA evidence 25 years ago or 30 years ago, and now they find it,
And I mean, that's reasonable. Okay? Didn't have it, conviction, now we have it. But in this case, there was evidence that was excluded from this case about an investigation into a December 22 burglary, documents relating to a van fire found on Christmas Day 2022 that points to his potential innocence, or at least brings up a reasonable doubt. Also, Lacey Peterson's missing watch. And there were witness interviews that were done by the police that were not turned over. And the killer here, every single time, even when and I'm going to use the word victim here, someone who is wrongly convicted, you go to the DA who was there, and every single one of them, I'll say 99.9%, always say the same thing. I stand by the conviction. I will never admit they did anything wrong. How about the cops lying? I stand by the conviction. So we will see what happens to Scott Peterson. If there is enough there, and they can prove that, he says he wasn't there. He was fishing that day. And the only testimony, the only proof is him saying, I was fishing that day. There were no witnesses. He just couldn't prove any of it. And his girlfriend, and I don't know the facts of the case. I don't know what she testified to, but she definitely came up, worked with the investigators. And here's what not always, but here's what happens. And this, unfortunately, is our criminal justice system, is they pick someone who could be the perpetrator or who they think is the perpetrator, and then they build a case around it. Not looking for a perpetrator and finding out who it is, but going the other way. I mean, sometimes cops do that. Sometimes DAs do that, especially in high-profile cases, because DAs have to be elected. They have to show wins. I mean, there is nothing worse for an election in a high-profile case the DA brings forward and loses. And so you have someone running against DA, because DA, remember, it's an elected position, and the person running against him, the other candidate, says, he can't even win a case. Look at this. That's why you should elect me. A lot of pieces involved in that. All right, coming up, Steve Gregory. He's joining us talking about Unsolved and the Monterey Park shooting anniversary. So we've got Steve, then we have Foodie Friday with Neil at 8:20, because it's Friday. We enjoy doing that. It's always fun. And then a segment that we started last week, and that is World in Review. What happened around the world, the big stories, and then we wrap it up. And what's their faces coming? Gary and Shannon. That should come up right after me. Okay. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI is literally the KFI of talk radio. KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Wet weekend on the way. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California is set for several days of rain. The National Weather Service's light rain is expected by late tonight, continuing through the weekend. And another storm moves in Sunday night and sticks around through Monday afternoon. The Weather Service says that storm could dump 1 to 2 inches of rain, with upslope areas expecting 2 to 4 inches. An officer in West Covina has conveniently stopped an armed robbery.
That officer walked into a convenience store as a robber was running out with a bag of cash. Security video captured the bust Wednesday. The thief began his strike by asking to buy cigarettes. As the clerk was bagging them up, the robber allegedly demanded money and lifted his sweatshirt to brandish a gun. The robber then began walking away with his cigarettes and bag of cash as the officer walked in. The clerk alerted the officer, who immediately ran after the guy. The man was charged with robbery and being a felon in possession of a gun. The around $400 he stole was returned. The gun recovered was loaded. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Trial has started for the man accused of killing a 6-year-old on the 55 freeway in Orange.
This is not a road rage.
Senior Deputy DA Dan Feldman says Marcus Aries confessed to knowing the danger of firing the one shot that killed Aiden Leo.
This is an expression, Mr. Aries, of cold indifference, of his callous and total disregard for human life.
OC Senior Public Defender Randall Bethune said yesterday the 2021 shooting was a stupid mistake.
He didn't mean to kill anybody. He had no malice and he had no intent.
Aries faces 40 years for second-degree murder. At the OC Superior Court, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Congress has passed a bill to prevent a partial government shutdown and keep the government funded through early March. Current funding expires at midnight. The bill is the third stopgap measure since September. It now goes to President Biden, and he is expected to sign. A flight attendant working for American Airlines has been arrested for allegedly trying to record a teenage girl using the restroom. Officials say the flight attendant approached the 14-year-old on a flight in September and told her the first-class lavatory was available and escorted her there. Then he allegedly told her he needed to wash his hands first and that the lavatory's toilet seat was broken. She later found an iPhone hidden in the lavatory. A Boeing 747 cargo plane that appeared to have flames coming from one of its engines has made an emergency landing in Miami. The Atlas airplane was headed to Puerto Rico yesterday. The pilot was able to turn around and safely land back at the airport in Miami. The airline says there was an unspecified problem with one or more of the plane's engines shortly after takeoff. The Biden administration has announced action to increase the number of electric vehicle charging stations across the country. ABC's
I'm on
Karen
camera
Schreiber
with
says
me
this is
being
possible under the President's Inflation Reduction Act.
Eligibility for a tax credit for an EV charger for businesses and individuals, up to 30% off the cost, will now be expanded to approximately 2/3 of Americans.
The Department of Energy and Transportation are also announcing $325 million in
Do I think it's a crime to
investment
leave your
to
phone
increase
number?
reliability and resilience of public chargers, also to advance EV technology and help develop a workforce to build and maintain EV charging infrastructure. The best day ever. That's the theme for the 2025 Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena.
It definitely
President Ed Morales made the announcement last night.
It could be the day you learn to ride a bike. A favorite family
I have a
vacation.
lot.
The
Grab some
birth
of
of your first grandchild.
Shoot, all it's meant. And
These are the moments that make life.
let anybody do it.
Morales says we look back at the events that inspired us and look forward to opportunities the new year will bring to celebrate all the precious moments in
Shout out my
Of course,
crash. Shout out to
the
my
Rose
crash.
Parade for 2025 will be on January 1st. We'll check the 14 with the KFI and the Skynet.
For over 10 years, I have recommended the LikeSource whole house water filtration system, which delivers highly filtered, obviously safe, but delicious water from every single tap in the house. Now, tap water, it's safe, but boy, it just doesn't cut it. It tastes horrible. The LikeSource system, like I said, is absolutely delicious water. Filters out chlorine, needs absolutely no maintenance. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit likesourcewater.com, 800-WATER-99, likesourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference. Warranty limitations apply.
Southside weather from KSI. Lots of clouds today. Highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland OC. Low to mid-60s in the valleys. Near 70 in the Inland Empire. 50s in the Antelope Valley. 40% chance of rain after midnight. Then
What up,
rain
Pip?
is likely off and on tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. Thunderstorms are also possible along with some gusty winds. Skies should clear by Tuesday. It's 51 in Orange, 54 in Manhattan Beach, 48 in Canyon Country, 52 in Studio City. The KFI market report, the Dow's trading up 151 points, the NASDAQ up 81, S&P 500 is up 20. Got a crash in Agua Dulce.
Southbound side of the 14, right there through Agua Dulce. As a matter of fact, there's a crash. We got a stall and some other problems right in that area, and it's going to be a heavy backed-up drive for you right now as you head through this about Red Road.
Are you done?
Now, through
Yeah, who
Walmart,
done?
trouble on the
Look at this one.
continuing northbound at Firestone
Damn.
Boulevard. The
You are
carpool
athletic as
and the lanes
fuck.
are blocked.
I got him.
The right here, stop traffic from the 91. That's
Right.
about a 50 to 60-minute wait there.
You're still watching yourself. That's
Oil
what
Heights,
Sean.
trouble on the 10, the westbound side, the 60 to about La Cienega. The trouble is going to be other cars. It's heavy. So as you approach, and the slow one through Van Nuys, the 405 South Sherman
No
Way.
limit.
into the Sepulveda Pass. That's going to be traveling slow all the way into the west side. You got about 30-minute wait.
Why spam
South LA on the one
/
side, North Century Boulevard, about the 10. That's going to be crowded.
Every account this guy has. I can't imagine how many evil accounts he has. I don't know, baby. Legend. Let's do it. Come on, I want to read that one person. Damn it. Shanosh. Are you right, Renato?
And get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree
What
at
happened?
Wednesdays and Thursdays. Number 4, winter gift giveaway. Get a heated throw blanket when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 23rd. R&B Sensation 112.
How about ESPN star Rabbi Rothschild? ESPN U star Rabbi Rothschild with the cute card. Yeah,
And the number 1 reason. Come play with us, because we're going off at all our bars with draft beer specials for the biggest pro football games of the year.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. Morongo, good times.
402 502 602.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio
526.
for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Oh, no.
640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here on a Friday morning,
Username cannot be
January
updated.
19.
That's tight.
So we'll have another hour on the show. Coming up next segment, Food Friday with Neil, where Neil talks about all kinds of food issues and makes fun of me and harasses me and humiliates me, but then that's our relationship and has been for over 25 years. Okay, Steve Gregory, who is heard every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., and the show is Unsolved, which I think is not only one of the most neat, I think it's one of the best shows of its kind in the country. And I know I don't often say that, and usually you would think that I am saying that with a complete satirical view. It's not. Steve, good morning. No, it's true.
Hey, buddy,
how often do I actually look at you and tell you you're good as opposed to making fun of you?
Well, actually, how often do you actually pay anyone a compliment?
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm flattered. I'm very flattered and all.
As you should be. Okay.
Okay.
All right. It's the anniversary of the Monterey Park shooting. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so this Sunday marks the 1-year anniversary of that horrific night that a 72-year-old man walked into the Star Ballroom Dance Studio in Monterey Park, opened fire indiscriminately. Later on, we find out
Since the president didn't volunteer to get shot at that thing. Are you done?
A huge group of people in there, eventually killing 11, injuring 9. And what was really bad about that night was that, as if the deaths weren't bad enough, but he ran up the street to Alhambra, and he attempted to do the same thing in another dance studio there. But Brandon Say, someone who is one of the owners of the dance studio there, recognized there was a problem, wrestled the guy, and was able to get the gun away from him. And then the older man, who came trans, was on the run, and it became one of the largest manhunts in Southern California that night. The shooting at the Monterey Park studio happened around 10:22 in the evening, and by about 11 o'clock the next morning on that Sunday, they had pretty much surrounded Hucam Tran in a white van in Torrance. It was credited to a field training officer with the Torrance Police Department, and he was training an officer. And he said, "You got to be on the lookout for this van," and they spotted it. And the van pulled into a mall parking lot, and then the sheriff's department, SWAT team, and others showed up, surrounded the van, and eventually Hucam Tran shot himself, killed himself there in the van. So he sort of took the easy way out, if you will, but he left behind severe collateral damage, both physically and mentally.
Yeah, what kind of connection did he have to those dance studios? Go ahead.
No, initially, and see, there was a lot made of it. And here's the crazy thing, Bill. Technically, to this day, the case remains open. Even though he shot and killed himself, there's no more suspects. He acted alone. He left no manifesto and no presumed motive. Now, I'll tell you some anecdotal stuff in a second, but he did have a connection to the dance studio. It was revealed that he had taught dancing lessons there years ago, and an ex-wife was known to frequent the area in that dance studio as well, and they had mutual friends. So, what was really disturbing about this case from the media's perspective, and I blame mostly network media on this, is that when it initially happened, everyone jumped to the hate crime, moniker. They immediately labeled it as a hate crime because it was, a bunch of Asian people were shot in a contained space. Then when they realized it was an Asian man who opened fire, then they went to the domestic violence part because his ex-wife was known to go there, and there was this rumor going around that his ex-wife was the target, and she was there with another man that night. That ended up not being the case, and the wife had not been there in some time. And then the third one was, well, then it's a mental illness thing. And this was just how desperate some of the media were at the time to label this thing. And what it really boiled down to, according to an investigator in the case, this was a bitter old man who basically just became a hermit. He holed up inside of a trailer and hemmet. He became obsessed with weaponry, started to make his own suppressors, and he basically just got angry, and he felt like somewhere along the way, someone at the Star Ballroom Dance Studio dissed him, and he left a tiny note, and this is something that had never been revealed in the past. He left like a tiny paragraph written in Chinese that someone had dissed him once, and that seems to be the only thing close to a motive that he could come to, but he never did conclusively reveal that.
And we don't know how far back the diss took place.
No, and it wasn't even determined whether it was a recent thing and that he wrote it or it was a long time ago. But the case to this day remains open.
All right, let's move on to Unsolved coming up tomorrow. What's going on?
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the first time we actually traveled to another state to do a case. We sat down with a cold case detective with the Las Vegas Metro Police Department, and she told us about a case of a 19-year-old woman found brutally beaten and stabbed to death in 1979 near what was then the Sahara Hotel near the Las Vegas Strip. They had no ID on her, so they nicknamed her Sahara Sue Doe. Well, in this past December, new DNA technology was able to give them an identity, and her name is Gwen Marie Story, a teenager from Cincinnati, Ohio, but she was planning a trip to California to find her real father, but she stopped off in Vegas, and that would unfortunately be her demise.
All right, she wasn't a runaway. She was... Oh, okay. And a quick question before we go, and that is, we know that LAPD has a cold case.
That was tight as fuck.
Retired police officers who jump on this in a great part. Does Las Vegas have anything like that?
Yeah, and that's what we have. We have a cold case detective, Carrie Miller, whom we spoke with. She's retired and then rehired back as an hourly, like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department does. Some of the old active detectives come back and they make up the cold case unit. So we sit down with her. She spends a couple hours with us, and we're going to actually be doing more cases with the Las Vegas Metro PD.
And back to both those police departments, a lot of this is personal with the police officers, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know what's interesting too is that a case that we did last week or 2 weeks ago on Unsolved with two detectives that we spoke with. They are retired and rehired back as cold case detectives, but they were the original two detectives on the case 20 years prior. That was fascinating because they still want closure to this case.
Yeah, I'll bet they would. Okay, that is tomorrow, 7 p.m. to 9, Unsolved, and you can reach Steve at Steve Gregory 640. That's his social address. Steve, we'll catch you over the weekend.
Have a great weekend, buddy. Take care.
You too. Coming up, the highlight of my week where, for a change, I get humiliated and dissed from Neil doing his too long a time. We should have, and I throw it right back at him, and it's just fun. Oh, in the middle of all that, there's some food stuff, isn't there? Foodie.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit of food talk, a lot of verbal bashing.
Yeah, a lot of it, but it's fun. We have 3 great topics today to do with Neil. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Macy's is closing 5 stores and laying off over 2,300 employees. Macy's says the cuts are being made to meet the needs of an ever-changing marketplace. About 3% of its employees, mostly at the corporate level, will be getting pink slips starting next week. Stores closing are in California, Florida, Hawaii, and Virginia. The Golden State Warriors game against Dallas has been postponed following the death of assistant coach Dejan Milojevic. The Warriors game against the Jazz was also postponed after the coach had a heart attack and died in Utah Wednesday. He was 46. Sales of existing homes have fallen to a nearly 30-year low thanks to higher mortgage rates, rising prices, and low inventories that have combined to push home ownership out of reach for many Americans. The National Association of Realtors said today 4.09 million homes were sold last year. That's a nearly 19% decline from 2022 and the weakest year for home sales since 1995. We'll check some delays on the 405 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you are seriously overweight, and I've been there, and I know how miserable the weight makes you. I weighed over 300 pounds 18 years ago, and then I underwent bariatric surgery, and it just completely changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest the team at West Medical. They have changed the lives of thousands of patients, and the technology today is way beyond anything that I experienced. West Medical works with most PPO insurance to help cover the cost of your weight loss. Your results will vary depending on the procedure selected, adherence to the program. Call 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for a free consultation. 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com. Your results will vary depending on procedure selected and adherence to the program.
Cloudy with highs in the 60s. Rain's expected to start after midnight. This report brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got some slowing in Van Nuys on the 405.
Crowded drive right now from Van Nuys through the Sepulveda Pass to about Sunset there. It's going to be busy. Once you make your way into the west side, they're actually pretty good all the way into towards not downtown, the LA airport area. Now, the 101 through Calabasas, we've got a new problem there. Stalled vehicle backing you up into Woodland Hills. As you make your way through the Boyle Heights stretch of the 10, west of the 60 to about La Cienega, about a 25-minute wait there. Give yourself time. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PTA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators.
Really? Definitely. What would you have done if I would have awakened? Some more I need, pet a baby, gone outside, go to the bathroom, come inside to eat breakfast. See, I was couldn't afford breakfast for him and stuff. Really? He wouldn't have any food.
So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion.
I ended up eating that poor fucking dog. Really?
Transmissions, and a whole lot more. We're always talking about Sweet James accident attorneys for good reason. Here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. One of our listeners was seriously
Then what?
injured in a truck
But let's say we was fed. He get water, he goes sheeping right there.
So he called Sweet James.
What color was he? He was all white, but sometimes he had a little bit of yellow about his tail. Really?
Life-changing, right?
In
the legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference, and that's why you
He
call
was
a firm
white,
known
not
for
like
consistently delivering the top
you could get him
results in
bleached
the
in
state. Call
perfect.
809 million. That's 809 million.
I think that's
You
what
will
I
pay
want.
a dime till they win your case. Every
Anyway.
case is unique, and they can't promise an outcome, but you need to have an experienced team by your side. And don't wait to call, because waiting may hurt your case. Call Sweet James
She knows.
at 809 million. That's 809 000 000 or sweetjames.com.
picoftheday.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition smart bed for a limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of her life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've always said that relationships are far more about skill than luck. And the most important skill I think everybody needs to learn is how to fight. You know, there are some psychology hacks that I'm going to tell you about that can actually teach you how to fight fair.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Chicken wing, chicken wing, chicken wing. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni.
And this is KFI, AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Friday morning, January 19, and Friday. We, in this case, we're changing the times a little bit for Friday because I'm doing a new segment as the last segment of the show, and that is a recap, the world in review, and give you some of the big stories that we've looked at, that I've looked at, that I want to tell you about as a recap. And now it is time for the one and only Neil Saavedra. Let's start.
Food. Glorious food.
Do you know how to cook, or do you just know how to put trash in the oven and then put it on a plate?
It's Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra on the Bill Handel Show.
And welcome, Handel here and the morning crew, particularly Neil Saavedra, because it is time for Foodie Friday with Neil. My good friend. Well, my good friend.
Don't hurt yourself trying to be kind.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go on my sort of friend. Well, my acquaintance, Neil Saavedra. I think that's a fair description. All right, let's start with where to get a taste of, quote, the fair in L.A. So let's start with, I'm assuming this is that grizzly meat.
No, it's not. Have you not watched The Bear on Hulu?
The Bear with Grizzly something, right?
No,
is that,
The Bear. It's about a restaurant, about a chef.
No, I have not. You would think I would watch that.
Eat.
Yeah.
And crawl out of your cave and watch a little something.
Oh,
Okay,
I
so
have
The
not
Bear, okay, it really is fantastic. And it by all accounts, every chef, every restaurateur says, man, this show captures the back of the house like no one else. That energy, the intensity, the friction that goes on when running a restaurant and trying to do something extra special. If you haven't seen it, it's fantastic. It won awards, 75th Annual Emmy Awards there. That was Peacock Theater in LA just a couple of weeks back, a week or so back. Well, we have that. It surrounds this sandwich, this Chicago sandwich that is beloved, and not the creation, but the execution of it. But we here
temporary
in Los
limited
Angeles have
some of
a
your
real gem, and if you've not
because I'm doing too.
Eastside Italian Deli,
I'm too good, I
it's
guess.
there in
I did too
Chinatown.
well. Or
If you
something.
look at the
I think I
history of
won.
Los
I think I
Angeles,
won it.
Chinatown
Oh,
was
you mean
actually
you won Twitter?
previously Little
Yeah,
Italy
again.
for Los Angeles. So if you look
What do you get
at
when
the
you win?
history
What
of
do
that
you get when you
area,
win? Like,
that's where Little Italy was. And then it became Chinatown as parts of it were dismantled.
Really?
We had a
Yep,
during
I was with my grandfather and
you
my
had a lot of
dad.
wineries that were there that were shut down, except for one, San Antonio Winery. You know why, Bill?
I do not.
Alcohol.
They were the
religious
only winery distributors for the Catholic Church for communion. So during Prohibition, they were allowed to stay open.
Okay, now
So-
you had mentioned that it's not just the sandwich, it's the execution. Is it talking about how great they make the sandwich? It's a freaking sandwich, Neil. How involved can you do in making a sandwich?
I expect that from somebody who was never fat. It's a freaking sandwich. Who are you talking to? You and I have had sandwiches, and then we've had sandwiches.
So tell at this point, describe the sandwich.
So this particular sandwich is simple, but it's like the Philly cheesesteak, where
Philly cheesesteak
the
could be
process of cooking it. So this Italian beef sandwich really is one of the characters almost of this television show.
She knows.
East Side Italian Deli, which has served massive, wonderful sandwiches in this 1929
You know where that is?
this market
Do you?
/ deli place downtown. They do their version of this Hulu's The Bear sandwich, and people are raving about it. You gotta get out there and give it a try. They're doing something special. I know whenever you do something that's regional, someone's gonna bitch about, oh, the bread's not right, or it's not exactly
Latest.
Chicago. But
Come on,
I'm
baby.
not going 2,000
No limit.
miles
No limit.
to get this sandwich.
Call me No Limit Rabbi. Coolest rabbi ever. That's the coolest rabbi ever. Some people just call me cool. Other people just call me cool. And then other people, they like to call me cool. There are those few people who call me cool. And then a few people have called me cool in the past. And I'm cool with it. What's up? Are you done?
I did. God forbid I'm ever, captured or a
Madonna.
hostage or live abroad.
Creator.
Or
The
I would
creator.
go straight to it out when I left.
Okay. All right. So,
Alright, are you done now? That'd be my question. I like how you went to Miss J and then you thought, dude, you know who you have to follow. Find Jen. Jen's your girl. Jen's got a fucking support group. I thought I had her beat. Maybe she is starting to turn the tide on me. Are you worried about her? About Jen? Here we go. Oh, baby girl, she's back. She's back. Somebody else said something on here. What'd you got to say? I'm up to 100 a day so far. It's 3 or 4 a day. Yeah, I get several. It's better at this. Always showing me sensitive material. And it just happened. Oh, he got it. He wanted everybody to know. He got it with 509.
All right, let's take a break really quick because I want to talk
And it
about
just
bacon,
happened.
because everybody loves bacon.
I get cybersecurity related bots.
New Orleans style
And it just
wings.
happened.
And it's not just
Hell yeah, dog.
it seems to be all over the place. And
Jill,
we'll do that.
this is my girl.
So we finish up the Pork Report with
Just get her.
Foodie Friday with
Get her, Jen.
Let's check in with Amy
I
Payne,
got you,
live from
bitch.
KFI 24-hour news.
Peaches
A man
66,
who
girl.
allegedly robbed a man inside his apartment building in Beverly Hills has been arrested. Police say Randy Miller cornered the guy in an elevator.
I've seen dozens of
and
these. Has
him, at
some kind of
gunpoint
bot from
that he
extremely
handed him
persistent.
jewelry
Bot
earlier this
farm.
month.
No,
Police
motherfucker.
say
This
the
motherfucker is a
man
real
was
person.
twice, but no shots were fired.
Rabbi
Police
ROTHSCHILD,
charged with attempted
514.
murder. Officials say they identified
Al
Miller with
Criswell.
fingerprints found on a package in the building
Damn,
lobby.
you gotta tell
The
more
LA
fucking
Innocence
people.
Project has taken up convicted killer Scott
Can't stop,
Peterson's case.
won't
His
stop.
wife,
Rockefeller.
Peterson, was 8 months pregnant.
I think it's
Disappeared in
well over
2002. Her body
150.
was
I'll
found
put
in
it
San
in my
Francisco
blog.
Bay in April of 2003.
Just saw him in
He was
black.
sentenced to
He
death
filed
in
a friend with a bunch
2005,
of accounts.
but then later
I
sentenced to
blocked him
life
a
in
few
prison
days ago.
without
There's
parole.
dozens.
Innocence
She's right. He's got
confirmed
10
that he had
accounts.
more
He
than
has over
800
I blocked over
on
150.
Wednesday in his
Is he
home
back up?
Peterson's claims
Some sort
that
of
they
farm
denied.
that he keeps just
One of the
producing.
jurors who convicted
I'm like
Peterson said
Skynet,
there's a
baby.
reason for the
Save.
guilty
Holy
verdict.
cow, it keeps coming back.
Was the trial.
Oh, that's so funny. Darlene, I got you, bitch.
Testimony and evidence. That's why Scott Peterson.
They're gonna be like, we know it's waking hours.
But Mike Belmessieri tells Communication he's glad the Innocence Project
Hilarious.
is taking up the Peterson case
Nick.
and
Hey,
investigating.
dog.
A mistrial has been declared in Riverside County in the trial of a former LAPD officer who fatally shot a developmentally disabled man at Costco in Corona. The man's parents were severely injured in the shooting. Lawyers for Salvador
one's
Sanchez
terrible.
say the shooting was done in self-defense.
No, it wasn't at
Jurors
all.
yesterday said they were deadlocked, couldn't reach a verdict. The process for a new trial is set to begin February 13th. The LA City Council has approved a resolution to clear out a vacant lot in
Happening,
Kansas.
literally hundreds. What the fuck? Mass block happening right now. I followed, unfollowed, then muted. Thanks for the warning. She girl, you're done. Oh, limit reached. Fuck. No, but hitting. Yikes! I don't know. They're speaking. No, but a bunch of photos with thumbs up. Yep. Got a request also. Oh, cool, girl. 22 hours ago. And another. Hell yeah. I've nearly done it like them both. I have. I reported also. If you search ViralRabbi, there's so many of them. Yep. There were 3 last night. Check. Nope. If you just put the name in there, 100, it's about for 10, and then a couple more show up. Yep. I am up to 23 Elon Musk account blocks. Oh, I gotta do that Elon Musk one.
International postcards are going up a nickel to $1.55. We'll check some continued problems.
Haven't seen him. Susan. Let me introduce myself to you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleased to meet me.
About
Woof.
houses that have been sold in the
Date
United States have just plummeted. And one of the big reasons is there aren't any
It's a
buyers.
pleasure to meet
Mortgage
you.
rates are insane.
What's that? I have a
And
bunch of
so
them. I
if
blocked
you're
them all.
looking
You
to
blocked
sell a
this one,
house,
bitch.
well, be prepared for
Fuck you.
a lot of people not qualified.
FYI on him.
So let me tell you about an easy
FYI,
way to
Jim,
sell
the
your
dude has
house.
over
I mean
10
sell it
accounts.
fast. I mean now,
Girl,
cash within 10 days or less.
you better
And
get
that
your
is
calculator out. Get your abacus, girl. You're gonna need it.
And
He
you're gonna get a
follows
fair
me. I'll
price.
dump him.
And nobody's gonna even walk through
Sorry,
your house. That's how easy it's gonna
Dude,
be.
did I get her? Did she block me yet?
Check for
She's getting me right away.
That's directbuyers.com.
I love you, Jen. I love you.
Before closing. And as I said,
That's so
forever
funny.
local.
I had to create a
Go
new
to
account.
directbuyers.com.
The thing is, you can't block it in advance. You can't block it in advance. I have to create it. Really, yeah. That's very funny.
With highs in the mid-60s for the beaches,
Not
Metro LA,
fucking
and
anybody.
Southern Orange County. Low to mid-60s for the valley.
That's so
Upper
funny.
70 for the Inland
Why?
Empire, 50
Well,
for the
because she's
Antelope
just
Valley.
mad about it.
Storm
She's like,
surge
God damn it,
rolling
who
in
the
tonight.
fuck is
Rain's
this
expected
person?
after
No,
midnight,
but over
and I
that.
expect to see rain off and on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday with gusty winds and thunderstorms mixed in. Will dry out and start warming up by Tuesday. It's 53 in Yorba Linda, 52 in Huntington Beach. Still working on a crash in Agua Dulce on the 14th.
Southbound side of the Antelope Valley Freeway here at Agua Dulce Canyon Road.
Are you proud of your work?
The two lanes that are blocked here
Why?
by a crash. There's
It's
also a
hilarious.
stall in that area here, adding to this trouble. It's going to be stop and go from
This
SMD to
person
Canyon.
keeps
That's
following me.
a 10-minute delay there. Now through Commerce, we got a stall in the 5 southbound at Slauson. Left lane blocked, and it's stop and go from Washington.
How's that
Boulevard.
going?
Heavy drive through Van Nuys.
Very well.
By South Sherman Way. Through the Sepulveda
That
Pass,
person gotta hate me.
Sunset
Who,
there,
Jen?
gonna be stop and
Jen's
go.
just like,
Once you get past that,
fuck,
drive
she's
to
not
the
even
west
fucking
side.
around
Now,
anymore.
the stretch here, Ranch Cucamonga,
She's like,
westbound at Archibald. An accident, the second lane from the left taken away.
this
Stop and
person
go
keeps
from Milligan,
following me.
keep it over to the right.
And I'm like, what up, girl? It's unfortunate that I can't, like, spam them, like, fire, look at my eye. Or that she doesn't accept.
I'm Mark Wheeler.
Start the year with savings at your
Is that what you want?
Fresh
No.
grocery store. Stock up on wellness savings
Agua
galore,
Dulce.
from supplements and smoothie ingredients
Agua
to food
Dulce
storage
Casino,
and
you think?
skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
I feel incredible because I called 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Look at that. It's just everywhere.
I've got Barongo's ad in my hands and it's grand. Now your top reasons to visit Barongo.
Download our app and get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo, Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Number 2.
R&B Sensation 112, live
How about
February 16th.
ViralRabbi? Hip hop sensation
We're going
ViralRabbi.
off at all our bars with draft beer specials for the biggest pro football games of the year.
Barongo.
That person's pissed. They're like, what did they say? Like something about 10 minutes ago they said something.
Big sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big sale by dialing 310 Kitchen.
I'm surprised they haven't, like, searched me.
310kitchen.com.
Oh, you're a golf cart dealership. Shout out to Niblock Golf Carts.
Will go the distance with you. 24/7.
Damn.
They answer the phone to get you the
For this,
shipping and
yeah, he's
industrial
cool.
supplies you need.
business
I think
change
I'd really
fast.
like him.
Unexpected large orders,
Are you
adverse
done
weather,
though?
new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard, keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Oh, you gotta check out your girl? Yeah. Why? Oh, she's gonna be pissed. Just type in ViralRabbi. Somebody's gotta say something. But everyone 19 seconds ago. Not this one, bitch. 19 seconds ago.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. The news.
We gotta do one. Repost it. That's it's like a Jackass. When they've got that air horn and that guy starts hitting them fall out of it, they start the air horn back at him. It's so funny. Who do you want though? Who's your friend? Who's your best friend? Who's your friend? No, but seriously, who's your friend? You have a friend, okay? Yeah, that is Jen. Jen loves you. Jen, there she is. Jen. Jen. 490. Has anyone else got a follow from this motherfucker? Okay, here we go. We're gonna start this one from the ground up. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Hey, Blue Cool Night Owls. What's Yes, I've never seen anything like this. Okay, you gotta stay away from Jen though. No, porn bots are out. Okay. I love it. I got a bunch of them. I'm a small account. I don't usually get bothered by these creeps. Oh, you're getting it. At least 3. No, I guess I've been lucky. Check again. You made yourself. I haven't seen him. Really? Yep.
I don't normally say the best because who am I? But the interesting
10.
thing about this story
10 what?
was, and this is Mackenzie Hilson there at yahoo.com.
Don't follow me.
Go
Oops.
out and ask about the best this and the best that.
3 left. I'm gonna check.
All over the place, right? So she talks to chefs about the best over-the-counter grocery store bacon, which is different because I've had fantastic bacon from local butchers and the like, and that's a little.
Did you follow your girl yet, Jen?
And
I don't think so.
3 chefs she asked.
I love that little doggy. She's got a little baby. Oh, me too. Don't be something such a doggy. I love that doggy.
It is the organic
Jen's doggy.
wood smoke.
Oh, I still love it. I still love it. Can't tell me where it can and can't love it, dog. Just like my grandma. All right, dog.
But imagine this. This response, one of the chefs asked, was the Michelin
Check again, dog.
Chef Thomas
Multiple.
Keller,
What's the one she sent?
the French Laundry.
Same, holy cow, keeps going back. Me too, 22 hours ago. They followed me, I blocked them.
Year after year after
No,
year.
thanks to that. 1 in 10.
Yeah,
Someone
and
said
he
500 ago. We're at 500. We're at 500. Well, we were. There are 10 of them. Psych.
Savory response.
Just black. I'm taking over the internet.
It's got a proper smoke to it. It's meant to be snacked upon as well as an amuse, which is short for amuse-bouche.
Amuse-bouche.
An app, a soup, a salad, an
Judy
entree,
York.
even dessert is so good.
Okay, I like this one. 22 minutes ago. I think I'm well over 150 black. What is this? I've seen dozens of his accounts as well. It has to be some kind of bot for it. No.
I think it's fantastic as well.
I blocked him a few days ago. Oh, okay. Try again. This person with disabilities. Well, you got something else now. It's a follow, girl. It's like,
if you want to give it a try, but
gotcha.
Some pretty,
all right.
That's a pretty good response.
Gary's all proud of it, and it just happened. You know what? You might have to do it again, dog. Ben, I got Ben. Where's your girl? Where's your girl? Oh, baby.
crispy. Everybody
All
likes
right, here we go. 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 How long until she blinds you? How long? 1,000, 2
I just like not only the taste,
1,000,
A nice lip brasher, do you?
well, yeah, the lint is a big part of my life, so we're not a
11,
problem.
12,
Does that make sense, or is it? No, I think
13,
everybody has their own.
16,000,
I like
17,000.
different bacon for different uses. There are some bacon that I use with I'll use for an appetizer that I want crisp. I want it to have a crunch to it, and I go thinner. If I'm making a sandwich, I might go one way or the other. Sometimes I like a thicker bacon if it's in a club sandwich, but if I'm making an actual bacon sandwich, I might like it a little thinner so I can layer it and get more crunch and that crispy fattiness that is great. But this is definitely one that should be on your list.
Did you get him? Did you get him?
You'd be curious about bacon.
All right, let's move on.
Right.
And I want to finish
Did you get Jen?
With
524.
New Orleans style wings and different styles. For example, certain barbecue styles just explode around the world. This I didn't even know this.
You got her?
New Orleans style wings, for some reason, have really taken off
everywhere. And they're believed. Here's the funny thing. You know this from traveling. You go to a Chinese restaurant here in Los Angeles or in America, anywhere, you're going to get, orange chicken and things like that. You go to China, they don't have those things. They're an American concoction. The funny thing about this, there is no New Orleans style wings. Certainly not New Orleans. So what has happened is the Kentucky Fried Chicken out there in Beijing has created this so-called New Orleans style wing, and it blew up there in China, and now it's starting to pop up in other places. So it's the reverse of what we typically see here in the States, which is us inventing something like the fortune cookie that you're not going to find anywhere in China.
Right.
And so this is a concoction of China, and that doesn't really exist here. And it's just a combination of the spices and the like.
Case in point, China, and then it explodes from there. The Kentucky Fried Chicken never existed in China. And it became the first American fast food restaurant product that was introduced. It has, every single little town in China. It is just so hugely popular. And maybe it's because when you eat a thigh or you eat a wing, it still has feathers in it. There's something about China, and I've never understood that. By the way,
I will say that, the Hawaiian pizza, the so-called Hawaiian pizza, that came out of Canada, and Swedish meatballs, they actually came from Turkey. So it's one of those things that it gets this name,
and it just
we
explodes
assume
all
that
over
it's
the world.
origin. Like the German chocolate cake, a lot of people think that comes from Germany. It's not. It was the last name of the guy who created the cake. He's an American.
And the Sacher torte, which is famous all over the world, do you know what it has to do with Vienna? It came out of the Sacher Hotel in Vienna. So that connection is real. By the way, do you know what they call food in China? Chinese food.
Food?
Yeah, exactly. You don't order Chinese food in China because they have no idea what the hell you're talking about. That's true. Also, burgers didn't exist in China until McDonald's went to China.
Of course. A lot of these things, have traveled the world, and then they become popular in another place, and then all of a sudden, everyone's eating them.
You and I have eaten McDonald's at various places, and I've been the one in Beijing, for example, and you have, the menu, the Big Mac, etc., and underneath is literally they say on the menu, we're having a contest. If you can name the meat we're putting into the burgers, then you win a free order of fries.
The worst McDonald's, Brazil. They had some sauce. It was horrible. The best McDonald's I've ever been to, Jerusalem. Go figure.
Go figure.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, their burgers were bigger, thicker patties, more voluptuous.
Yeah, and it's it's the Israeli the franchise, McDonald'sburg. Okay.
Oh boy.
All right, we're done, guys.
It's pretty funny.
Thank you for that.
I don't want to, but I'm going to.
All right, coming up, it's a recap of what happened around the world and the United States.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
It's the group's second march since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hello. Hi. We're really tired today. We are. You guys, we still have young kids. I had one that just could not fall asleep last night. I just had insomnia last night. Oh, that's rough. So we're two very unrested people. And yet I'm very excited about today's episode, the delivery part 1. This is huge. That's what she said. Before we get into this, can I just say congratulations to Sam, Cassie, Jenna, and myself? Because we won a Webby. We did.
Yes.
Yes. Congratulations, you guys. And thank you so much for voting for us. We love you guys. We love doing this. And we just wanted to start off with a thank you. Well, I think that's a great way to start. Angela has also started her day, even though you're tired, wearing your Bassmaster merch. You're all dressed to exercise. And I'm so impressed. Because, I mean, I don't exercise on days when I don't sleep well. I thought if I wore, like, sporty stuff, there might be a chance I'd be sporty. And I love rocking my Bassmaster hoodie, guys. It's really cute. Bassmaster is doing some good merch. Shout out to the Bassmaster merch. Shout them out. All right. Today is Season 6, Episode 17, written by Daniel Chun and directed by Seth Gordon.
What?
I'm going to give you a summary. Do it. Pam has gone into labor at work. I'm sorry, I need a lamp. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't have a lamp and I can't really see, so I'm going to drag one over 1 second. Okay, no problem. Tired eyes need a lamp. You know what? I stumbled on the summary, so I'm going to give it another shot. Maybe give it another shot and now I can see. Well, now I'm jealous of all your light. You want me to drag a lamp over for you?
Jenna, you can have a lamp.
You know what? Everybody gets a lamp. Cassie, you want a lamp?
I can only hear that in the Oprah voice. She's like, you get a lamp.
You get a lamp and you get a lamp. All right. I just want to say you made fun of me when we were writing our book. You made fun of me when I was cleaning out my garage and I had all those old lamps saved. Who wants a lamp now? Who wants a working lamp with a little rewiring? All those lamps are good lamps. Here's my question. You asked me when I'm going to use all the baskets I hoard. But when are you going to rewire a lamp, lady? When's that happening? I think you should know that in my retirement, I'm going to become a lamp rewiring expert. Oh, I can't wait for our garage sales when we're old ladies with our rewired lamps and our baskets. All right, let's take another stab at the summary, shall we? Let's do it. All right. Pam has gone into labor at work, and she doesn't want to check into the hospital until after midnight because their health insurance only covers a 2-night stay. Meanwhile, Dwight hatches a plan to have his own baby so he can be a more competitive salesperson. That's what's happening. It's a lot happening. Fast fact number 1. This episode originally aired on March 4th, 2010. And, you know, this episode is 2 parts. There's a part 1 and a part 2. They were both aired together as a 1-hour special. It was later separated into 2 episodes, which was done for syndication, because syndication only takes half-hour episodes. Each of these parts were actually written and directed by completely different teams. So part 1 was written by Danny Chun and directed by Seth Gordon. That's what we're talking about today. And part 2 was written by Charlie Grandy and directed by Harold Ramis. And while they were separate episodes, they did all kind of consult on the whole thing. Yeah, you know, there is a DVD commentary for this episode, and on it are you, Greg Daniels, The writers of part 1 and 2, Danny Chun and Charlie Grandy, and the
Nick.
director of the
Oh, Nick.
first
That's
delivery,
that guy.
Seth Gordon. And Jenna,
And he's like,
right
no,
out of the
now
gate
I
on the
got 10
DVD
of them.
commentary, the very first thing said was Greg asking you what it was like to wear the fake pregnancy belly and if you were happy to be rid of it. Oh, what did I say? You had a lot to say. A lot that you've shared here about how uncomfortable it was and how long it took you to go pee and change clothes. But it just cracked me up that
I
the
like
first
this one.
thing talked about on the
Yeah, the
delivery
thing
was your fake
that's
belly.
funny how
Well,
chicken
in this
fries
episode, I have on the largest of all the bellies because this is her birthing day. And it was the most uncomfortable. But I have to say, I don't know if I mentioned this on the commentary, I continued to wear a belly for several episodes after this because in real life, a woman's belly doesn't just like shrink back to normal after they have a baby. So after Pam has her baby, I continued to wear like belly B for a while. You know, Angela Martin did not. I know. We'll get there. We'll get there. There's also some great deleted scenes that didn't make it in and some scenes that are in the shooting draft. I'm going to sprinkle those throughout the episode. Oh, great. Fast fact number 2 is a fan question from Dana in Clarksville, Tennessee. Why on earth does Pam choose to have all her major life events in the office? She came to work before her wedding, she came to work before art school, and now she is choosing to fully labor at work instead of in the comfort of her own home. Is the Dunder Mifflin paid time off policy that bad? This is a hilarious question. I love it. Yeah. I love that she's like, Pam, what is up? Dana, I hear you. We talked about why did Holly come to work before she moved to Nashua? I know. She came to work for 30 minutes in her work clothes and then got into a giant truck and drove to Nashua. Why? Well, writer Danny Chun addresses this question in an interview that he did for OfficeTelly.com shortly after this episode aired. OfficeTelly.com has great interviews with cast and crew members, like immediately with cast and crew members that are just terrific. You all should check them out. Danny said that the biggest challenges in making this episode were, number 1, making a baby episode that didn't feel like a retread of every other sitcom baby episode. And number 2, making a baby episode for a workplace comedy, because that's what we are. Oh, that's so true. Yeah, he said ultimately problem number 2 helped with problem number 1, because one thing you haven't seen a lot of is people laboring in their workplace. It's true. So, yeah, you know, I'm sitting here trying to think of shows that we watched growing up, and did anyone go into labor and spend their day of labor at work? And I can't think of one, so this does feel really unique. I think they figured it out. Yeah. Well, fast fact number 3 is a question from Evelyn in Michigan, who wanted to know, Jenna, had you ever been pregnant before this episode filmed? And if not, how did you prepare for the part? She also wants to know, do I ever look back at the scenes now that I do have kids and think about maybe parts of my performance that I would have added or taken away now that I know what real labor is like? And do I think the acting would have been easier if I had been through it? All right, I'm going to unpack this, Evelyn. So first of all, no, I did not have kids in real life. I had not been pregnant before when I filmed this episode. So after I got the script and I realized I would be doing a lot of laboring, I wanted to know, what does that look like? So I watched a ton of YouTube videos. This is just, I have to say, an actor's dream. So actual videos of people like going into labor, like maybe their spouse filmed them or something on YouTube. Yeah, and they have like baby stories of, you know, documentaries of the labor process from contraction to having a baby. Wow. So I just watched a lot of stuff about what happens to you when you're in labor and what it really looks like. You know, that's really cool. Yeah. But I have to say, I was really confused by Pam's choice to not go to the hospital. I understood the logic behind why she wasn't going, but I did go to the writers and say, I just am not understanding why a woman would put off going to the hospital for so long, especially with her first pregnancy. Yes. And one of the writers told me that their friend actually did this. That she put off going to the hospital. It was not because of like an HMO issue, but because she was afraid to give birth. So she was like in denial. Her family was like, you are going to give birth. Like it is happening. And she was like, no, I think I'm good. I think I'm fine. And they had to like really like talk her into the reality of her situation. Ultimately, we find out that's why Pam's not going. You know, we'll get there. But that gave me something to hold on to, that this wasn't just in Pam's mind. This wasn't just about an HMO thing. This was a little bit of like denial. Right. And she was sort of cloaking it with the HMO. Yes. Well, Greg shared on the commentary that he was a big champion of this HMO storyline. He said that he and Danny double-checked if it's true that if you wait until after midnight and you check into a hospital that you get more time covered by your insurance. That is true. Greg also said it was a consideration he and his wife were making with their first child. Oh, it's a real thing. I mean, I don't know if folks are listening here that live outside of the United States, but you always are thinking, okay, what does my insurance cover? Right? Yeah, and we actually got a lot of mail from people outside of the United States who were slightly confused by this storyline. You know, a lot of our listeners in the UK, they don't have this consideration. People wrote in and said, in my country, you go to the hospital or the doctor when you need it, and it's free, and we're a little confused by this storyline. And I have to say, I did live in London for like almost a year, and I worked there, and I experienced their healthcare system. Wow. It's a real big relief. I remember we went to the emergency room with our daughter. Oh no, immediately my first thought is emergency rooms are so expensive. But you know, I was there on a work visa, so I was paying taxes, and I had registered to be part of the healthcare system, but we had only just arrived and I hadn't gotten a doctor yet. So we went to the emergency room and they fixed her up and they gave us a prescription as we were leaving. I said, what do I owe you? And they said, nothing. And I said, oh, are you going to bill me? And they said, what are you talking about? And I said, what are you talking about? And they said, no, you just leave now. I asked them like 5 times. I was like, I am confused. I just leave with the medicine. How much is the medicine? The medicine is free. And I was like, do you need me to fill something out? They're like, no, just go and be well, was what they said. And that happened every time I went to the doctor there. Wow. It was $0 and zero stress. And anytime anything went wrong, the only thing we had to worry about was getting well. Wow. So, yes, I see why the mail from other places, you know, that their tension in this episode is like an unrelatable concept. Yeah. Wow. Well, that's amazing. I know, right? Danny also shared that his dad in real life is a pediatrician. And he said it was really cool because he got to ask his dad a lot of questions and get his advice in writing this episode. Oh, well, I remember that. I remember that his dad was a pediatrician. That's so fun, I think, for him, you know, like, because how many times do those worlds cross? Yes. And then Jenna on the commentary, like everyone that had kids sort of shared a little, like Charlie shared that he has 3 kids. And Seth shared that he and his wife were expecting a baby and their due date was the week after we filmed this episode. Oh my gosh! Yeah. So he had his phone on the whole time. I mean, just in case. So he was filming a woman faking labor and his wife might go into labor at any time. Yes. Oh my goodness. Well, I remember all that, Angela. I remember all of the people on set who had kids began sharing all their stories, all of their birthing stories. It was amazing. John and I were eating it up. We were just going around and being like, tell us everything, because neither one of us had kids yet. Well, lady, that's all I got for Fast Facts. Before we take a break and get into this episode, I just have to point out something, which is how amazing you and John are in this episode. You guys are amazing. I hadn't seen this episode for years, and I was watching it as a fan of Jim and Pam, but at the same time thinking, holy crap, my best friend is crushing it. Lady, thank you so much.
Yeah, just really phenomenal performances by the two of you. Just amazing.
Well, let me say this. When I was watching this episode, I got very excited because DeAngela is back. Oh my gosh. I almost like leapt out of my seat. I was so excited. I can't wait to talk about it.
All right, well, we'll take a break. And when we come back, we have some awkward love and some sweet love to discuss.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
This episode opens up with Pam making some sales calls. She wants to kind of tie up loose ends before she takes her maternity leave. And as a result, she's explaining this to her clients, and they're putting in orders.
Aside from
they're so happy for her that she's having a baby. Dwight is
whatever,
furious.
no, not glitter
She's
factory.
using her baby to get
What's the
sales.
other one?
Yeah, Dwight decides, well, he's going to use his personal life to increase his sales, but it doesn't go well, no. Because he's talking about, Mose has, gets an infection. Yeah, no one is ordering extra paper, no. So he has a talking head where he says he needs a baby, or else he'll never outperform Pam and Jim.
And he also says he has a gaping hole in his life, and he sometimes wakes up cradling like a large gourd. I think Dwight wants a baby. Why are there gourds just hanging around his bedroom? Good question. Well, guess what? This was not the cold open in the shooting draft. The shooting draft had an elaborate Jim prank on Dwight.
Really?
Yeah, it's sort of like a Wile E. Coyote. Okay, kind of prank. Listen to what it said in the shooting draft. Dwight enters for the day and stops cold. A box of donuts sits on the reception desk. Below it is a crude wooden trapdoor on the floor, and a large lever sits next to Jim's desk. Dwight says, "Oh, Jim, this is sad. I thought you had moved on as a human." He says, "You know, obviously I'm not dumb enough to fall for a fake trapdoor." Jim's like, "It's not fake." Dwight goes over and jumps on the trapdoor, and nothing happens. And he sort of scoffs at Jim like, "Ha, see?" He walks over to his desk, and there's a piece of floss tied to the lever going up to the ceiling above the trapdoor. And then Dwight's like, "Oh, what am I supposed to do? Pull on this and something's going to fall on my head?" And as he's saying this, Jim has a pie ready to throw in Dwight's face. But he's like so slow doing it. Dwight's like, "What are you doing?" None of this pays off for Jim. All of his hard work, making the fake trapdoor, doing the string and the lever,
3
all
minutes.
because he wanted to surprise him with the pie. But Dwight is
ViralRabbi,
like, "Jim, you're holding a pie."
Followers list.
And then Jim has a talking head
dude,
that's
get a new
like,
one. Get a new one, Yosh. Dude, it's like we're fishing. It's like, yeah.
But, you know, I got a kid coming. Obviously, there's no excuses. This used to come so easy.
Really?
Aw, I
Yoshi's
know.
like, just
But
like
this
fishing.
prank is so elaborate. Like, so much went into it. And it
Hello,
didn't
Blue
work,
Crew.
which
Blue
I thought
Stone
was sort
Threads.
of
What's Blue
interesting
Crew?
because
Is that
Jim's pranks
Democrats?
always work.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There
Well, I
are
feel like I
a
remember
ton
shooting
more
this.
too to
We
begin
did.
with.
It's in the deleted
How many
scenes.
people?
Oh, so
They're
people can see
getting
it.
out
They
the
can
word
see it.
about me.
You gotta go see this
There are a ton more
trapdoor.
to begin with.
Well,
Mara, if you
this
change the number
episode is going
some
to
of our lovely
open
blue terror following
with
this
Kevin
person,
and Pam
your
in the
followers.
kitchen.
Stay
I
safe.
loved this storyline. I feel like this was on a card on the wall.
ViralRabbi
Like
11
Kevin
followers
and Pam
versus following. Oh my
dying
lord.
together. We find
No,
out that
it's
Kevin
not.
knows a lot about food. He's
Oh, the
cooked his
followers
way
of
through
that.
the Julia
Maybe.
Child's
Who
cookbook,
knows?
and now he's
Like
halfway
everyone.
through the Twilight
Hey,
cookbook.
dog.
Like Twilight
Hey.
the movie.
There you
Yeah,
go.
and it's a
Thanks
real
for the heads
thing.
up,
No,
Mr.
it is
PP.
not.
It is a real cookbook called Love at First
Engineer,
Bite,
Mom of
the
two.
unofficial Twilight cookbook
But
by
your
Gina
name is
Myers.
Mr.
Wait a second. Vampires don't eat. How can they have a cookbook?
Well, here's what it says. Beautiful Bella Swan will be serving up some scrumptious delights to satisfy even the pickiest Puritan vegetarian vampires. Intertwined in the pages of
Fuck
Love at First
everybody.
Bite, you will find
How
Belle's
many Rabbi
lasagna,
Rothschild?
Harry's
Oh, no.
famous fish
I
fry,
love this one.
blushing Bella punch,
Wait,
and I
what's this
dare
guy
you to
say?
eat Pizza
His thing is so
Edward,
funny to me.
just to name a
So I
few.
guess blocking this
All I
guy
can
forever
think about
now.
is vampires eating
Whoops.
people.
This is the west side.
Well,
So I guess
I
Twitter
hear
is
you.
just blocking this
I
guy
think
forever
your
now.
beet vodka should be in the vampire cookbook because it looks like
Oh, dude, send him a
blood.
thing.
You did keep saying that.
I know.
Send him
Well,
a
the
message.
cookbook author Gina
Yo.
Myers has done several unique themed cookbooks.
Like, has she done another movie franchise? Like, is it like the Fast and the Furious cookbook?
She did one for the television show Bewitched.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, the magic of Bewitched trivia and the magic of Bewitched cookbook.
What is this?
She's
I was going
also,
to
by the way,
retweet.
the proud winner of the prestigious Gourmand International Cookbook
ViralRabbi.
Award in
How many
2012
Rabbi
for her
Rothschilds are there?
fundraising cookbook,
Every
Hope
day I
for
hear
Haiti.
starts with me blocking another Rabbi
Love
Rothschild
that.
account.
I will tell you, Brian and I delighted in doing these scenes.
We have
They
a
were
gazillion
so
Rabbi
fun.
Rothschild
We love
followers, not
second
bots at all.
breakfast, lunch, second
No,
lunch,
it's not.
first dinner. We love Ultra Feast. We love all of it.
Ultra Feast.
By the way, speaking of cookbooks, you know, Brian Baumgartner has a
anyone else
cookbook
getting
coming
a
out in
sudden
September called Seriously
dramatic
Good
increase
Chili
in the number of
Cookbook.
Rabbi
As
Rothschild
he
accounts trying to
should,
find?
right?
Right? If
Word
anyone's going to
dog.
have a chili cookbook, it best be Brian.
So look for
Hey,
that.
Miss Lily Millie
I
Joe.
have the background catch.
Oh,
Heads up.
At 1 minute, 38 seconds, did you
Boy,
notice
slide for the
that
win.
behind Kevin, someone opens the refrigerator door and then closes it, but you never see who is there? I didn't notice.
That's
I
not
thought
fair.
that was odd. I thought,
How about
why
Zelda?
would they frame up Jenna
Bots
and Brian
two.
in a two-shot when the scene's just about them,
That's
and then
two.
let someone open the refrigerator door into Brian's back. Who did it?
Are they creating
Well,
like a
I went to
thing?
the shooting draft, but it's
Bots
also in the
12.
deleted scenes.
Same bot.
It was Meredith. Meredith
I
interrupts
think
them
so.
and says,
I
"Hey,
think that
Pam,
they're
do you remember
literally
if
like
you're having a
writing
boy or
down
girl?"
so people can just
Pam
go and
says,
block them all.
with some sass, "I kind of recall choosing not to find out."
Really? Yeah.
Meredith says, "Aren't you special?" Which really made me laugh because when I was pregnant, I had that moment where I was like, maybe I won't find out the sex. I'll let it be a surprise. And I remember saying to my mom, Mom, we're thinking about having it be a surprise. And she goes, well, why? Life is full of surprises. You don't need this one. She was so annoyed because she wanted to buy baby outfits. She was making a quilt. She needed to know. Yeah, but it did crack me up. Meredith goes on to say, well, if it is a boy, I met a guy at paintball who is a circumcision artist. Oh, yeah. And Meredith says, if you say my name, I get $25 and I'll give you $5. Oh, to which Pam says, thanks, but we already have a paintball circumcision guy. But that's why the fridge opens and shuts behind Kevin's back in this scene.
Good detective work. I like it. Well, listen, you know, Michael is very excited about Pam's contraptions.
Oh, her contraptions are really making his day. Well, I have another background catch. Oh, I know, 2 back-to-back. Lady, I'm on a roll. Did you notice at 2 minutes, 47 seconds that Stanley is not at his desk? No, I didn't. Pam is having contraptions. Michael wants her to go to the hospital. Everyone's weighing in. Where's Stanley? Where is Stanley? I will tell you.
Oh, me
I
following you,
went to
dog?
the shooting draft. And also in deleted scenes. This was a much bigger scene. And there was a lot of Stanley and Meredith sass.
Got you.
Jim says, guys, it's
She
not
be
baby
like, why
time.
are you following
Stanley
me?
says,
Annie
it
B.
is, however,
Annie
baby
B.
Ruth time.
Hey, Rabbi, why are you
And then he
following
mutters
me?
under his breath,
Annie B.
pregnant
Annie B.
coworker, let's all
Rabbi,
drop
why you
everything.
following me?
Jeez,
Annie B.
Stanley.
Annie B.
And he
Rabbi,
gets up
please
and he
first
goes to the break
follow
room
me.
to get his baby Ruth. And that's why Stanley isn't here the whole time. And this also starts a Meredith runner that got cut. She is wearing brand new high top sneakers.
Oh, this was her storyline? This episode was her new high tops?
And she says, all I know is I haven't gotten one comment about my new high tops.
Meredith, I mean, you wore them on the day that Pam is having contraptions at the office.
I know. You know? Meredith and Stanley are like, I'm out. I'm out.
They're very annoyed. Everyone seems a little annoyed by all of the attention that is going Pam's way.
Except Kelly, who seems just worried.
Well, Kelly is looking up pictures on her computer about, I guess, labor and delivery. That was a fakey website that she's looking at. Our graphics designer, Henry Sane, made that website.
Okay,
She says, during labor, they take your insides out, and sometimes epidurals don't work, and sometimes you poop yourself.
Oh my gosh.
She's learning a lot. So Kelly is like halfway right here. According to Baby Center, in most C-sections, the bladder and intestines are moved aside so that your OBGYN can get them out of the way, and then they kind of lift the uterus out a little bit. But the organs are never like completely removed from your body, as Kelly kind of suggests. But she is right that a lot of times during vaginal labor especially, you poop yourself. You poop. You poop while you're pushing. And that happens, and that's life, and that's bringing life into the world, and it's okay.
It is okay. Just another reason I couldn't be an OBGYN is because I'd be afraid I'd move an organ the wrong way.
But you wouldn't, because you've gone to school.
Oh, that's true.
You studied, right? You right now, with your
Just
current
wish.
knowledge of intestines, could not do it,
But
OBGYN.
if I had gone to school,
You could do it.
I could do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, there were more talking heads during this big group scene that got deleted. They're on the DVD. First one starts a great Creed runner, Jenna. Some of it is in deleted scenes, some of it is in the shooting draft. I've got to share it. Creed is going to tell you how Pam's birth is affecting him. Let's hear it.
Pam may be about to give birth. If I understand anything about the cycle, and I do, that means somebody dies. I think we all know whose number is up.
Wasn't it always the case that
Time to get my affairs in order.
amount of time?
So wish me luck, my friends,
Nobody can
as I go gently into that good night.
person that did it
Oh my gosh, Creed thinks it's like a literal one-to-one. He does, and he's going to spend the rest of the episode getting his affairs in order. I'm going to share a few of those moments. And Michael shares what his role is in Pam's birth. I'm scared.
My role in the birth of this child is that of the boss. Within that, there is none of the pain
That's 12, same.
as associated with the mother's role. There is none of the responsibility which is associated with the father's role.
How many cultures you support? Please do something about those
But in many
situations.
cultures, the boss really plays no role at all in childbirth.
So his role is
How
the
many
boss, but
accounts
as
does
he
this
starts to
person
talk it
have?
out, that role really plays no role.
Oh, they got a
Sort of made me laugh.
discussion about me now. How long ago was
You know, I
this? How long
suppose
ago was this, dog?
his role could be
How
to
long
let
ago? It was
Pam
an
go
hour
home
ago.
and have a paid day off. That could be his role. That could be. He'd have to check with Joe Bennett.
I black
But
at
then I
least
guess
2 a
also
day.
then
Plus
he couldn't
countless
be there
events.
for it, which is
Okay.
ultimately more important
She
to
blacks
him.
at least 2
Yeah.
a day, so that's
Yeah.
2. Countless events.
Well, now
You would
we
think they
have
had algorithms.
the
Stop.
moment I did not know I needed so much.
So everybody would
Dwight
do that.
and Angela
We're reading
in the
them.
break room.
Well, what did
Once
the
again,
info
not
for?
speaking face to face,
Far
not
too
looking
many
at one
people think,
another.
but when you fire
Dwight has
all
a
your stuff,
proposal.
this is what we get.
Does.
And
He
what's
starts
the
out
about the
right out of the
What
gate
does
with
he say?
"Bear my child." Yeah, and Angela's like,
Exactly.
"Excuse
X
me."
needs a 19
She
to
says,
take
"Excuse
care,
me," but
take out
she's
the trash.
immediately like,
It's
like,
purely by
"Oh,
design.
oh,
That's
excuse
not
me."
put out there.
In the
I'm
shooting
a
draft,
Saudi
there were
operative,
2
baby.
lines that preceded
His main
Dwight
account
saying,
has been
"Bear my
suspended.
child," that got cut. But I wanted to read them to
Has
you.
it?
Dwight is looking at the vending machine. He says, there's a new flavor of hers chips, barbecue. Angela says, ugh, I must have missed the memo where Scranton is now Kansas City.
Really? Because I'm going to be sad if
And then
that's
there's
true.
a long pause, and Dwight says, "Bear my child." Amazing. At 4 minutes, 6 seconds, I don't know if you noticed,
Oh,
but
no,
I am
it is.
holding my yogurt in my mouth.
They got me.
What? Yeah. So I'm eating yogurt in this scene. Yeah. And when Dwight says, if you agree, say nothing. If you disagree, say anything. I just sort of made the choice to hold what I was eating in my mouth. Oh, I know it's really dorky. These are things you remember, though. And when I watched it, I was like, I like that I did that. It's funny you mentioned that because the detail that I noticed was that for the beginning of the scene, I couldn't see that you had a yogurt cup. I just saw that you had a bowl of grapes and a spoon in your hand. And I wrote down, is she eating grapes with a spoon? And then at the end of the scene, I see you scoop the yogurt. And I was like, oh, it's yogurt. Yeah. Angela's eating a lot in this episode. She eats later down in the warehouse. I don't know. I guess we just thought Angela should be eating all day today. Maybe you were just hungry this week. Maybe in real life, I was like, can I have a snack? Can I eat during this scene? Yeah. Well, you know, Pam's contractions, they're getting closer together. And Jim would really like to go to the hospital now. But Pam says, I'm good. We're going to go when they're 5 minutes apart. That's what the doctor said. And Jim said it was 5 to 7 minutes. 5 to 7. We said 7. Jim's freaking out. He's starting to freak out. It's going to get worse for him as Pam also freaks out in her own way. This is sort of a fun thing they talked about on the commentary about how Jim and Pam are normally the rational thinking people in the office while everyone else is spiraling out. But in this episode, it's the reverse. Literally, everyone is like, you guys go to the hospital. And Pam's like, nope. And it's really funny to see that flip. I love John in this episode. And I love him in the next part 2 as well. He's so funny. I mean, this is John at his romantic comedy best. He's so funny, but then he also completely made me tear up. Yeah, I know. That's how he gets you. Yeah, that's the Krasinski special right there. Andy wants to offer this advice to the new parents to not get hung up on baby names. You know, he says he did not have the name Andy until the age of 6. That before that, he was Walter Jr., but then when his brother was born, they felt his brother better exemplified the name Walter Jr., so they renamed him Andrew. He was Walter until he was 6 years old?
Yeah, and then they renamed him Andrew.
That's bonkers.
And his younger brother is Walter Jr. now.
They did share on the commentary that they delight in just giving Andy so much backstory. Like, we constantly learn new things about Andy.
Well, we had multiple people write in with this fan catch, which is that during the Goodbye Toby episode, before he proposes to Angela, he actually calls his father Andrew Bernard.
So he'd be Andrew Jr.
Yeah. But here, his dad's name was Walter, and his brother is Walter Jr. So their delight in creating backstory for Andy also included sort of ignoring the show Bible from time to time.
Well, Andy's conversation about baby names, Pam says, was actually a nice distraction.
She welcomes it. Yeah, it's helping her not think about her labor.
Well, that's all Michael needs to hear. Oh, yeah. He's like, conference room. Jenna, this is an act break.
Yeah, once again,
a call to the conference room, like what Mindy talked about.
I think we should take an act break, and we will be back to discuss what happens in that conference room.
So much happens.
Well, from my perspective,
everyone's in the conference room, and I'm going to kick this off with a fan question. From Kelsey C. in Panama City Beach, Florida, and Julie A. from Hudson, Wisconsin, they would like to know, is there a reason that almost everyone is wearing blue in this episode? No. But Kelsey and Julie, I want you to know that this is something that was noticed by fans even when this episode aired. There was a whole forum on OfficeTally.com all about it. Writer Danny Chun said he has no idea why this happened. But when I saw us all gathered in the conference room, I noticed the same thing. It's the blue episode.
Sometimes that happens. We had the purple episode.
Good catch.
Michael is going to open up the floor to ideas on how to keep Pam distracted. Do you notice who leaves really quickly?
Stanley,
then Oscar and Angela.
Well, Phyllis offers to apply lipstick a la Molly Ringwald in Breakfast Club.
Like when you tuck it in your bra?
Yeah. Do new viewers get that reference when they watch this?
Oh, man. What a classic. I would have loved to see Phyllis do that. But no one takes her up on it.
No.
So Andy volunteers to do the evolution of dance in complete silence. He has to have complete silence.
How did they get there?
So the evolution of dance is a real thing. It was a YouTube video created by Judson Lipley. It is a 6-minute video.
There's a
and in the video, Judson does a few seconds of dance moves from throughout the 20th century. It starts with the twist, he gets the worm in there, he does the cabbage patch. It's like little dance crazes through the years.
It's the evolution of dance.
It is. So this video was a huge sensation. It was actually the first YouTube video to reach 100 million views.
Wow.
It held the Guinness World Record for most liked video for 3 years. It currently has 310 million views. I watched it in preparation for this episode. I had a smile on my face the whole time. It's so freaking charming.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you gotta watch it. I was so tickled.
And they could not wait to dig into
Just change your thing to say follow ViralRabbi on YouTube.
In the beginning. It was very entertaining.
And it's interesting because, you know, he got some pushback after he said a lot of this stuff was, he used the word fake news.
He did.
He said a lot of this crime reporting stuff that was fake news. And I personally don't think that was a good move on his part to say that, because it just dismissed everything. He didn't do that yesterday, but he did double down saying that his reforms are working. For the last year, and this is a quote, he had seen crime coming down, not only in our community, but we're seeing crime going down nationwide at the same time that we've continued with those reform efforts.
Right. And when it came to the questioning, one of the questions that was launched by the moderators Alex Michelson, who we'll have on at 11:30, was one of the moderators from LA Magazine. He's on The Issue Is. We'll talk to him at 11:30 more about this. But one of the questions that was asked was, give one word that explains or encompasses your candidacy, your platform. Gaston said, safety. And you could hear an audible kind of murmur, kind of a chuckle. That might have just been me. Safety seems like the last thing that Gaston should be claiming as what his platform represents.
Well, he's fighting for his life. He's going to say something that he doesn't mean because he wants to stay in this office. He probably should have said rehabilitation and reform because that's all that he's ever said.
And he did say that, Jeff. He did say safety for that one question. Gaston did get into talking about rehabilitation and reform and working with community organizations and governmental groups to increase that or this. But his track record is what was really exploited by the candidates. They know because this is their boss. They have the stats. It's not like they were pulling something from nowhere. They were able to outline exact and specific grievances, and Gaston wasn't necessarily always given the time or the opportunity to retort. The moderators really kept it going for the sake of time, and because there were 9 people on stage, you couldn't really spend a lot of time going back and forth. It wasn't an argument as much as it was a presentation.
Those are pretty silly questions, though, too, I have to say.
What's your favorite song? What's your performer?
And who kind of maybe...
Quick, take a picture of that thing.
I mean, that to me is like, it was just too much, it was a little too much flow. I mean, I'm a media geek. I want to get to the topics, but to me, there was way too much fluff. I don't want to hear their favorite color. Right. I don't want to hear their favorite song.
It was very
How do you make this city safe again? Now, I'm not going to go through everybody that was there on the panel. This is this is radio. I'm not going to go all the way through the people that were there, but I will pick out some of these sound bites, Tiffany.
Sure.
Jonathan Itami, he works for the DA's.
Go, ViralRabbi, go.
One of the things that I thought was the better part of the debate was everybody had said that Gaston came into the office and didn't even bother to meet with anybody.
They did say that. I think only one person or 2 people said they had met with him within his first year in the office.
Jonathan Itami, who's running for DA's assistant DA, he said Gaston...
Those people are tight.
3 raised their hands that they met with Gaston after the election. Sadal.
There you go.
And that is Eric Sadal. Said he talked for 4 minutes. He had 0 interest in what I had to say. Craig Mitchell, who's one of those candidates, said it's a disaster. He's a disaster. So only 3 people, and those people said that some of them inside felt that they were terrorists from the day that he showed up. They treated them like a terrorist.
And it's so
all this kind of did bubble up. I did give credit. I know it was an hour and a half debate. It did bubble up, but for me, it took way too long.
There was a lot of.
We should have got past all of the. What's your favorite?
There was a lot of bloviating on at the bookends of this debate, and you didn't really get into the key issues until that second hour, that first full hour, and that's where you got the questions about safety. You got the anecdotal questions about. So, do you feel safer walking the streets? How do you feel overall when it comes to your position here as someone who could mitigate crime? And those are the questions that everyone's asking about the crisis of homelessness. All of these things came up really late into the debate. And if you were only tuning in like people do, maybe for the first half an hour, you're getting that bloviating. And at the end, you're getting the culmination of this with these really mindless questions that have nothing to do with how a person is going to run the district attorney's office. It was frustrating. It was entertaining because you kind of lost sight of it being a debate. It was more like a conversation. And we're there so we can choose the person who is going to uphold the safety of Angelenos. I don't care that your favorite movie was Dune. And for whatever candidate said that their favorite movie was Dune, you just made yourself the least desirable candidate next to Gaston on that stage because Dune was a piece of crap. Why would you say that?
I never even saw that movie.
Don't.
Yeah, it would waste my time. But I think the other thing was kind of brushed aside was victims' rights.
Here we go.
Yeah.
More often, I hear from people.
Are they all ready? Are they all locked and loaded?
Victims that just say that
they are locked.
This DA just does not care about that.
And they are fucking loaded.
Just to wrap this up really quick, in nice little bundles.
Who? Now that one had 57 fucking people. So let's take a look and see what they're saying.
And we do have 12 people running. So what's going to happen is, if one of those 12, very unlikely.
Who is this ViralRabbi? What is it? What do you have to type in to find it? Now that's a good question. Is it Mr. PP?
However,
Sneak in there, Jeff.
he is
The mover.
The incumbent.
he's the incumbent, and he has the bully pulpit, and he could use that and really
Bot
kind of
fire.
start turning the narrative
Bot
around.
fire.
I don't know. I don't think. I just don't
Bot
think there's an
fire.
appetite for it. But
Yeah,
you're
it's-
right. It could-
Okay,
they
so
could-
where was it?
I mean,
Somebody
I was
retweeted
surprised
it.
when Jackie Lacey didn't win, and he did.
Stranger things have happened.
There was a lot of Jackie Lacey's name was mentioned.
Yeah, a lot of defending of Jackie
We
Lacey.
should talk to her and see what she thought of that.
Oh, I can't. I'm sure she can't wait to be on the airwaves here at KFI. When we come back, we're going to get into space talk. Space talk. What's happening with Japan and their space mission. And we're going to talk a little bit about SpaceX. We may even have a few things to say about a new movie that could be connected to what's
They did the
happening
work
with
for me.
the ISS.
He liking all those
Tiffany
ViralRabbi.
Hobbs, that's
Come
Jeff
on,
Vaughn,
block
KFI
everyone.
640,
You can
live
block this
everywhere
one.
on the iHeartRadio app, Gary and Shannon Show. Now to Amy
Okay,
King
but
for
where's the
24 hours, KFI News.
media and the
A
rate
man has
limit?
been fatally shot in Hollywood. Police responded to a call shortly after
No,
1
there's a
morning
new
and
one.
found a car still
Somebody
outside the First
posted
Presbyterian
something
Church.
and
LAPD detective
they
Sam
said that's
Maria
when my
says
main
the
one
man
got.
was found laying in the street.
When the officers arrived, the victim was clearly deceased, so no life-saving measures were attempted.
Police say the man had been shot multiple times. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. 3 people in Irvine have stolen thousands of dollars worth of items from an Ulta. Police say the trio walked into the store earlier this month and stole around $6,000 worth of beauty products.
Reported all your accounts
The
you
stolen
used in
items into
multiple
large
accounts.
bags
You can have
and
multiple
drove
accounts,
away in
not
a
admission
silver
day.
Hyundai Sonata sedan. Police have asked for help in identifying the thieves.
Okay,
and have posted
latest.
photos of them online. The city of Los Angeles has
Go away and
added
quit
more
following.
streets
Was
on the
it
west
this
side to
person?
its overnight
Richard
RV parking
Pickleball?
ban. Venice church pastor John Palka says he backs the ban.
We routinely have to clean up human waste and toilet paper. There's the stench of urine.
This resident in Venice says the updated ban
Anything
approved this
about
week
you?
so
Nothing.
it doesn't get rid of the problem.
So what's going to happen is that the
There
areas
are
where they
too
now
many
have
to
bans,
too many
those
to
people are going to
discuss.
leave there and they're going to come back
No
to
limit,
where they
Texas
know that they can
Hold'em.
be.
Backers
No
of the
limit.
updated
I like
ban say
it.
it will lead
Grandma
more
likes
people
it.
who live in RVs to move into traditional
Somebody
housing.
got me good
Opponents
though.
say housing's too expensive for a lot of people living in RVs.
No, it's
A Russian
latest.
man who arrived at LAX
Where was it?
without
How'd you
the
find
required
it?
travel documents apparently tried to board
No,
flights to Bangkok
unless
and
they
London,
blocked
but was
me,
turned away. A
which
report by
is
Court Watch and
definitely
404 Media says
that one got
officials
you.
in Denmark had seized the man's passports in November
If they
because he
blocked
had
you, there's no way you're gonna be
overstayed
able to
on his
read it.
Israeli passport and didn't have any visas for his Russian passport. He was ordered to stay in the terminal but wandered away. Officials say they think he was able to board a Scandinavian Airlines flight to LAX by hailing another passenger. The man's trial on stowaway charges is set to begin next week. Madonna has been sued by fans who claim she started her concert in Brooklyn more than 2 hours late. The fans brought the suit on Wednesday, saying the Material Girls Celebration Tour show was supposed to start at 8:30. That's what it said on the ticket. But the suit
That's what
claims
the one
Madonna
said,
didn't
too.
take the stage until after 10:45. Fans say they didn't have a lot of public transportation options once they got out of the concert after 1 o'clock. Fans also say it further inconvenienced
I'm
them
not
because they had to
blocking
get
yet.
up
You
early for work
reposted.
the next day.
Fluff
Southland
suit.
weather from KFI, clouds today.
Is it fluff
Highs in the
suit?
mid-60s at the
It was
beaches, Metro
somebody.
LA and Inland
So I
OC.
guess
Low to mid-60s
Twitter's
in the
just
valleys,
blocking
near
this guy
70 for
forever
the
now.
IE, 50s in the Antelope Valley.
That's fucking
Storms roll
hilarious.
in
But
tonight with rain expected after midnight, and then
what's
expected to
it?
be
Does
rain
he
off and
normally
on
get like 20? He
Saturday
got
and
20
Sunday and
likes
Monday
and
with
he
gusty winds
reposted.
at times and even some thunderstorms, especially possible
No,
on
it's
Monday.
not that.
We should dry out and start warming up by Tuesday. It's 49 in Cypress,
Yo, it's
51
good
in
house.
Coffee and
House
Heights.
is good
We've got a
houses.
crash in Elysian Park on the 5. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky.
She knows she.
Well, unfortunately, we got something for everyone here
Okay.
to Elysian Park. Northbound on the 5 at Stadium Way. Left lane's blocked and stopped from about the 10 there.
Oh,
For a
you're
10-minute
doing
wait.
it.
It's going to be a heavy one through Elysian Park on the South 5 as well. Right at the connector at the northbound 2.
Yosh.
That's going to be at the connector road, stop and go from Los Feliz. In Ranch Cucamonga, trouble on the 15 southbound at Baseline. Left lane taken away, slow from the 210. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Peter.
The aches and pains
Am I
of the
ROTHSCHILD?
end of the year are real.
Maybe it's the hard workout to try to overcome
Latest?
the cookie problem we developed,
Or maybe it's hiking through stores to find the right present.
or just the stress of work
I think they
parties
blocked
and
you.
so much family.
Listen, it's time to manage those aches
For
and pains and spend
something.
some time making yourself feel better with Seragem.
The Seragem V6 is a therapeutic
Peaches.
thermal massager for your home. It's not your
Peaches is
grandparents'
blocked.
vibrating recliner.
No, the Seragem V6 provides a customized massage that is tailored to the length and
Your
curvature
temper
of your spine. And
limited.
with 22 massage modes, the Seragem
Wow.
V6 tailors the massage to provide temporary relief
Okay.
of muscle and joint
And
pain,
then they
blood
suspended you.
circulation, and simple relaxation of your muscles.
And all of this comes in the form of a sleek, adjustable piece of furniture that can be placed
Workout
in
is
whatever
something.
room
I
you
know
choose.
that.
You can check out the Seragem V6 and other models
They're on
online
you.
at
Somebody's on you. There's
SeragemUS.com or try before you
Dude,
buy.
there's some
Come to
fucking
Seragem
alarm going
showroom
on.
in West Hollywood.
Experience a
Elon
relaxation
Musk.
and stress relief and get back the vitality and energy you've been expending.
Who's
And get it in your own
Rabbi?
home with Seragem.
Are you famous?
SeragemUS.com.
For official rules
Because-
and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
I bought the new electric BMW iX from Sterling BMW. And if you're looking to buy an electric vehicle, go to Sterling BMW and test drive the new iX. Sterling BMW, they have exceptional offers for BMW financial services.
Did you know one of the worst
Damn
things
it.
you could do
I
is turn on
can't.
your
They
furnace
didn't ban your
and
account. They
sitting there
just
all summer gathering dust
suspicious.
without giving it a thorough tune-up first?
Under
Think about it.
this.
What if your car
They
has been
should say
sitting in the
down
garage
there.
for 6 months without ever running? Any piece of
What?
machinery that's been sitting needs to
I'm
be
like, I don't know who that guy is. He's fucking crazy. Really? I'm like, oh, dude, just. Well, you know anybody else who streams the whole fucking life online? No.
will save you $88 on your energy bills. And we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or will immediately refund your money, no questions asked. Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems. Call Service Champions right now to schedule your furnace tune-up at 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com.
I gotta get in. I gotta see what they were saying. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Your account is suspended. Fuck. Alright. Our life. Is it ViralRabbi?
Tell your Amazon robot speaker thing to send a talk back to KFI.
Send a talk
Yeah,
back to
ROTHSCHILD.
KFI AM 640.
What is this shit?
Your brilliant commentary to us now via your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, send a talk back to KFI AM 640.
Great. That's a wrap.
Music from 1994. Good morning, Los
Yoshi.
Angeles. KFI AM 640 live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, I'm Jeff Vaughn. Tiffany Hobbs in studio as well. This is the Gary and Shannon show.
I
They're
spam
off
back
today, and we'll be back on
account.
Monday. Thank you so much for joining us today. As we take
Latest.
on a number of topics, we've already talked about the
The corded post is unavailable. Why?
which we're going to dive into a little bit
Oh.
more. And we talked a
Oh,
little bit
okay.
about
Is this
the DA
this gotta be it?
debate last night, which we'll talk about coming up.
This is
here
it.
as
This
well.
is it.
And
This is
we're on
it. This is
from
it. This is
9
it.
to 1
This is
o'clock.
it.
Let's
This is
talk
it.
about
This is it.
this. The space.
Retweet
We
it.
got something going
It's
on.
got 28 accounts.
Every Friday
Unlock
on
more.
Gary and Shannon,
Here we
it
go.
is
How many accounts does this person have? I have blocked more than I can count. Please do something with this situation. I block at least 2 every day, plus countless elon. His main account is business, but I've been reporting and blocking too. Yeah, that was very important for me to know.
A great album. What other major things happened in 1994? Madonna dropped an F-bomb on live TV.
You just have to message on Twitter and tell him what's going on with your account, and he will help you fix it. Sample. That's what Sport Team can't do for us. Who's this?
In 1994, sprouted a new gray hair right there, right? And Kurt Cobain, unfortunately, passed away.
Interesting.
1994.
We're probably going to get some Kurt Cobain and some of the music up in music.
I hope so. I sure hope so.
All right. Let's talk about space, y'all. We got something going on up there right now. Japan Space Agency said earlier today its unmanned spacecraft is on the moon. They think. But they
all day long. I have blocked 6. The account changes the numbers. Yeah, you got it. Yes, I hear there may be 500. Thanks for heads up. I found it 10 more too. Yeah, you know, you guys are on to me. This platform is very trustworthy. Wow. I spend more hours blocking bad accounts than I do both. As sad as that sounds. I've blocked 27 so far. Yes, me too, until I corrected Ricky said that I forgot blocking comments from new accounts. That stopped the software accounts or generate every tweet. Great reminder. I blocked 27 so far. Well, make 28, dude.
Not very smart.
Which is the acronym. That's pretty good.
If the numbers at the end of the day read at least word girl. Far too many to keep up with. But when you fire all your stuff, that's what we get. And he wants us to pay him what they go. Exactly. X needs an IT department to take the trash out.
It's actually just called Slim. It's gonna go.
Dude, research. I got dived. One temporarily restricted. I blocked it anyway. One was following me ill. The tweets reference a main account which is suspended. He's got accounts under other takes on the word rabbi, such as ViralRabbi. Oh, hell yeah, dog. When did they post it? Pretty accurate. I sure hope X does something. Well, at least 513, I'd say. This is good. Sounds right. So much for stopping spit. Haha, well, like they're creating it. It's whackable. Word, dog. Repost. So true. I've heard it's in the hundreds. I blocked like that. There are rumors about me. Really? Yeah, I started off by looking for this one. Now, tight. Same situation, Monica. So many. Definitely in the hundreds. And I have blocked also yesterday. He followed me with 10 accounts and I reported to Twitter, but they've done nothing. So many accounts. So many. So many accounts that try to push that account and try to follow. I blocked them all. Moderation at Twitter is a complete joke now. Blah.
A lot of science.
Just a bunch of real.
I counted 44 accounts for that person. I blocked them all. Should have made it 45, girl. That's crazy. It looks like a scammer. No, I'm just trying to bring world peace. Blocked so many of these. Sandy. He followed me. I didn't follow back. Now he unfollowed me. I blocked him anyway. I don't think I unblocked him. I have like 8 so far. How many are there? I think I've blocked over 100 and they still keep showing up again. Hell yeah, girl. I also reported. No response.
Space exploration will be opened up to the common man.
This is how Linda, exclusive playing username using bot pictures for advertising. Hell yeah, dog. I have blocked hundreds of them. Some are very connected to hardcore mega as well. Clearly a bot network. Surprisingly, they have surprised some few have caught on. As soon as I see one, I go through the followers and follow and block others. It feels new with 513. Had only gone to 400 plus before. Wow, Tuck is on to me, dog. You deserve a follow. I have 2 accounts. I worked hard for the takedown.
And also, I gotta tell you, I just don't really think the technology's quite yet there for it to be safe.
It's probably not. And I, you know, at this
This
point in my
is
life,
fucking
whatever
hilarious.
happened, I don't know, but I get
Really?
car sick driving myself.
So funny.
You know, at this point. So
All right, so you need some more accounts.
Very simple things nauseate me. I don't
Do
know
you?
if I'd be able to endure 36 hours
I do.
on an ISS.
I do.
You get going to the ISS. I get car sick driving. How terrible
How do you
is that?
do that then?
I just do it because you have
Just
to drive.
create
I don't
some
know,
more
there's something
accounts.
that happens.
Dog.
Because I can't
Just
do
do it.
roller coasters. I can't.
I used to be able to do all of that. Something changed.
Dog.
Yeah, when I hit 40,
Just
something changed.
create
I don't know. I
more.
don't know if I'd be able to sit on
You don't
that
want to
spacecraft
burn them right
2
now,
hours,
though.
let alone 36.
So both of us, hard no.
Both of us hard.
SpaceX is not going
You're
to
unable to follow them. Why can't you just
go
accept it?
to the moon or to. Although I will tell you now, I have a 12-year-old. He's definitely going to go to the moon.
Yeah.
Sure. He will be. There'll probably be apartments up there and a whole.
Oh,
there'll be a Starbucks there.
There'll be a Starbucks
What
there.
will be the first thing on the moon? McDonald's or Starbucks?
Starbucks and probably, goodness, CVS.
I'm not going until there's an In-N-Out.
And the line will be all the way around the ISS.
Then I'll leave the moon and go to my secret little In-N-Out in Agora Hills.
So you're such an Angelino now. Really quick before we go to break, there's a new movie as well. When you think about all this space exploration, there's a lot of interest, and there's a new movie called ISS, starring Ariana DeBose. And it's a thriller. It's a very high impact, high intensity movie about traveling to the ISS that will be out shortly. So all of this is in conjunction with space exploration. They're trying to get us used to this. They're trying to get us used to this. When we come back, we're going to get into terror in the sky. Terror in
You gotta say it like this: terror
in
the sky.
Terror in the skies. It involves Snoop Dogg. Very, very terrifying.
Terror in the sky.
It's terror in the skies. Jeff Vaughn, Tiffany Hobbs here, KFI AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app, Gary and Shannon Show. Now to Amy King, who's already here, coming in that KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police are looking for more potential victims of a man who they say posed as a Brinks home security employee to steal from elderly people. Investigators say the guy announced in the person store in Carson December 11th had a uniform on and a badge and told the homeowner he was there to install sensors for a home security system, then stole jewelry and credit cards. The freezing cold has killed dozens of people across the U.S., at least 10 of them in Oregon, where ice storms left parts of the state covered in a sheet of ice that still hasn't thawed out. The governor of Oregon has declared a statewide emergency because of the storms. Pre-sale passes go on sale today at 11 for the 2024 Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival. It's being headlined by Lana Del Rey, Doja Cat, No Doubt, and Tyler, the Creator. The festival runs the weekends of April 12th through 14th and 19th through 21st at the Empire Polo Club in Indio. Cloudy with highs in the 60s. Rain's expected to start after midnight. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. We've got a crash in Ontario on the 15th.
Northbound on the 15, right before Arupa. It's going to be off the right shoulder, heavy from the 60. Just a couple of minutes of delay there. Through Elysian Park, two different problems. 1 to 5 north at Stadium Way. The left lane's taken away. Enter Elysian Park to 5 south at the 2 connector. That's going to have you stop and go from Los Feliz. That's only a couple of minutes there, maybe 5. And slow through Van Nuys, 405 south from Sherman Way to the Sepulveda Pass. And it's about sunset there. It's going to be heavy. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
This report is sponsored by the Bard Hall Show at the Long Beach Convention Center.
Outdoor recreation is alive and well at the Bard Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center. Fishing, boating, hunting, travel, off-road, and overland adventure. Hundreds of seminars and a full day of family fun. Don't miss it. Details at hallshows.com.
Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and smoothie ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon. You know, we're always talking about Sweet James accident attorneys for good reason.
Here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident.
So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. And guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries?
Nothing. Zero. Well, he called Sweet James. Not only did they get him the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win.
This is life-changing, isn't it? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorney is going to make all of the difference.
That's why you call a firm known for consistently delivering the top results in the state.
Call
9 million. That's 1-800-9-million.
You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique, and they can't promise an outcome because you have an experienced team by your side.
Don't wait to call because waiting may hurt your case.
Really?
Call Sweet James. 800-9-million. 800-9-million. 800-9-000-000 or go to sweetjames.com.
At Ralph's, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one small click for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralphs.com. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Check out this deal on USDA Choice Boneless Chuck
Are you done?
They're on sale now for just $4.99.
Everybody hates me. They should be like, dude, you're very well known on the internet. I'd be like, not what I want to know. Everybody just bans me.
And it literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest the team at West.
How's this looking?
They've changed the lives of thousands of patients. West Medical works with most PPO insurance to help cover the cost of your weight loss surgery. Call 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for a free consultation. 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. You know what?
Oh, freaking charming. I haven't seen it. Oh, you gotta watch it. I was so tickled. I get why it's so popular. Judson is a professional keynote speaker, and he performs the evolution of dance at the end of every one of his speaking events, still to this day. He's still doing it. Still. So, in the video, it's obviously all set to music, and the music changes for each dance move. It's this amazing, medley of music. But Andy does it in silence. Randy Cordray said he was glad that Andy did it in silence because we would have had to license all those song clips and it would have cost a fortune. And Danny Chun said that Ed watched the Evolution of Dance YouTube video a bunch of times before we shot the scene, and he's really doing the moves from this video. When he goes through the 80s, I was laughing so hard. Our dances were ridiculous. They made no sense. They were so weird.
That would be such a fun workout. If he broke that down and taught it, I would want to learn it.
Oh my gosh, should we try to learn it?
Oh no.
There's some moves we can't do. I mean, I can't do the worm on the floor. It's not happening.
My body doesn't bend in a few different directions. Jenna, do you remember how much we laughed during that? How we could not get through it?
Yes, and it was for a very specific reason. So specific. The sound of the pants. Ed's pants. These khaki pants he had on when he started moving. And also, we were completely silent. Yes. And here's the thing, we did not know that the pants were going to do that. That was not planned. In fact, we got a fan question from Jaden in Bellingham, Washington, who said the rustling of Andy's pants makes this scene 10 times funnier. It really adds to the awkwardness. Did you add these as a sound effect?
No.
That was the sound his pants were making.
I actually have it as an audio clip because I thought it was so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Can you play that?
Yeah, you said 3.7 million viewers because it was originally on YouTube. They posted the app in their manual. The footage is Timothy Gray.
But imagine being only 2 feet away from that. It's happening.
I remember us all laughing and being like, this is so absurd. And he's being so serious about it. Yeah. He has to start over.
Yeah.
Because Pam starts clapping along and making some
throws
music.
him off. A few other people offer their distractions for Pam. Scarfy Ryan is back.
Oh, yeah.
With his glasses and his orange Swatch watch.
He's going to read her a poem.
He is. But Jenna, the scene was much longer. It's in deleted scenes.
Oh, I remember.
Oh my gosh. It's
somebody's knocking.
That's the problem. That's the problem there. It's SpiceJet.
Who named their plane SpiceJet?
It's a SpiceJet. Caused the passenger to be trapped in the bathroom for over an hour on a flight.
Involuntarily. Because you can trap yourself in there for an hour if you want on your own.
You deserve to be trapped in a bathroom if you get on a SpiceJet flight.
flight.
Who takes SpiceJet?
So the man was on his way to India Wednesday when he became trapped in the bathroom because of a broken lock. Poor guy. I mean, I feel bad for him.
How can you not? Okay, listen.
He's going to get his money back. He should definitely get his money back and another free round trip or something.
Jeff, help me with this, because I fail to understand how on an airplane a broken lock could prevent someone from entering a bathroom. That is a safety hazard, and perhaps it speaks to SpiceJet not being a more developed airline, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just kind of surmising here. I could be completely wrong. But shouldn't there be some way to open an airplane bathroom door that's not prevented by a broken lock?
Oh, these things are like closets, you know. I mean, I every time I use the bathroom, I want to get the heck out of there once I'm in there. I don't know. I can't imagine that this is. You can't really break it down because it's too small.
You should be able to pry it open. I just witnessed an elevator tech use a very, very rudimentary crude tool that you could make out of a hanger to pry open an elevator door that was stuck. And he did that. And that's an elevator door. Not saying elevator doors and airplane doors are similar, but come on.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody can do anything about that. I mean, can you imagine, though? I mean, they probably didn't. The flight attendants probably didn't let anybody get out of the seat.
Probably. So now everyone is
sit down over there. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a bad situation with this guy. Passengers on the flight, they were trying to him out. They were trying to make him calm. They were passing his notes to him under the door. Is it soundproof up there?
It must be loud on those SpiceJet planes.
But anyway, he was on there, and I'm with you, Tiffany. I don't understand how come you couldn't get that. Get a couple guys in there to bust it down.
How is it
if you're inside, I don't know, there's just enough. I would think that you could get leverage against the wall and try to kick it in. But you're in a bathroom. I mean, that's for you.
The claustrophobia. Yeah. The claustrophobia. And if there was any sort of unstable air, can you imagine? You're in a bathroom.
It says throughout the journey, our crew provided assistance and guidance to the passengers.
They were
Sit down, sir. Don't.
It'll be okay.
What's the guidance that you give to somebody stuck in the bathroom?
Don't use it. Just stay where you're at.
You might as well use the bathroom while you're there.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, get this though. Upon arrival, so they landed on the ground, an engineer opened up the door. Passenger received immediate medical support, so hopefully he wasn't injured. I mean, during the landing, you're not strapped in, so hopefully he's okay.
Right.
SpiceJet is the first sign that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Like that.
Fuselage doors popping off. You have bathrooms being locked, and terror in the skies.
Would you take getting stuck in the bathroom or really bad turbulence? I think I'd get.
Bathroom.
I think I'd be stuck in the bathroom.
Bathroom all day. Bathroom all day.
I've had some really bad turbulence. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
Just knock me out.
That turbulence can put you off of flying for a while, not ever.
Absolutely.
Getting stuck in a bathroom is kind of secondary.
I think I would rather be stuck in a bathroom for the entire flight than to deal with really bad turbulence.
Right. And SpiceJet sounds like
he probably had good
not
so bad after all.
It's not so bad, but this is actually a win. He had private seating. It's kind of first class.
Nobody has to, I'm by myself. I got a mirror.
Kind of nice. I'm like, that might be the wave of the future.
Don't give me any ideas. We're going to start selling the laboratory for,
Well,
passengers.
You see, American Airlines has done away with their first class cabins on many of their Boeings, so this might be the new wave.
Well, this is the reason why this is a segment. You can do airline stories every single day.
Oh yeah, and they can be terrifying,
including Saturday and Sunday. It's just really bad.
What about the flight attendant, quickly, before we go to break, who was found to have filmed underage girls? Underage girls. There's a flight attendant who was found to have been filming underage girls while on the plane. Creepy. Terrifying.
14-year-old passenger reported that she had found an iPhone taped to the backside of the toilet lid.
Oh,
yeah, here's a picture of it. Seat broke and oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The extent that these people will go to do something like that.
Right. It's horrifying. Horrifying. I hope that young girl doesn't suffer many ramifications after. And I hope she never has to pay for a flight again, just like the SpiceJet passenger. Free flying for life.
Free flying. Talk about the weather here real quick. Because we're heading into the weekend. Friday's going to be mostly dry today, cloudy and cool as the cold weather systems build over the Pacific and start moving towards the coast. Southern California will see temperatures in the 60s. Late Friday tonight, Parts of Santa Barbara, Ventura County will see the first signs of that rainfall, and then the front's going to start moving south by the time you get up in the morning. So Saturday, downtown's going to see a half-inch of rain. It's going to be wet. If you got something to do it today, or wait to do it till the afternoon tomorrow. Some Valley and Inland Empire communities could see a full inch of rain. And isn't it great that we're getting this rain? Because usually around this time of year, at least where I live, all the hills are brown and you worry about that fire danger.
Right.
And everything is green and I love it. So let's just keep riding this wave.
And we'll get into more of that when we come back in the 10 o'clock hour. Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about the storm watch. We'll talk about runoff and what's going on with that. We'll get into whether or not you're able to remodel your home if you live in Beverly Hills. The answer is likely no. The city doesn't want you to do that.
Judge said no.
Judge said no. Corbin Carson is coming up at 10:35 with road rage. A road rage case that happened in Orange County. And then we have some other things we're going to talk to you about. He's Jeff Vaughn. I'm Tiffany Hobbs. KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Gary and Shannon show. Now, let's go to the news.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating talk. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Right place, right time. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The right customer has walked into a convenience store during a robbery in West Covina.
That customer was a West Covina police sergeant. He entered the store as the armed robber was running out with a bag of cash. Security video captured the bust Wednesday. In the video, the robber allegedly demands money as he lifts his sweatshirt to brandish a gun. The clerk loads up a bag of cash and the thief takes off. The clerk then alerts the officer who takes off to catch the robber. The robber was arrested and the around $400 he stole was returned. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Prosecutors say the man who allegedly killed a 6-year-old boy in a road rage shooting in Orange confessed when he was arrested. Senior Deputy DA Dan Feldman told jurors yesterday Marcus Aries also admitted to knowing his action could kill someone.
In the interview, he explains why he decided to shoot at a car with people in it on the freeway during rush hour because someone gave him fear.
The defense says Aries had no way of knowing Aiden Leos was in the back of the car in 2021 and had no malice or intent to kill the boy. Aries is facing 40 years in prison for second-degree murder and other charges if convicted. Nearly a dozen candidates looking to replace LA County District Attorney George Gascon have taken the stage to argue why they are the right one for the job. Many of Gascon's challengers last night criticized his leadership.
I think we should be attacking George Gascon's policies because it's his policies and his management style that are at fault, and that's what needs to change.
Gascon says he'd be honored to be reelected for a second term and would continue his efforts.
To move forward the office into a 21st century prosecution that cares for the victims for our community and does so in a thoughtful and intelligent way.
He says the crime has gone down over the past year, but more reform is needed. The primary election is March 5th. The U.S. has carried out another round of airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh says U.S. fighter jets destroyed at least 14 Houthi missiles at a dozen launch sites.
These missiles on launch rails presented an imminent threat to merchant vessels and U.S. Navy ships in the region.
She says U.S. attacks so far have not stopped the Houthi missile launchers, but that the U.S. will continue hitting back as long as those Yemen rebels threaten commercial ships. Lawmakers say Hunter Biden has now agreed to sit for private depositions with the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees as part of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Biden's son, Hunter, has defied subpoenas, saying that he would only testify publicly. Lawmakers were in the process of holding him in contempt of Congress. Hunter Biden is now set to answer questions February 28th. A drought that started last year has cut ship crossings by 36% in the Panama Canal. ABC's Chuck Severson says the drought is one of the most severe to ever hit the Central American.
What is the opposite of that? Make spicy foods come out of her. Okay, no.
$700 million this year.
Eat spicy foods. Okay. What is the opposite of that? Spicy foods come out of her. No. Okay. No. Nope. We're not doing that, ma'am. Okay, so what is it?
Eat spicy foods.
And the opposite of that, mix.
It was a YouTube video created by Judson Lightly. It is a 6-minute video. And in the video, Judson does a few seconds of dance moves from throughout the 20th century. It starts with the twist, he gets the worm in there, he does the cabbage patch. It's like little dance crazes through the years.
It's the evolution of dance.
It is. So this video was a huge sensation. It was actually the first YouTube video to reach 100 million views.
Wow.
It held the Guinness World Record for most liked video for 3 years. It currently has 310 million views. I watched it in preparation for this episode. I had a smile on my face the whole time. It's so freaking charming.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you gotta watch it. I was so tickled. I get why it's so popular. Judson is a professional keynote speaker, and he performs the evolution of dance at the end of every one of his speaking events, still to this day.
He's still doing it.
Still. So, in the video, it's obviously all set to music, and the music changes for each dance move. It's this amazing, medley of music. But Andy does it in silence. Randy Cordray said he was glad that Andy did it in silence because we would have had to license all those song clips and it would have cost a fortune. And Danny Chun said that Ed watched the Evolution of Dance YouTube video a bunch of times before we shot the scene, and he's really doing the moves from this video. When he goes through the 80s, I was laughing so hard. Our dances were ridiculous. They made no sense. They were so weird.
That would be such a fun workout. If he broke that down and taught it, I would want to learn it.
Oh my gosh, should we try to learn it?
Oh no.
There's some moves we can't do. I mean, I can't do the worm on the floor. It's not happening.
My body doesn't bend in a few different directions. Jenna, do you remember how much we laughed during that? How we could not get through it?
Yes, and it was for a very specific reason. So specific. The sound of the pants.
Ed's pants. These khaki pants he had on when he started moving. And also, we were completely silent.
Yes. And here's the thing, we did not know that the pants were going to do that. That was not planned. In fact, we got a fan question from Jaden in Bellingham, Washington, who said, the rustling of Andy's pants makes this scene 10 times funnier. It really adds to the awkwardness. Did you add these as a sound effect?
No.
That
was the sound his pants were making. I actually have it as an audio clip because I thought it was so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Can you play that? But imagine being only 2 feet away from that as it's happening.
I remember us all laughing and being like, this is so absurd. And he's being so serious about it.
Yeah.
He has to start over.
Yeah.
Because Pam starts clapping along and making some
throws
music.
him off. A few other people offer their distractions for Pam. Scarfy Ryan is back.
Oh, yeah.
With his glasses and his orange Swatch watch.
He's going to read her a poem.
He is. But Jenna, the scene was much longer. It's in deleted scenes.
Oh, I remember.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. And the character Ryan calls out the documentary crew in a way I don't think we've heard. You have to hear it.
I could read a poem I wrote.
Hell yeah! Everybody shut up!
Any similarities to real persons or events are very plastic love. You let me in your bed, but now I sleep alone, trapped with the forgotten in my detritus home. I hope you're happy now. I hope it every day, in case you didn't figure it out yet. I'm the doll you threw away.
There's nothing in there, so you're going to get a little bit of pocket lint, maybe a rock.
I'm sorry, that is so awful. It's awesome.
I know, right? I just found it. I thought it was so funny. It's so awesome. So,
Yeah. Well, you just said you wrote it.
I never said I wrote it.
Yeah.
You did say that.
I never said. Why would I have said I wrote it? I checked the tape. I never said I wrote it. I never said that.
Check the tape. That's the first time any employee at Dunder Mifflin has asked them to play back footage. I wish they would have. Check the tape. After this scene, Jenna, the Creed runner, would have come back. This is what happened. Angela is applying a little bit of chapstick. She's spraying herself with perfume. Creed interrupts her and hands her a necklace that says Angela in block letters. Creed says to her, I want you to have this. And Angela goes, this is mine. And she said, I'll have you arrested. And Creed says, you can't arrest a ghost.
I am so glad that you told me about this, because in the next scene, when Angela meets Dwight in the warehouse and they start banging out their contract, I put down at 8 minutes, 43 seconds, is Angela's eyeshadow bumped up?
Yes, she was zhuzhing herself.
Yes, and I even went back to the scene in the break room and compared your makeup, and yes, you have applied a little lip, a little extra bump on your eye. Oh, I'm so proud of myself.
Nice catch. Well, the note they gave to me was like, over in the accounting nook, I'm making myself ready to go meet Dwight. And they said, spray perfume. And I remember doing this thing, and when I watched deleted scenes, it made me chuckle because I sprayed the perfume in the air around me and then walked under it.
That was a thing they taught us to do
in
the 80s.
I know.
At that Bath and Body Works store. When the Bath and Body Works came out, they had this, like, do you remember that scent? It was called, like, vanilla. No, it was like white something. And it supposedly had pheromones in it that would make you more attractive. In the store, they taught you how to put it on was to spray it and walk through it.
I still remember doing that.
I feel like I'm having all these memories flooding back to me about perfumes and scents. Are they still a thing today? We're just not connected to it because remember at the store, it was a whole thing. They had people who just like sprayed you with perfume as you walked by.
Oh no, it's still happening.
It does?
It's still happening. Yeah, I went to Macy's and as I walked through, like 3 different people wanted to spray me with perfume.
But now they like spray a card and hand it to you.
Yeah.
But back then they just sprayed right into your face.
They did.
They really, really did. Wow. Well, yeah, perfume was a thing.
It was a whole thing. We're going to learn a few things about this Dwight Angela warehouse rendezvous. First of all, they have a parenting contract to agree on, a prenate, if you will. Here are some of the terms that Angela agrees to right away. Dwight wants the child breastfed by the mother for exactly 6 months and then weaned onto a nutrient-rich winter vegetable mush provided by the father, Dwight Schrute, referred to from here on out as Morpheus. Angela says, agreed. Agreed. She's going to call him Morpheus?
But there's one thing they don't agree on. Baby names.
Dwight says Ebenezer. Angela says Jedediah. Dwight says Jonas. Angela says Jebediah. Dwight says Worf. And that's it for Angela. No Star Trek names.
Yeah. Dwight also wants her to agree that the baby will be a boy.
Angela's like, I can't control that.
He says you can. In fact, he says, quote, it's a simple matter of keeping the womb warm for 2 days after sex and then extremely cold for 5 months. And there was some additional dialogue in the script about this gender issue. Dwight said, I cannot leave Schrute Farms to a girl. I'll never be able to look another chicken in the eye. And Angela says, and I cannot teach a boy how to French braid. Not again, not after what happened to my brother. I don't know what is going on. The chickens, the French braiding.
Also, this is the first I've ever heard of Angela having a brother. She's talked about her sister.
Yeah. Well, Danny Chun said that the idea of Dwight wanting a baby contract was Charlie Grandy's idea, and everybody loved it. They felt like it totally fit in Dwight's character to approach baby making as a formal agreement. Danny said he completely made up the rules for making a boy. But I do want to say, Scientifically speaking, did you look this up? I kind of knew it, but I did look it up to confirm it.
Is there any truth to Dwight's theory?
No, not to Dwight's theory.
Like,
what? That's completely made up.
Okay.
But boy sperm supposedly moves much faster, but also dies faster than girl sperm. So if there is an egg waiting, ready to go, boy sperm will most likely get to it first. But if the egg isn't there yet, the girl sperm can hang out. They live a little longer. They'll wait for it. The article that I read also said that girl sperm is very fit.
It's hardy. It's got to hang out for a bit.
That's right. So this is often why you get a boy or a girl. It's, was the egg sort of ready and waiting? Or did it take a minute? And so then the girl sperm outlasted the boy sperm.
Wish someone could have explained that to Henry VIII.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, back in the conference room, Pam's contractions are more frequent, and Michael has an idea. He says, let's get a list of things that make you go into labor, and we'll do the opposite to slow it down. So, for example, something that can help move your labor along is to stimulate the nipples. So Michael says, nobody touch Pam's nipples.
Yes, he says, think of Pam's nipples as Toby's grundle. I didn't know what that was, so I Googled grundle.
What is it?
A grundle, guys. Do you guys know what a grundle is?
I'm so happy to report for once in my life. No, I got
Well,
nothing for you.
according to the internet, it's the area between your balls and your butthole.
You're describing the taint, my friend.
That's a taint.
Well, that's what the grundle is as well. Listen, I'm going to read it to you. Grundle, U.S. slang, the perineum, the area between the anus and the genitals. Grundle. There you go.
Will you look up taint real quick? I mean,
I'll look up taint. Love my search engine.
Taint for the worst.
Taint. When I Googled taint, the first thing that came up said taint versus grundle.
oh, and
I'm clicking on it. Oh my goodness. This is in Wikipedia slang section. The taint, grundle, gooch, and derf are all the same thing, describing the same part of your body depending on where you are from.
oh,
Taint.
I guess Sam, the Midwesterners are going with taint.
Yeah, that's the taint.
Is grundle a East Coast thing, Matt?
Taint.
I only
Grundle,
know taint, and I
gooch,
certainly have never heard of dwarf.
Dorf.
That's a golf video.
I thought that was a golf character. Well, this conversation continues where Meredith says, you know what? I have a shirt you should wear because it's got like the boob area cut out. Michael's like, well, then go get it.
Yeah.
And then Kevin throws out spicy foods.
Yeah, because one of the things that can induce labor is eating spicy foods. So Kevin says, shove spicy food up her butt. We got a fan question from Stephanie E. in Indianapolis, Indiana, who wanted to know, was that line an improvisation? Because in the bloopers for this episode, Kevin says, make spicy food come out of her, and we all can't stop laughing. She said, this line made my brother and I laugh so hard the first time we saw it. It took us by complete surprise. It is Stephanie's favorite Kevin line of all time. So, Stephanie, the line shove spicy food up her butt was the scripted line, but on the day, there was a pitch that Kevin say, make spicy food come out of her, and that so tickled us that we couldn't get through it. Here is a clip. Spicy foods.
What is the opposite of that? Make spicy foods come out of her. Okay, no.
Eat spicy foods. Okay. What is the opposite of that?
Spicy foods come out of her.
Nope. Okay. Nope, we're not doing that, Pam. Okay, so what is it?
Eat spicy foods.
And the opposite of that?
Make spicy food.
By that point, we were just all anticipating it. But the other thing I love about that clip, Ange, is it shows you we just quickly would reset ourselves. Like if we were laughing, we'd be like, okay, go again. And then just like how quickly everybody snaps right back into character and gives the same cue again. We tried.
We did that daily. Daily, we would just be like, okay, guys, come on, let's go. We got it. Yeah. Jim has had enough. He is losing it. He has this great talking head where he says, I know Pam better than anyone in this office, and obviously she's gone crazy, but everybody wants to say that I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. She's crazy. I'm not crazy. She's crazy. And then he starts flipping through all the pregnancy books. 5 to 7 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, 6 minutes, different, but not really. 5 to 7 minutes. This talking head really delighted me. They talked about it on the DVD. Danny and Greg said it was a reshoot. It wasn't in the shooting draft, and they did it because they wanted to show Jim's character's perspective and that he wasn't being completely rational either.
So, Ange, I remember watching this episode the first time it aired originally, and because this talking head had been a reshoot, I had no knowledge of it. Like, I didn't remember reading it in the script. I didn't remember shooting it. It took me by surprise, and I found John's performance so delightful that I called him on the phone and I was like, John, that talking head was amazing. Like, I remember calling him and complimenting him in real time. I love this talking head, and when it came up again, I was like, yes, there it is.
Yeah, it's so good. Well, as you see Jim starting to build in his spiral, you're starting to see Pam spiral too, and it's going to take us to the parking lot. Jim is in the car. He's ready to go. Pam knocks on the window and very calmly says, I'm not going to get in because then you're just going to drive me to the hospital. And then guess what happens?
Yeah. She slips up and says that they're having a baby girl. And Jim's like, what?
Oh, man. And John just crushed it. This moment made me tear up when Jim realizes he's going to be a father to a little girl. It is the sweetest thing. I loved it. Side note, did you notice how beautiful the lighting was?
Very pretty.
Once again, Jim and Pam outside at golden hour. They even talked about that on the commentary, how great this scene looks. Seth was like, yeah, we just lucked out. It was that sort of magical golden hour.
Well, writer Danny Chen said that they went back and forth in the writer's room over whether Jim and Pam should have a boy or a girl. He said toward the end of writing the script, they came up with this idea of Pam kind of spilling the beans. And for whatever reason, they just felt like this moment would work better as a baby girl. He also added that Brent Forrester, who has a daughter, was like relentlessly pushing for it to be a girl. So he was kind of the loudest in favor of girl.
Well, I thought it worked. I thought just seeing Jim as that girl dad, and having that realization come across him was so sweet.
Well, Jim's also going to notice something. Pam, did you change clothes? She did, because her water broke. And then she walks away.
Just when he was sort of being like, okay, we're okay.
Yeah. Well, my water broke with my daughter. It was a Saturday, and we were going to have people over for a barbecue that day. So I went upstairs. I was about to step into the shower, and it was kind of like a lot of water was there, but I wasn't in the shower yet. I was real confused, and then it just kept happening. And I was like, I don't think I'm peeing right now, but I wasn't having any contractions, no signs of labor. So my water broke first, which was confusing. Yeah, because I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know that can be the first thing. So guess what? We did not have a barbecue that day.
I was going to say, I bet your plans changed.
They changed real fast.
Well, you would think Pam would sort of get motivated when her water broke, but she does not.
No.
She's still staying at work. She's not going anywhere.
She has a talking head where she says she's fine. There's no rush. She'll get to the hospital, or maybe she won't. Well, big fan catch from KDP in London. Pam's talking head at 13 minutes, 21 seconds is in the wrong clothes. Her water broke. She changed clothes, but now she's back in her old clothes. Yeah, we moved it around. That was a talking head that we had in the script for earlier, but they put it here. And, well,
We were hoping you wouldn't notice, but you noticed. They said on the commentary that they loved your take so much in that talking head, they didn't care. You were in the wrong wardrobe. They were like, oh, well, yeah. I absolutely love this next scene in the break room. Pam is determined to have her ultra feast with Kevin. And Jim is like, no, it's time to go to the hospital. Michael's like, it's time to go to the hospital. And Pam just loses it and is like, I'm not going. I'm not going. And then she finally admits she's scared to go. And then all the men in the room put their hands on her belly and give her a pep talk. This was one of my favorite scenes to shoot of all time on The Office. I think my favorite thing is that Kevin is there. Yes. It made it even funnier. He is the straight man in this scene. I know! How crazy is that? Jenna, as I watched it, I loved your performance so much. I also don't know how you kept a straight face. Because when they all put their hands on Pam's pregger belly, and they were like, you got this. They were being so sincere, but they were all touching her belly. Believe it or not, that is not the moment that made us break. We were able to get through that, even though I do want to read the script note for that moment. Oh, please. The script note for this scene is, Michael gets down on one knee. He speaks very quietly and weirdly breathy. So that bit of them all touching my belly, that was an idea we came up with in the moment. It was originally going to be just one of those Pam to Michael moments. But the moment we couldn't get through is when Jim is freaking out and Michael kind of pins him up against the door and says, hold it together. Every time Steve did that line, a little bit more like, hold it together. Hold it together. Like he did like a weird take on it. Like Michael's saying hold it together, but he's clearly losing it. Yes. I actually have an audio clip.
What happened to Born Theme 3, Michael?
It's okay.
2 minutes is too soon. 5 minutes and 2 minutes is a very big difference. Hold it together right now.
I told you, warm me 5 minutes.
Well, what happened to 4 and 3? Because 2 minutes doesn't do us any good. No, what? You gotta hold it together, okay?
Do you hear that? It's so funny. It's so funny. It was so funny. I love the chaos in the moment too. Oh man. Oh, that we had so much fun doing that scene. I don't even think we wanted it to end. They probably have so much footage from it because we were so milking it. Well, one thing they decide is that Pam is having the baby. I mean, contractions are 2 minutes apart. They've waited too long. It's time to go. Then this chaotic energy from the break room now spills into the bullpen. Michael's like, is my go bag ready? It's not ready. He's getting advice from everyone. Dwight's going to measure Pam's cervix. Like, what is happening? My favorite line in this chaos is when Michael says, should I take a dictionary? And Oscar looks to camera. And the way Oscar looked at camera and said, the hospital provides dictionaries. Bring a thesaurus. Yes, I loved that too. Oh my gosh. I also have a background catch in this scene. What is it? As everyone's rushing out, did you notice Pam's coat is a big, oversized plaid coat? It's not Pam's regular coat. Oh, yeah. That is because there was a deleted scene that is part of this Creed runner where Creed runs up to Pam as they're leaving and he gives her his coat and he says, here, let me help you with this. And she says, thanks. Wait, whose coat is this? And Creed says softly, Pam, I'm begging you, don't do this. And Pam goes, what? And then Jim goes, let's go, and rushes everyone out. So Pam actually is wearing Creed's coat to the hospital. Aw. And if you go to the episode at 16 minutes, if you freeze it, you can see Creed running in with it. Really? Right there. But it's so brief. And then the scene was cut and they just usher you out. Well, Dwight is going to lead this motorcade to the hospital. But first, oh my gosh, Michael, that's where I saw the deer last week. Everyone stop. I loved that so much. It was right over there. I loved it. Well, we've got Michael driving one car with Pam and Jim in the back seat, and Dwight is escorting them. He loves to escort people. He put his light on top of the roof of the car. Yeah.
That's not going to go so well because the police are going to pull Dwight over.
In the script, it said, Dwight slows down and pulls over. As he does, he discreetly throws nunchucks, a sword, and a battle axe out the passenger window.
Well, I'll have you know that Steve was not actually driving in these scenes. The car was hooked up to a tow rig. It was being pulled. We filmed these using lipstick cameras, and there was a live feed from the cameras to the tow rig vehicle, which the director was riding in and could watch what we were doing on little monitors and give us notes on walkie-talkies. Just walkie-talkies.
Old school, old tech.
For the exterior of Dwight's car, Rain was driving. His footage was done car to car, meaning that there was a camera operator in one car shooting his car. But for inside of Dwight's car, we used the tow rig and the lipstick camera again. So like when he's throwing the stuff out of the window, that was, you know, a tow rig. But when he's peeling out of the parking lot and you see his whole car, that's Rain.
Yeah. I love the moment when Pam realizes that she left her iPod at home. Jenna, I made a whole playlist for the hospital. I had my music.
I remember.
Yeah.
When I came to visit you after you gave birth, you wanted me to play it even after she was born.
Yes. And so when I saw this, I felt like I would be like, my playlist. I would be the same way.
Well, Danny shared what Pam's birth song was.
What was it?
Dreams Come True Girl by Cass McCombs. And there was a whole scene where Pam plays it in Delivery Part 2, but it was cut for time.
Aww.
So she really did have a song, and Michael has an idea for how she can get it. He's going to call Dwight on the phone, say, go to Pam and Jim's house, get her iPod, bring it to the hospital. This is going to set up a big old storyline for Part 2.
Pam is trying to tell Dwight where the key is, and he's like, la, 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 don't tell me. What is that?
I don't know. Well, they do make it to the hospital.
They do. Jim is going to take Pam in because he is the father. And Michael's like, what can I do? Jim's like, go park the car. Michael just sort of pulls the car to the side. The ambulance guy goes, you can't park here. And he chunks the keys into the grass and goes, I think I just did. Yeah. On the DVD, Danny said that Steve actually threw them in what was like kind of like a gutter trench thing they had to go fish him out of by accident. Yeah. But yeah, Michael just tosses the keys.
Well, we got a fan question from Alana in Pennsylvania. Was the hospital you filmed at real or a set? This was the exterior of a real hospital. We were at St. Joseph's in Burbank, California.
I know right where that is.
Yep. So that is how this episode ends. But this episode originally ended with Pam and Jim checking into the hospital. In fact, a moment from this deleted scene was in the promos for this episode, and then it never aired, and fans went crazy. It didn't end up in part 2 either. What you see is Jim wheeling Pam into the hospital. He kisses her forehead and says, I love you. And that was in all the promos leading up to this episode. And then everyone was like, where's the moment where Jim says, I love you in the hospital? Also in this deleted scene, Michael comes in from parking the car. He's sitting in the waiting room. He takes out a custom shirt that says Halbert Beasley Birth 09 to 010.
He made shirts.
He made a shirt. But Danny shared that since part 2 opens with Michael entering the hospital with balloons, it just seemed like too much of a time jump for when the episodes aired back to back. So that is why they cut this scene of Pam and Jim checking in.
Well, next week we're going to be talking about Delivery Part 2. There are a lot of deleted scenes between Jim and Pam. They're on the DVD. And now I can't wait to share them with you because I think that kiss on the forehead was like one of their last civil moments for a few hours.
Also next week, we're going to have a special guest. My husband, Lee Kirk, is going to be in the studio with us talking all about playing Clark, the lactation consultant.
I cannot wait.
It's going to be so fun.
You guys have a great week. Thanks so much for listening to us and rewatching with us. We love ya.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Temporary relief of muscle and joint pain, blood circulation.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Hello, Office Ladies listeners. We are breaking in before our theme music because we want to tell you something very exciting.
Because we found out we are the #1 best-selling book, The Office BFFs, on the New York Times bestseller list.
For nonfiction and for ebook, we couldn't have gotten here without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now on with the show. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Angela.
Hi.
Are you ready for us to have a baby today?
I mean, whether you're ready or not, it's happening.
It sure is.
That's kind of how it works.
Today is the delivery part 2. It is season 6, episode 18, written by Charlie Grandy and directed by Harold Ramis. Well, Jenna, I'd love a summary. Here it is, Ange. Cecilia Marie Halpert is born, and this episode follows Jim and Pam's first couple of days as new parents. Pam struggles to breastfeed and Jim struggles to feel useful, but they are so happy and it's really cute. Meanwhile, back at the office, Michael tries playing matchmaker by orchestrating a lunch date between Aaron and Kevin. Dwight finds mold in Jim and Pam's kitchen and decides to take care of it. And Dwight and Angela finalize their baby-making contract.
Yup. Their procreation punch card. Get it ready.
I love that you saved that.
I have it. I put it in our book.
I know. Fast fact number 1, Pam and Jim's baby is named after my niece.
So cute.
So the same week that we were shooting this episode, my sister Emily gave birth to her first child, a daughter. It was so crazy. I mean,
it's crazy because Pam is pregnant having a baby, but in real life, it was your sister having a baby.
Literally, the day we shot Pam going to the hospital was the day my sister came home from the hospital. That's so crazy. So in my
what were the text messages like?
I was gonna say my parents would joke that they had one kid doing it for real and one kid pretending all at the same time. So my sister had told me ahead of time what they were planning to name their daughter. So I went to the writers and I asked if we could name Pam and Jim's baby after my niece, and they said yes.
But you didn't tell your sister that.
Oh no, I didn't tell my parents or my sister.
You didn't tell your parents either?
I didn't.
Oh my gosh. When did they find out?
When it aired.
Come on. You kept it a secret that whole time?
I did.
That is so fun. They must have flipped out.
Well, I remember sitting at home that night that the episode aired and I just kept watching the clock. And sure enough, like 30 seconds after it went live, my phone started ringing and it was my sister. And she was just screaming into the phone.
I can't believe how good you are at like just being patient for a surprise. I am horrible at it. I mean, so much so my daughter was just telling me because we were celebrating her birthday. Right before she would open a gift, I'd be like, now this one. She'd be like, Mom, I'm about to open it. No hints.
Well, I thought it would be fun to hear from my sister Emily what this was like.
Oh my gosh, that'd be great.
So she sent in an audio clip. Here's my sister.
Aw.
So I can remember back when we were watching the episode where Pam and Jim have their baby. I remember thinking ahead of time, like, oh, I wonder what they're going to name the baby. And I wanted to ask Jenna, but we had an agreement ever since the show started that she would never give me any spoilers because I wanted to find out when everybody else did what was going to happen on the show. And so that was kind of like our, I shouldn't say unspoken rule, but that was kind of the agreement that we had from, you know, the day that the show started, was that I wasn't going to get any spoilers. I wanted to find out what happened when everybody else found out. So, you know, being a new mom and being sleep deprived, you know, at that time we were watching The Office and I was like so excited in anticipation. I'm like, oh, I wonder what it's going to be. And then all of a sudden Jim walks out and he was like, Cecilia Marie Halpert. And I was like, oh. Being a sleep-deprived new mom, it took me a second, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's our daughter's name. Oh my gosh, did they name the baby after our Cecilia Marie? And I like got so excited and like called my sister right away, and I was like, wait a second, and she just started laughing. And she was like, yeah, is that okay that we did that? And of course I was like, you know, crying. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And so, you know, after that episode aired, of course, you know, all the articles and everything that came out about how, you know, they named the CC on the show after my CC. And, you know, we saved all those articles. We put them in my daughter's baby book. And I still remember, you know, for quite some time after that, people were like, oh, do you watch that show, The Office? Did you name your baby after Pam and Jim's baby? And I always enjoyed setting people straight. I was like, oh, no. I'm sorry. See, Pam and Jim's baby was named after my baby. So that was always really fun to do after the show aired.
That is so cute. I love that she saved the articles and they're in the baby book.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I have to say, so my niece Cece, she is the age that Cece Halpert would be, and whenever we go out together and I'm calling her Cece and people see us together, it like is a real like mind bender for them.
I was gonna say, you didn't think that one through.
I didn't think about that part.
Yeah, that is so special though. I just love it.
You know, the baby photo that I had on my desk for the rest of the run of the show is a baby photo of my niece Cece when she was a baby.
That is so
sweet. It's like a really special thing in our family.
Well, that's a family Easter egg.
It really is. But here's another thing that's funny. Cece's dad's name in real life is Dwight, and her grandpa's name is Jim. This is craziness. So we've really created something there for that family. So yeah.
Aw. Well, Jenna, Joya, who worked at NBC Digital, you guys know we've talked to Joya quite a bit as we rewatched the episode. She shared with me that they made a Pam's Baby blog website.
Oh, yes, I remember.
And she even sent me the birth announcement that they made for the blog. And it showed that on March 4th, 2010 at 9:32 p.m., Pam Halpert made a post introducing Cecilia Marie Halpert, weighing in at 7 pounds and 2 ounces.
Aw,
yeah, isn't that cute? And I'll put that in stories.
Well, I remember that they would have me write little things about how baby Cece was doing. It was a way that when Pam was on maternity leave, there was still activity from that character, at least as far as the blog.
Yeah. Well, the birth announcement was really cute.
All right, fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown. Jim and Pam give birth at Moses Taylor Hospital, which is a real hospital in Scranton. But of course, we did not shoot at the real Moses Taylor Hospital. The exterior of the hospital we shot at was St. Joseph Hospital in Burbank, California. But the interiors were built over on our warehouse set. The entire hospital set, the waiting room, the hospital room, the hallways, all of it. I mean, the detail. Amazing. Randy shared with me that they had torn down the Dunder Mifflin, New York offices because we don't need them anymore. Right. And in their place, they built the hospital. So the other big storyline in this episode involves Dwight destroying Jim and Pam's kitchen. Rather than go destroy someone's house, our set designer, Michael Gallenberg, took photos and measurements of the original location house that we had used for Jim and Pam's house, and then they meticulously recreated the floor plan also on our warehouse set. They built basically two structures. They built a hospital and a house. Yes, it was constructed by Tim James and decorated by Steve Rothstein. It's funny, Angela, like you said, they were right next to each other. When Isabel, the character of Isabel, goes from the hospital to Jim and Pam's house, she really did not have to walk very far. No, just around the corner. We shot those on the same day, and it was very easy for her. And when I was going back and forth with Randy about these locations, he told me a very fun tidbit. Angela, do you remember that little kitchen outside of our writers' offices? By the back stairwell? Yeah. There was, it wasn't really a kitchen. It was like just it's almost just like a pantry kind of thing. It was like a shelf with, they put food on it. It wasn't really a kitchen. No, they had an old refrigerator, but there was not any like sink or working plumbing or any appliances. There was, I think, a toaster oven, maybe a microwave. Yeah. It was kind of a sad kitchen. It was sad. Well, when this script came up, Randy said he saw these beats of Dwight demolishing the Halpert kitchen, and his, quote, mental wheels started turning. Oh, Randy.
Now they got me.
He thought, what if we bought enough cabinets for several takes of the Halpert kitchen, but then had enough left over to remodel and refurbish the writer's kitchen? So he spoke to Michael Gallenberg and Steve Rothstein, and when the episode wrapped, over the subsequent weekend, they had a construction crew scheduled to come strike the Halpert kitchen. And that same crew brought that extra cabinetry and flooring to the writer's kitchen, and they completely remodeled it over one weekend. So when the writers came to work the following Monday, they were greeted by, quote, a spotless, pristine, and sanitary kitchen with plenty of counter space to lay out their lunch choices. He said the dishwasher that had been in the Halpert kitchen was installed in the adjacent hallway where there was an existing sink and plumbing. They added a garbage disposal. So after 6 seasons, the writers had a clean space to keep food, and the PAs had a garbage disposal and dishwasher to wash up. Randy said he cleverly buried the costs in the episode's budget. It was a win-win for everyone. I remember this. I remember this now that you're sharing it. I remember how excited the writers were to have a real kitchen. Yeah. But I never knew how it came about or anything like that. Randy always was looking out. That is such a great story. It is such a good example of how he was always trying to make every person's life on set a little better however he could. Mm-hmm. All right, fast fact number 3, Angela. We had 2 pretty big guest stars on this show. First up, Sarah Baker as Nurse Josie. She was born in D.C., raised in Springfield, Virginia. She studied theater and English at James Madison University. She went on to practice improv at Whole World Improv Theater as both a student and teacher. She continued studying performing at the Groundlings after moving to Los Angeles, and she has appeared in numerous films and television shows such as The Campaign, starring Will Ferrell, Goliath, Better Things, The Kominsky Method, and Will and Grace. And she was nominated for a Critics' Choice Award for her guest starring role on Louie. She just crushed it. She was amazing. She was so good. I mean, some of the looks that she gives to Jim and Pam are so good. Her chemistry with John Krasinski was amazing. I know. I mean, I would just sit there in between them as they were giving their just gentle, snarky sass. It was so much fun. And our second big guest star is Lee Kirk as our lactation consultant, Clark. Your husband. My husband. Exactly. So we were engaged to be married when he played Clark, and he is going to come on the show today, and we're going to get to talk to him all about that experience.
He did so great. I can't wait to talk to him. I have a few questions for him.
I think our listeners know Lee as a person who makes amazing eggs and coffee. They also know that he's a writer-director. But what you might not know about him is that he did attend the Goodman School for Acting in Chicago. So acting in this episode was not too big of a leap for him, even though ultimately now he is a writer-director. And you know, Lee was supposed to come into the studio with us today. We were so excited, but our daughter woke up not feeling great. So she stayed home from school. He's staying home with her. And we're actually going to have to talk to my own husband, but over a Zoom.
But you know what? He's going to be here, and it's going to be super fun.
I'm just so excited that he's going to be on the show.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of cool.
All right, well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll break down this first part of the episode, and then later, we'll talk to Clark. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OFFICELADIES at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OFFICELADIES at liquidiv.com. When we're back, Jim went to get himself ice chips because he kind of got a little dizzy there for a minute.
He might have passed out a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you noticed when he comes through those automatic doors at 26 seconds, those are fakey doors. those were not automatic. Just like our elevator, that's some movie magic for you. Randy Cordray told me that they were operated by our grips who had to pull on cables in unison. Each door was being pulled by a different person, and they would get a cue on a walkie-talkie from our first AD who was watching the action live.
Well, they did great because you would never know.
Never
They
know.
timed it perfectly. Well, Michael is going to arrive with, I think, all the balloons they had in the store that day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many and they're huge. And Jenna, he's just going to barge right into the delivery room. He's not going to knock. He's just going to go right in.
Well, I mean, it says family only. So, oh, he walked right in.
Oh, perfect.
He's going to get a real eyeful.
Mm-hmm.
You can only hear what's going on in there. The camera doesn't go in, just Michael.
Did you hear Jim say pull?
Yes, I did.
Nurses are saying push and then Jim says pull.
We got a fan question from Crystal in Houston, Texas that said, Jenna, as a mom of 3, I have to know what you were doing as Pam when you were pushing Cece out and Michael walked in. My brain totally goes to stirrups and a hospital gown and, well, any of the other things that might happen in a delivery room.
Crystal, this is such a good question. Jenna, what were you doing?
The door that Steve opens led to a room that was about the size of a small coat closet.
So you were just all wedged in there?
It was me, John, Sarah Baker, who plays the nurse, and Steve Socks, who was our stand-in. He was doing the voice of the doctor. And we were all sitting there like shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee on folding chairs.
So you were yelling into the faces of other people.
Yes. And I don't know why they built walls onto this room, because it wasn't a real room, but they did.
Maybe for sound?
Oh, maybe so. But we also shot this scene around 7:30 in the morning. It was the very first scene of the day.
Well, that's a good way to wake up.
It's true.
Start yelling now.
Also, all of that dialogue that you hear was scripted. We were not just improvising word for word in the script.
Greg shared on the commentary that, you know, the part where Michael walks in during Pam's labor, that was a pitch from him. He said that when his wife was having their first child, her college roommate walked into their hospital room right as his wife was going through the toughest part of her labor. And they were worried that it freaked her friend out.
Oh my gosh.
Said that she didn't have kids for years.
That is crazy. Well, Michael's reaction is that he has to go wash his eyes.
And Andy now arrives, and he's really disappointed. He was going to get baby Halpert a framed newspaper of the day she was born.
It's really such a sweet gesture.
The headline was "Spring Has Sprung."
Yeah, but that was if she was delivered yesterday. She was a day later than he thought, so now he's going to have to swap it out for today's headline.
Which is all about the Scranton Strangler.
I mean, it's such a funny joke to me. I just loved it.
Well, Jenna, Randy shared with us that the images of these prop newspapers were crafted by Phil Shea, and Cece's date of birth, according to the newspapers, is Thursday, March 11th, which is curious since the episode originally aired on Thursday, March 4th, and I will point out that the birth announcement made by NBC Digital also says March 4th.
Yes, here's what happened. They were originally going to air the delivery part 1 on March 4th and then wait a week until March 11th to air delivery part 2. But then later they decided to turn it into a 1-hour special episode.
Retro.
Exactly. But we'd already shot it and we'd already made all the props and they couldn't fix it. And we got so much mail about it.
About the date?
Yes. About like, wait a second. It's March 4th. Is she born next week? How is this happening?
Well, maybe we all have to take a cue from this moment and don't buy a gift till after the baby's born.
Well, you know, one other thing about the Scranton Strangler, I believe this is the very first mention of the Scranton Strangler in the Office lore.
I think it is as well. On the commentary, they briefly mention that they're introducing this idea.
Well, we got a fan theory from Elizabeth in Toronto, Canada, who said, Toby is the Scranton Strangler. When the headline of the newspaper Andy brought in says Scranton Strangler strikes again, I think it points to Toby because he would have been upset that Pam was having Jim's baby and he took out his anger by strangling someone. Also, Toby is not in the hospital waiting room, which he should have been if he really cared for Pam. So many people think it's Toby. And they think, here's the evidence.
That would be the episode I would come back for, John.
This Toby's trial? Yes, Toby on
Yeah,
trial,
stab
being interviewed.
Yeah, the whole Dunder Mifflin bullpen is being interviewed.
Well, listen, Toby is not in the hospital waiting room, but a lot of other people are, including Phyllis. And she is getting a little annoyed because she's been waiting around for this baby. She's got an ice cream cake in the car.
What I loved about this moment is that Michael was so annoyed with her for being impatient about Pam, once Pam having the baby. He's like, what do you have to do today? And she's like, I have an ice cream cake in my car. And he goes,
Oh my God, Phyllis, go! Go now! I loved it. Good news, the baby is here. Michael's going to celebrate by smoking a cigar in the hospital. The orderly who tells Michael you can't smoke in here was played by Nicholas Day Clark. I loved this moment.
well, this is going to take us to a very sweet moment. Pam and Jim, they're looking at their beautiful baby girl. They're gazing at each other. They're counting her fingers and her toes.
Angela, when you looked at Pam post-birth in this moment, laying in the bed with Jim, did that ring realistic to you? I did not have children when I made this episode, and I just want to say I did not look like that after having my babies.
Oh my gosh.
I was a hot mess.
I have a photo of myself holding Isabel right after she was born, and I look like I fell out of a moving vehicle or something. I look so wrecked. And I'm smiling, and you can tell I'm so happy, but my smile looks so weary. You know, I'm just like,
Well, I remember them like, oh, let's pull some of your hair out. Because, you know,
yeah,
we had this whole conversation, and
let's give you a half up, half down do.
It was very centered on the hair. What is Pam's hair after she's given birth? And like, okay, there's been a moment she's settled in her room, so maybe she took a second to brush it. There was like all of this conversation about my hair.
Who's brushing their hair right after they give birth? Nobody.
Well, here's the thing. I have all these photos from right after my son was born. He was my first, and my hair is so insane looking. And I remember talking to my friend Christina Applegate about these pictures, and she was like, oh honey, did no one tell you to bring a headband? You bring a headband so that then all the little pictures that you take after you've given birth, like, you're not afraid to show people. You put the little headband on, and that takes care of it. And I was like, okay, got it, headband. So when my daughter was born, I was like, babe, don't forget the headband. We got to bring the headband. So now then in the pictures, with my ridiculous headband, and it looks even more insane. I look even crazier.
Oh my God.
Also, I've never worn a headband. I'm not a headband gal. So I was like, Christina, were you pranking me? Like,
wear a fedora. No one will ask anything.
Exactly.
Wear a hat.
It was so crazy. But when I look back on this episode and I see this scene that is supposedly right after she's birthed this baby, the one thing I think of is just like, well, that is not what my hair looked like.
No, and we should celebrate what our hair looks like. The messy craziness that it is.
That's right.
Jim is going to enter the waiting room. He's so proud. He's going to announce the birth of Cecilia Marie Halpert. Before he can say she's 7 pounds, Michael says she's 11 pounds. Like, Michael's doing the thing where he takes over a conference room meeting. But Jim says mother and daughter are doing great, and everyone is so happy. So happy. And they go to run to hug Jim, and Michael steps in the middle, and they all hug Michael.
I wrote that down. It's at 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I went to the script to see if it said that, like, Kelly and Meredith hug Michael first. It doesn't. That was obviously just like a funny bit we found in the moment.
There's so many fun little catches in this scene. Also, did you notice how Phyllis eats a cake?
Yes.
Why is her face covered with icing?
I don't know. She brought the cake real close to her face.
Yeah. And did you notice who did not attend the birth?
Besides Toby?
Angela, Stanley, Creed, and of course Dwight are not there.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Pam's mom, of course, is there. She walks in with coffee for Jim and Pam. Pam is so happy to have coffee because she said she hasn't had caffeine in 9 months. And I would like to point out some real Jim sass. At 3 minutes, 30 seconds, he looks at camera like, yeah, okay. I have to say, if you go back and look at episodes when Pam is pregnant, you can see her drinking coffee.
Really?
Yes, I've been noticing. I have another background catch from this scene. Did you see the book on Pam's bedside table? No. It is Joe Bennett's book, Take a Good Look. Oh, she brought it to the hospital. Okay, that's such a great catch. Well, now Cece is going to need a diaper change. Jim volunteers, and he's going to have a talking head where he explains that he's a diapering master. He has been practicing. He's been practicing on everything. Yeah, footballs. And a cat. Yes, and a cat. Angela, we got a lot of fan mail asking, how did we diaper a cat? You were there. Well, I was there, but I did no diapering of the cat. Randy shared with us that we used the always reliable Bob Dunn's Animal Rentals, and Denise Sanders came through again. Denise was so great. She was always there when we were working with cats. It required 2 prep days and a few rehearsals. What was it like for Denise to get an email from Randy? Oh my gosh, I imagine their email exchanges. Hi, Denise. We're going to need to diaper a cat. Hi, Denise. Is it okay if Angela licks the face of a cat? Hi, Denise. We're going to throw a cat into a ceiling. Email me back. Randy said we tried to get Milkman. You remember? Milkman was Bandit. Yep. But Milkman was already booked. He worked a lot. Busy working actor. I guess Randy said Milkman was in hot demand because he was very disciplined and a reliable working kitty. I want to see Milkman's resume. So we used a different cat as close to Milkman's coloring as possible to attempt to
You
make
think
it
it's funny that got blocked?
well, I'll say this. I noticed that we don't see Jim actually diapering the cat. The cat is pre-diapered, and we just pan up to Jim taking credit. Yeah. Well, Michael is finally going to get to hold the baby. He comes in the room, congratulates Helene on being a grandma. So awkward. Oh, that whole exchange was so cringy. And Michael does this thing, but I couldn't help but just see Steve in this moment when he was like, I want to hold the baby. I thought the same thing. Steve Carell loves a baby. Yes, he's such a good dad and a family man. And I was like, I bet Steve in real life was so delighted to hold that baby. I love how Michael sanitizes his hands and then wipes his hands on his pants. And Pam is like, again, no pants. Yeah. We got a fan question from KJ Davey in Charlotte, North Carolina. Where did you get such a teeny tiny newborn baby to play the part of Cece? KJ, I'm going to give you a baby breakdown. There were 2 sets of twins that played baby Cece. But if you can believe it, we actually held auditions for these babies. For the babies? Mm-hmm. Babies that come, slate their name, tell us to profile photos. Exactly. Randy arranged to have 5 sets of twins come to set one day. And John and I went and we held all the babies. They wanted to see which ones responded to us. I guess it was like a chemistry check. Aww. And in the end, we had Elijah and Spencer Wolf and Ella and Finnegan Sanders
And
play
what's
baby Cece. There are some rules about babies working. Thank goodness. Film and television, yes. You have to be 15 days old before you can work on a TV show or movie in California. All of our babies were around 6 weeks old, but they had been preemies, so that is why they were still so tiny at that age. Babies can only be on set for 2 hours total. So from the moment they park their car until they get back in their car can be 2 hours, and they're only allowed to work for 20 minutes of that 2 hours. Right, and they have their own trailer dressing room area where they parents when they're not working. And they are assigned a nurse. Yes, that accompanies them to the set. Correct. And this is why we needed 2 sets of twins, because that way we had 80 minutes of on-camera baby time total. We also used a fakey baby, which we called Jelly Baby and Creepy Baby. They're really creepy. They're made from kind of a soft, pliable cast polymer. You shared on the commentary that they were actually
heavier than the real babies.
Yes.
And their heads were super floppy. So you actually had to like hold their heads.
Just like a real baby.
Yeah.
But they were much heavier and it was
Jelly. They were gelatinous.
Yeah. I mean, it was weird.
It's the same people, I think, that made Fakey Bandit.
Yeah.
And he was a jelly cat. You also shared on the commentary that at 8 minutes 52 seconds, when the nurse rolls Cece out of the room, you know, she's in her crib and she's going to roll her out. Well, that's the fake baby. If you go back and watch, it's not even moving at all.
Yes. I believe we also used Fakey Baby in a good portion of the scene with Clark. You might notice you don't really ever see a baby there.
Right.
Yeah. Should we talk about what Dwight is doing now?
Oh my gosh. He couldn't find the iPod, but guess what he found? Mold. And a lot of it.
Yeah. He wants to solve this mold problem for them, but first he needs to do, I mean, obviously, what anyone would do.
Right. If you show up to tackle mold, you read a book, you take a bath in someone's bathtub, you sleep in their bed.
Without any
undies.
Bottoms. Yeah.
Commando, question for you. Did the documentary crew stay overnight at Jim and Pam's?
I don't know. How many cameramen do they have on this day?
What's their budget for this documentary?
They've got cameras back at the office. They've got some over in the hospital. They're following Dwight as well.
Yeah.
They are committed. I wanted to point out that at 5 minutes, 1 second, that exterior shot of Dwight breaking into Jim and Pam's house, I mean, he literally elbows the window and it breaks.
Right, because he doesn't want to know where the keys are. La 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 la. Don't know.
No.
Don't tell me.
He's going to get in. First of all, that was breakaway glass. But second of all, that was also built on our stages. That exterior, they literally rebuilt the exterior of that real house to do just that little break-in bit. It is lit so well. I mean,
our set builders had a very busy week.
Yeah. There's going to be another thing that I'm going to talk about later where we fake outside and we actually shot it on the warehouse set. And I just have to give a shout out to our lighting crew because they really made these places look like we were outside, but really we were in a warehouse. Well, listen, Dwight is well rested. He's ready to get to work. He's going to demo their kitchen to get rid of the mold.
Yeah. So on the commentary, they shared that side of the cabinet where he swings the sledgehammer.
Yeah.
They had scored it a little so that when he hit it, it would like break apart.
Okay.
It wouldn't break apart.
What?
He swung that thing and hit it several times and nothing happened. So it was actually really hard to get a shot of them really whacking into that thing.
That's so funny to me. I mean, he could crush an apple with his bare hands, but they couldn't get that cabinet to break.
Well, it must have been a really sturdy cabinet.
Should we go back to Dunder Mifflin and see what everyone else is doing?
Oh, we definitely should.
Michael is doing that thing where he is taking responsibility for something he had nothing to do with.
Oh, Jim and Pam. He's the matchmaker.
He is. And he's going to start matching up everyone in the office.
That's right. This scene had a series of talking heads. First was Meredith. You know, she said she's single, obviously. She's never getting married. And her talking head is like Clooney. Meredith is our office's George Clooney.
Yeah.
Who knew? Andy has one, of course, where he talks about Aaron. He's hoping the stars will align for them. And then, Jenna, would have come Creed's. Remember this deleted runner I shared with you that he thought if Jim and Pam had their baby, that meant he was going to die?
Yes.
Okay. Well, now Pam has had the baby and he's still alive. Here's Creed's deleted talking head.
Pam and her baby. And I'm still alive. I have a new lease on life. If death can't stop me from dating, then neither can my mother.
What? Who is his mother? And she's still alive and she doesn't want him to date? I have so many questions.
Well, listen, bottom line, Michael is going to fill all of their empty holes with love.
With another body and love.
Yes. And Angela, your look when he says that is so funny. It's so good.
So Jim and Pam are reminiscing about when they were just a couple of kids, afraid to be parents, and here they are holding their baby. Oh, it's so peaceful, and they're just laying there together in a sweet little snuggle, staring into her cute little sleeping face. Yeah, and the nurse is like, would you like us to take her? Yeah, and Jim and Pam say no. No, she can just stay here with us. Yeah. And this, of course, cuts to Cecilia crying. They're struggling to breastfeed, to swaddle. The wheels are coming off the bus.
I have a very funny story about that swaddling moment. So we were supposed to not swaddle the baby. That's the joke, is that Jim and Pam
Don't know how.
yes,
They need the nurse.
we're overwhelmed.
Right.
Lady, every time we just swaddled that baby perfectly.
The two of you?
The two of us. It was insane. We were trying to be bad at swaddling. Neither one of us had kids. And somehow we were like masterful swaddlers. And Harold Ramis and our AD, they kept saying, guys, stop swaddling the baby.
The joke is you can't do it.
But we just, I don't know, we were really, really good at swaddling. They were like, you have to stop. You have to stop swaddling that baby.
Well, there was a deleted scene after this. I think they were trying to build out the story that the two of you were getting really frustrated and started to get a little short with one another.
Oh, I remember.
Oh, I felt like we had to hear it. Pam cusses out Jim.
And I think she flips him in the bird at the end.
Oh, yeah, she shoots him in the bird.
I remember.
Delivery wasn't so bad, right?
Ew.
Wow. Well, no, I just mean a wonderful ending. Kind of rough getting here. Did not handle that well. I think you have to admit you flipped out a little bit.
I think you should stop talking now.
Okay. Uh-oh. Someone's still a little sore. You sitting on your donut?
Okay, so I remember shooting that, and we had a lot of fun with that.
It looked like it.
We had a lot of conversations with the people on set who had kids, and they all verified this is a very authentic moment post-birth. It did not end up making it in, but
No,
it was pretty fun.
It didn't. You know, in the show notes, it said that it just made Jim seem too mean.
Yes, even though these moments do happen between couples.
They do, but I feel like they left enough in of them being frustrated about like breastfeeding, and I think it works.
It works. We got a fan question from Hildy N in Norway, who was curious about the breastfeeding shawl, or whatever it is you call it, that Pam is using in this scene. She says, is that to avoid displays of nudity on the show, or is this normal in a U.S. hospital? Do women in U.S. hospitals use these shawls when they are breastfeeding? I would say no.
Not in their room, not in the privacy of their room, but maybe if you were out in a hallway or something, you might have a little blanket or something.
I had one of these shawls. They're actually really great. I made note of it when I got to use it on the show. And when I had my kids in real life, I was like, I want that one that Pam used because it has this like wire that holds it open so the mom can peek in. It was actually really helpful. And I would use one of those for the times that if I had to breastfeed at a restaurant or at the airport or wherever, maybe if I was in a very public place.
Yeah.
Although I would like to say there's nothing wrong with just whipping it out, ladies. Your baby's got to eat.
Your baby's got to eat. I was such a fan of this one shopping mall after Isabel was little that I would go. It was like an outdoor mall, and I would have her in her stroller and we could walk around. And for me, it was just being able to get out of the house and get outside a little bit. But I loved it because they had nursing stations.
I know what you're talking about. They had a little room with a rocking chair in it.
Yes. And you could go in. And so whenever I see a nursing station anywhere, I always smile because I'm like, that is so thoughtful.
Now they have them in airports. They did not have them in airports when I had my kids.
Yeah, not when we had kids.
But I guess in answer to Hildy's question, we were using that on the show just for the purposes of we couldn't have nudity on television, and also that was a fakey baby under there. We needed to limit what you saw of the babies in addition to the boobies.
Also, it was fakey nipple. You were wearing that rigged bra with the special pacifier thingy. Oh my God, I forgot about that, Angela. Yes, Jenna, on the DVD commentary, you talked about this elaborate breastfeeding bra rig that they had to build and you wore so it would look like Pam was actually breastfeeding. I remember that now. The baby had to want to have their face by my boob, but obviously not near your
rent-controlled properties. An extra 1% for utility, up to 6%, can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org.
Hey, it's Deborah Mark. Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily without having to deal with repairs or the hassle of a lengthy selling process? Well, look no further than Seller's Advantage. With thousands of satisfied customers, they are the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They will buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and you can close in just
boob. So what do? You describe it in the commentary. I thought we should hear it.
Now, there was like a rig, right, with a pacifier?
Oh, it was so complicated. Yes, because you wanted the baby to cry, but then it had to stop crying so you could record our dialogue. So they built me a bra that had extra padding, so it looked like I was breastfeeding or my breasts were full of milk. But then it also had like a breakaway shield that revealed a sterile nipple pacifier thing. And then the baby would actually suck on this pacifier and stop crying. How about that? You go to work one day, you get an email, can you build a bra with a pacifier in it that you wore over your clothes? Here's the thing, they could change out the pacifier. They were constantly changing it out with a new sterile pacifier as well, so that we'd get nipple change. Nipple change. Who knew? Well, in all of this struggle, Jim is going to buzz the nurse. Oh, but I mean, because maybe, did he buzz the nurse? Maybe Pam sat on it. But here she is to help us. Well, the nurse is going to offer to take baby Cece to the nursery, and they can try again later. Yeah. And she said, you know what? If she gets hungry, we'll give her a bottle. And Pam's like, no. I've heard about this. This is like nipple confusion. Then she'll just want the bottle, and then she won't want to breastfeed. And when Pam says this to the nurse, she gets some real nurse sass. The nurse is like, oh, good. You know everything. Lady, the line, oh, good, you know everything, is our fan mail flurry. Really? Yes. That's what set everyone off. Phrase. Really bumped people. For example, Alyssa M. from Utah said, I'm a postpartum nurse and I love this episode, but I always cringe at how the nurse treats Jim and Pam. Corey from Rochester, New York said, nipple confusion is real. You are the expert because you're the mother. Intuition is real. And finally, from Katie G. in Greenville, South Carolina, all right, ladies, I have a small soapbox to get on here. First, I want to really applaud everyone on the show for depicting some much more realistic pregnancy, birth, breastfeeding scenes. I love that Pam is scared and showing how long labor can be and especially how difficult it can be to get the hang of breastfeeding. But as for the soapbox, that nurse. Every time I watch this episode, I end up fuming at that nurse for giving Pam sass about, oh good, you know everything. News alert, nipple confusion is real, and the mother gets to make the choice as to whether she wants her child to have a bottle, pacifier, anything. And that nurse, whom in a deleted scene we learn has never had children herself, has no right to give Pam attitude about her decision. Katie, go off! The mama bear in me really wants to storm into that room, push that nurse out, and assure Pam that she's doing a wonderful job. Gah, that nurse! She goes on to say, ladies, stand up for yourselves. Don't be bullied and know that you're doing an amazing job regardless. Hang in there, mamas. Thank you for letting me get that off my chest. Since my second child is due in mid-October, I'm absolutely keyed up about this issue right now. Katie, we hear you. Katie, I love you. Yeah. Oh, there is actually one more from Kim E. in Ohio. Not so much a question as a thank you.
I struggled and gave up trying to breastfeed my son and then didn't even attempt with my daughter 2 years later. I don't know if The Office was the first to do it, but it was the first time I saw a new mother on a television show having trouble breastfeeding. It made me emotional when watching this, even though it was 5 years since my son was born that this episode originally aired. Thank your writers for realizing that it isn't always so easy. Thank you, Jenna, for taking your character there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I am really touched by all of those letters. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, ladies, for sharing.
I didn't even know how accurate Pam's journey was when I shot it, but in this rewatch, I was just as grateful for our depiction of this struggle.
Right. I mean, I remember with Isabel saying to her, it was just me and her in the room. It was just quiet. I was trying to get her to latch. And I remember I was so tired and I just looked at her sweet little face and I said, baby girl, I don't know how to do this. And I know you don't know how to do it, but we're going to figure it out. I promise you. And then I started to cry. It's like happy tears, but also frustrated tears.
I didn't get the hang of breastfeeding either of my children until after I got home from the hospital. I did not leave the hospital. Like Pam, I did not leave the hospital.
Lady, I got only one.
This flowing.
I only got one boob figured out. You know, my left boob got it. My right boob never got it. Eventually we got there with the right boob.
I wanted to point out something else in this scene. At 8 minutes and 54 seconds, I don't know if you noticed, but I am still wearing a fakey belly. I think you can really see it when I'm sitting in the bed in these scenes.
Yeah, I did notice that. I thought that was a great touch.
Lady, that was really important to me. I pitched that. Now, I know I've shared that I hadn't had a baby, but you had had a baby. And I remember being in the hospital with you after you gave birth. And I was like, well, wait, her whole stomach didn't go down.
No, and no one told me that. And I have 3 older sisters, and I guess I was just so naive. I packed my little hospital bag, you know, and the outfit I picked to go home in were my skinny jeans and just a cute little top. I remember. And I could not get those jeans on or button the top. I don't know what I was thinking. I literally had no clothes to leave the hospital in, no clean clothes. And you said, Ange, I'll go to your house. I'll drive to your house and I'll get you a pair of sweatpants.
Yep.
And then, Jenna, you brought the sweatpants back and
they also did not fit.
My sweatpants didn't fit. So my friend Erin was there and she said, I'll run to the mall. There was a shopping mall like right across the way. She was like, I'll go to the mall. I was like, just get me, I guess, like a bigger pair of sweatpants. The only thing, she went pretty early in the morning. I was about to be discharged. I had no clothes. She got me a pair of sweatpants and some flip-flops and a shirt. And when she gave me the bag, you guys, she had gone to Abercrombie. And this is like clothing for teenagers.
It had like a big printing across like the butt and the leg, right?
It said like Abercrombie, and I think it had number 41 on the butt. It was so embarrassing. That's what I left the hospital in. Flip-flops and these sweatpants that said 41.
It was so crazy.
I looked ridiculous.
Well, I'll never forget being in your hospital room and the two of us just like marveling at the fact that you still had like a pregnancy belly after you gave birth to her. We were like, what is this?
What the heck? I can't wear my jeans home?
So I told everyone that story when we were planning this episode, and I said to our costume designer, Alicia, I have to still be in my belly. You know, give me like a 5-month pregnant belly.
Yeah, it has to be realistic. I always think, Jenna, maybe because I left the hospital in sweatpants that said 41 and a random top and flip-flops, about how the royal family does that picture after they give birth and they're in a dress with their hair blown out and they stand on the steps holding their baby.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I see that, I think my photo would have been in sweatpants that said 41 and flip-flops.
Oh my gosh.
We should get back to the episode because I have a really fun tidbit about this Michael, Aaron, and Kevin scene.
Ooh, I do too.
Oh, go first.
Well, this storyline of Aaron and Kevin having a possible romance was a pitch from none other than Brian Baumgartner.
Really?
Yes. So he talked about it on his podcast, Office Deep Dive, while he was interviewing Ellie Kemper. I reached out to him to confirm, and he said yes, that he can't remember exactly when he went to pitch, but he did go to the writers and say, I think that their energy is so different that they might actually make a funny couple. He thought that kind of the slow-moving Kevin versus what he called the hummingbird that was Aaron could be really fun. He said the writer said, oh, it's an interesting idea, but then he never heard anything else about it until this episode when Michael has the idea.
That is so great. Well, here's my tidbit. On the commentary, the writers talked about how Kevin has a joke in this episode that was their absolute favorite. They were so giddy about it. Here's what it says in the script after Michael says, you know what? I'm about to change your life. We hear loud, wet, stifled breathing from behind the door.
Oh, wow.
Aaron says, what is that sound? Michael nods at Kevin. And then the door opens and Kevin says, da-ta. This word, da-ta, made the writers laugh so hard, they thought it was brilliant that Kevin, instead of saying ta-da, says da-ta. They said at the table read, when it came to this part, Brian's mind auto-corrected. And he read it, ta-da.
Oh, no.
And they were like, no, it's da-ta. And they were so delighted it made it into the episode.
One of my favorite lines from the scene is something that Michael says because Kevin gets really overeager to start his date like immediately.
Yeah.
And Michael says, you have to let the cookies cool before you pop them in your mouth. I don't know. I thought that was a really funny line.
It is funny, and you also know that's from life experience.
Back at the hospital, they are short on rooms. They need to bring another couple in for the spare bed that is in Jim and Pam's room. It's Dale and Kathy. And Kathy is just very easily breastfeeding. Jim and Pam are in awe.
And she has cute hair.
I know.
Real cute.
I mean, they're winning over there.
They are.
Guest star alert, Dale was played by Evan Gostad, who you may have seen on Arrested Development or Curb Your Enthusiasm or The Good Place. And Kathy was played by Melissa Roche, who would go on to star in The Big Bang Theory. Humongous star.
Yeah.
But I think this was one of her very first television jobs. How crazy is that? I remember she was so fun. Dale and Kathy's baby Caitlin was played by Dylan and Rylan Thompson.
Another set of twins.
Mm-hmm.
A lot is happening back at Jim and Pam's house.
Yeah.
Dwight and his wrecking crew are just completely demoing their kitchen.
Okay, you bring up the wrecking crew. I spot Rolf.
Oh, yeah.
James Urbaniak.
Yeah, he's there.
And a woman. I find it surprising that there isn't more there. Angela, what can you tell us?
Oh, I have some stuff for you. So there's nothing on the DVDs about this. There's no deleted scene. But I checked the shooting draft, and there is a hilarious explanation of why Rolf and Annie, that's the character's name, is there.
Yes, Annie, who was played by Amy Reichelman.
Here's what the script said. Interior Halpert foyer. Morning. Dwight opens the door and finds Rolf. Behind him is the new kitchen cabinetry and Annie, a tall, quiet woman. Dwight says, "You're late, Rolf." Rolf looks at Annie and says, "I met a woman." Dwight says, "Okay, but she's not using my tools." Rolf says, "She has her own." Dwight's jaw drops. Rolf nods.
Thank you.
"Oh, yeah." And then Dwight has a talking head where he says, "Rolf dates so far out of his league, it's not even funny. He is the single greatest ladies' man I have ever known. And I knew Amos Abscheid."
Good old Amos.
I know. Rolf met a woman, and she brought her own tools.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that explains why they're there.
There you go. That's Dwight's wrecking crew.
Guess what it's time for?
What?
Clark, the lactation consultant. He's going to arrive. He's going to offer his services to Jim and Pam. I mean, got milk? Got milk?
That's such a great line.
It was so good. We are going to go to break, and then when we come back, Lee is going to join us to talk all about these scenes. But before we go to break, Angela, I just want to share that I remember that you are the person who pitched the idea of a lactation nurse. The character of a lactation nurse was not in our table read draft, nope. But the storyline of Pam having difficulty breastfeeding was in the draft. Yeah. So you told our writers after the reading about this lactation nurse that came in and just was real handsy with your boobs. Yeah, I shared with everyone. I was like, I could relate to Pam struggling to get her baby to latch. And I said, well, I had a lactation consultant. And I explained that this person really manhandled my boobs. They really got in there. And it was a little bit awkward. Well, this prompted other people to share their stories, and the writers really liked this idea of a lactation consultant. Yes, now mine was a woman, but they, of course, decided to put this very funny spin to make it a man. And Greg said on the commentary that they did research to see if there were male lactation nurses, and there are, and that's how we got Clark. Well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we will have Clark. Got milk? Hello, Lee. Hi, I'm Office Lady.
Hello, Office Ladies. This is very exciting.
Lee, you are sitting in my podcast closet. I moved the plant in there for you to make it more pleasant.
Oh, thank you. I did notice that behind me. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm in the podcast closet today. I wish I could be there with you guys, but this is the second best we could do.
I know. Well, we're so glad to have you. And now, Jenna, you get to see what you look like when you zoom in. Yes. How's our little gal?
She's good. She's good. We just went for a walk. We took Maggie for a walk, and now she is watching some TV and drinking lots of water.
Oh, good. Thanks for taking care of her.
Can I say something before we begin?
Yes. Yeah.
I just wanted to say congratulations on this because, I've been there since the beginning, obviously. I've seen the seeds of this podcast and I've watched you guys grow it, and I see how hard you work at it. I mean, the listeners should know these ladies put so much heart and love into this podcast and so much effort. I mean, there's research and there's outlines and there's so much watching of episodes. And Jenna walks around the house with her headphones on, listening to episodes because she's going to edit the episode. It's really impressive. Anyway, congratulations! This is a phenomenal thing you guys have created, and you deserve all the accolades.
Lee, thank you. Thank you so much, Lee. It means a lot. I feel like you and Josh, whenever you get together, I always it makes me happy because I see you both being like, I know, with the headphones walking around the house.
It's true. It's like like how you have a sibling and you both know what it's like to have the same parent. It's kind of Josh and I are like, we have that thing with you guys. We're like, we know what it's like to have the wives doing the podcast and the book, by the way.
Yeah.
So,
Isabel thought Jenna was over the other day. She was like, Mom, is Jenna here? I was like, oh no, I'm just listening to our podcast and editing in the bathroom. She thought you would come over to look at outfits with me. Aww. Well, Lee, thank you so much. That was so sweet of you to say. I didn't know he was going to say that. I know. Very nice. Well, I guess we should start where we usually start. We always ask our guests, how did you get your job on The Office? But maybe I should kick this one off because, did he know someone? Yeah. Was there a connection with someone on the cast or crew? Well, when the writers came up with this storyline of the lactation consultant, Paul Lieberstein approached me, got me aside and said, hey, Jenna, we have this really funny idea, but it involves man kind of squishing your breasts around. How do you feel about that? That would be a guest actor. Are you okay with it? And I said, well, I think it would be maybe a little awkward now that you mention it. And he said, well, what if that person was your fiance, Lee? What if Lee did it? And so then I came home and I told you that. And I guess you can take it from here.
Yeah, you came home, you told me, I thought it sounded pretty funny. And I said, sure, right? So, of course, they weren't just handing me the job. I had to go into Allison Jones and read for the role or sort of prove that I could do it. Which I got to say, if there was ever a layup in the audition world, I mean, this was like a 6-foot hoop. It was like, just please drop the ball in the basket and make everyone's life easier, you know? So, you know, obviously there was no one else reading for it. So I went in, I for the role, it seemed to go fine. I had a good time, and I got the part.
Well, Lee, on the commentary, they said that you crushed the audition. They said they loved how just like business you were, like as Clark. Like, you know, you just came in, did your thing. And when they were rewatching the scene, they said they loved how you would pump the hand sanitizer as you left or as you came up each time. It just cracked them up.
That hand sanitizer was like my go-to little, you know, that was like my security blanket in the scene. Like if I didn't know what to do, I just go pump some more hand sanitizer.
It was great. I love that detail. Well, I have a follow-up question. You know, you'd been to set before. You had visited me many times. You knew everybody. You had hung out with us. What was it like coming on the show this time as an actor instead of a visitor?
Well, let's see. That's a good question. I had been up a few times to eat lunch, I remember. And we would always just kind of eat lunch and then hang out in your trailer, and then you'd go to work and I would leave. Is usually how it was, Jenna. And so this time I had my own trailer. Yeah, they gave me a trailer.
So were you like, come to my trailer, babe?
It was a tiny thing. I looked in there I just kind of opened the door. I saw Clark on the outside. I opened up, looked in. It was the smallest thing. I was like, I'm going to go to Jenna's trailer. I can hang out. So I never used the trailer. It was a waste of money for NBC. Sorry about that. But no, I remember, you know, coming up, I felt a little nervous, you know, obviously. But one thing that I remember was that I had been to set a number of times, but I'd never seen the camera roll. You know, we'd hang out and then I'd leave when you'd go back to work. So this time I got to see, you know, Jenna, you and John as Jim and Pam, and I was super impressed. I mean, you guys just made it look so easy. It was so seamless. That was a real exciting moment for me. And all I thought was, I hope I can, you know, hold my own in the scene with these two.
Well, you totally did. And you are an amazing actor and writer. I thought the whole scene was like watching these three like comedy geniuses. I loved every second of it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I have a question for you. Little actory kind of question. Jenna loves these kind of questions. Lee, did you do anything to prepare for the role of Clark? What was your process, Lee?
What was my process? Yes. I don't think I did very much. I mean, I sort of looked up what a lactation consultant was, you know, and
right, that's a good start. First of all, you guys didn't have kids yet.
No, we did not have kids.
And I really remember telling Jenna quite a lot about my lactation consultant.
Well, it's funny you say that, because we did not have kids then, so I'd never experienced a lactation consultant or the saga of breastfeeding up till then, you know. So I remember, looking back, I think I probably, had I known how difficult breastfeeding can be, and had I met some lactation consultants, I probably would have played Clark a little differently, because, you know, once we had kids and you know, Jenna was breastfeeding both of them, and we were learning how it is, and it can be very stressful and difficult. And then you meet these lactation consultants that come in and they're just filled with empathy, and they're just, you know, they know that the mom is stressed out, and they just have this, you know, they're oozing empathy. And I probably would have played Clark with a little more of that, you know, had I known. I probably would have given him a little bit more of, you know, got milk, you know.
That changes that line, Reed.
It does. But no, I just decided to play him very straight. You know, I knew the joke. The joke was, here's a male lactation consultant, and the humor is going to come from Jim's reaction to that. And so I just tried to lay the pipe there and let John do all the heavy lifting.
They did say on the DVD commentary there were props that were like lactation consultant pamphlets, like actual pamphlets, real ones. And they said you were reading them.
Yeah, I did. I did pick up some and read them, and like, oh, okay, look at this. There's the C. There's the C on the breast there. The guy making the C. So
okay.
Yeah, I remember that because you and John were friends, that John was really trying to make you laugh a lot. Like he was like coming for you.
Yeah, he was laying it on pretty good, and it was hard. It was hard to not break. If I looked over at him, because he'd hold that pamphlet up and just his eyes.
What did he cover it?
He got me. Yeah, and it was hard not to break, but we did. I think we did break a few times, didn't we, Jenna?
We did. Yeah, it was difficult because he was milking it. Oh Lord, there it is. Yeah.
Boom.
Lee, I'm curious, what do you remember most about your day of shooting on The Office? Do you have a favorite memory?
I mean, Harold Ramis. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know if you guys have mentioned this, but we shot this scene on Groundhog Day. Do you remember that?
We have not mentioned it. Yes, it was incredible. The director of Groundhog Day, the movie, Harold Ramis, was directing us on Groundhog Day. I remember that starting in the morning, we were all just like, when can we go up to Harold? When can we say like Happy Groundhog Day?
Yeah. Well, I remember when you went up to him, we all had sort of, I think everyone was thinking it, and finally you said it, and when he started to talk about Groundhog Day, everyone just kind of came over. We all just moved over and just sat there and listened to him talk about it. It was really, really fun, really exciting.
He was amazing like that. There was a day we all talked to him about Ghostbusters, but he was just so cool. I was bummed because I wasn't working that day, and I remember Jenna calling me and saying, "And I worked with Harold Ramis on Groundhog Day." Like, you geeked out about it.
Well, speaking of Ghostbusters, I remember that day too, because that's when he told us that every Halloween he dressed up in his Ghostbusters costume to hand out candy.
He said kids would ring the front doorbell and he would be in full Ghostbuster suit.
And he gave out full candy bars.
Yeah. How cool is that?
I know.
That's the coolest house on the block right there. All right, I have to ask you about a moment, you guys. There's the scene where Clark tells Pam to flick her nipple. We got a lot of mail about the flick your nipple moment. Rihanna K from Texas wrote in and said, 4 years ago, I gave birth to my first daughter. When the lactation consultant came in to check on our breastfeeding progress, she asked if I knew how to stimulate the nipple. I said, absolutely. And I started to flick my nipple. She was appalled and asked, where did you learn that? And I very seriously told her I learned it from an episode of The Office. She thought it was so funny. She even brought in another nurse and had me repeat the flicking, which they both found hysterical. Then they instructed me to roll the nipple instead of flicking it. This is a true story.
Wow, I love that.
Isn't that great? Yeah. Oh, no. Well, I remember when we were doing that scene, Lee, none of that stuff at a certain point was scripted. The writers on set were just throwing out phrases for you to say or for me to say to get reactions out of John.
Yeah, no, we went through a few. We went through like tap the nipple, hit the nipple, but I think flick was the one that really did it, And I can't remember if I was actually flicking, the nipple, but
I don't remember, Lee. I'm so sorry.
If I was. I apologize if I was. I was caught up in the moment.
You were really, though, handsy there. Like, you were really manhandling my breasts in the scene. And because they wanted to see all that, like...
I was going to ask you guys that because I was like, a lot of times as actors, we just cheat it, right? We cheat everything. We will cheat a kiss or an embrace just for boundaries and whatnot. But I was like, it really looks like there's some boob play happening here. There was.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I got the job. So, might as well go for the reality.
Well, it was perfect because it really sold the moment, and Jim's reaction was so great. there's a deleted scene where Jim shares about Pam's feelings for Clark. It's a talking head. He's standing outside of your hospital room, but there's a window in the door, and you can see Clark and Pam over Jim's shoulder, and you have to hear it.
Like most couples, Pam and I have that one person that we're allowed to hook up with if the opportunity ever arises. Mine is Cameron Davis. And hers, coincidentally enough, was Clark from the hospital.
How does it feel when I do that?
It feels good.
Well, that's my cue.
Amazing. I don't even remember that. I have to look at that deleted scene. I don't remember doing that.
Well, you guys are behind the door, but he can hear you and see you.
I see. Okay.
And then he dives back in the room when Clark's like, "How does that feel?" And Pam goes, "Feels good." He's like, I'm going back in."
That's so good.
One of my favorite parts of the episode is when Cece falls off her latch right after Clark leaves, and Jim is like, let me try. And she's like, no, babe, I just think that would be weird. Get Clark.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It was just so much fun being with you on set, Lee. It was like you used to always visit me, and it was just a social visit. But having you on the episode, it was an opportunity to share with you from the inside this thing I had been doing for 6 years. It was really cool. And of course, you're going to come back later and direct an episode in season 9. We'll have to have you in the studio for that.
Yes.
Yes. Hopefully, no children will be sick that day, and I'll be able to join you, ladies.
I know. But that was really special having you there. I cherish this memory.
Yeah, me too. It was really fun, and and I knew everybody, and everyone was so welcoming and made it so easy for me. That which was helpful because I'm sure I was a little nervous walking in. Didn't want to screw things up, and it was so fun. It was a great time. I was glad I got to do it.
Well, as your friend, Lee, it was so fun for me to rewatch this and to see you and Jenna. You guys have great chemistry, and you've worked together on other projects. Giant Mechanical Man is an amazing movie that Lee wrote and directed, and Jenna's in it, and you should all go watch it. There's my plug.
Thank you. That's how we fell in love.
It's one of my favorite movies.
Thank you.
But is there anything you're working on right now that you can share with us?
Oh, thanks, Ange. Yeah, actually, I have a horror film that I wrote that we're going to shoot in the fall, I believe. That I'm actually going to act in a little bit too.
Woo! Sam right now is doing fist pump.
Nice. And then the other fun thing is, I know you had Billy Joe on, but Billy Joe Armstrong and I are working on a project together as well, which is really fun.
Which will be your second project with Billy Joe Armstrong. After that episode aired, people were like, how do you know Billy Joe Armstrong? And I mean, the truth is that Lee is good friends with Billy Joe Armstrong because Lee wrote and directed a film starring Billy Joe called Ordinary World, and I have just sort of glommed on. And that friendship is what it is.
And here's another Office connection. Brian Baumgartner is in that movie.
Yes.
Yes,
so
he is.
Brian has an amazing speech in that movie about Scotch. It's one of my favorite parts of the film.
Oh, Lee, we can't wait to check all of that out, and we can't wait to have you back on.
Thanks, ladies. This was
I
really
love
fun.
you, babe. I'll see you in like an hour and a half when I get home.
Okay, see you in a bit. Have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, where should we go next, Angela?
I would say to accounting,
Because Angela's on the phone. She's got a lot of eyeshadow on again today.
She's zhuzhing it up.
And color.
She wants to know if Dwight has revised their contract. And he has. He has crossed the T's and dotted the I's and the umlauts, and it's time to go.
They're going to meet up later.
They're going to meet at exactly mid-late afternoon.
I love Angela and Dwight scenes. They're so weird. One thing I think we should mention is that lunch date with Aaron and Kevin, it did not go great. They were not hitting it off.
No.
Andy was spying on them through a plant.
Yeah.
Aaron is going to have to approach Kevin's desk and try and let him down easy. The scene is so awkward.
Of course it's awkward. Michael's a part of it.
Aaron just keeps using the word friend. Andy is eavesdropping behind another plant. And Kevin is not getting it, so Michael is going to step in.
and he's going to explain that it's not going to happen, Kevin. I'm so sorry. And then we're going to go back to the hospital. It's nighttime. Jim and Pam are snuggled in her bed. The baby starts crying.
Yeah. Jim, sort of half awake, grabs the baby. It latches.
It does. They're doing it. They're really parents now. So sweet. Isabel is going to arrive, and she would like to hold the baby, but Pam just wants to burp it first.
And that's when she realizes,
wrong baby.
Wrong baby.
The wrong baby.
Her baby is laying next to her in its crib. Whose baby? Oh, Lord.
It's Kathy's baby.
It's Kathy's baby, and she's just breastfed it.
Lady, we could not get through wrong baby.
Were you guys so tickled?
This line, wrong baby, just made us break so much. Charlie Grandy, the writer of this episode, shared that it was Gene Stupnitsky that pitched Pam should breastfeed the wrong baby. He had originally had the idea that somehow Michael would be the cause of mixing up the babies, but ultimately they couldn't figure out a way to get Michael back into the hospital room, but they still loved the idea of wrong baby, so this is how they pulled it off.
I bought it like you're sort of tired. You wheel the little rolly crib over to your bed, not really paying attention. I also loved in this scene when they realize it's the wrong baby and they quickly put the baby back in its crib, and the way that John sort of just pushed it.
I know.
John as Jim sort of pushed it and then like cradled into you.
That was making us laugh too. We loved the very cartoonish image of this baby rolling back to its real parent.
The next morning, Josie, the nurse, is going to ask Pam and Jim if they're excited to go home. And they're like, we have half an hour here. More. And she's like, well, 25 minutes.
Oh, it's a sass trade. My favorite one is when she asks Jim if he has the car seat, and he says, yes, it's right over there. And she says, the bottom part is supposed to be in the car. And he says, I have a news flash for you. The whole thing goes in the car.
Yeah. There was an alt joke for this scene. The writer said in the commentary that they had written a scene where Kevin installs the car seat for Jim and he puts it in the driver's seat.
Oh my gosh, I remember that. That is funny.
Well, they do leave the hospital. I would like to point out something. Pam is leaving in her own coat, her gray coat, and not Creed's plaid coat that she went to the hospital in.
Nice catch.
You're welcome.
Pam is being wheeled out of the hospital by an orderly who kind of shames Jim for not pulling the car around.
Yeah.
It's like most dads pull the car around.
Yeah, way to go.
Guest star alert, the orderly that helps Pam out of her wheelchair is Keishan Giles. Pam gets out of the wheelchair. She goes to sit on a nearby bench, and Cece sort of immediately starts crying. And Pam is alone on this bench with her baby who is crying. She has all of this anxiety.
Right, the baby isn't latching, the baby's crying.
Well, in the end, as Jim is kind of coming back, the baby latches, and they have this really beautiful moment on the bench together.
And you say this line as Pam, but I could only just hear it as you. Because I've heard you say stuff like this before. You went, we did it. And it's so cute. I just love that. I know there's been many times you and I have tackled something really tough and you've turned to me and you've said, we did it. And I just heard my friend in that moment. You know, I was looking at the shooting draft, and when we got to the scene, I realized there was a much bigger version of the scene, and it's crazy.
Oh yeah, this scene on the bench, I have a whole story about it. This was actually a reshoot.
Well, that makes sense because the scene in the shooting draft, it really threw me for a loop. I have it. Do you want me to read it?
Yes, read it.
Okay, guys. Buckle in. Exterior hospital. Spy shot. Pam is on a bench with the baby. People pass by. She looks down at the crying baby. She looks around, puts on the nursing blanket, and presents her breast to the baby. Pam says, come on. I got good breasts. I got milk in here for you. I got good stuff in here. Don't you like my titties? Is this about that cup of coffee I had in the second trimester? Give me a break. I'm trying here. Are you going to bust my balls your whole life? Pam looks around to make sure the camera is not around. But we have very good hiding spots. Pam starts to sing Brahms' lullaby. Have a drink. Have a drink. Come on, little Cecilia. I've got milk here in my titty. It's something that tastes good. Grab a hold here. Get your drink on. Come on, latch your stupid mouth. Oh, you're getting it. Yes. The baby responds, and for the first time, Pam relaxes. Something changes in her face, and she seems happy. Jim pulls up and gets out. Jenna, I read this and I was like, what? Would Pam ever tell her baby, don't bust my balls and drink from my titty and shut your stupid mouth? I was like, what happened here? What happened? Lady, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. This was not in the table draft. This was a rewrite for the shooting draft. On the day, I talked to Charlie Grandy, the writer, Paul Lieberstein, our showrunner at the time, and Harold Ramis. I said, I cannot wrap my head around these lines. I mean, clearly they were trying to have a comedy moment, right? Yes. But the language is so foreign to something Pam would do with a brand new newborn baby. Yeah, I mean, I said we've never seen Pam click into this kind of like, I don't know what kind of humor you call it, like kind of crass. Yeah. Is there a version of Pam? We don't know because she looks around to make sure the camera isn't there and then she's like, look at my titty. I don't know. Who is this person? So we shot it. Even though I kept saying the two things that I really couldn't say were titty, which I had to say twice, and stupid little mouth. And I said, I cannot look at this baby and say stupid little mouth. I can't do it. And they kept telling me that it was like charming and ironic and something that moms do, that like moms are like, come on, baby, let your stupid little mouth on my titty. Like that's what they were going for. They were going for like, she's either gonna like start crying or she has to like be a weirdo. And I was like, I can only approach this earnestly. That is who Pam is in her heart. Yeah. I don't believe it. It was a huge thing. So we shot it. They went to the editing room and it didn't work. Right. They saw that it didn't work. We shot this outside of the hospital, by the way. We shot this on the real bench outside of the real hospital on location. So when they realized that it didn't work, they wanted to do a reshoot. So they built a bench and like the exterior of the hospital on our warehouse set. This is the other set that I was saying was not really outside. And instead they went back to the table read draft, which just has Pam sitting there like maybe she's on the verge of tears. And then it happens just as Jim walks up, and then we know they're going to be okay. And my heart needed that scene. Yes. I didn't need a comedy moment here. No. I just needed them to be okay. Yeah. So when you're watching that scene, we are very carefully cutting back between the original shoot day and that reshoot day. I mean, I will just never forget that because that was titty. I couldn't do it. Titty. Stupid little mouth. I couldn't say it. Oh my gosh, look at my titties. Who is Pam? I don't know. Who is Pam in this moment? Anyway, that finishes out Jim and Pam's storyline, but we have to go back and talk about this very important facts that Andy is going to send to Aaron. Oh, Aaron. It's so sweet. The facts is Andy asking Aaron out to dinner. I wanted to point out that at 20 minutes, 30 seconds, the facts cover sheet has a new logo that says Dunder Mifflin, a division of Sabre. This is the only nod to Sabre or the Sabre storyline in the whole episode, in both of the delivery episodes. Right. We've sort of not talked about Sabre, but there it is, alive and well. Well, old tech alert. We have a fax machine, guys. Remember those? And Erin is trying to use it. The number keeps ringing busy. Yes, because she's faxing it to herself. I know. And Andy didn't think about that part. He didn't. And he said she's going to get fired if she doesn't do it. And she just starts crying, bless her heart. And then he's like, no, read it. Read it. And then finally, yes, they're going to go on a date. Finally. And they're both so happy. We got some mail
asking if Andy's line, "It's a date," was a callback to Jim telling Pam it's a date from The Job, but writer Charlie Grandy said it was not intentional, it's just a coincidence. Oh, they were not trying to call anything back there.
Michael's very pleased. He thinks he's done it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He says that there's just no greater feeling than when two people who are perfect for each other overcome all obstacles and find true love. But also the cigar is making him sick.
Of course. Over at Jim and Pam's house, Isabel stops by with some macaroni.
There's no fridge to put it in.
But there is Dwight in a tank top, arm, hair, and all, hanging out.
I found Rain kind of sexy in this scene. Well, so did Isabel. Isn't that weird? Am I weird? What was it? This, I think, actually, Rain is an attractive man in real life when he is not being Dwight. And I think, like, this is your glimpse of the, I don't know, the pheromones that are Rain.
Well, Rain has, like, a real sort of, just self-assurance. And I think it's attractive. And I think Isabel picks up on that.
Yeah.
This episode does end with Dwight and Angela getting their contract all in order.
Yes, there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of identification checking.
Okay, I have a story about this scene. We were filming in the warehouse, you know, in the set that they built. We sit down to rehearse. On our table is like 2 stacks of papers, a contract, like so many props, right? Harold Ramis has us rehearse the scene one time. We're going through it. I'm stamping things, I'm checking off. And Rain looks up and goes, "Where is I wanted a money pouch." I had like a money pouch, like from a bank. And I wanted this other stamp and I wanted this certain pen. And I was like, "Rain, who are you? Carrot Top? Look at all these props. How many more props do you need?" And then Phil Shea came running in and Harold was so funny. Harold looked at me and kind of rolled his eyes and was like, "He likes his props." I was like, he does. And we kind of had a moment where we gave Rain a little for his love of props. But I hope they sold the scene. I hope when you watch it, you get how serious the two of them were taking this procreation contract.
Angela's really excited to get started. And it breaks my heart because Dwight is now fixated on Isabel.
I know, it's flipped. He wanted her, she was mad at him, now she wants him, and he's given up. He's moving on.
I can't wait to see this storyline play out.
It was a really fun storyline.
Well, before we end this episode, we got this fan question from Anna W. in England, who wrote in to say, "I'm a midwife from the UK, and my question is, do you think this is an accurate representation of what it's like to have a baby in the American healthcare system? I actually kind of felt sad that Pam is being rushed out of the hospital when she's clearly not happy with breastfeeding and latching yet. At the hospital where I work here in England, women are welcome to stay in the hospital for however long they need to, especially if they haven't established breastfeeding yet. In fact, we would encourage women to stay in the hospital an extra night to get more confident with feeding if they're not sure about latching. We also don't have nurseries for babies to go to at night. Is that a normal thing to happen in American maternity hospitals? The babies just stay with the parents and us midwives help with feeding and changing at the bedside. I find the differences really interesting. Also, I once looked after a woman in labor who wanted to watch The Office the whole time. It was my best work day ever. I delivered her baby while the episode Survivor Man was playing."
Oh my gosh, there's so much here. Anna, thank you so much for sending in that question. I will tell you, I've had several women tell me they gave birth while watching The Office.
I hear that too.
Yeah.
We kind of touched on this a little bit last week because we got similar questions about the American healthcare system only allowing a certain few nights in the hospital.
Right. It's why Pam was trying to wait till midnight.
Right.
You know, my memory is that you only had a few days and then they wanted that room.
Yes, if you have a vaginal birth, you get so many days. And if you have a C-section birth, you get an extra day.
Yeah.
But then you're out of there.
You're out. I read this interesting article in The Atlantic, and it was titled "The High Cost of Having a Baby in America." It was written by Olga Kazan, and I found it really interesting. I thought I would share.
I'd love it.
It was written in 2019. Here's what it says. The average delivery cost in America now costs more than $4,500, where, for example, in Finland, you pay less than $60 to have a baby. But in the U.S., the average new mother with insurance will pay more than $4,500 for labor and delivery. For this study, researchers at the University of Michigan looked at over 600,000 American women who had health insurance through their jobs and gave birth between 2008 and 2015. They analyzed the insurance claims data for the cost of all the treatments and services the women used during the year prior to their delivery and during the delivery itself and for 3 months after to really get an accurate number.
Well, I'm really glad they did that because there are a lot of postnatal doctor visits that you go to after you've given birth, and especially if you've had a C-section. And I'm sure that those have co-pays and other fees. So I'm glad they included that in the cost.
Right, the 3 months after having a baby. The article goes on to say the high cost of bearing children, in part, also helps explain why the United States has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the developed world.
I didn't know that.
Yep. When women worry about paying for their labor expenses, they might delay or miss certain elements of their prenatal or postpartum care. It also helps explain why American women are having babies at a record low rate. There are many things that factor into this low birthing rate, but it says that it certainly doesn't help that having a baby costs more than the median average woman earns in a month. Some women, in fact, might literally not be able to afford to get pregnant.
You know, another cost that they're not talking about there is the cost of taking off work after you've had your baby. When I had my son and I was working on The Office, I had no paid maternity leave, and the show did not go on any kind of break. We kind of talked about this in our book, that even though the show had gone on breaks for other cast members to do movies,
it did not take a break
when I had my baby.
Right.
So I lost a quarter of my salary that year because I couldn't be in those episodes right after I gave birth. So I guess you could add that to the cost of having a baby too, in addition to the medical bills.
Yeah. Well, the article was really, really interesting. You know, we have a long way to go.
We sure do. We do. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I thought we could end on this letter, Angela. This is from Allie in Atlanta, Georgia, who said, I thought this would be an appropriate episode to share my appreciation of how Office Ladies has touched my life. I had my first baby in November 2019, and during late nights nursing, The Office was always on as my constant companion. Then COVID hit and I was isolated at home with my new baby. I quickly found Office Ladies, the podcast, and the two of you became my closest friends during my struggle with postpartum depression and anxiety. I really appreciate how this episode shows the real struggles of new parents. I'm now 7 months pregnant with my second baby and still listening to you two regularly as I prepare for our new edition. Thank you for being a bright light during my own journey of motherhood. And as a side note, 1 in 5 women experience postpartum mood or anxiety disorders. Just wanted to say that. Thank you for all you do to inspire and be there for women.
Allie, thank you so much for sharing that.
Allie, I am so glad that we have been able to be with you during this journey. And I can't imagine what it must have been like to be home with a newborn during COVID. It is already such an isolating time.
It really is. And to not be able to see family or people stop by or have a community there with you, it must have been very lonely.
We love you.
We love you, and we're so excited for you, and we wish you all the best.
And congratulations with your new baby.
Yes.
Well, I think we did it, Ange. That's the delivery part 2.
Pam and Jim and little Cece makes 3. By the way, at the very end of the episode, they walk in and they see the destruction
That's right.
that Dwight has been doing, and they're just like,
they can't even deal with it.
And on the commentary, they just mentioned, like, they're just new parents with this newborn, and they're finally home, and they're just like, whatever.
Yes. Well, a big thank you to Randy Cordray, to my sister Emily, to Brian Baumgartner, and to my husband Lee Kirk.
That's right. What a fun episode, you guys. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next week
for St. Patrick's Day. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Into space exploration. Countries are jumping into the space race and everyone's trying to outdo each other.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello. Hi there.
I'm excited about today's episode.
Well, it's a big day for Dunder Mifflin.
It's a fun one.
I think Michael Scott should kick off this episode.
Oh, okay.
Hello, hello. Top of the morning to ya. Woohoo! Green M&Ms. Nature's Viagra. 2 of my favorite joke areas combined. It's going to be a good day.
What are his 2 favorite joke areas? M&M's, Viagra, and St. Patrick's Day? Like, what are...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess Viagra and candy? Viagra and holidays? Viagra and... Definitely Viagra.
Definitely Viagra.
I'm not sure what the second one is.
Well, why don't you kick us off, Jenna, with what episode this is?
This is St. Patrick's Day, Season 6, Episode 19, written by Jonathan Hughes, who is one of our writer's assistants, and directed by Randall Einhorn.
I noticed in the shooting draft, Jenna, this episode was titled St. Patrick's Day, Town Hall.
Huh,
because Joe Bennett is going to have a town hall meeting.
Wow,
I know, little tidbit there for you.
Great trivia there, Aunt. Just coming in hot with the trivia today.
Oh my gosh, are we becoming that SNL sketch? Do you remember the delicious dish? It was like the NPR with Molly Shannon and Anna Gasteyer. Yes. Oh, good times.
I love it. Coming in hot. You surprised me with that one.
Are we them? Maybe. Should we hear them?
Let's hear them. Oh, Sam, can you find us a clip of them?
So, Terry, what's your favorite kind of fiber?
I like quinoa.
Whoa. I threw you, didn't I? You thought I was going to say barley. That was a real game changer. More like grain changer.
Oh my gosh.
It's one of the all-time greats. It really is.
Molly Shannon has a fantastic book out.
Hello, Molly. It's so good. I've actually been listening to the audiobook. I've been listening to her read it.
That's so fun.
It's really good. It's very raw and emotional. I mean, she shares really deeply about her life. But God, I admire her so much. I love her. Yeah, get her book. Book plug, Molly. Yeah.
And may I point out, you guys have the same microphone set up as them.
We do?
As the delicious dish gals?
That's why you and those ladies sound just as good.
Well, I came in hot and we had an unexpected tangent. Back to the episode.
I'm going to give you a summary.
Good times.
It's St. Patrick's Day, which is a big deal in Scranton, and the gang can't wait to celebrate after work. Dwight exploits the fact that Jim is struggling with his return from paternity leave. Michael tries a little too hard with Joe Bennett and becomes jealous when she takes a shine to Daryl instead. Meanwhile, Andy and Aaron have their first date, in spite of Aaron being sick and a creepy foster brother. That was the storyline I forgot about. Same. When I was rewatching it, I'm like, what? Wait, who's this guy? What is going on? That guy was so funny.
their whole dynamic. We'll get to it.
Fast fact number 1 is some mail that we got from Caitlin D. in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Fun fact, Scranton has a 30% Irish population, ranking 3rd highest for medium cities in the U.S. Have you ever been to Scranton's St. Patrick's Day Parade? Did you know it was one of the largest in the country? Well, I have not been to the parade, but I can confirm that according to PennLive.com, Scranton ranks 7th out of the 9 largest St. Patrick's Day parades.
I believe it, because if you meet anyone from Scranton, one of the first things they tell you is, you got to see our parade.
Well, the parade has its own website with a countdown. They are already counting down to next year's parade. And according to the official website, they're the 2nd largest in the country. So maybe they want to call someone over at PennLive.com.
Uh-oh.
Get on it.
Stirring the pot, Jenna.
Well, you know. Next year, their parade is going to be on March 11th, 2023. The parade kicks off with a parade day mass at St. Peter's Cathedral at 10 a.m., followed by the Brian P. Kelly 2-mile foot race. And then after the race, the parade starts at 11:45 and lasts just under 3.5 hours.
That's a long time.
It's a long parade.
I don't know.
How long is
I don't
the
know how
Macy's
long
Thanksgiving
parades
Day
are.
parade?
I like that we just came to this at the same moment. Like, wait, how long is a parade?
I thought a parade was about an hour.
Same.
Well, this
Not
is
this one.
No, they also get approximately 12,000 people at the parade each year.
Wow.
Internet says Macy's parade is roughly 3 to 4 hours.
So same. Oh, big parade.
Big parade.
Who knew? I guess I've only been to more smaller local parades.
I mean, my neighborhood does a little one for 4th of July. It's about 30 minutes.
Lady, that's not a parade.
Sure it is.
That's a neighborhood event.
It's a parade. You get your, you decorate your bicycle or, you know, the little red, like, wagon, and you decorate and you walk, and neighbors have candy and they throw candy.
Yes, a neighborhood event. You're talking about a neighborhood event.
I know.
I can't just organize like 20 people on my street and call it a parade.
Sure you can. Have you been to New Orleans?
Those are real parades.
No. In New Orleans, you can just like walk out after getting married and everyone starts dancing and people follow along and all of a sudden you're going through the streets with like 200 people. I will debate you on this forever. My neighborhood does a little 4th of July parade. You're saying it's an event. I don't like it.
Well, listen, I don't know what to say because, I mean, I just think like you're saying I'm surprised this parade is 3.5 hours long because our parade on my street for 4th of July with the bicycles is much shorter.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can have smaller parades or bigger parades. There's room for every type of parade.
All right, I'll agree to that.
Okay, fine.
Shall we go on to fast fact number 2?
I guess. What kind of energy are we bringing this morning?
I don't know. I think we're really tired. I know. We're loopy.
I know.
Oh, well, fast fact number 2 is that Greg Daniels always wanted us to film an episode in Scranton during the St. Patrick's Day Parade, but we could not get the network to approve a budget to bring the entire cast and crew to Scranton.
I thought this was such a huge mistake by the network. It would
I
have been
agree.
so great. It would have been a love letter to the city of Scranton, this amazing city who rallied behind the show, and I'm so bummed we never got to go.
Listen, that's everything that we were saying on set. We were constantly arguing that this had to happen during the run of the show.
Yeah.
Because the show never shot a single thing in Scranton the entire run of the show, and we thought that that was wrong.
Guess what? We're going to do an episode of Mom's Detective in Scranton.
Yeah.
There. The show that we talk about that doesn't exist, we're going to do it in Scranton.
Well, listen, Greg thought maybe for this episode we could get a few people to Scranton for the parade. They wouldn't pay for everybody. So originally this episode opened with a Michael talking head, during which we were going to show footage of people at the parade.
Yes, like a montage.
Yes, here is how it went. The talking head was, "It's St. Patrick's Day, which is a huge deal in Scranton. There was a big parade on Saturday, third biggest parade in the country according to the organizers, but if you ask me, it's the biggest. And then during that talking head, we were going to see Phyllis and Bob Vance dressed as royalty waving atop a Vance refrigeration float.
That would have been amazing. They would have built it too. It would have been a giant refrigerator going down the road. Oh.
Well, Angela, Randy told us that they started prepping this episode, and they reached out to Mary at the Chamber of Commerce
in Scranton.
Yes, and the Steamtown Mall was going to give us a float that we could turn into a Vance refrigeration float.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. Do you see how supportive they were? Oh, but wait, there's more. We were going to have Creed march with the veterans, wearing a highly decorated officer's uniform, and Stanley was just going to be sitting on the sidelines in a lawn chair. So, we shot this episode in January, but there was a problem. The parade is in March. Listen to this. The city of Scranton offered to move the entire parade 1 week earlier so that we could scoot down there and get this footage and get it into the episode in time before it aired.
Come on.
There's more. The Scranton Hilton blocked off a floor of rooms. The Steamtown Mall offered to give us their security for the cast and crew on the parade day. Mary also found a local hair salon to do the actors' hair and makeup for free.
Oh my gosh, Mary.
Randy said he was able to do the whole thing on a budget of about $80,000.
So why didn't we do it?
We shot this episode in January. And then remember last week when we talked about how the delivery was supposed to air 2 different weeks on March 4th and then March 11th? But both of them got moved. Yeah. So then this episode ended up needing to air before St. Patrick's Day, like way before the parade could have happened.
All up.
Exactly. And I guess that when Greg got into the editing room, he decided that we didn't really need the footage, that it was working without it. And so the whole thing got cut.
Oh, man.
Randy said that despite all of their efforts, that Mary and the city of Scranton were somewhat disappointed, but overall, he thinks they were also relieved that they didn't have to change the date of the parade.
Well, there's that. When you said that, I was like, oh, no. People would hate us. They'd be like, why aren't we having our parade when we have our parade?
Yeah.
Wow, that's an amazing story. I had no idea all of that was going on behind the scenes.
It's very similar to how Randy tried to get that horse to go over the falls and then it got pulled at the last minute.
Gosh.
Randy's job involves doing a lot of work that never comes to fruition, I'm noticing. He has to plan for everything, but not everything gets done.
And then somehow he finds a way to get us a new kitchen in the writer's room. The man is amazing.
Fast fact number 3, while the cast did not get to go to Scranton for the St. Patrick's Day parade, there is someone from our cast who did march in the St. Patrick's Day parade, and it was our very own Kate Flannery.
That's right, Pennsylvania native Kate Flannery was in the Scranton St. Patrick's Day parade. I reached out to Kate and I said, Kate, do you have any stories? How'd it come about? Can you share? And she sent in this audio clip.
Hey, this is Kate Flannery. I want to tell you all about my time in the Scranton St.
What's up, James? How you living, pimp? Very well. Saying hi back to you. I just got my main Twitter account banned, which is no big deal. That's best rabbi ever. And here's why I got it banned. Because I've made over 500 other accounts that were saying to follow that account, basically. They cut off the head of the Medusa. No big deal. I'm just going to take all those other accounts, the maybe like 200 of the 500 that they haven't banned yet, and I'm going to point them to my YouTube. We're going viral. Come hell or high water, baby.
The border illegally, and I believe
that's right.
Foley is here and he's going to talk about this story and things surrounding MS-13.
Take care, James. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Right now, also pending is a claim filed
shout out to James.
Government that says officials at the border dropped the ball when letting this 16-year-old illegal minor immigrant into the country. Attorney Brian Claypool out of
Patrick's Day Parade in 2017. I was in Pennsylvania, actually Philadelphia, with my dad, and they asked if I would be in the parade. I was super proud because I'm Irish. My dad owned a bar in Philadelphia, an Irish bar that my grandfather started. He's from Ireland, my grandfather's from Galway. So St. Patrick's Day has always been a big deal, and I love that they made Meredith have the same joy for St. Patrick's Day that I do. Just one day. Anyway, I get downstairs from my dad's, and there is a limousine waiting for me to take me to Scranton. It is all tricked out with lights and domestic champagne, and I'm like, whoa, I am going to Scranton in style. I get there, I am put into a horse-drawn carriage at the beginning of the parade, which is so awesome. Of course, I was wearing green. At one point, they took me to the cultural center, so I got to sing Danny Boy with this Irish band for real. Anyway, and they put me back into the parade, and I was with the football team, and I got to march. I marched for a good part. And then I got to the reviewing stand with the mayor of Scranton, and I got a plaque. I got a vest with a harp on it. That is part of the Lackawanna County tradition of Irish folks from Scranton. And it was amazing. The only bummer was that when I had to go to the bathroom, they made me cut the ladies' room line at Cooper's. There were like 30 women in line. They wanted me dead. They wanted to kill me. They were drinking all day and trying to hold it. It was not good. I don't know why we just couldn't find some random office from the newspaper. Anyway, it was a great day. I love Scranton. Woohoo! And I'm proud to be Irish. So there.
What an amazing experience she had. I mean, she has a plaque from being in the parade and a special vest. That story, though, of where she had to cut the line to the bathroom, I'm sure they had her, like, on a schedule, right? Of course. So they were like, let her through. And the ladies who'd been drinking at Cooper's were like, screw you, lady. Well, that's all I got, lady. Should we take a break? And then we'll talk about how very, very green this office is. Where does this budget come from? Where do they store all the decorations? Who turned the water green? I know. We'll be back. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. We are back. The office is looking very festive, but Kelly and Ryan are arguing, and you know what? Meredith is not having it. No, not today. Not today. One day. No hassles, no problems, no kids. And then Ryan's like, yeah, where are your kids? And she's like, nope, not today. I texted Kate. I was like, Kate, you are so funny in this, and you look so stinking cute. We got a fan question from Megan R. in South Africa who said, I would really love to hear a breakdown behind the choices made for everyone's St. Patty's Day outfits. I was surprised to see Kevin in a 3-piece suit. Unsurprised to see Jim in just a subtle green tie, but Meredith's whole outfit was a showstopper. I noticed her outfit right away. And her hair, like rolled up with the little flower clips. Come on. I went to the script. Her outfit was meticulously scripted. Here is what it said. Reveal Meredith wearing a beautiful dress.
Her hair is in a tasteful updo with a green clover intertwined, and she wears a tasteful clover wreath. I know, she looks like she's in her Sunday best. It's not what you would expect from Meredith on a holiday. No. Did you notice what Angela Martin is wearing? Pink. No. Not green? No. What? She's wearing like an ivory turtleneck with a beige cardigan and a gray skirt. At one point I have a talking head and I just blend into the wall. You can barely see me. Well, I noticed that you were not wearing green. No. Considering that your character thinks green is whorish, this day just must be very difficult for you. Oh, I have a whole thing about my character in St. Patrick's Day. I'll share it a bit. We also got a question from Sophia A. in Massachusetts, who thought of dyeing the water in the water cooler green. It really is such a nice little detail. I'll tell you, Sophia, that was in the script. And there was also a beat where Stanley was going to go to get water, and then he was going to be annoyed that that was green. Oh, that would have been perfect. I know. That's how they were going to reveal that. But instead, it ended up as just a little background moment. The show is going to open with Mega Desk. Dwight has put all three desks together to form this U shape around him. He's calling it Command Central. He's got surveillance, gaming, and business. That's right. While Jim was off on his paternity leave, Dwight took his desk. Now Jim is trying to figure out what he's going to do. We had a fan question from Cass in San Antonio, Texas, who said, when we see Megadesk, there is a plant on the left side of Dwight. Is that a beat with a grow light? Because you get a good look at it at 1 minute, 36 seconds. I love the attention to detail. It is a beat. I saw that too, and I love that there was a grow light. There is another really good shot of it at 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Lady, I have to say, I love that people are sending in time codes now. It makes my day. I thought you would like it. I love it too when I do Insta stories for the podcast because I can go to the time codes that you guys call out. I have to say, I also spotted a humidifier and a large, like 8x10 black and white photo of an old-timey woman. Maybe his grandmother. There were several framed photos. Like he brought in stuff from home. Mm-hmm. Dwight has one of my favorite talking heads where he says Tweedledee and Tweedledumbass have been away on maternity leave, and now Tweedledumbass is back, and we have a problem. Because he needs more Megadesk. It's all he can think about now. I love that Jo Bennett is going to arrive with her dogs. I can't get enough of Jo Bennett. I love Kathy Bates' performance. It is so good. I am like crushing on it. Everything between her and Michael in this episode is perfection. I wanted to point out the scene at 2 minutes, 5 seconds was actually longer in the shooting draft, and Jo goes around and compliments everyone, and I really felt like it set up that Michael storyline about him thinking Jo loves everybody, and of course he could go see her in Florida. I thought we should hear it.
Oh, Angela, I love that sweater. Phyllis, green is definitely your color. Mr. Bratton, you look well rested.
Didn't sleep awake.
Oh,
Excuse me, Joe. This is that Japanese pistol I was telling you about.
you didn't do it justice, boy. That is a fine piece of steel.
Oh, she is.
Hell, I'll be dreaming about her.
Oh, you and me both.
I mean, wow, she compliments everyone. Michael just thinks she's pals. They're all pals. It's his dream come true, really, to have a boss who's a pal. Michael's going to go into the conference room and give Jo a farewell gift. You know, this is her last day in Scranton. Yeah. And then she's heading back to Tallahassee. The gift bag at 2 minutes and 41 seconds was designed by our graphics designer, Henry Sane. And guess what's inside? A lump of coal. Yes. From the Anthracite Heritage Museum. You guys, we've shared about the museum before. Once again, our amazing writers adding a little piece of real Scranton detail to an episode. Jo is a little bit befuddled with this gift, but she's so gracious. And she even tells Michael, you know what? You've got a place to stay if you're ever in Tallahassee. Oh, Jo, you cannot say this to Michael. His reaction. Steve's performance and him reacting to this invitation. I have to say, when I was working on that movie with Michael Douglas, Solitary Man, where I played his daughter,
We were working a few days together. We started talking about travel. He asked me if I'd ever been to Spain. I said, oh, no, I've not really ever had a chance to visit Spain. He said, you know what? You got to come out. You stay at our house. Open invitation anytime you want. You and your husband, Lee, because he had met Lee. He said, you come out. You stay at our place. And I thought, I don't know what to say now. Is this that thing where someone is just saying that? And I said, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Jenna, wait. 2 days later, he said it again. He said, I'm serious. You gotta come stay at our place. Just anytime. And I'm like, how do I take him up on that? I never did it. I didn't know how to be like, hey, Michael Douglas, remember when you said I can come? Do I just talk to Catherine? Yeah, when are you guys going to be there in July? Because we could go, or August. Jenna, I wish I had saved the message because you called me. Oh my, I did? You called me like after work ended that day. And I had the message for so long. I wish I still had it. And you're like, Ange, the craziest thing happened today. I'm pretty sure Michael Douglas just invited me to his house in Spain. Like he has a house in Spain. And I mean, I've been looking at airfare. I told Lee, maybe we should do this, right? We should do it. Like you were Michael Scott in the moment. You're like, let's get a ticket. Let's plan the trip. I was too shy to follow up, but he offered twice within days apart. The first time I was like, oh, well, that's a polite thing to say. But when you follow it up, then was I rude for not going to stay there? I didn't. It was such a kind gesture. Oh my gosh. What do you do? Can we go? Michael? Catherine? Can we go? Well, we have a scene between Andy and Aaron that is really cute. Andy walks up to front reception and says, Aaron, go bra. And Aaron says, Andy, go bra. And says, nice kilt. Jenna, I had to look up the origin of Aaron go bra. Oh, the word Aaron is of Gaelic origins. It's an Irish word for Ireland. The second part of the phrase, go bra, which I'm probably saying wrong, so I apologize. I'm probably not quite saying it correctly. But it means till the end of time. So the phrase sort of means Ireland forever. Oh, there you go. And let's talk about this kilt for a second that Andy's wearing. Well, we need to talk about it because we got a fan mail flurry about it. Did we really? Yes, because he says it's his sister's old field hockey skirt, to which a gazillion people said, Andy has a sister? Oh, yeah, this is true. She's never mentioned again. We only meet Josh Groban as his little brother. And his parents. Yeah, where's the sister? Well, I want to say field hockey is near and dear to my heart. At my high school in St. Louis, Nerix Hall, I played field hockey, not on the team, just in gym class. But we have an amazing field hockey team. So I reached out to my friend Liz Milliken, who still works there, and I asked her for some fun Nerix Hall field hockey stats. You're going to have to tell me what field hockey is, because I don't know what it is. Field hockey. Okay, well, first of all, you wear kind of a skirt. Okay. And then a top that is like a regular, like sports jersey kind of thing. And you have a wooden sort of hockey stick mallet, but it has a little curve on the end. So not like lacrosse. It is not lacrosse. Okay. So field hockey, you have a ball. Okay. And you are hitting it down the field. On the grass. Yes. With the wooden stick. With the wooden mallet. And the mallet, it's not, the end of the stick is not as long as a hockey stick. It's more looks like a little bit of closer to a candy cane. Almost. Okay. Like not it doesn't go in a full U. Right. But that is field hockey. And you have a goal at the end. Yes. And you pass it to your players. Yes. Got it. And do both men and women play it? Mostly just women. Got it. It's a women's sport. Okay. I'm full up to speed. And you played this. I played this in gym class. Liz spoke with the Nerix Hall athletic director Nancy Millward and head coach Jody Patterson. They compiled some amazing field hockey stats. For example, Angela, the reason you may not know about field hockey is that it is typically an East Coast sport and then also played in California. In Missouri, there are only 30 high school field hockey teams and only 3 club teams. This year, Nearexhall ended their season with a 9-12-1 record. Liz told me that a major highlight of this season was that they won 2 overtime games against Marquette and Ladue. This year's team also hosted its first Pink Out game, which raised close to $400 for breast cancer. I just want to say, go Markers! That was what we were, the Nearexhall Markers.
Like a Sharpie marker?
We were the Hall Markers. And so, like, a Hallmark, that was our team, were Hallmarkers, but we would call ourselves Markers.
What's a hallmarker?
I mean, I guess it's just like a hallmark of history. Just hallmarkers? I mean, you're asking good questions.
Well, go Markers!
Thank you.
Way to kick some butt in field hockey.
Thank you. Our big rival is Ursuline, and they are the Liners, because they line the halls. They don't have anything to do with halls.
Okay.
We're the Hallmarkers.
You're the Hallmarkers.
But we would always say that we were going to X them out, those Liners. We're going to X out the Liners. This is amazing.
Amazing.
This is a glimpse into my high school.
I love it. I love it. I would have played field hockey. I love stuff like that.
Well, thank you, Liz, so much. That was so fun. I thought immediately of Nerex when I heard that.
Andy is going to have a talking head that tonight is their first date.
Mm-hmm.
And according to How I Met Your Mother, it's got to be perfect because this is the story you're going to tell your kids. Background catch, did you notice his talking head was in the annex?
Oh, I did not.
Not in the conference room. All talking heads in this episode happen outside of the conference room because Joe Bennett and her dogs are in the conference room.
Yes, very soon Jim is going to have a talking head over by the elevator by Vance Refrigeration. I totally noticed.
After this Andy talking head, Jenna, there would have been a scene between Oscar and Michael. It was in the shooting draft. It's in the deleted scenes. And we learn Michael's seat preference on an airplane.
Is it the middle seat?
You gotta hear it.
Going to Tallahassee. I am. Joe invited me to stay at her house. So I am booking early to make sure that I can get the middle seat. Twice as many people to talk to.
I knew it.
I knew it immediately. Seat.
Yeah, because he wants to chitty chat with the people on both sides of him.
Oh my gosh.
He thinks he has to book early for that.
I bet he's the guy that's so happy when someone's like, hey, I'll trade you my middle for your aisle seat. He's probably like, yeah. Well, the scene would have continued, and Oscar is really going to try to give Michael some advice. Here it is.
I didn't know you guys were that close. You know, we just sort of hit it off. And she told me that I'm funnier than a chimp in a bingo parlor. That she loved my tie. You know, Michael, Joe has a way of talking that's really friendly. I know, she's the best. Right, but maybe she doesn't always mean those nice things she says. How can you go through life like that?
He's so trying to help him.
I know.
Well, now Jim is talking to Pam on the phone. Pam's telling him little stories of baby Cece. She sent him a picture of baby Cece all dressed up for the holiday. That photo on Jim's computer at 4 minutes and 14 seconds was Charlie Grandy's new baby, our writer. But Randy sent me the original photo because our graphics designer, Henry Sane, actually photoshopped the little green outfit onto the baby. It was not wearing that originally. But you might also notice in this scene at 4 minutes 35 seconds, you can see a photo of baby Cece on Jim's desk, and that was also Charlie Grandy's baby.
So on Pam's desk, baby Cece is your sister's child, Cece, your niece.
Yes.
But on Jim's desk, baby Cece is Charlie's baby.
Yes.
2 different babies.
Soon we are going to cast a set of twins, these 2 girls, to play Cece, and they are going to then grow up with us, and we'll be putting their pictures on our desk.
Right. A Jim Dwight storyline is going to start here, where Dwight is going to make Jim feel badly about being at work and missing all of these wonderful moments at home with his baby.
Okay, I loved this couplet of dialogue. There is a line that Rain had that would have made me laugh if I was doing the scene with him. I wouldn't have been able to get through it. It's when Dwight says that Cece is going to think the refrigerator is her father, and Jim says, "Is that what happened to you?" And then Dwight goes, "I'll tell you what happened to me." It's like that line, the like sudden like turn of intensity. I'll tell you what happened to me.
And then he's like, I didn't see my father for the first 2 years of my life. He mistook his mom for his dad and his wet nurse for his mom. What was Dwight's childhood?
I don't know. We have a really good fan catch from this scene, Angela. Paige B in Knoxville, Tennessee says at around 5 minutes, you can see Daryl working in Jim's old office behind Dwight, even though the town hall meeting hasn't happened yet. Was that a continuity slip?
Oh, good catch.
Paige, I am so impressed. I went to the shooting draft. In the shooting draft, the group scene, the town hall scene was first.
Yes.
This was going to happen after.
Nice catch.
But in editing, they swapped them.
That was a really good catch.
We also got a fan question from Cameron D. in Richmond, Virginia. Jenna, what did you do during Pam's maternity leave? Did you get a good amount of time off for this episode and next? I'll tell you what I did, Cameron. I flew home and I spent the week with my sister and her new baby, my niece Cece.
You got to be a hands-on aunt for a whole week.
I did. So I was kind of doing what Pam was doing. I was caring for a newborn. I was on night duty for that week. My sister could sleep through the night.
Aw, that's like the best gift you can give a new mom is like a few hours to shower or nap, get some extra sleep. Oh,
I absolutely loved it. I slept on their couch. And Cece slept in a little bassinet next to me, and I would kind of doze on and off when she dozed, and I would hold her, and I would just look so forward to those nights with her when I got her all to myself. Because, of course, when my sister was awake, she was like doting on her. She just wanted all of her. So I was like, go to bed, go to sleep. And then I got to just have that little pumpkin all to myself. It was the best. I loved it. That's what I was doing.
That is so sweet. Jenna, there is a scene coming up that I have been sent probably 10,000 times in the last 2 years.
Who knew?
Who the heck knew? Erin is sneezing at her desk, and Angela's like, "Are you sick?" And Erin's like, No, I just have some indigestion. And Angela's like, "In your nose?" Angela's not having it. She goes to her desk and she puts on her very own embroidered mask with her name on it. She's not getting sick.
Don't you so wish you had that now?
Man, oh man, I wish I had it. I've been asked that so many times.
Well, listen, Erin says she's a little bit sick, but she's trying to push through because she just does not want to miss her date with Andy. It's so sweet. We got a fan question from Catherine D. in Portland, Oregon. Was Ellie Kemper actually sick in this episode, or is she faking her congested voice? She is faking, you guys.
I mean,
it's some great sick performance
it's
work.
some great fakey cold work right there.
Really good.
I was perplexed by what Erin shared in her talking head. She said she usually recovers when she's sick in just a few hours, except for the time she was in a hospital from ages 3 to 6. We are learning so many random things about people's backstory in this episode.
We really are. Well, now it is time for Joe's town hall. She gathers everyone in the bullpen and she says, I want to hear your ideas. She's been hearing ideas from executives, but she wants to hear from everyone. She says, did you guys know that liquid paper? That wasn't invented by some fancy engineer. No, that was created by a lowly typist. Well, Kevin chimes in right away. He says, I have an idea for a suntan lotion soap. And Joe says, doesn't have to be an invention, Kevin.
Jenna, there were so many alts for that line.
What?
I went to
for suntan lotion soap?
I went to the candy bag alts for Kevin's suntan lotion soap.
Oh, I'm dying. I literally can't wait.
I mean, look how many.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
Okay. Here we go.
I can just see right now the writers up in the writers' room
pitching like crazy,
cracking up over what are Kevin's invention.
Okay, here are the alts. A hook that you put all your keys on so you don't lose them. Face hat. I don't know exactly what it's for. A device that turns any sink into a urinal. Charcoal filtered underwear. Remote controlled sack adjuster.
orgasm detector, babe magnet, the never-ending French fry, an app that invents apps. What about an invention that makes inventions? Because then you just make that in your home free. I have an invention, pants with a built-in chair, so you always have a place to sit. I got the idea from a time when I got stuck in a chair and just went with it.
Wait, that's Michael's invention.
I know.
I want to see that scene where Michael gets really angry, where he's like, that's my invention. They talk about it at company picnic.
I know. Okay, next one. They have 3D glasses, but do they have ID glasses? I feel like that's probably something that is about to roll out, perhaps. Dog biscuits for people. A game that lets you be a swan. Huh. A bicycle powered by licking a lollipop. An app that lists all your condiments. What would you need that app for?
I don't know, but there would be some controversy over what a condiment is.
Yes. Those were all of Kevin's suntan lotion soap balls.
I felt like some of those sounded like Michael Scott inventions. Yeah. But the one that sounded most Kevin to me was never-ending French fry.
Yes. Also, maybe the remote-controlled sack adjuster. Does that mean something adjusts your balls remotely? Yeah. So you don't have to lean down and touch them.
Right.
Should you be in public?
Yeah.
You hit your little remote button.
Yeah.
And it shifts your balls around.
It does it for you.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I got very interested in Joe's comment about the inventor of liquid paper.
Did you deep dive?
Yes, I did, Angela. And this story is amazing. Liquid paper was invented by Bette Nesmith Graham. In 1954, she was a divorced single mom supporting herself and her son as a secretary working at a bank in Texas. She made about $300 a month. Here's the thing, though. She was a really bad typist. And every time she had to correct her mistakes, you either had to kind of like erase it and then it would smudge, or you just have to start all over again. Well, she was also a painter. And she thought to herself, you know, when painters make a mistake, they don't erase it or they don't start over, they just paint over it. So she was like, what if I took some of my white tempera paint to work and I painted over my mistakes and I let it dry and then I typed over it? Guess what? It freaking worked. But she was like, I need to make a better formula than just this straight paint. So in her kitchen at home with her blender, she created liquid paper. She put it in little nail polish bottles. Brilliant. And for 5 years, she and her coworkers at the bank used it. They called it Mistake Out. Well, then she got the idea, I should do something with this.
Yes,
I'm going to make this a business. So she hired some teenagers for $1 an hour to package it up in her garage, and they started shipping it out and sending it to places. She applied for a patent. It caught on. She renamed it Liquid Paper, and they started opening up factories in Dallas, Toronto, and Brussels. At its peak, they were making 25 million bottles of liquid paper every year. With her wealth, she established 2 foundations. One that gave grants and financial support to promote women in the arts, and the other which supported women in business. But at one point, while her liquid paper business is booming, she decided to get married again. But guess what this guy did?
Please don't tell me he took her money or sold her patent. Please don't tell me.
He tried to push her out of her own company and take it over for himself.
What a SOB.
That's right. He even tried to change the formula of liquid paper ever so slightly so that
he could patent it himself.
So that he wouldn't have to pay her royalties on it. Well, guess what? She prevailed. She sold the company in 1979 for $47.5 million. She gave millions of dollars to charity. Sadly, she died 6 months later from a stroke after selling her company. And incidentally, her son is Michael Nesmith, the guitarist for the Monkees. The rock band The Monkees. It's his mom.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
That is a fascinating story. I loved that story.
Me too. It's just a person solving a problem in their everyday life, you know? That's like my friend.
Oh, the cupcake lady.
Yes. My friend Jennifer Gunn. She was a stay-at-home mom. She's constantly making cupcakes for her kids
to take to school, and she was annoyed that they were getting all messed up. She's like, I can't keep putting them in like a shirt box. What am I transporting them in? So she came up with the cupcake courier, and she patented it, and she sold it out of her garage for years. And then finally she sold the design, and it's in like Target and all these places.
You get it everywhere.
Bed Bath and Beyond.
Amazing.
When she told me, I was like, how has no one thought of this before? It was this amazing, like, stackable cupcake transportation device.
Josh has one.
I know. I brought it on Rachel Ray. I was so excited about it. I was like, give me one. I'm giving one to Rachel Ray when I go on her talk show. Cupcake courier, liquid paper. Women solving everyday problems.
Yeah. During this town hall meeting, I have to point out how great they build this irritation that Joe has towards Michael.
Well, he keeps like doing all these like sidebars.
Like he does when anyone else ever is running a meeting. But one person is going to shine in this meeting, and it's Daryl. He has an idea about shipment because printers and paper ship differently. And he shows this to Joe, and she's like, I like this. You should have an office up here. And then her dynamic with Gabe is so great.
It's so good.
Gabe was like, I actually you know what? I'm going to pack up my stuff. No problem.
Exactly.
And this is the moment Michael reveals that he bought tickets to come to Tallahassee.
July 4th weekend.
July 4th weekend, but not only that, there's multiple. He booked multiple.
Just in case July 4th didn't work out.
And Joe's like, no, you didn't do that. I'm often not home. It's getting so awkward. Michael isn't catching the hint. And finally, she's like, Anna! Jenna, I remember when we filmed that.
You do?
You could have heard a pin drop. We were all terrified. She was so powerful in that moment. Like, her acting is so good. It literally shut up the whole room.
I love her.
And Michael has this line where he says, all right, everybody, just try to put a brave face on. He looks like he's about to cry.
Daryl is moving on up to his new office. He's singing
the jingle from the Jeffersons.
Yes, it was written by Janet Dubois. Randy negotiated just the sync rights to the song, which meant that Craig could sing them a cappella, but could have no musical accompaniment, and we could not play the actual song. And it cost us $17,000 for him to sing as he's moving into his new office. Michael is confused. He's upset. He goes in to see Joe.
I love when he's like, I'll knock once for yes and twice for no. And she said, how many knocks to get you to do some work?
I know. It's so good. Well, lady, I think we should take a break.
I do too, because when we come back, the cat's in the cradle. Jim is feeling guilty. Dwight's plan is working.
It's working.
The cat's in the cradle and the snooze home. Little boy to the man on the phone. When you're coming home, Daddy don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know we'll have a good time then.
This is the song that Dwight is playing while Jim is on a sales call. Yeah. I can't listen to that song. It makes me too sad.
I'm so sorry. I just had Sam play it.
I can't listen to the whole thing. It bums me out too much. Cats in the Cradle is a 1974 folk rock song by Harry Chapin. I did not know this. The song began as a poem written by his wife, Sandy, inspired by her ex-husband's awkward relationship with his father. Chapin said the song is also about his own relationship with his son, Josh. Basically, I think you guys know what the song is about, but the reason Dwight's playing it is because it's about a man who becomes a father, but he's just too busy to spend time with his son, and his son's always asking him, spend time with me, and the dad's like, we'll find a good time later.
Yeah.
But then in the final verse, the son is all grown up, and the dad finally wants to spend time with him, but now the son is too busy, and he realizes his son is...
No hand in it, I guess, right?
No hand in the pocket either.
But he says, that gutted me, because I wanted to celebrate that last goal, but I had to stay neutral.
Oh, wow.
What a great dad, huh?
Great dad.
Hopefully
got
some
opportunity.
Some tickets to go back there at some point in time with his son and enjoy the game from the stands.
Stefan, we have finished our 4-hour show sitting in for Gary and Shannon. It has been a wonderful opportunity to sit across from you, sir.
Likewise, I'm ready for a drink.
I'm ready for a drink. I'm ready for in and out something. We've been talking about food. I'm starving. Make sure you check the podcast out after the show. It's going to go up in a little bit on the iHeartRadio app. You can check it out and hear everything that you missed, the 9 news nuggets as well as all of the 4 hours. Again, thank you for letting us sit in, Gary and Shannon. Jeff Vaughn, I'm Tiffany Hobbs. KFI AM 640 live as we were in the iHeartRadio app. Now the news.
Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
KSI.
And the KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Locked up for life. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man who blew up his girlfriend with a homemade bomb at a salon in Aliso Viejo in 2018 has been sentenced. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada, 64-year-old Stephen Beal, murdered his girlfriend in one of the most despicable ways possible.
In the process, he also severely injured 2 other people, customers in the salon who were there preparing for a wedding. They will have to live with the trauma from this event for the rest of their lives.
The judge called Beal's actions chilling before handing him life in prison plus 30 years. He says Beal wanted to kill his girlfriend because she ended their relationship. Beal's first trial in 2022 ended in a mistrial because the jury deadlocked. An attorney in Southern California has filed a $100 million claim against the feds over the rape and murder of an autistic woman.
The only love that Kayla Hamilton got from Department of Homeland Security and DHHS was a one-way ticket to heaven.
Attorney Brian Claypool says if the 16-year-old illegal immigrant accused of killing Hamilton was vetted, he would not have been allowed into the U.S. Claypool says the teen was arrested in El Salvador for being a member of the gang MS-13. Was Hamilton's roommate and allegedly raped and strangled her in Maryland in 2022.
Think you got a little more
Trial
time?
set for later this year. A
Yeah.
lawsuit claiming sexual abuse by a convicted water polo coach has been settled by 2 school districts in Orange County. Lawyer Morgan Stewart says Irvine and Anaheim school districts agreed to pay $4.8 million to 6 girls claiming sexual abuse by Baram Ojre.
Irvine Unified, where he first worked, terminated him, then rehired him on a couple of occasions because he was abusive to the players. He was physically abusive. He would throw things, scream, hit.
Ojre got 18 years in prison for sexually molesting 9 players while in the pool.
Final verse, the son is all grown up and the dad finally wants to spend time with him, but now the son is too busy. And he realizes his son is grown up to be just like him, just too busy for relationship and intimacy. This song makes me sad, and so does the book The Giving Tree. Always makes me sad. Oh, right. Oh. Randy told me that we had to pay for both the sync and the master rights to this song because we both hear the song, and then Dwight and Andy sing it, and the total cost for this was $46,000. Well, Jim is going to have a talking head, like you said, outside of Van's refrigeration. And he's going to say he's not surprised that Dwight is using his baby to steal his desk, but what he is surprised by is that it's working. This next scene, Erin is going to bring Joe a fax, but she's so clearly sick. Joe's reaction to Erin walking in the room sick, she's like, no, get out. It made me laugh really hard. Lady, am I Joe Ben? I think you might be. That is 100% how I react to a sick person. I know. I'm like, oh wait, no. Not today. I am not getting sick today because of you. You need to go home. I was like that before the pandemic. I know, and now you're really leaning into it. I really am. Like, sniffle? Goodbye. Don't think so. Well, Andy is super bummed out because Joe sends Erin home. And now what are they going to do about their date? Well, Andy has an idea. He's going to go into Joe. He's going to have a bunch of coughing and a bunch of sicky. Joe's going to send him home. Everyone should have started hacking and coughing. They all would have gotten to go to the bar. You're so right. Angela, have you ever pretended to be sick to get out of something? Oh my gosh, you're putting me on the spot. I'm sure I have. You know what? One of the things that just comes to mind, which is so lame, Jenna, but I'm really bad at lying. I'm really bad. And my dad was the same way. Like, a police officer might pull him over for speeding, and he'd be like, yep, I was. You're correct. You know what I mean? Yeah. One time I was working at 1-800-DENTIST, I was in my 20s, and I had the 6 a.m. shift, and I overslept. And my manager called me, and he was so nice. I answered the phone, pretty groggy. I was like, hello. And he said, oh, Angela, are you not feeling well? I said, no, I'm fine. And he said, you had such a chance to get out of it. He said, if you're not feeling well, I can write you up as sick. It's fine. I was like, no, I'm just tired. He was like, okay, well, can you wake up then and come to work? I said, yeah, I'll be there. And I told my roommates that, and they were like, he literally gave you an out. Twice. I know. And I was like, no.
Well, I have a crazy story about pretending to be sick, and it involves Molly Shannon. Speaking of Molly Shannon, who's come up twice now on this podcast.
What happened?
All right, so when I first came to LA, I was working as a typist for the Television Critics Association. All the stars of all of the new TV shows gather. We've gone to them for The Office.
Yes.
And you do a panel, and you talk to the Television Critics Association about your new show, about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then in the evenings, they would have these cocktail parties where the cast of these shows would mingle with the press and give quotes.
Right.
Well, when I first moved here, I was a typist, and what I did was I would attend these panels, and I would make notes, and then I would get an audio tape, and I would go into a little hotel room that was all decked out with computers, and there was a whole group of us shoved in this little hotel room with computers, and I would have to transcribe them. And you would have to transcribe them by the end of the day, and then we would give these transcriptions to all the members of the Critics Association.
Wow. So the first time we ever did this press, you knew exactly how it worked.
I did.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I actually told that story on the stage when I was up on the stage, and I sent a big basket of cookies to all the typists who I knew were typing everything we were saying.
That's so great.
So one of the things about this job that was super cool was that if we got our work done on time, we got to go to the parties.
Oh, at the end of the day?
Yes, and just be like a fly on the wall and looky-loo at all the celebs. So this one night, I heard that the cast of Saturday Night Live was going to be at the party, and I wanted to go so badly, but their party was early. It was the 5 o'clock party. Got done by 5 o'clock. But I was like, I have to go to that party.
Yeah.
I have to. So, like 2 days before, I started pretending like I was a little bit sick. And then on the day of the party,
You were the slow play.
I was like, oh my God, I'm just like not getting better. I'm not getting better. But I was also being paid by the hour. So, that was the thing. Like I had to gradually get sicker because I needed to work until 4 o'clock. I needed the money.
Yeah.
So the thing was like, it was very clear to me that we weren't going to make it to this party. We were not going to get our work done.
Right.
So I said to my boss, I think I gotta go. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to make it to the end of the day. And my boss was like, of course, just go. Get good rest. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm like, thank you so much. So I left at 4 o'clock. I went to my car where I had a bag with makeup and a cocktail dress.
Holy crap, Jenna.
Yeah. And I put it on, and then I realized I couldn't get back in because all I had was my work badge. Well, that's when I noticed the red carpet.
Did you walk the red carpet?
Sort of. What? So, back then, there wasn't a lot of security.
No.
After the limos would drop celebrities at the carpet, I noticed they didn't look for any credentials. If you got dropped off in a limo, you just got to walk in.
Hold up. Were you like hiding in the bushes waiting for a limo to pull up and then you would just scooch in behind the people?
No. That's a good idea, though. That's what mom detectives would do because they love hiding in a good bush.
They love a bush.
Oh, Lord. So, I saw the line of limos. After they would drop people off, they would just go line up and wait for people to be done, like for hours. They just wait till the end of the night. So I went up and I just tapped on a window, and I was like, hey, would you be willing to
drop me off?
Drop me off at the carpet?
I cannot believe this story. You knocked on the window to a perfect stranger and said, hey, will you make a loop through the cul-de-sac and give me a little ride to the front door?
Yeah.
I'm trying to fake you my way in.
Yeah. And he was like, sure, why not?
Oh, my Lord.
I was like, no problem. So he dropped me off at the red carpet. I did not walk the front of the carpet. I did not walk the part where they take your picture. I walked the back part of it, you know, where the publicists walk.
Yeah.
Okay. I walked in. I went right into the SNL party. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. I spotted Molly Shannon from across the way. And I was like, I have to say something to this woman. I mean, she's everything to me. So I went up. She was talking with a group of press. And when they kind of walked away, I just said, Molly Shannon, I just got here to LA. I haven't even been here a year yet. And I just want to say you're such an inspiration to me. And I love you so much. And she looked at me, Angela. She put her hands on my shoulders and she said, don't give up. Don't give up. Whatever you do not give up. It took me 10 years to land on Saturday Night Live. 10 long years. But once I did, my whole life changed. So you just don't give up, okay? Do you know what that means to a young artist?
Yeah.
New to town to hear that? Well, I went home that day and I told my mom this encounter. And for years, my mom would say to me, Jenna, don't you forget what Molly Shannon said to you. Don't you forget, honey.
Oh, that's going to make me cry.
I'm getting emotional. Lady,
your mom quotes Molly Shannon to you.
Me. Oh, listen to this. So it was 8 years until I landed on The Office. 10 years later, my movie Walk Hard came out. And Molly Shannon was at the premiere because Tim Meadows was in the movie, Chris Parnell was in the movie, and she had come to support.
Yeah.
And I walked across the party and I said, Molly, I'm Jenna Fisher. She said, well, I know who you are. And I said, well, I have a story for you. And I told her that story, and then a photographer came over and took a picture of us. It was exactly 10 years later. We were reunited again at a party. Isn't that insane?
That's amazing.
Insane. So this woman is a hero of mine. Let me say, taking you back to that original party, the SNL party, as soon as I had my
inspirational moment with Molly Shannon.
Yes, I am just like on cloud nine. I'm a little in my head. I turn around and I bump into a man and I spill my drink all over him. That man was my boss.
Were you fired?
I was fired. He looked at me and he said, looks like you're feeling better. And I said, And there was a pause and I said, I'm guessing I shouldn't come in tomorrow. And he said, you guessed right. But it was worth it. That's my story about faking sick.
That is such a great
and
story.
What happened.
That is such a great story.
But let me tell you, when I tell you, like Molly Shannon's book is like you getting to have that moment with Molly Shannon. She gives it to everyone with her book. She is a force.
She is a force. I've worked with her and she was the best part of my day every day.
I'm sorry for that long tangent.
Well, Jenna, I know you shared the story in your book and it's so good.
I do, in my book, The Actor's Life.
Because now you have 2 books.
I have 2 books. Yes.
Yes, your book, The Actor's Life, A Survival Guide. And you share so many of your encounters along the way. Man, that story is amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't know that your mom quoted it back to you.
For years.
That
for
is
years.
so
Molly kept me going for years.
Wow.
Well, thanks for going on that trip down memory lane with me.
I loved every second.
Now we are in Daryl's new office. And Michael just cannot figure out how Daryl got on Joe's good side. And I love when Daryl says, I presented her with a good idea. You were there.
Yeah.
Michael, you were there when it happened.
I did some work. She liked my work.
Yeah.
There you go. Everyone's getting restless. They're ready to go.
They have been ready to leave since they got to work.
Michael tells Joe he's going to scooch on home, and she's like, well, do you feel like you put in a good day's work? Can you put your name to this day? Say you did a good job?
Mm-hmm.
Michael walks out of the conference room as everyone's leaving. He's like, nope, 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 nope.
Well, I want to point out in the conference room at 12 minutes and 38 seconds, you can see rain in the windows, and you are going to continue to see rain out the windows now because I'll tell you why later.
Oh,
I also have a fan catch from Ruby N in Australia who says, when Michael and the office are all trying to leave and Michael comes out from talking with Joe and says they have to stay, you can totally see the reflection of someone's solitaire game in the window when Daryl is sitting down. I saw it. This is a really good catch. It goes by fast, but at 13 minutes and 6 seconds, you can see a reflection of Creed's solitaire game on the office window. I'd also like to point out that Meredith has a solitaire game on her computer.
Kevin is bent out of shape. He has a talking head where he says just because Joe doesn't have a life doesn't mean they don't have a life. Oscar has a life. He thinks Ryan has a life. There were some alt accounting scenes that happened here. They're in the candy bag.
Really?
Yes, thanks again to Rob Burnett for sharing these with us. Here's one that really cracked me up. You know, so everyone's leaving the office. They think they're done for the day, right? Mm-hmm. This is the scene in accounting after Michael's like, no. You have to stay. Oscar says, Angela, I already shut down my computer. Let me check my email on yours. Angela says, no, just turn your computer back on. Oscar says, it takes too long and it makes that loud noise. Angela says, use Kevin's. Oscar says, we disconnected his internet. Why didn't you reveal Kevin has returned from the bathroom to overhear this? What? You told me the internet didn't reach my desk. Aw, they give him fakey work and he doesn't have internet. Oh, I thought that was a fun deleted scene.
That reminds me of the thing you do with kids. Like, if you don't want them to have dessert at the restaurant, you just tell them they ran out. Oh, you know what? They ran out of dessert.
Yeah. Guess everybody wanted it.
Michael's going to call Todd Packer. Oh my gosh, Dave Keckner, guest star in this episode
at 13 minutes, 21 seconds. What do we have, Jenna?
I don't know. What?
Behind Michael while he's on the phone.
Fakey rain, y'all. We got a fan question from Chad T in Montreal, who's really wondering, why was there a film crew with Todd Packer at the pub when Michael calls him? It felt a little regular TV to Chad. Chad's sort of saying, like, why were you prepared to shoot the other side of this phone call? You know, Chad, I thought about this, and here's what I decided. I think that they sent a crew ahead at around 5 o'clock, anticipating that the group would be there, and the group isn't there yet. That's my explanation.
Chad, here's what I'm going to say. You're not wrong. Sometimes we bent the fourth wall here to make the story happen. I have a quick background catch in addition to the fakey rain. I just want to point out how many wonderful St. Patrick's Day decorations are all throughout the office, including an Irish flag on Michael's desk.
Oh, little detail. I've got a location alert for the old bar. Oh, want to hear it?
I do.
It was called Tony's Bar and Grill. Our locations manager, Kyle Alexander, rented it out for 3 days. It was shut down. We had it all to ourselves. All those people inside are background performers that we hired. The first day they went in with set dressing and lighting. Then we had our one shoot day. And then on the third day, we moved all our stuff out in time for them to open that evening. Thank you, Tony's Bar and Grill.
Mm-hmm. Andy is going to show up at Erin's house with some Gatorade, and she opens the door.
She's in her jammy jams.
I thought that was so cute. Andy, I'm in my jammy jam.
He's in his worky works.
And she invites him in out of the rain.
Out of the rain. Location alert. This was a real residence in downtown LA. It was right by the bar location, so we shot the scenes at the bar during the day, and then they relocated to this apartment in the evening. Randy said it was actually raining that night.
Is that why we had to put fakey rain behind Michael?
I don't think so. I think that they wrote that it would be raining because
they knew it was going to be raining.
No. Oh. Because they wanted this moment of Andy at the door in the rain.
You know what just came to me?
What?
This episode is literally Don't Rain on My Parade.
What do you mean?
It's the St. Patrick's Day. There's a parade. They don't get to go celebrate. Joe Bennett is raining on their parade, and it's raining in real life.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's the metaphor.
Don't rain on my parade.
Well, Randy said that just in case, they had a special effects team ready to make fakey rain. but they didn't have to. We also rented this apartment for 3 days. They did the same thing. A day to decorate it, a day to shoot, and then a day to put it back the way the other people had it. Andy and Aaron are having a good time. They're snuggling under a blanket. When this guy comes in the room, it's her foster brother. He takes Andy's spot. All of a sudden, he's snuggling with Aaron. He's got her feet, hand on her upper thigh. What is happening? And Andy is like, so, like, do you have a parent in common? They're like, no. He's like, how does foster brother work? And she's just roommates. Like, we were just in the same house together. He's like, cool. Guest star alert, Reed, Aaron's foster brother, was played by Sean Davis. He graduated from Juilliard's acting program. He's done a bunch of TV and theater. He is excellent, beyond excellent in this scene. Big shout out to him. We did get a fan question from Susanna H. in Orlando, Florida. Why would Aaron's foster brother call her Aaron? Wasn't her name Kelly growing up? Didn't she only begin to go by Aaron at work after Charles Minor got sick of having 2 Kellys? You guys with all the catches in this episode. I'm so impressed, right? So Susanna said maybe Aaron went home and said to her foster brother, you have to call me by my middle name now because there's a new Kelly at my job she'd like us to please discuss. I mean, I definitely could see the character of Aaron telling him, you know what, I want to go by Aaron now, like fresh new start, new job. Yeah, I can see it. I like that pitch. That's why. And her foster brother Reed is in love with her, so he said, sure. Exactly. But I think the truth lies somewhere in nobody thought of that. Yep, is what really happened. Back at the office, Meredith, Creed, Oscar, and Kevin are like, we're done. We're walking out. Let's do it. Let's just walk out. Let's just go. So they're set to go, but then Joe comes out of the conference room and...
What up, pimp? How you living, baby? Slimeball, you living like a villain? What up, pimp?
hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like you can. Featuring Keith album tracks.
What's new?
Iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, the Pink Floyd, the Who, the Stones, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app. Search
Thanks. Thanks, baby. I love you too. What's new? Where are you? From where are you? Shout out to Nigeria. Are you in Lagos? Very cool. I live in California.
Anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. Green.
Very cool. I stream my life on YouTube 24/7.
Green. Enter at KFIA640.com/cash.
Type in ViralRabbi. ViralRabbi.
Every hour, every weekday from 9:20 in the morning with Gary and Shannon.
Sure, my man. Absolutely. You're live on YouTube now yourself.
We have much coverage today of the great Los Angeles County District Attorney debate last night. And you can
see that beautiful smile.
At lamag.com.
So it's V as in Victor, IRAL Rabbi, ViralRabbi, and then filter by live. In the search, go to filter and search by live streams, and you'll see I got 4 going right now on YouTube.
One of the standouts I thought was Craig Mitchell, who we have not covered at all. Really.
I have more content on the internet than any person in the history of the world. I have over 2 years of content on the internet, like the Truman Show.
Judge, I want to ask you about another story you told.
2. I'm almost 3.
Can you retell that for our audience? Yeah.
Sure. V is in Victor.
Oftentimes
V is in Victor. IRAL, like viral, like a virus. No, you're good, baby. You're good. It's hard to hear sometimes and hard to say. It's viral rabbi and then filtered by live in YouTube.
The word has obviously permeated county jail that you can get a discounted sentence.
Most certainly.
If you simply press the prosecutor for it. And that is what a Gaston special is. And this happens repeatedly.
Just one moment, it's loading. Yes, now I see it. Yeah, you see them live. I see them. Yep, just click on the first one, ViralRabbi.
And you've seen this come through your courtroom now every day for 3 years.
Oh, not that one. Go back. I can only see half your screen. So,
Okay, so I'm looking at the
yes. Okay, so see those red ones? Those red ones are mine. Now you want to filter by live. Yes, exactly. Now scroll down. Scroll. There you go. There I am. Those are. Yep, you got it.
A professional in this line of work for decades, and your demeanor suggested to me last night that I've had it. I've got to do something.
Very cool. Yo, baby. What up, baby? What up? I see you.
I wouldn't say that there was a single incident. It has been a cumulative effect.
You want to watch? You want to watch me? You want to watch me pee?
Decision that has not really gone over terribly well with my wife.
No, I'm just gonna pee right now. Watch.
My judicial career, taking a leave of absence.
Look.
Means that I am not being paid. I have to pay for my own benefits. It's about a $400,000 hit. And so, and I merely share that with you to understand.
That's my pee. I'm peeing right now. Just one moment.
Curious I am about this meeting to be corrected. Yeah, no, that says a lot. I mean, it's very powerful because you don't have to do this. You could easily just put a cap on your judicial career and just sail away. But that's what I'm saying. It's like what you had to experience in your courtroom and just living in the city now in the county is really must have shook you up to the point where you jumped into the race. And when you meet with people, how are people? Is everybody aware of what's going on in the county? I mean, so often there are too many people who are either apathetic or ignorant of what's happening.
Yes.
How do you find it? I'm certainly finding
you see
that
it?
the public is very dissatisfied with the current district attorney.
It's a lot of pee.
Equally frustrating on my part is when I go out into the community and speak with people.
So I don't have to walk all the way to the bathroom?
The majority don't even know what the district attorney does. And so there is a lot of education that needs to take place, and people really need to understand. Unlike the board of supervisors where you've got 5 folks, city council
for the last 2+ years.
You know, there are a lot of people involved in the decision-making process. That is not the way the district attorney's office is designed. It's one person.
So for the first year I worked, and then the last year I've been working off my savings.
I've got to go in a minute.
So I'm a project management professional, a certified project management professional. So for the first year, you could watch me working, and then I've been living off my savings since then and doing it so that I can just purely be dedicated to the cameras full time.
In a way that no other candidate has. 17 years as a teacher in South
It's
Los
baller.
Angeles, 11 years as a prosecutor, 18 and a half years as a judge.
Dude, tell all your friends about it. I'm going to make them rich. I'm going to make sure you get to live in California someday.
That gives me a unique ability to
I'm serious.
understand what needs to be done to improve the quality of life in Los Angeles. People who
I'm not the father of it, no, but I'm very associated with the project.
if we give them the appropriate treatment, we can return
No.
them to their families, return them to their place of work.
I don't. Yeah, their name is Morelight.
Understand and know what I need to do. Well, Mitchell, thank you for coming on with us, and we'll talk again.
So if you want to get a hold of them, here's what you do. In the chat, you at Morelight, M-O-R-E, like more, like you have less and more, and then space, and then light. Not darkness, but light. More light. So at him and just say, hey, I want to talk to somebody about the project. He's the head of the project. There's also the president of what we call the president. That person is elected. Their name is Jackson. So if you at Jackson, you just say, hey, I want to talk to someone about the project. They'll talk to you about it.
That's how you can access it on Twitter, and it's links you to.
They have it all.
The LAMag.com video, right?
Sure, Jackson, like the name Jack, Jackson. Yep, Jackson at Jackson. At Jack, just then put the at symbol and then Jackson, Jackson.
We're gonna have some Gaston clips to play. You're gonna hear that weasel in just minutes.
If you find Jackson, Jackson, that person might be able to help you as well.
Customer was a West Covina police sergeant. He entered the store as the armed robber was running out with a bag of cash. Security video captured the bus Wednesday. In the video, the robber allegedly demands money as he lifts his sweatshirt.
Tell all your friends you saw somebody streaming their life 24/7.
The clerk then alerts the officer, takes off to catch the robber. The robber was arrested in the around.
Tell your friends that I'm going to make all your friends rich. Why? Because data is the #1 resource on Earth, and I have more data uploaded to the internet stored on YouTube than any person ever.
On a flight in September and told her the first-class restroom was available and escorted her there, but the allegedly told her he needed to wash his hands first and that the restroom hose was broken. She later found an iPhone hidden there.
Documentaries.
A drought that started last year has cut ship crossings by 36% in the Panama Canal.
Documentaries.
Chuck Severson says the drought is one of the most severe to ever hit the Central American nation.
Tipping water levels could cost
You wanted me to show you?
$100 million and $700 million this year, says the Panama Canal Administrator.
He says the drought is raising concerns about global trade. Canal officials say they're hoping for a rainy season starting in April. An LA City Commission has voted to preserve the former home of Marilyn Monroe in Brentwood and is working to have it designated a historic cultural monument. The home was nearly torn down last year. A lawyer for the property owner argued this week the home should not fall into the city landmark ordinance because it's been empty and bare and is not worthy of being a monument. And Madonna has been sued by fans who claim she started her concert in Brooklyn not just 4 minutes, but more than 2 hours late. The fans brought the suit Wednesday, saying the Material Girls Celebration Tour concert was supposed to start at 8:30 p.m. last month, but the suit claims Madonna didn't take the stage until after 10:45 p.m. The concert goers say they didn't have a lot of public transportation options because of the late start. The fans say it also further inconvenienced them because they had to get up early for work the next day. We're going to the 110 next.
You want to sell your home? Well, the housing market's really slow with these 7% plus interest rates. So how do you take action? How do you get the sale done? Before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. This will work. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative to selling your home. There is no dealing with agents, commissions, no paying for repairs, no waiting months to sell. They will make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. Again, I said no agents and no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so that you, the seller, you walk away happy. See what other sellers have to say. Check out their reviews online. If you're ready to go, you call Seller's Advantage, and they might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 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 SellersAdvantage.com.
Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have
GRE number 0196165.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with highs in the mid-60s. For metro LA, the valley to inland OC, mid-50s to around 60 in the high desert, low to mid-60s at the beaches, around 70 in the IE. Rain likely starting overnight into tomorrow, so rain will be on and off Saturday, Sunday, and more rain Monday. Right now, 66 in Laguna Woods, 64 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 110 in South LA. So the 110 northbound right after Century Boulevard trying to clear there from the left lane over the right shoulder, but it's still close on the 105. In Linwood on the 105 westbound, right at Long Beach Boulevard. There's got some debris in the right lane. NRT's at 605 north at the 91. Got an accident making its way over to the right shoulder. In Commerce, 5 north at Washington. That wreck has cleared to the shoulder, but it's still got delays from the 605. And good news as well in East LA, 710 northbound at the Floral Drive. That wreck's cleared. It's going to be stop and go there from Washington Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Do you want the ultimate driving machine? Visit Sterling BMW in Newport Beach, sterlingbmw.com. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
At Ralph's, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small click for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralphs.com. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Check out this deal on USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Roast. They're on sale now for just $4.99 a pound if you call. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. Moments like my daughter telling me
Then they all just like blow their nose and they bail. They bail. They're scared of her. I'd like to shout out a beat sighting at 14 minutes 20 seconds. Oh, do you have a beat sighting? The beat with the grow light is now up on the file cabinet. Somebody moved it. The beat has been moved. It's still there. Dwight shares with Jen that he has a meeting he's got to get to. Wink, wink, a meeting. No, Dwight's meeting is real. It is? Yeah. There is no way that Dwight has a meeting at Shanny O'Ganigan's. He does. At 7:30. He actually does. He says, I have an actual meeting. I think he's just saying that to leave. No, he actually does. He packs his briefcase. He's being earnest. Well, listen, I looked up Shanny O'Ganigan's, and there is no Shanny O'Ganigan's in Scranton. There is one in Maryland. I Googled it. It's a 3-hour drive. We don't even sell paper there or printers. Dwight earnestly had a meeting. It's what makes the whole joke work that Jim didn't. I thought Jim stole Dwight's idea to get out of work. Well, I believe that Dwight is earnest and Jim sees an opportunity. Well, I see a poll in our future on Office Ladies Pod Instagram. I think Dwight really thinks. And one of the things I could not get through in this scene, I had to like pause it, is Rain's hair. What was Rain doing in his real life at this time?
What's up, pimp?
Frequently from the border. He's a journalist, and he's got a story. Has Biden bribed Mexico to control the border?
No, you should be able to, but that's okay.
Biden bribed Mexico to try to help him win the election. You'll see what that's about. Also, we're going to have Brian Claypool on because his firm has announced a $100 million.
Are you? You're right there, baby. I see you. What up? It's like I can touch you.
Because of a rape and murder of a 20-year-old autistic girl by an illegal MS-13 gang member. That's coming up at 2:30. And then, like I said, John Tommy, another strong candidate for LA County District Attorney, will be our guest at 3 o'clock. We just finished talking with Craig Mitchell. He was one of the standouts in the debate last night. It was 10 candidates, Gascon, and 9 opponents. LAMag.com put it on, Los Angeles Magazine, and Alex Michelson at Fox 11 moderated with John McGarty. And from the magazine. And again, it's the debate video is on Twitter, so you go at John Cobelt Radio, and that takes you to the YouTube video, the link there. This is going to sound weird, but work with me on this. So this morning, I'm home alone, and the doorbell rings. We have one of those doorbells that makes the phone go beep, 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 you know that thing? Yeah. And we almost never get the doorbell ring, especially at 10:30 in the morning. So I'm looking at the phone and thinking, what's this, right? There's something up. Pick it up, and it's a young woman's voice. and she says something like, "Hi, how are you doing?" And she goes, I've been talking with the neighbors, because I said something harsh to her, or a harsh tone of voice. I said, "How can I help you? What is it that you want?" And she goes, "I've been talking with the neighbors." I'm thinking, all right, I got to be nice. This must be a neighbor. Maybe there's a lost dog. I mean, where I am. And she starts going on about, she's got some literature, some Bible scriptures that she wants to give me. And I just hung up. And I thought, what is this lady doing in my neighborhood, going door to door, offering some biblical scriptures at 10:30 in the morning? It's the kind of neighborhood, obviously it's a nice neighborhood, and people work a lot, and there's probably not a lot of easy pickings for your religious cult. And I was thinking, man, how does the brain work when people get involved in cults? There could be religious cults, political cults, and, I don't know where religion and
his hair is way longer than Dwight's hair normally is. And they used a little flat iron, but they clearly had more hair to flat iron, and it's laying on top of his forehead like these long wispy bangs. I was cracking up. Oh my gosh, I did not notice this. Wait, I took a picture. Oh my gosh, please look at his poofy, long bangs, flat ironed hair. Oh, his hair is so long. Yeah, I'm going to put it in stories. So that's what I was looking at in the scene. Jim is going to call Joe Bennett and say he has a meeting. He gets out, and now Dwight actually can't go to the one he actually had. For those of you that believe he actually had one, like me. Coming up is one of my favorite scenes. The cleaning crew arrives with their music blasting, and they quickly leave. I have to shout out the cleaner who says, sorry. He was played by Boris Kievsky. He is so good. Do you know how hard it is to nail an acting moment like that with that amount of just casual reality? I so believed him. I believed the whole world that was happening with the music and them coming in. He was so good. They all were so good. Amazing. I loved it. I loved the detail too. That really shows you how long they've been at work. Because if you've been at work when the cleaning crew arrives, you're like, oh crap, I gotta go. Yeah. Randy said that the music they were playing was from the Universal Music Library, and it didn't cost us anything. Angela, now you have your very famous talking head. Yes, people quote this at me. Angela Martin says, yes, I'm anxious to get off work, but let me be clear. It's not to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. It's so I can protest St. Patrick's Day. I just want to do that. Well, the talking head was actually longer. Oh! And in the shooting draft, she went on to say, a group of friends and I meet up with signs and travel from bar to bar. I really look forward to it. I love it. So there were a few candy bag alts for this talking head. I'm going to read you two of them because, there were like a page and a half. One is so odd. It's about the Steamtown Mall. The other one I'm calling, is this a snarky writer moment? Oh, I can't wait. Sometimes we would read things and we're like, hey. The first one, Angela Martin says,
Take care,
I'm
man.
anxious to leave work to get to the Steamtown Mall. It's always empty on St. Patrick's Day, so I finally feel safe to shop. I'm scared of mall trampolines. Okay. And here's the other one. You tell me if there's a little bit of writer's sass. Angela Martin says, I'm not afraid of hard work. Do you know what hard work it is to dye my hair platinum blonde each month? I mean, come on. I'm closing in on 40, but my hair looks like Christina Aguilera. Oh, I would say someone in the writer's room had some thoughts on my hair color. I guess so. So now, Joe is prepping to go back to Tallahassee.
What's
I
up?
love this part. She tells Gabe ship all her things because she has had it with Homeland Security. But you know what, Angela? That is a sneaky celebrity trick. Do you know about this trick? No. They ship their clothes to their destination so that when they get off the plane, they can just scoot it on out of the airport.
Did you know that? Someone told me that. Someone said that they ship their clothes FedEx. I could never do it. What if the package got lost and then you got where you're going and you don't have any clothes?
Yeah, and then isn't everything wrinkled? But I guess it gets wrinkled in your suitcase too.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Joe is doing the sneaky trick. After speaking with Gabe about how late Joe usually works, Michael has decided he's going to take matters into his own hands. And he's going to walk in to Joe Bennett and he is going to say that he is pleased with his employee's performance today and he's going to send them home for the night. And by the way, he's also canceled his trips to Tallahassee. So, you know, he looks forward to their working relationship. The end.
And I think for once, Joe respects Michael in a moment because he stood up for his workers.
He did. He did.
And she says, I look forward to that too.
And then the whole gang gets to go out to the bar and they like Michael. It's really this nice moment where, you know, they're happy to be out at a bar with Michael.
He saved the night. Andy and Aaron's date, you can call it a date, has come to an end. And it looks like they're about to kiss. But then, of course, Reed pops in.
Yep.
From a kiss,
Aaron gives Andy a very long, lingering kiss on the cheek.
It's very sweet. Pretty much everyone is having a good night in the end.
In the end. Well, there is a tag, Jenna, where Dwight arrives to find Jim sitting atop a 3-desk pile that he's dubbed Quad Desk, right? There was an alt for this scene. In the shooting draft, it says, Jim has taken Dwight's mega desk configuration and rearranged it. 3 desks stacked on top of each other. Each desk still has all its equipment and computer phone set up. There's a step ladder set up as a chair, and Jim is standing on the step ladder, working at the top level desk when Dwight enters.
But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become alive?
Tower desk.
Ooh, tower desk.
Baby.
And Dwight does this talking everywhere. He's like, well, now I want a tower desk. I'm going to make one at home. 4 levels. I have a silo. I can have 5 levels.
Wow. So that was the alternate. But instead we ended up with quad
Now
desk
that
and
your
a
rose is
tiny
in
little desk
bloom,
underneath
lie
them all
into
for
the
Dwight.
moon.
Aw.
You guys, that was St. Patrick's Day.
It was. Thanks for celebrating this episode with us.
Thank you to Kate Flannery for sharing with us about being in the Scranton St. Patrick's Day Parade. Thank you to Molly Shannon for being a remarkable human being. Yeah, and changing my life.
Keeping me going, I should say.
We hope you guys keep going. Keep being yourself. And you have a fantastic rest of the week.
Don't give up.
Don't give up. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
La la la.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution.
Nicole Kidman is so fucking hot. I want to squeeze my balls.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And
Nicole
we're best
Kidman
friends.
is up
And
there
now we're
at
doing
one
the
time
Ultimate
for
Office
perhaps being the
Rewatch
hottest chick of
podcast
all.
just for you.
Each week, we will break down
No,
an episode
but
of The
she's
Office
super
and give
fucking hot. I
exclusive
can tell you that.
behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people
Like
who were there
crazy
can tell
fucking
you.
hot.
We're the Office Ladies.
Stupid hot. Almost.
Hi, lady.
Hi.
Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become larger? Kiss my rose on.
Probably.
Ooh, the more I
We'll
get
see. Is it going to give me a crick in my neck?
Dog,
Maybe.
they
I know.
banned
Why
you.
did I sit here? Well, guys, things are going to be crazy
So did you know
today.
the one
We're
is
sitting
known?
in new spots. Today we're breaking down new leads, which is season 6, episode 20. Lady, there's only 6 more episodes.
Kiss from a
we head into
rose
season
on a
I
grave.
can't believe it.
Ooh,
But
the
I
more
want to
I
point out,
get it
we
with
did
happy.
26 episodes in season 6. That is a huge number of episodes for a television season. I know, we all got sick at the end. I know, we all caught a cold bug. I have a little bit of trivia for you before we even start. Really?
Now that
What is it?
roses
My digital
and
clutter.
flowers,
And the original title for this episode was Scavenger Hunt.
Is it called Twitter?
Really? Yes, the table read, it was called
DuckDuckGo?
Scavenger Hunt.
YouTube?
I'm telling you, sitting in new spots. Trivia right at the top. What's next? Well, I'll tell you, this episode was written by Brent Forrester
What the fuck is that thing
and
called?
directed by Brent Forrester. I'm going to hit you with a summary now for new leads, formerly known
Kiss by
as Scavenger
rose.
Hunt.
It's Kiss
Favors
from a
new
rose.
policies favoring the sales team have
Kiss
caused them to become
from a
obnoxious
rose.
toward their coworkers. Michael attempts to check
This
their
song
egos
is so
and teach
sick.
humility by refusing to hand out the new sales leads.
Yeah, Peggy came in
Instead, Michael gives them to the non-sales staff who hide them around the office. A bunch of them end up
Oh
in
my
a
god, I
dump
could eat all that.
where Michael and Dwight and Aaron and Andy further their respective relationships. He basically hid
No, that's it,
$50,000
dog. I want the music
around
video.
the office. Yeah.
Music video. Yo, dog.
Fired.
Dog.
How is he not fired?
Dog. Dog.
Fast fact number 1 is a fan question
Dog.
from Alexandra in Huntsville, Alabama, who said, "What exactly are leads?" Alexandra, I think this is a really good thing to start with, because if we aren't clear on what a lead is, this episode is going to fall apart. It will.
She's
Not to
so
mention
hot
I
in this.
counted, and we say the word leads 33 times in this episode. Wow, we really need to know what that is.
I'm the Riddler, baby.
I
Riddle
will
me this,
tell
motherfucker.
you, according to Investopedia,
This movie was sick.
a sales lead
Where,
is a
yeah,
person
where
or
come did you
business
see it?
who
No, cousin
may
Tommy.
eventually become
Where
a
did you
client.
see it? You fuck?
Businesses gain access to sales leads through advertising, trade shows, direct mailing, third parties, and other marketing efforts. Salespeople then use those leads to send sales pitch emails or direct marketing materials and to make cold calls. Now, several factors determine the quality of a sales lead, such as whether or not the individual or business had an incentive to offer their contact information. You know, like when they say, get a free steak dinner if you listen to this sales pitch about a timeshare until I have information that then a person will follow up on to tell you that timeshare. Right? But if you got something in return,
Now that your roses in bloom, the light hits the boom.
you know, when you take an online survey, yeah, that'll generate a sales lead. I always do. You love an online survey? I do. No, well, this explains my
She's
spam
so
mail.
hot.
Very full. I was going to say, nowadays, they create sales lead by tracking your purchases online, and then you get targeted ads to watch. I'm a real
My pleasure, my pain, baby.
Oh, yeah. So when you go on a website, you look at something, you fill out your information,
Did
and
you
sometimes
know
you get a little
that when it
disclaimer, like, are
snows,
you okay
my
to accept
eyes
this, or fill out
become
this,
large
click it.
and my
You don't read all of it,
shine
it's
can
kind of
be
tiny little words, they say a lot.
Baby, I'm not gonna get you a kiss from a rose on the green. Ooh, the more I get as you will sing to yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, the light hits the room.
Third parties that you don't even know have your information.
She's
Wow.
so
It
hot.
was fascinating. So there's a setting
Like,
on your phone and on your computer where you can turn off
classically
that tracking.
hot.
Yeah. So I went in and I did that. Oh, will you teach me how to do that when we get that big podcast? Yeah. Well, I've got a ton of stuff from
Instagram. You're a big shopper. Like an ad will pop up and you're like, I got a dress on Instagram today. I thought about you. I didn't don't buy it, everybody, but I did buy that countertop poster, and you love it. I love it. I got in on that early. I watched that ad before they were even available, and I was one of the people who bought it when it was like at a discount because you were helping them as part of their startup. I waited 7 months for that thing. Well, you were late. My pleasure, my pain. Popping up on my Instagram, you guys, and I just figured out because I told Josh I wrote for my birthday. The little tiny camera that goes in your bird feeder. I sent that to you. Oh, yes.
Did you know
yeah,
when it snows, my eyes become large and my eyes become shining to see? Baby, I'm not gonna come into a kiss from a rose on a day. Ooh, the more I give you the stranger now that your rose is in bloom, life hits the moon on the day. Kiss from a rose on a day. Ooh, I'm gonna give you the stranger feeling, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, life hits the moon on the day.
So now I get it on Tuesday and Sunday. Really? Hey, I was a lead.
That song is so sick. Dude, sing it again. That was sick.
So we got it, right? We know what leads are. I think we all got it.
Go on and finish it.
Fast fact number 2. This was a fan mail flurry.
God, I don't want this.
We got a lot of mail, including from Soul C in Berkeley, California, Janine R from Mackenzie River Valley,
Dog,
Oregon,
are you good at
and
this?
Rabbi from Toronto, Canada. They would all like to know what's up with the dump. They would like a location breakdown on the dump because they said
we don't
the
do
dumpster
that?
really looks like it was green screen. How much of it is real? How large was this set? And how did they get all the garbage that Dwight and Michael threw at each other? You are right. It was
I am Batman. Yeah,
we built our version of the Scranton dump on our warehouse stage in front of a massive green screen. Randy told me it's called a cyclorama. It actually turns around the entire periphery of the interior of our stage too. Prior to shooting, we actually did an enormous amount of research about what the actual landfill in Scranton can look like. I believe it.
Mama, give me a kiss on the rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Yeah. And now that your rose is in bloom, the light hits the moon on the grave.
So Michael Gallenberg was in charge of designing the dump. But the making of all the fake trash that Dwight and Michael throw at one another, that fell under the jurisdiction of Steve Rossi, our set decorator. Randy told us that he met with a local recycling firm and purchased literally hundreds of bales of sanitized recycled waste. It was mostly plastic, corrugated cardboard, and paper, but he added a little bit of household trash.
When it
He also
snows,
threw in
my
items that they could throw
eyes
at each other,
become
like
large
big
and
tables,
my picture shine can't be seen.
he found the big bathtub, the bag chair, all that stuff. They took our visual effects company, Stargate Studios International, to a local landfill in Eagle Rock, California, and they shot a bunch of video. And that's what's playing on the green screen. They got bulldozers and, you know, that flock of birds that flies through. I thought that was a nice touch. They took all those videos.
She's so hot, it makes me want to just punch myself. Really? Damn it, Nicole Kidman. So hot. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave.
Well, finally, fast fact number 3.
I've been
I
kissed
mentioned earlier
by a
this episode was
rose
both
on
written
the
and
grave.
directed
That's
by
what
Brent
makes me
Forrester.
yeah.
You know we love
kissed by a rose on the grave. Alicia Silverstone, how the fuck as well? So much you can say. Power, my pleasure, my pain.
Oh no, Brett! He said the acting is great, of course. You guys never waver, but the script got so mangled. He said he was also shooting a pilot for Ron Howard while we were doing this episode. Crazy. He said he just didn't feel like it turned out how he wanted. And then he said, oh my god, those special effects, they are just hilarious and bad. But he did still send in some audio clips. Here's what he had to say.
Hi, I'm Brett Forrester, the writer and director of There are two main problems with this episode, the writing and the directing. The story has a fundamental flaw in it, and a fundamental lesson in it for all you writers, okay? The secret of storytelling in the half-hour medium is to send a story
Who's hot? Nicole Kidman's hot.
let that conflict build to a crisis and then write the story for half
This
hours.
movie was so tight. Gotham City was so tight. Gotham City is Chi-Town got it going on.
Doesn't center in when Michael proceeds right into the third act, but then it's too late. It's so obvious to me now, but I totally missed it at the time because I was so focused on doing a terrible job of directing this episode.
Brett, stop it! I absolutely enjoyed this episode. You're being way too critical of yourself. Just stop. Let that go. Can you tell that he is a screenwriter comedy? Yes, always brings it down from that intellectual level. Right, love. I always love hearing that from him. So smart. Brent sent in one more audio clip. We'll play it later. He does have a favorite scene from this episode. Oh, good. Well, listen, before we go to break, I have a fun little detail about this episode. If you do rewatch this episode, look for the people wearing the little headphones and like typing on their phones during meetings. There was a lot of old tech. Yeah, these little headphones and this bits of business. These were things that were sprinkled into the show to kind of amplify the status of the sales team. We did not normally see these. It's kind of exclusive to this episode, and I had a good time shotting them. I'm gonna good.
Hey
no one wears a headset like Phyllis. I know. Alright, well, we'll take a break and we'll be back. This cold open that I'm titling. My bad.
Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? There, I'm gonna do a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the moment that you a stranger, it feels down. Now that your roses in bloom, a light hits the room on the grave. Gets really big here, like this part. I've been kissed by the rose on the grave. Been kissed by the rose on the grave. Been kissed by the rose on the grave. I've been kissed by the rose on the grave. Nothing much everything tells you so much you can say. You mean my power, my pleasure, my pain. You don't want an addiction that you can't deny. Watching you having you. Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become a large and light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I'm beginning to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the moment I know that you a stranger, it feels, yeah. And now that your roses in bloom, light hits the moon on the grave. Beginning to a kiss from a rose. I'm gonna go side gangster. Hey, how about you shut the fuck up? What song do you really like? Like, what song could you listen to all the time?
are expected to spend at least 6 months looking into the case. Today, after the Department of Justice issued a damning review of how police acted that day, 19 kids and 2 teachers were killed. Rape allegations. Police found prosecutors to charge Weaver with illegally video recording the sexual encounter he had with a woman. Officials say the woman never consented to be video recorded last October and was unaware it happened. They asked the state attorney's office to file video.
Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. And maybe I'm amazed at the way you pulled me all the time. You hung me all around. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really need you. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely woman who could ever help me. Baby, don't you help me understand? Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm the only woman who could ever help me. Baby, won't you help me to understand? Dog. That was sick. Why did you shut it off?
Before you get to Monterey Street, get an accident block in the left lane. It's going to be heavy from Baldwin Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
I'd like to welcome a new sponsor to the show, and it's NetSuite by Oracle. And this one really resonates with me, because no matter what business you're in, technology is simply part of it. And that's where a customized solution with NetSuite comes into play.
Look at this.
What NetSuite does is help you do what all of us business owners want, make more profit. It'll help you manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins, drive down expenses, increase revenue. Download the NetSuite checklist designed to help your business perform, and it's free. There's no downside on this one. Go to netsuite.com/KFI, netsuite.com/KFI.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
I bought the new electric BMW iX from BMW. Right now, you can lease the all-electric 2024 BMW iX for $799 per month for 36 months. $64.39 due at signing. This is good through January 31. You also get 2 years of 30-minute charges offered by Electricity America on 2024 iX models. This offer is available by Sterling BMW through BMW Financial Services. Visit sterlingbmw.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
John Cobell Show. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, on the Radio 1 until 4 after 4 o'clock. John Cobell Show on demand. The podcast, there is so much going on. That's why I'm talking fast today. I'm trying to pack twice as much show into the 3 measly hours we have. We will have at 2:30, Attorney Brian Claypool He has his own law firm, and he's announcing a $100 million wrongful death lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Health and Human Services. There was a rape and murder of a 20-year-old autistic girl by an illegal alien gang member, MS-13 gang member. He was underage. It's the first of its kind filed against DHS and the Health and Human Services. We are going to talk to Brian Claypool about it. Because stuff like that has to be done. The border is one of the hottest issues that is going to, this might be the first time that we're seeing it affect a presidential race. There was a poll out the other day where 93% of Americans thought that the border was a serious issue or a crisis. 93%. Only 7% of Americans said, eh. That was a CBS poll. Also, it's something that even in California, a lot of Democrats are upset with. There was a California-based poll this week which said that 62% of Californians think it's a serious issue. So this is not a political division anymore on this. It's, again, quality of life. We're going to talk now with Todd Bensman. He's a journalist, has a piece in the New York Post today. He's an author. He's written a book on the border. And let me get the title of it. Overrun, How Joe Biden Unleashed the Greatest Border Crisis in U.S. History. He's a fellow with the Center for Immigration Studies. He knows everything about the border. Let's get him on here. Todd Bensman, welcome.
Hey, great to be here. Thank you for having me.
So your piece is headlined in the New York Post, Has Biden bribed Mexico to control the border and help him win the election? Flesh this out.
Okay. Well, anybody who's been paying a little bit of attention probably is aware that October, November, and December, there were just 10,000 a day, 15,000 a day immigrants crossing illegally over the border, all along the border for Arizona, California, Texas. Just absolute pandemonium at historic levels. And that's saying a lot on this border crisis. But when January rolled around, all of a sudden now we're seeing, a still terrible 4,000 and 5,000 a day. So what happened? They somehow cut the numbers, just dropped in the media way. Well, that closely coincides with some shuttle diplomacy. The president went down to Mexico City right around Christmas, met with President Obrador. Came back and didn't say anything about what, neither did the Mexican president. Then there was some more shuttle diplomacy with State Department Anthony Blinken and DHS Secretary Mayorkas. They went down there again. And then within a week, Mexico was running aggressive operations against the immigrants all over the country. They were rounding them up by the thousands in their northern cities before they could cross into our country, and stuffing them into, caravans of buses down to Tapachula, Mexico, which is way down south on the Guatemalan border, and trapping them there, putting them on airplanes and flying them down, bulldozing migrant camps in the north, setting up roadblocks everywhere, and most importantly, shutting down access to the system of freight trains, cargo trains, that had been bringing hundreds of thousands from the south to the north. Now they're all blocked off, and they're rousting immigrants off of all these trains, and the numbers are down by 70% at our border. I don't know if we paid the Obrador government. They were asking for $20 billion in humanitarian assistance. I'll put that in air quotes, and other kinds of assistance. Some sort of a deal was struck, obviously. Mexico is never interested in doing this kind of aggressive operations to hermetically seal off our border for us as a favor. But I have heard from a pretty credible source that these in the government, CBP, that these operations are supposed to last through, guess what, November.
Well, I was curious because I remember these summit meetings, and all the heavy hitters in U.S. government were suddenly flying to Mexico after the meetings were over. As you said, there was nothing. There were no reports. Just Obrador saying, "Hey, I want $20 billion," and why wouldn't the media cover this? I mean, there was a news blackout. The first I heard of it, and our staff heard of it, is reading your story in the Post. Why?
I mean, no president who engages in a big state visit with another country in the middle of a crisis like this would get away with saying nothing about what the deal was. Nothing at all. They put out a communique, and it's all just a bunch of fuzzy platitudes and no details. And where is our media, on this? Because the Mexican media is out in force covering this. They're all over the place. That's how I got the story. I couldn't make it down there this time. I spent a lot of time in Mexico, but all I did was go onto Google and look up all the Mexican media reporting on this. There they all are, with photos and video, rounding them up, putting them on planes, flying and emptying out, shelters, and just forcing everybody down into what looks like kind of a Gaza Strip situation down there, forcing everybody that they bring there to apply for this long, slow-running asylum process to get travel papers, and they can't travel on the trains anymore to get around any of it. And there's roadblocks everywhere. It's like a Gaza Strip down there. It's a great story, and it happened just after all of these diplomatic missions.
And any word on what the Mexican president got? Because you're right, the only other time he did this was for Trump, when Trump threatened to destroy Mexico's economy.
Right. I mean, this is Biden is not into using the big stick. He's a carrots guy. Trump was a big stick guy, and they responded to that. Now, Biden has been giving the Obrador government money in dribs and drabs, especially in the beginning, in the first year of the administration, to do exactly this, to slow roll it. But Obrador just, took the money, and once the check was cashed, started letting everybody go to the north, and never even, at one point, didn't even pretend anymore, letting everybody go to the northern border. And, as long as the media cameras weren't seeing it, filming it, Fox News drones overhead, the administration seemed pretty happy. But once those drones started showing up and showing these 15,000 a day, thousands down there, they realized they had a campaign problem. They had a political problem and a polling problem on this thing. And they just couldn't allow this to go on for 9 months leading up to the election, with Donald Trump hammering away at those images. It's like for the Trump campaign, images like that are like bullets in a belt-fed 50 caliber machine gun, right? You already won one presidency on that.
Even if it's down to 5,000 a day, though, that's still over $1 million a year.
It's still ridiculous. It's still absolutely beyond anything in American history, even 6,000 and 7,000 a day. But I guess the American media doesn't pay attention when it's 6,000 or 7,000 a day. But when it's 10,000, 12,000, 14,000 a day, they actually have to come out for that. And they did. I mean, you even saw CNN out there. CNN hasn't been down to the border in 3 years.
Todd, thank you for coming on with us.
Sure thing.
It's first we learned of it here, and it's the first our listeners are learning of it now. Good work. Thank you very much. Todd Bensman, he's independent, he's a journalist, Center for Immigration Studies fellow. He's written a book on what Biden has done to the border. When we come back, more trouble for a Boeing plane. And this one was a bit spectacular. That's have you heard a Mayday call? I haven't heard a Mayday call in a while. We got a mayday call to play from the pilot of this Boeing flight, Deborah Mark. She's feeling good.
Oh, yeah.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Ventura County Sheriff's deputies say that a documented gang member has been arrested for allegedly giving kids gang tattoos. The investigation started in December when deputies in and around Thousand Oaks started noticing several teens and juveniles with visible tattoos. The CHP has issued nearly 80 tickets to drivers in Malibu in a single day. The citations were given for speeding, reckless driving, and failure to obey traffic signals last Saturday. The CHP says there have been 11 accidents since that fatal crash on PCH that killed those Pepperdine students in October. Sales of previously owned homes have decreased in the last year to a nearly 30-year low. The National Association of Realtors says that comes as mortgage rates climb to the highest level in more than 2 decades in 2023. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Pasadena. It's on the 210 westbound before you get to Monterey Street. Got an accident blocking the left lane. You're going to be on those brakes coming away from Baldwin Avenue. Nude City on the 10 eastbound at La Cienega Boulevard. Got a brand new accident. This one is making its way over to the right shoulder. In Industries, 60 westbound before Crossroads Parkway. Brand new accident here. The left lane going to be blocked. And in Riverside, 91 eastbound, right after Tyler Street, got a stall blocking the right lane. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store. Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and smoothie ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you. Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack Street Survival is designed to save lives. The one-day hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control through exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation, 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again, 800-917-1181.
It's a new year, the perfect time for curbside pickup at Speeder Brothers. Our team saves you time by hand-picking the freshest fruits and veggies, lean meats, and more, leaving you more time for meal prep. Download our mobile app and place your order today. Speeder Brothers Markets. Fresh, affordable, community first.
Did you know that you could lose your nursing, teaching, or real estate license with a DUI? What about your job? I'm attorney Darren Cavanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. That's 1-800-NO-COPS.
Oh, I gotta pay how much?
Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the cars serviced at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of her life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've always said that relationships are far more about skill than luck. And the most important skill I think everybody needs to learn is how to fight. You know, there are some psychology hacks that I'm going to tell you about.
This is the way you miss me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I leave you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you help me sing my song. Write me when I'm wrong. And maybe I'm amazed at the way I really need you.
A couple of weeks ago. This report from the Today Show on NBC is a good summary of another Boeing 747 jet flying through the air with flames shooting out of it. Play this clip.
Overnight, another flare in the sky. Flames shooting out of the plane in midair, forcing the aircraft to make an emergency landing.
What is that? What is that? Yeah, I thought he said that. That part's cool too. Okay, are you done? Oh, who is she? Anybody else complain about Robert? They think they've got
Save
me.
money, eat better, or stress less. HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
We are back, and let's get into this cold open, which I'm calling My Bad. You guys, many of you reached out and reminded us that this Johnny Depp cold open that we talked about in Double Date, I had said I found this deleted scene that was going to be a cold open for that episode, and lady, this is a direct quote of us from the Double Date podcast.
You're going to quote us.
I'm quoting us. I say it's a really funny scene, and we shot it. It also includes Michael's impression of Jack Sparrow. That exists somewhere. It does exist somewhere. It's called New Leads. Jenna, you responded and you said, you know, this is crazy. This is unlocking a memory for me. When we read that at the table read, we all thought it was so funny. Amazing. You guys, clearly we are rewatching this for the first time in a very long time. In real time. As it turns out, and many of you knew this and wrote in, that a cold open was salvaged. It was repurposed for this episode, New Leads. And thank you for all of you who pointed that out. I'm going to try to redeem us here for a moment, Jenna. I would like to share with you guys what the original cold open was for new leads.
Oh, what was it?
I went to the table read. The original cold open for this was where everyone is doing push-ups, and Michael says if you can reach 15 push-ups, you get to go home early, and Stanley wins. That is now going to be the cold open of Happy Hour.
Coming up next week.
Coming up next week. There you go. That ends my segment called My Bad.
Well, what should be very clear to everyone was that we would move around these cold opens.
Yes.
That was the point of them, that they stood alone, that they didn't have to lead any particular episode. They were one little joke in and of themselves, and they were moved often.
Yeah, they got scooched.
Well, we had a great fan catch from Maddie B in North Adams, Massachusetts. She noticed that Jim is wearing his sport coat in this cold open with Michael. She said now, he only wore that sport coat when he was a co-manager. When he returns to sales, he goes back to his simple shirt and tie and rolled up sleeves. She said, I think this cold open was filmed during one of the episodes when Jim was the manager. Yes, Maddie, you are correct. This was shot 5 months before this episode when Jim was still a co-manager during Double Date.
Great catch, Maddie.
We also had a fan catch from Catlin C. in Iowa who says, old tech alert. In the cold open, when Michael shows Jim a picture of Johnny Depp that he took at his condo, it is a physical photo that he took with a camera and had to get developed. Catlin says it cracks me up that he printed out the pictures.
Yeah.
Yes. Today, he would just show his phone.
Yeah. This happened a lot for Jen and I when we were working on our book because we would bring ye olde cameras to the set.
Yeah.
And we'd go to the mall to the little photo kiosk. So we'd bring in our pictures, and we found so many just like that.
Well, I have some more old tech alerts for this episode.
I love an old tech alert.
I know you do. Well, this episode actually starts in the conference room. Michael has called a meeting. He starts by telling everyone that the lost and found is lost.
Yeah. This really cracked me up.
Yeah?
And I loved Creed's face. I loved his giant circle black framed glasses. Like,
who lost those?
What is Jackie Kennedy here? Like, who's wearing those?
I don't know. Stanley and Dwight, they just want to talk about sales. That's it. They don't want any of this other nonsense. And what they want to know is there any word on the new leads from corporate? Sabre spent $50,000 on these leads and they haven't gotten them yet. And they're not going to sit around in this conference room. They're busy.
Yeah, they're real busy. Did you notice the dry erase board?
I did, but I didn't zoom in on it. Did you?
Oh, you know I did. And I got some dry erase board stats for you.
All right.
They don't quite match up with the storyline.
Really?
Dwight is not in the lead. So I zoomed in and I was able to see all of the paper sales. I couldn't see the printer sales, but the paper sales, here's the stats. Andy has sold 18, whatever that means. Dwight has sold 21. Jim has sold 19. Pam has sold 2. Phyllis has sold 25, and Stanley has sold 16.
So Phyllis is in the lead.
Phyllis is in the lead according to the dry erase board.
According to the paper sales of the dry erase board.
Exactly.
Printers might be another story. Maybe Dwight is selling a lot of printers.
Yeah, they were in green and they were way just tiny in the margin there. I couldn't see them.
Well, at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, Phyllis has her Bluetooth and Jim is texting on his BlackBerry. So you've got some busy sales business going on.
Lots of business.
We also had a fan question from Alexis J. in Santa Barbara, California, and Katie H. from Ohio. In the conference room scene, Michael mentions Pet Day.
I know, I heard that. I was like, ding, ding, ding. Oh.
Yes, they said, is this a reference based on the unreleased episode or script about Pet Day?
Mm-hmm.
We have talked about this before. There was an unproduced script called Pet Day.
Mm-hmm.
And we always said, maybe that's how we all come back together. We do this lost episode, Pet Day.
As if no time has passed, even though we all look much older.
Right. That would be so crazy. By the way, did you know that there is a National Take Your Dog to Work Day?
Oh, I would love that.
It is the Monday after Father's Day. This year is on June 24th.
What?
I feel like I remember one year before the pandemic, we came into Earwolf and everyone's dogs were here.
There was a dog that always hung out here by front reception.
But Sam, has there been like a bring your dog to Earwolf day?
No, there hasn't. It bums me out very much.
Well, June 24th is coming up. Maybe we need to get on it.
I would really like that.
June 24th is a Friday. Put it on your calendar. Listen, Biscuit is not good with other people. She doesn't like anyone or anything except for me.
I look forward to Biscuit coming into work.
Buster, though, I could just hide in my sweatshirt. No one would ever see him.
Well, if you need someone to herd the other animals, Maggie can do that for you. Yeah. She'll keep things in order.
There would have been a joint Stanley Phyllis talking head here. It's in deleted scenes, and we learn a little bit of Stanley's history. Let's hear it.
I've been here a long time.
31 years.
And for the first time, things are being done right.
And all that time.
I just think our new bosses realize what I've been thinking all along. The sales business is the whole business.
It's the whole thing.
Okay, this is why Stanley and Phyllis get along.
Yeah,
I love their dynamic.
I do too. And we found out that Stanley has worked there for 31 years. Any wonder he is so over the BS. Gosh.
Well, Michael has a talking head where he explains that things are changing around here. And during this talking head, we see the sales staff getting all their swag. I mean, they are getting just packages of stuff, a robe, fancy coffee containers, a travel bag, like a jacket. Yeah, this was all courtesy of our graphics designer, Henry Sane, and made by Phil Shea.
Dwight is going to go up to Michael and say, have you gotten the leads? You need to let me know when you get the leads. He lets him know how to contact him. This cracks me up. Can we hear it?
You got any news on leads? Okay, I tell you what, I'm going out on a very important sales call. You get any news about the leads? You can try me. All of my numbers, all 6 of my numbers, okay? Including the car phone. All right, Dwight out.
Dwight out!
You know what I wrote down in my document? What are his 6 phone numbers? Does he have like burner phones? He says and the car phone. Where is Michael calling him?
I don't know, but that tells me he has 7 phone numbers. If he has 6 plus the car phone.
Right? Is Michael calling him at home? What are these numbers?
I don't know, but I wish someone would call them all at the same time.
Why has Jim not thought of that?
I know, that's a good Jim prank.
In Dwight's talking head, he says salesman is king at 3 minutes 21 seconds. He's also wearing his Bluetooth headset.
Hey,
pointing it out. You thought I wouldn't, but I am.
No, I'm please don't stop. Dwight had an alternate talking head, and here it is. It's how he's going to spend his commission money.
I love these new rules. I no longer have to deal with paperwork, and because of this new pay structure, there's literally no limit to the amount of money I can make. It is possible, stay with me here, it is possible I can make over $100,000 this year. Finally be able to put in that pool Mose and I have been dreaming of. Drowned pigs humanely.
Oh my gosh, that took a turn. That took a turn.
Wait, and he also said, and to cross-train.
Oh my gosh, I know. I couldn't wait to see your face because I did the same thing. I was like, oh, they want a swimming pool? Oh my God. Oh my. Coming up, we have some sass, some major sass. Angela has emailed Phyllis 4 times asking her to come over to her desk. 4 times! Phyllis says, if I don't have time to read your emails, I don't have time to walk over to your desk.
Yeah.
Phyllis sass.
I mean, she is the busiest beaver.
This is true.
Well, this scene was much longer. I yelled at the TV when I was watching it in deleted scenes because Andy is going to liken Angela to a type of bird. You have to hear it. Here is your report, which you signed, but you did not fill out. I was busy, Dexter. We're all busy.
Ange, do you mind if I handle this? If a company does not move forward, it will die, like a shark. If it stays still, it gets no oxygen. If we stay still, we get no sales, and the money is our oxygen. So it's really a pretty good metaphor if you think about it. No, seriously. You're trying to hover like a bird. And birds can't do that unless you're a hummingbird.
A hummingbird! Like a hummingbird! You guys, I'm such a dork. I was like, oh, my world's colliding. The office and hummingbirds. I want to point out also that Ed Helms, who calls me Ange in real life, who has called me Ange as Andy once before, no one else at Dunder Mifflin calls me Ange. Once again, I feel like he slipped more into Ed than Andy, and he called me Ange. Wow. That just made me happy, so I wanted to share it.
Well, speaking of Andy at 4 minutes and 17 seconds, he's got his Bluetooth headphone in his ear.
He does, and he needs a pencil really bad.
Yeah, he asked Daryl if he can just have the pencil that Daryl is using.
And Daryl's like, no. This was hilarious to me.
So funny. We got a fan question from Gretchen S. in Holland. When Andy is wrestling Daryl for a pencil, how much of that was scripted? Because that scene was great. You know what? None of that was in the script.
When they wrestle and go to the ground?
Yeah, in the script it just says Andy makes the gimme gesture as the camera pushes in on Daryl in disbelief. And then it ended. So all of him like trying to take it from his hand and then them falling. And I think you can see at the end of that scene, you can see Craig.
I see him breaking. I also see him breaking. I see him starting to laugh.
And then he tries to grab Ed
so he doesn't bonk his head and fall.
Yeah, I think he has to kind of do a bit of a crotch grab there, and they cut away at the very last minute if you check it out.
I would like to point out at 4 minutes 22 seconds behind Daryl on the wall is a sign that says nobody talks, everybody walks. A lot of people wanted this sign. And I saw on the internet that NBC actually sold it in an auction they had of all the set pieces from the show.
Wow.
So somebody bought it. Someone has it.
Wait a second. Here's what I don't understand. Remember when they said I couldn't have my watercolor because they had to log it and put it in a warehouse in case we ever revived the show or something?
I think they just wanted to sell it.
I mean, what happens if we ever want to revive the show? I mean, they've sold everything. They sold our clothes. What happens?
I don't know.
Maybe that's why we're not reviving it, because it would cost too much to go get the stuff back.
There was like a fire sale of all the set pieces.
There really was.
Yeah, so I found that interesting that that particular sign was sold, and someone has it.
We also had a fan catch from Eleanor in France for this scene.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Well, Eleanor said at around 4 minutes 15 seconds, when Andy is walking past Daryl's office, I swear he says, Eddie, nice. But then later on, he says, hang on, Teddy. So did he say the wrong name on one of those? Was this supposed to happen? Eleanor, I went to the script. There were no names in the script. I think this was Ed just kind of riffing at the top of this scene. I pulled an audio clip because I think Eleanor is right. Let's listen to it.
Oh, is this going to be like, is the dress blue or black? Okay, so we're listening for
Eddie first and then Teddy.
Got it.
Eddie, nice. Let me write that down real quick. Hang on, Teddy.
Right?
He totally says Eddie and then Teddy.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Good catch, Eleanor.
Yeah.
Good job, Eleanor.
C'est bon.
Magnifique.
That is all the French I know. Unless I'm at a fruit stand and it comes pouring out of me.
Right. Daryl finds Michael in the kitchen. Michael's really sad because his honey and jelly sandwich has been smushed. And Daryl says, you know what? It was the sales team. It was. You didn't have to see him to know it. They're out of control. And Michael needs to get back on top of this.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
That's what she said was not in the script.
What?
Can you
get back on top?
Yes. Can you believe that Brent wrote the line, you need to get back on top, and he did not follow that with a scripted, that's what she said?
Oh, man.
Brent, you were distracted.
Yeah.
You were. This is the proof. This is all the proof you need. You know, also in the script, there wasn't just one sandwich. Michael reveals that there were 8 sandwiches and that he brings them all to work at the same time and that they were all smashed. Just so you know, I thought that was so strange quirk that Michael brings like all of his sandwiches for the week.
For the whole week.
Yeah.
How did they all get smashed?
I don't know.
I'm going to say Creed.
I don't know. Were they just like muscling all the food in the refrigerator, just like pounding it to the sides?
Somebody. Michael is finally going to receive the new leads. Phyllis demands that he hand them over. She calls them numbnuts.
I know.
I mean, that's out of line, Phyllis.
But Michael says he's not going to give them the leads. And the accounting department applauds, Angela. You are applauding over there in the corner.
Yeah, we've had it.
Did you notice that the leads arrived by snail mail?
And they're on like little blue cards.
Yeah, that's my other old tech alert. And we had a fan question from Fiona in Melbourne, Australia, who said, would these very valuable leads have been emailed or provided digitally? Because putting them on index cards and only index cards seems unlikely and maybe like a forced device for this episode. Is there a sales business thing that I'm missing here? I thought deeply about this, Fiona, because I don't disagree with you. I thought about Christian Slater, the wolf. Oh,
yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, have you ever tasted a rainbow? How could
When you taste the rainbow?
Well, I thought about computer hackers.
Sorry, wow.
You know? Maybe they don't want these going around digitally.
Yeah,
because of hackers. But here's the thing. They had to be on a computer at some point in order to print them out. Unless the company who generates the leads sends them in physical form only. I don't know.
I guess in my mind, Fiona, it made sense because this company that's giving him the information, it's like giving currency. It's like giving money. And they would almost probably want like a sign upon receipt, you know, that you received these. They're very valuable. It's $50,000. And they might not want to exchange that type of currency over the internet, especially if you think about when this episode took place. I believed that they could come by mail, like via signature.
Yeah, this was in the past. I mean, I remember Michael had to print out his pictures earlier.
Yeah, people still faxed things.
Yeah.
I have two background catches during this scene. At 5 minutes 49 seconds, you can see Kate Flannery's screen. She had been playing solitaire.
She's always playing
solitaire.
I mean, you know what we need is to catch her screen doing something else.
I know. And Meredith has a nice callback to Kelly's American Idol party with her Star Party favor mug.
Very nice. Listen, Gabe tells Michael, we spent a lot of money on these leads. You have to hand them out. You have to. And Michael says, you know what? I will do exactly that.
Yes. Because Gabe says you are required to hand out those leads, Michael. Well, he can hand them out. Doesn't say who he has to hand them out to.
Yeah. And as it turns out, he's going to hand them out to King Creed and King Meredith and King Angela, because today we are all kings and queens. Everyone is delighted. I mean, not the sales staff, but everyone else is loving this turn of events.
Right.
But listen, lady, before we keep going, do you want to take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break. And when we come back, I heard a little St. Louis.
Ooh, from Miss Phyllis. Very good.
Is that going to be too big a hurdle for you?
Very good.
Jim is confronting Michael. He says, Michael, no one is going to go along with this move.
But you knew that.
Right. Michael said, you know what? You're right. You want me to hand you the leads? Jim's like, yeah. He's like, okay, here you go. And he hands him some index cards, but they're not the leads.
They're like clues. I do love the scene with Jim and Pam on the phone. And she's like breaking down Michael's clues.
Yes. Because one of the clues is check in Michael's moppy place.
But Pam quickly says he means his mopey place.
Yeah. But basically, this sets off this same dynamic with all of the non-salespeople. They are going to make the salespeople do crazy things to get these leads.
Yeah. Angela says to Phyllis, you have to do all this clerical work to get the leads. I heard a little bit of St. Louis at 8 minutes, 57 seconds.
Oh, really?
When Angela hands her the stack of papers, Phyllis goes, what are these for?
Ah! I love it.
Go to 8 minutes, 57 seconds. You'll hear it.
Well, Angela says she has to fill out all that paperwork, and when she's done, then Phyllis can watch Angela shred it.
Ah, so mean.
Gosh, she's giving the sass back.
Angela and Phyllis, man.
All right, this next scene delighted me.
The Stanley, like, sitting between Kelly and Ryan arguing.
And Kelly is saying that she wants to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and Stanley's like, yeah. So Kelly hands him a lead for taking her side. And then I had to rewind it a couple times to hear what Kelly was saying. I could only catch the word bored at first, but what Kelly is saying is she does not want to watch Bored to Death.
Oh, is that Ryan's show?
Yes, I looked it up. It's an HBO sitcom that starred Jason Schwartzman.
Yes.
Did you watch it when it was on?
I remember I watched like the pilot episode and thought it was so funny, and I was like, oh, I'll get back to it. It had Ted Danson.
Yes, and Zach Galifianakis, Kristen Wiig has a big guest star, Parker Posey, a lot of funny people. I found a trailer for it.
Ooh.
There's something I've been meaning to tell you.
Oh, dang, people say that. What?
I've been moonlighting as a private detective.
I thought you'd be older.
Well, I got into the business at a young age. I have been reading so many of these detective novels that I know what to do.
This is all very insane and illegal, isn't it?
It is illegal and insane.
Like insane.
I believe you're a detective. I'm not a licensed detective. I'm a writer.
It says I can write to the right place.
You cannot mess with other people's lives that you can barely lead your own life. I can help you. Are you delusional?
Lady, I watched the first episode. I was so intrigued. I mean, it's kind of like Mom Detectives, except he lives in New York and he's a struggling writer.
I know. It is like Mom Detectives, but I feel like his is more like serious cases. Like ours is going to be like, where did that stray construction cone go?
Yes.
Yes.
He also, I think he's going to be solving the cases.
Oh, well, we're never
We
going to
won't.
find the
Yeah,
construction
so
cone.
there's differences. There's still room for Mom Detectives. I won't be worried.
Yeah.
Now we have the scene that is writer-director Brett Forrester's favorite scene.
Aw.
It is the scene where Andy approaches Aaron for his leads, and she's hidden him. And she's like, colder, warmer.
Oh, we
And
used
his
to do that
fingers
as
are like a
kids. And then
bowling
if you
ball.
were really going the wrong way, you'd be like, freezing! You have frostbite! Now you're a block of ice.
Yes. But in this case, as he's approaching her chest, she's like, warmer, warmer. And he's like, really? And then she's like, lower. And he's like, ah. And then they're under her keyboard. She's such an odd bird. Well, Brent sent in an audio clip breaking down the comedy elements of the scene.
My favorite bit of comedy in the episode is Andy and Aaron doing the hotter colder game at the reception desk. Why is it funny? Well, first of all, it's physical comedy, which is so often is more powerful than the clever dialogue we try to create in the writer's room. There's also this very interesting dynamic, something I sometimes call unintentional self-revelation. Okay, whenever a character reveals something that they'd rather hide, it's funny. So Andy misinterprets Aaron saying hotter, hotter as a sexual come on. He's revealing that he has sexual feelings towards Aaron. That's what's funny about it. Notice also that Aaron, by not understanding that she's doing double entendre, reveals unintentionally that she's a bit dumb and clueless. So it's a double unintentional self-revelation with physical comedy. Guaranteed to be funny. It's comedy science.
There you go.
He should teach a course called Comedy Science.
He should name his class Comedy Science.
Yes, Brent, because you just sort of spelled out that scene like in an equation, but it makes perfect sense.
I think we just changed the name of Brent's class.
Welcome to Comedy Science.
I like it.
Dwight is finally back from his very important sales call, and Jim is looking for a lead under a Lincoln Town car because of a clue Michael gave him. Dwight thinks it's hilarious. He thinks Jim is the butt of a joke until he realizes the leads are here, and Michael didn't tell him. And let me tell you, he's going to go into that office hot.
He sure is. He's going to try to get his leads from Kevin. He chokes Kevin.
They sold it so well.
And then he's going to realize Kevin threw away the lead. He's going to look in the trash. It's empty. He's going to lick the trash bag.
It's a brand new trash bag.
Brand new. He knows from licking it. So he's going to have to run down to the dumpster and dive in.
Just like, talk about parkour. Just like a whole flip into it.
Well, according to Randy, they completely steam cleaned and fully sanitized that dumpster, and they put something soft in there for him to land on. But that's Rain just jumping into that dumpster. I was so impressed.
There's nothing in the dumpster, and he's like, what day is it? And Kevin says, wait a second, it's Ghost Whisperer. Oh yeah, so it's Friday.
Trash day.
Trash day. Jenna, this is sort of how, I feel like I give directions or no dates. I'm kind of like Kevin. I'm like, oh, you turn left at the tree. The tree, the one that has the wonky limb. I don't know what the street's called, but look for the wonky limb tree. And also, Friday is Ghost Whisperer. Ghost Whisperer, for those of you who don't know, was an American supernatural television series which ran on CBS from 2005 to 2010. I didn't know the show, but here is the summary.
Okay, it stars Jennifer Love Hewitt.
That's right. She plays Melinda Gordon. The series follows her. She has the ability to see and communicate with ghosts. While trying to live as normal a life as possible, she is married and owns an antique store called Same as It Never Was. And Melinda helps the earthbound spirits resolve their problems and cross over into the light. But her tasks are sometimes difficult.
It was very popular. This I know.
It had a lot of big names in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's apparently one of Kevin's favorite shows.
Well, when they realize it's Friday, they realize that's the day that the trash truck comes. Michael's going to try to run after the truck as it goes down the street. We had a fan question from Maria B. in New York. Did you have to rent that garbage truck that Michael ran after?
Good question.
Randy said yes. Our transportation coordinator rented a trash truck from Cinema Vehicle Services. And the driver of the trash truck was Mike Stork, who you remember was our limo driver in shareholders meeting.
Yep.
He's driving stuff for us.
He is. Did you notice at 13 minutes 41 seconds when Michael is trying to recruit everyone, we got to go to the dumpster now, guys. Who's with me?
Yeah.
Right? His suit jacket, when the sun hits it just right, looks purple.
No.
Yes, look at this. I took a screen grab.
Sunsuit.
It looked navy to me for the rest of the episode, but when the sun hit it just right, wait till you see this. It has a little sheen to it. I couldn't help but laugh because I thought to our costume department how they put such detail that Michael's suits were like a certain material. Look at, tell me you see purple.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that has some purple undertones. And when the sun hit it, for sure. So here's the thing. The only person who's willing to go to the dump with Michael is Dwight.
Yeah. Dwight says, you know what, I'm going to go with you because you'll probably mess it up.
Yeah. So we go to our dump that's really in our warehouse. And I have to say, I loved all these scenes with Michael and Dwight at the dump.
I did too. I loved it when they said, well, this place has really gone to hell. like what did it start out like?
Yes. Well, while they're at the dump, Michael says, Dwight, you've changed. You suddenly care so much about money. And I love this runner where Dwight says, he'd be doing so much better without Michael. He could have taken that job at Home Depot where he could be number 2 at Home Depot. But instead, he went with Michael, and now look where they are. They start throwing trash at each other. So much trash.
Big trash.
Big spool. That's my favorite part of the scene is all of the spool quote-unquote throwing. We actually had a fan catch from Michelle G. in Oregon. Hi, office ladies. Every time I watch this episode, I am oddly fascinated by the giant spool at the dump. Was this in the script? No. The spool was not in the script. It just specified that they would throw trash. I want you to know at 17 minutes and 23 seconds, there is a second spool. What? There were 2 spools. There's 2 spools, guys. One that they're throwing at each other, and one, if you look behind Dwight, spool number 2.
Well, Jenna, have you ever been to a dump?
I have not ever toured a dump.
My Uncle Carl used to drive a dump truck.
Okay.
And my sisters and I would love to ride in it with him. It was a big old truck. And we went to the local dump many times.
I have questions before you even get to the dump.
Okay.
Was it a trash truck that like automatically put the trash in the back, or did he have to get out and do it manually? Because like when I was a kid, they didn't have the ones that had the little arm.
No.
You had to get out and throw the trash in.
This was like old school. You're correct. This was before the fancy trucks that have the arm that comes out and picks something up.
Okay, see, I was curious because I think if you were a kid, it would be fun if he let you operate the little arm.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That would have been really cool. No, this truck didn't have that.
Okay.
Predates that. But I was fascinated by trash, and I guess I always have been. And for this episode, I have some trash facts for you.
I love trash facts.
So according to the internet, and I looked on a few different sites, and most of these surveys were done between 2019 and 2020.
Okay.
So the average American produces 4.5 pounds of waste every single day.
Wait. Every day?
Every day, 4.5 pounds. That's the average American. However, the amount of trash that is going into our dumps right now is at its lowest level since 1960.
Oh, do we know why that is?
I think
Is it recycling?
I think we have these initiatives now for recycling and reusing. Here are the 3 things that make up more than half of the garbage in all of the United States landfills.
Okay.
Food waste, plastics, and paper products. Michigan is the state with the most trash per capita, with Indiana and Illinois ranking second and third. That's per capita, right? California has more landfills than any other state in the nation, more than twice as many, in fact, as every other state except Texas.
Wow.
Yeah. The largest landfill currently in America is the Apex Regional Las Vegas, Nevada landfill with 2,200 acres. Wow. I'm not done. That's me turning my paper. I hope you're still with me.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
All right, Jenna, the next part is a little bit of a quiz. I'm going to ask you how long it takes different types of garbage to decompose.
Okay. Should we get our quiz music? Oh, I'm not going to get any of these right.
Sam, you're welcome to play. All right, first question, you guys. How long do you think it takes paper to decompose? Since we are the people's paper people.
I'll say 2 years.
I'll say, I like that answer, 2 years.
2 to 6 weeks.
Oh!
Okay.
2 to 6 weeks.
Okay, the pessimist in both of us coming out early.
Second question. How long would it take a cigarette butt or a wool sock to decompose?
Well, first of all, I'm surprised that cigarette butt and wool sock decompose at the same rate.
I know. They're lumped together here in this survey.
But I'm going to say 5 years.
This time I'll join you. I'll say 5 years.
1 to 5 years.
Hey, we got that one.
Very nice.
Learning curve. Okay. Batteries.
Aren't we not supposed to even throw those away? 10 years?
I'm going to go big and say 20.
100 years.
100 years.
Yep. How about a leather shoe?
These seem so specific to the person that wrote this.
I'm going to say, first of all, leather is an animal,
but
it's been treated 7 years.
I'm going to go big again and say 15.
25 to 40 years. Styrofoam cup.
100 years.
Yeah, I'm going to go big and say that one's 100 years as well.
50 years.
Okay.
Okay. Disposable diaper or a plastic bottle. Same category.
That was the other one. 150.
75 years.
450 years.
For every diaper and every plastic bottle is 400 years.
450 years.
God.
All right.
a credit card. Just a credit card, your bank card.
200.
I know. Are we just moving up the ladder? I'm saying 60 years on the credit card.
1,000.
No. Why? Why? What it says? My credit card decomposes more slowly than my leather shoe?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And then a glass bottle.
A glass bottle shouldn't be in the trash. You should have recycled that.
A glass bottle takes 1 million years.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
I believe you.
This is according to this survey.
So what I'm hearing is my battery-powered leather diapers that I've been throwing away,
With the glass insert.
That you bought with your credit card.
which every time I make a purchase, you guys throw your credit card away after you make a purchase, right?
Always.
Every time? Yeah.
Always.
But think about though, you get a new card, you cut the other one up, you put it in the trash.
Yeah.
So, I mean, trash statistics, guys, it's mind blowing.
Angela, I loved your trash facts.
Thank you. I am going to put the link to this article I read in the stories so you can look at it yourself. There's a very nice diagram here with objects and how long it takes for them to decompose.
Wow.
I will say this, my trash facts were based on studies in the United States. So I don't know where the biggest landfills are globally, but those are your stats for America.
I love all of them.
And no, I believe if you don't follow this, Recyclops comes for you.
Yes, that's right. My goodness. Well, let's see. Where are we? Oh, we're in the break room with Jim and the sales team, and they are trying to figure out what can they do to kind of get their coworkers back into their good graces. Maybe they could share their commission. Jim texts Pam. She suggests getting them new iPods, which, by the way, have been discontinued. You cannot buy iPods anymore. It was just in the news. Which, you know, podcasts are named after the iPod because they were a thing that you could listen to on your iPod. They are no longer going to exist. Craziness.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were such a big deal for so long. Like if you got an iPod for Christmas.
Yes.
Talk about old tech. And Phyllis has a super sassy line.
She does. She says if they don't have an iPod by now, they don't really want one. She's not getting people iPods. Andy is going to text Erin, and she is going to suggest shells from a faraway beach. Might make everyone happy.
Oh, Erin, has she been on a beach vacation? I don't know. She's definitely wanting to go on one and get a shell.
She is. I want to point out more old tech in this episode. We should call this episode Old Tech. Look at all the cell phones in this scene. There are no smartphones. When Jim texts Pam and Andy texts Erin, they have to flip open their phone.
At least they're not texting a beeper.
That's true. That was like the pilot.
I know. This episode should be called Old Tech / Please Recycle.
It's so true. Well, they decide in the end that they are going to share their commissions with the rest of the staff.
I can't believe they got Stanley to agree to that.
No kidding.
The fight at the dump has finally come to an end. It was real sloppy and messy. The fellows are real tired.
Yeah, we had a fan question from Emmeline B. in Calgary. What did Michael spill on himself in the dump scene?
Oh yeah, that was gross.
It was just water.
Phew. They finally start to have some common ground. They sit down. Dwight marvels at the trash and says no other animal on earth could do this, except maybe beavers.
Yeah.
I feel like this should have been NBC's Green episode.
No kidding.
Recycle.
Michael and Dwight make up, and Michael has a vision. It's of a single flower sticking up through the trash.
Yeah.
And together, they come up with a caption. Dwight says, "Hope grows," and Michael says, "In a dump."
Hope grows in a dump.
So many people have made "Hope grows in a dump" posters.
Some of them short things, kid.
Just pages and pages. I was scrolling. They're all wonderful.
Are you just hanging?
We say hope in a frame.
Hope in a frame. But now I'm going to say hope grows in a dump. You know what the message is, you guys? Hope lives in many places. You just have to believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice message. Back at the office, the salespeople have gathered their coworkers in the conference room, and they have a bunch of treats.
Yeah, like pastries and coffee.
They are about to announce their plan to share their commission when Oscar says, you know what? This is really nice, guys.
Yeah, classy move.
And they all realize, oh my gosh, it just took some pastry.
And Stanley comes in, and he's like, you better, and they're like, ah, bah, 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 bah.
And Phyllis is like, they've accepted our gesture of treat and nothing more. Something like that. I can't remember exactly, but it's really good. We had a fan catch from Becky in Ohio at 19 minutes and 36 seconds. Like Phyllis briefly breaks character after Kevin's line, when we walked in here, we were all prepared to tell you to go to hell. Well, Beth, I looked at this and I don't think Phyllis is breaking. When y'all rewatch it, check it out. Let us know what you think, but I think Phyllis is just smiling because she's pleased with herself.
Michael and Dwight return triumphant, even though they haven't found the leads. They have all kinds of stuff from the dump. They've got a giant, big purple bean bag. They said they're going to put it in the break room.
Where are they putting it in the break room? There's no room in there.
You know, I really wish, though, like in the few episodes after this one, it would have been in the corner. I would have loved to see that callback.
It's so true. Well, this episode ends at the dump, and guess what? Some hope is going to grow there.
Aaron and Andy kiss.
At the dump, their first kiss.
Hope in a dump.
I know, it was so sweet. Also, how cute is it when Erin gives Andy her coat because Andy's chilly?
And it doesn't fit him
at all. Aw, that's new leads.
Well, thank you so much to Brent Forrester for sending in audio clips and always being there for us to talk about these episodes with. And to you guys for sending in your questions and comments.
Thank you, Randy, for giving me that great location breakdown on the old dump.
Yeah, and I guess you guys, you know, recycle and reuse because it takes a long time for things to decompose.
And next week, we're going to go to happy hour.
Yeah.
Which should be fun. Date Mike.
Oh, date Mike. He goes and he changes his clothes. He puts on that hat backwards. Oh, date Mike. Oh.
West Side says a place to look at West Side and fuck on the pool table.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Yeah. All right, are you ready for fast fact number 2? I guess so. All right, moving on really quickly. Well, I have a fan question from Charlie B in Tacoma, Washington. Were the scenes at Sid and Dexter's, which is where we go for happy hour, actually filmed at a Dave and Buster's? The answer is sort of. It was a former Dave and Buster's that is now called Jillian's. It was at Universal City Walk. Do people know what Universal City Walk is?
Well, you know, we have Universal Studios, and they actually have sound stages where people are filming regularly different TV shows, movies. But then in the back of the studio, you have a whole theme park, like up on this hilltop above it. And there's all the rides and like everything.
Yeah. And then the Universal City Walk is kind of like this big outdoor mall that's filled with restaurants and a movie theater and Jillian's. Inside Jillian's, they had all those games, all the arcade games and pool tables. But there were 2 games that we had to bring in because they were specified in the script and they were not actually at the location.
Which ones? Wait. I'm gonna guess.
Pool?
The dance thing.
Yes.
Okay. The basketball hoop thing?
Nope, that was there.
It figures prominently in a plot that you are involved in, Angela. Oh, whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole. That's right. That was info thanks to Randy Cordray. And then I also asked Matt about shooting at this location because I was like, Matt, you finally get to direct an episode and it's not at Dunder Mifflin. The majority of it happens at this location that we've never gone to ever. And you know the wheels come off whenever we go on location.
Oh, we don't travel well.
Here is what Matt had to say about shooting on location.
You know, one of the biggest challenges for this episode was that it was almost entirely shot on location. Charles McDougall, another one of the directors from The Office, gave me a great piece of advice. He told me to go to the location and to just sit and watch to understand where people hang out, you know, where the waiters and waitresses travel, and how people naturally work and play in that environment. So the weekend before we started shooting, I spent several hours at the Dave and Buster's at Universal City Walk, where we were shooting the episode. And, you know, I just sat and watched, so I understood how to make the place feel as natural and real as possible when we were shooting the episode there. I thought it was super helpful and worked really great in the episode.
That's amazing advice. So smart. Incredible. Way to go, Charles McDougall. Yeah. Action!
What's up?
I want to point out one thing. Yeah, there is a DVD commentary for this episode. It has Matt Stone, Brian, Oscar, BJ, and myself. And Matt talked about shooting at Universal Studios and that it was unique for us because we had never shot anything there on the actual Universal property, even though we were an NBC Universal show.
Yeah. You know, the name Sid and Dexter's, the reason we called it that, there's a special reason. Matt sent in an audio clip about that, too.
On a fun side note, the Dave and Buster's was renamed Sid and Dexter's after my kids. It was a pitch that I had made to the writers that they seemed to like. I'm not sure the name actually made it into the show, but I have a Sid and Dexter's sign hanging up in my office from the episode. I enjoy getting to see that. It makes me laugh.
It definitely made it in the show. There are signs all throughout the bar. I took screen grabs that say Sid and Dexter's, which, you know, is his children, Sydney and Dexter. But Matt, it's in.
Oh, it's very in. I don't think any characters say the name of the place.
No, but it's just there.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's on some of the games, and it's on a little window as you walk in past the bouncer.
Are you ready for fast fact number 3?
Yes, and then after that, I have something from my digital clutter.
Oh, so you're going to get to play your sting. I realized I need a sting for fast fact number 3 because I was a lady who Googled.
Oh, we need a lady who Googles Sting.
We really do.
It's new technology.
Guess what I Googled?
Wait. Let me think. The episode is called Happy Hour. There are games. You could have Googled all those games. Who makes those games? Bars.
You're overthinking it. I Googled happy hour. I kept it simple. Guess what? Happy hour is a marketing term that refers to a time of day when a restaurant or bar offers reduced prices for alcoholic beverages. It is also common to find discounted appetizer and food items. However, according to Wikipedia, not everyone is happy about happy hour. Ooh, did you know happy hour has been illegal in the Republic of Ireland since 2003 under the Intoxicating Liquor Act? Oh, no happy hours in Ireland. Maybe people hit it too hard. For sure. In 2004, Glasgow banned happy hours to reduce binge drinking. And in 2008, the province of Alberta created restrictions to happy hours, saying that all happy hour promotions had to end by 8 p.m. And then drink prices had to go back to, I guess there's something called the Alberta Gaming and Liquor Commission's minimum price regulations.
Put that on a label.
Yeah. Like you have to charge a certain amount for alcohol. But then in 2016, they removed the restriction. So now everybody in the province of Alberta can have happy hour anytime. In the United States, Massachusetts was the first U.S. state to ban happy hour in 1984. In 2011, Utah passed a ban on happy hours. In June 2012, happy hour became legal in Kansas after a 26-year ban. And in July 2015, Illinois lifted their 25-year ban on happy hours. But as of July 2015, happy hour is still banned in Alaska, Delaware, Hawaii, Indiana, Maine, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Utah, and Vermont. The laws were created to help stop over-serving and drunk driving. And a lot of places still have restrictions on happy hours. For example, in Illinois, you cannot offer a 2-for-1 drink special. You cannot give away drinks as a prize for a trivia night. And bars cannot host drinking games. So you can have a happy hour, but there are rules. There are apparently no rules for happy hour in Pennsylvania, and so we could go to happy hour. So this tracks. It tracks. Yeah. Seeing as it's a Monday and we're about to go on vacation, and we are allowed to have a happy hour, and this is the happy hour episode, I thought we should have an adult beverage. What?
I love these episodes.
I brought a mini bottle of sparkling rosé. Happy vacation, lady. I have 2 glasses. I have to open this. It's happy hour. How can we not have something?
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hope you had a hearty breakfast.
I actually did. I had a gluten-free bagel from Trader Joe's. And eggs and berries.
No. I've had 2 bites of a banana, so this will get interesting. Okay. I'm opening sparkling champagne. Cover your eyes. Oh gosh. Oh, that's really on there. Woo! Oh. And Sam brought cups.
Well, happy hour to us.
Happy summer and cheers.
We'll be right back after this break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
We are back, you guys, and before we break down this cold open, Jenna, would you like to know what you were doing this week? The episode was filmed.
Okay.
I think it's time for Angela's Digital Club. I went digging into my emails. We filmed this in February 2010. The shooting draft was dated February 22nd. On February 24th, you emailed me and said, Angela, we have next Friday off. I looked ahead at the schedule. So like you. Could you go with me to look at wedding dresses? And you sent me a bunch of photos. You'd already been looking a little bit, but there was one other place you wanted to go. And we did go together, and I took a bunch of photos of you trying on dresses that I then emailed to you, and one of them is the one you picked and you wore on your wedding day.
Oh my gosh, I love that. You have to send me these pictures.
Okay, I purposely got them all ready to show you, but I will send them to you as well.
So I remember for a short time while trying on wedding dresses, and this is reminding me of my obsession with trying to put a flower on my lapel for our book tour. I really wanted to wear a fascinator. The things that, you know, the British royal family wear, the things that are like, they're not really a hat, they just sort of pin to your head, and they have like a big plume of a feather.
And they kind of like a fluffy.
Yeah, or maybe they have like a, you know, like a netting that goes over the eye.
Yes, you were really into that. And then you were also very into a sash. You decided you needed to dress with a sash. You're bringing the sash back, lady. Look at this. I have so many more.
Oh my gosh, yes, well that is what I wore. That is my dress.
There were lots of photos. We might have to post a few if you're okay with it.
Yes, it's very fun.
Okay,
I like it.
Well, that was what was happening the week this episode was filmed.
I love it. Well, in this cold open, what is happening is, well, what's going to eventually happen is a push-up contest. Michael sets a new record, 25 push-ups and 1 girl push-up. And then he challenges everyone to do better than he can. And the prize is you get to go home.
So at first when he floats this idea out, people are ignoring him. But when he says the prize is you get to go home, people drop to the ground.
Fan question from Leah J. in New Albany, Indiana. Angela, I have to know. Did the script tell you to do your push-ups with your legs crossed? I almost spit out my drink when I caught it. It's exactly how I would think Angela Martin would think it is appropriate for a lady to do push-ups, but I didn't recognize that until I saw the scene. It was just a brilliant detail, and I love it. Angela, was it a choice, or is that just how you do push-ups?
It was a choice. It was not in the script. They didn't tell me how to do a push-up, just that my tush had to be a little higher so that Michael is like, you're disqualified, you know? So I was wearing a skirt. I'm Angela Martin. I was like, I bet Angela Martin would try to be dainty even if she did these push-ups. So I just made the choice to cross my legs.
Amazing. Thank you. It's an example of how well we knew our characters. I love that.
Well, thank you, Leah, for noticing.
We got another fan question from Katie G in Greenville, South Carolina. In the commentary for this episode, BJ teases that the cold open used some movie magic to help Stanley in the push-up scene, but he wouldn't spill the beans. What exactly did Leslie have to go through to film this scene? I was not there, but my first thought was there is no way that they would make any of us do multiple takes of 25 push-ups. I mean, that would be insane.
Yeah.
If you notice, John does like 1/2 of a push-up and just says 19.
Oh, we gave John so much crap for that because, you know, over in the accounting department, we do push-ups and we're in this wide shot.
Yeah.
They couldn't hide us.
Yeah.
So we had to do a few push-ups every take. And John only had to do 1. And we were like, you. Oscar and I were actually sore. And we weren't doing 25, but we had to do a few every time. And we shared on the commentary, we did 20 takes.
Oh my gosh, how many push-ups would that be if Stanley had to do 20 takes of 25 push-ups? Someone do that math.
No,
I'm tired.
Too many.
A lot. 25, 50, 500?
Too many.
500!
Too many.
It's very funny to me because of all of us, John was the one who actually did push-ups every morning.
I know.
And then he only had to do a half a push-up.
And then there, Oscar and I doing push-ups. Brian was laying face down. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did not.
On the ground. He shared on the commentary. And as soon as he shared it, I was like, oh my gosh, I remember that. He had separated his shoulder.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. The day before we filmed this, he had had a steroid injection in his shoulder and was in quite a bit of pain. So there was no way he could do a push-up. So he got to lay face down. Good thing Kevin, would probably do that.
Well, I reached out to Dave Rogers, who was our editor for this episode, and also to Randy Cordray, and they told me how Stanley did all of his push-ups. So, first of all, I want to say there is a citation on Dunderpedia, which I love, that claims that we used a green screen in this scene.
Oh, no, we didn't. I was there.
Yeah, no.
Randy said not true.
Not true. Also, you were there. But what they did do was they built like a mini seesaw, and Leslie could lay on it, and then it was sort of covered up by his jacket that was hanging. And both Randy and Dave said, if you notice, you mostly only see the top half of him doing the push-up, and his body was supported by this plank.
I want to point out something. So, yes,
Leslie didn't have to do 25 push-ups each take, but the way he had to lay on the plank and they were sort of helping him elevate his torso, he still was in a plank position, guys. Like, that was still strenuous.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was still doing a form of a push-up.
Yeah.
Even though they were giving him a little bit of support.
Yeah. So I feel like some of that sweat you see is real because Leslie was getting a workout.
Well, in the wide shot at 1 minute 42 seconds, you see him in a full push-up position. No plank. And then there are some really quick edits that are just masterful. You see him go down, and then they push in, and you only see feet around him when he comes up. That's because they played that footage in reverse.
Oh, so smart.
Yeah. And then they quickly cut to a wide shot of him fully up and everyone cheering. That's how we did it.
Well, Oscar has a great talking head that kind of wraps up the moment. He says, it's like those stories where a mother lifts the car to save her baby. Yeah, like Stanley is so determined to go home. He does 25 push-ups.
Do you think you could do 25 push-ups right now?
Heck no.
Really?
Why is that surprising to you?
What about, like, you know, on your knees, like the knee push-ups, not a full push-up? Could you do 25 of those?
No. You sound like you think you can.
I don't know if I can. I know I can do 10 to 12.
I bet I could do 10.
I don't want to do it, though. We're not moving.
I'm sipping rosé, and like I'm not moving. That's just. But here's the thing. I'm very competitive, so if you were like, we're gonna do 10, I would, just because I'm like stubborn and I'm like, I will do it, but I'm not doing it.
Now you're gearing me up.
No, we're not.
I'm also very competitive.
I know. That's why we're great business partners.
But we're going to agree right now to not do it.
Here's what we're agreeing to.
What?
We can do 10, right, on our knees. We believe that we can do 10. So we've basically done that.
I love it. This episode begins with Oscar arriving to work at 7 a.m. like he always does.
Sure.
He always gets there super early while the door is still locked. He's trying to position himself so that he can see Matt from the warehouse.
Well, coming super early works. He gets to see Matt, have a little chit chat, and then he shares that, you know, besides this morning, they also had talked at Christmas. So, you know, a little bit of momentum.
I have a continuity catch. I do. Me, Jenna Fisher, has a continuity catch.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
Matt and Oscar were both at the bar on St. Patrick's Day, which is between this morning and Christmas. What do you think of that?
I think that is fantastic background catch.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Randy said that everyone actually came in extra early to shoot this. You know, we would usually start coming into work around 5:30 a.m. and we would be shooting by 7. He said that on this day, Matt really wanted to get that very early morning light in the sky to sell that it was early morning. Son of a gun.
You could have sold it.
Well, we were rolling by 6:12 a.m.
Oh my goodness. That meant you and I maybe got to sleep in a little though.
Maybe so.
Maybe so. Well, later that morning, Oscar is going to go into Daryl's office. This is one of my favorite scenes of the whole episode. I thought that Craig and Oscar just crushed it. It's so awkward. There's like all of that dead air between them. And BJ shared on the commentary that he really loved how slowly the scene played out. Like they really wanted all of those awkward silences.
This is one of those character combinations we haven't really seen, and I love it.
And they have moments throughout the episode that are so good.
I have some questions about the stuff on Daryl's desk.
You do?
Yeah,
let's hear it.
I got a little distracted. What? Here is what I saw. There's a mailbox. It's like a little fakey mailbox that might also be a bank.
Like a piggy bank?
Yeah. And then there's a baseball. Not a real baseball, but like a baseball replica that might also be a bank.
And maybe Daryl has a thing for piggy banks.
This is my question because there is also a ceramic statue, kind of like the kind your kid would make at like a Color Me Mine.
Sure.
Which is an amazing detail because he has a daughter, right? I think the statue is also a bank. Does Daryl collect banks?
That's adorable.
I'm saying.
I just think it's so cute if he collects piggy banks.
I'm going to be on the lookout. I need to know.
Between the awkward silences and all the piggy banks,
Oscar's like, you know what? We should all go out, like the warehouse and the office. And he's like, when's the last time? Yeah, we went to happy hour. And Daryl's like, has that ever happened? So Oscar is on a mission. He's trying to have some time with Matt, but he's gonna like set up this whole happy hour outing. And Daryl's like, all right. So now Oscar's gonna go around the office and invite everyone. Phyllis's response is hilarious. She says, you know what, I saw a new drink on TV, so yeah, I'd like to try that. I'm gonna go. In her talking head, she says, I love going to bars with Bob. I tend to wear something low cut and get men to flirt with me, and Bob beats them up. And then she looks at camera and goes, what? The what wasn't scripted. I went to the shooting draft because that's my favorite part. I know, me too. It wasn't scripted. Phyllis improvised that. That's brilliant. What? What? Jim says he'd love to join for happy hour, but Pam is like probably just going to want to have a night in. But Andy insists that Jim call Pam right now, this minute, and ask her. Oh yeah, Andy's like, no. I call BS on that. Pam's going to want to go. And she does. She's so excited. We got a fan question from Maddie B in Akron, Ohio, and many others who said at 4 minutes and 44 seconds, Jim has a talking head where Pam is over the phone talking to the camera crew. It kind of sounds like she says, Creed, Brian, Stanley. Did Jenna say Brian on mistake? Does she mean to be talking about Kevin? Or did the script say Ryan and Brian just slipped out by accident? I want you guys to hear it.
So some of the coworkers were thinking of going out tonight, but I told them, knew it.
The Federal Emergency Management Agency has announced new rules to help simplify and speed up assistance to people who live in natural disasters.
FEMA will stop requiring disaster survivors.
I heard Ryan. Well, I looked at the script because I, at first, also thought it sounded a little like Brian, but the script says Ryan. And I think just now, isolating it onto headphones where all I'm hearing is the audio, I think I hear Ryan. Yeah, I hear Ryan. But Maddie, the first time when I was watching the episode, I also heard Brian. And I would not put it past us to flip in someone's real name. This is like Laurel. Remember that? No, what was that? Oh my gosh, you guys. Sam, Cassie, what's Laurel? The whole thing that went viral of like, do you hear Laurel or Yanni? Remember?
Oh, I do remember this. This was like one of the
What?
blue or white dress moments. I remember.
Yes. Wait. Can we play that for Jenna?
Yes, please hold on. Hunt that down.
Laurel, tell me what you hear.
He encourages people who ice fishing to never go alone. We're going to go to the one next.
I hear Laurel.
You want to sell your house?
So do I. What do you guys hear?
I hear Laurel.
I hear Laurel.
No agents,
Do we hear Laurel because right before we played this clip, we were all thinking Laurel? And because I said Laurel? But I'm telling you, is there another one that we can use? When I heard it, I heard Laurel the very first time years ago. So we all heard Laurel. But according to an article in 2018 on The Guardian, this short audio clip of a computer-generated voice became the most divisive subject on the internet since the gold blue dress of 2015. The audio illusion, which first appeared on Reddit, seems to be saying one word, but whether that word is Yanni or Laurel is the source of furious disagreement. Is this a decibel thing? According to this article, it says that the sound can be seen in two ways, and often the mind flips back and forth between the two interpretations. This happens because the brain can't decide on a definitive interpretation. I don't understand what that means. Is it a decibel thing? I want it to be a decibel thing. A neuroscientist that contributed to this article said the secret is frequency, but some of it also is the mechanics of your ears and what you're expecting to hear. Most sounds, including an L and a Y, which are among the ones at issue here, are made up of several frequencies at once. Frequencies of the Y might have been made artificially higher, and the frequencies that make the L sound might have dropped.
So, whether it's Brian or Ryan or Laurel or Yanni, it has something to do with frequency. Very interesting. Thank you, Angela. You're welcome.
That was an impromptu tangent.
Before we move on from this scene, on the DVD commentary, I shared how incredibly relatable Pam's reaction to an adult outing was. As a new mom, it brought me back. You know, my kids are teenagers now, but I was still a young mom at this point. I want you to hear it.
Oh, baloney. Ring her up. Absolutely.
I totally relate to this moment, FYI.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
Having a baby.
Oh, did you have a baby?
Oh, I had the best baby ever who turned 2 just a day ago.
Already?
Oh my gosh! I did this DVD commentary right after Isabel's birthday. That's so sweet. I know, it just brought me back. But yes, I so related to Pam.
And now we're doing this rewatch very shortly after Isabel's birthday again.
14.
This episode is very significant for Isabel's birthdays.
I know.
Well, I can really relate to this too because I remember the first time I went to the grocery store after my son was born. I ran into Amy Adams at the grocery store. She had also just had a baby, and we stood in the aisle for 30 minutes just talking about how we couldn't believe that we were at the grocery store, and we were like, it was as if we had gone to like a huge party, but really we were just in a grocery store. But we were so tickled to be like out of the house doing something.
For sure. New parents, you go to the grocery store, it's like an exotic vacation.
Exactly.
Andy and Aaron are continuing to do this thing where they act like they don't like each other. Of course, Aaron always takes it to like the most random places. She's like, talk to me like that again, I'll cut your face. She's like,
I know. Also, they're pretending like they're not in a relationship, but clearly everyone knows. Definitely Kevin knows. They have a talking head where they're telling the camera crew that they're going to keep their romance low key. But Kevin knocks on the window and he starts making a lot of gestures.
Yes, if you go to 5 minutes 25 seconds, the hand gesture that Kevin is doing had supposedly never been done on television before.
Yeah, it's like the one for intercourse where you have like the finger and then the circle. Yeah. You know, Randy sent me the exact note from the NBC broadcast standards and practices.
What did they say?
This was after they submitted the shooting draft, where in the shooting draft it says that Kevin is going to make sexual gestures in the background. The note said, page 9, scene 17. As discussed with Randy Cordray, please shoot some alternates for Kevin's, quote, sex gesture with his hands toward Andy and Aaron. So Randy said they did lots of different gestures. I guess BJ and Matt Zone told Brian, just go crazy, do every gesture you can think of. They sent a cut over to NBC with all of the gestures in one take, and it was approved. I can't believe it. He couldn't believe it either. He was like, I don't understand. We were sure that was not going to make it in. Who knew? I guess after all of our boners, they just gave up on us.
Oh,
they were tired.
I mean, after Phyllis got flushed in the parking lot, they just let it go. Well, Andy's going to invite Michael out for drinks. This is Michael's best day of his life. He's so excited. He announces, ladies and gentlemen, it's quitting time. Andy's like, no, I'm sorry. I meant later. You know, like later. Well, in the background of the scene, Angela's watching everything. She's kind of clocking Dwight. Like, I wonder if Dwight's going to be going. And there would have been a talking head here. It's in deleted scenes. Angela shares about what she does outside of work.
Oh,
at the office, I am all business. Very professional. But sometimes at night, I like to go out and let my hair down.
That's not true.
Not literally, of course, but.
She fights very hard for people to just thinking she's up to
And then there was a candy bag alt. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of good candy bag alts for talking heads in this. It didn't make it in the episode. It is in the bloopers, and you'll see why. It's not like I'm meeting anyone on chat roulette. I was so southern. Did you hear it? Oh my goodness.
That's not true.
It's not like I'm meeting anyone on chat roulette. I mean, they were like, yeah, we can't use that. Just get another one.
What's the reaction?
Well, Pam and Jim are going to arrive. Pam's hair. She spent a lot of time on her hair.
I was gonna say, like, did she like go to a salon? She's all dolled up.
I mean, we talked about it. She's excited to be out. Yeah. She has on multiple necklaces
And very like poofy hair.
Yeah. She's walking across the parking lot with Jim. That's when she tells him that she's invited a friend for Michael. I mean, that's how much she has forgotten. Like, she's done her hair, she's got her necklaces on, she's inviting people to set them up with Michael. Pam. She runs into Kevin, who starts fake crying like at her boobs.
Jenna, I shared on the commentary that Rain did that to me as a joke.
Did it work?
No!
But thanks, Rain, for fake crying at my boobs while I was breastfeeding. I wonder if that's where they got the idea.
Well, actually, Brian said that this joke was not in the table draft, and after the table read, Steve Carell pitched it to the writers.
I love it. I don't know if you noticed in this scene, but the ground is all wet. Did you notice?
I did notice.
Randy told me it was a rainy day. Oh, we shot this on February 24th, 2010. February is a very rainy month in Los Angeles. Also, in the background, you can see the parking structure for the Universal Studios tour.
Oh my gosh.
Have you ever done it?
Yes,
Me too.
so fun.
Have they updated it? Because when I did it, it was like Jaws and Back to the Future.
Same, and the Psycho House.
Right.
Yeah. The old lady in the rocking chair up
all
the
of
window.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Surely it's been updated.
With movies that are more timely.
Right.
I think Jaws still comes at you though.
Right.
You gotta love the Jaws.
You're going across like what looks like a pond, and then Jaws comes at you.
So fun.
Well, as everyone is arriving, they walk past the bouncer into the bar. You can see the Sid and Dexter sign. And in the deleted scenes, there was a montage of people arriving. Kevin and Meredith walk in, and they cannot believe that Oscar is there. They say he's a snob. It's in the deleted scenes. Here's how Oscar defends himself.
I'm not a snob. I hate the hour. Well, the Philadelphia hour.
And you wonder why people haven't shown up.
He defends himself on being a snob by listing what opera he is not a fan of. Then there was a deleted scene as Angela Martin arrives. She's very dolled up. This was one of my favorite scenes to shoot because it had really silly busy work. The bouncer has asked for her ID, and here it is.
You're fine.
No, I have my ID here.
Oh, no, you're fine.
That's the rule.
We know what these stories are about, but every day the
You always know where it is, and then when you need it, you don't. You know, that happens.
Just to do our show, but that's all they offer every day.
Come on.
As far as the actual strike, and I don't know how it's. First of all,
it is almost a minute of me going through my purse.
That's a way to get on the good side.
I'm pulling out tissues, coupons, all kinds of things. And the bouncer's like, "You're fine." I'm like, no. It was so much fun to shoot. But I get why it couldn't make it in. The episode's already long. You don't need a minute of me going through my purse. But those are like my favorite moments.
Well, I disagree. I would love nothing more than to see 1 minute of Angela emptying her purse because I'd like to know what she keeps in her purse. I find those details fascinating.
Well, a lot of tissues and coupons.
Well, now Pam and Jim are going to invite Michael to play pool with them. They need a fourth. That's because the third person in the group is the friend. Yeah, and they want to make an introduction. Also, this time, Oscar is noting that Matt is not there.
No,
sort of bummer. He's eyeing the door.
The whole reason for this whole night.
Yes. Michael is going to hit it off with Pam's friend Julie.
Yeah, they're really getting along great. I mean, Julie laughs at everything. Yes, so Michael is happy.
Guest star alert, Julie was played by Lori Naughton-Oken. She has been on Friends, Samantha Who. She's a big Groundlings person, and you knew her, right, Ange?
Yes, I did a sketch comedy show with her. She had written this show, and I played a small part in it called Balls Out.
Ooh,
I know. And it was a really fun show.
Well, there's going to be another guest star. It is Isabel, played by Kellen Coleman. She's back, and she's come to the bar as well. But you know what? She's going to say hi to Pam and then maybe mingle.
Which means go find Dwight.
The
That's
LA
right.
Times Guild
At
caucus
7 minutes
leaders wrote this
57
letter.
seconds, you might notice
The group
Angela's
includes-
bright red
these are all
lipstick.
separate caucuses. This is
BJ
not
shared
separate
on the
caucuses
commentary
within
that he
Congress.
really
These are
wanted
separate
Angela to
caucuses
seem like she had
within the
tried
LA
to go
Times
all
Union.
out for this
You have the
evening
Black Caucus,
to get
the
Dwight's
Latino
attention.
Caucus, the Asian
He
American
wanted her to
Caucus,
wear the
Middle
brightest
Eastern
lipstick
Caucus,
that our
the
makeup
South
department
Asian
had,
Caucus, and
and
the
he said he thought that
LGBTQ+
this is what Angela would think you
So there's
do.
1, 2,
Like
3,
maybe she's
4,
seen a
5,
soap opera,
6
like how you
caucuses.
get your guy, how
Which,
you
by
go
the way,
to
if
a
you notice,
bar,
doesn't
put
count-
on hot red
doesn't count any of
lipstick.
the
And he
white
also
writers
shared
and editors there.
that he was bummed because he
And,
wanted the lipstick to be even
The
brighter red.
caucus leader
But
says
that was
as you
all the
navigate
makeup
financial
department had.
pressures,
Wow, even
Diversity,
brighter.
what
Yeah,
diversity
it really
diversity
stands
that
out
we've worked so
already.
hard to
I
build.
know.
Layoffs would be
Well,
catastrophic,
Pam's friend Julie is going to have a
eliminating
talking
new
head
essential
where
voices,
it's
and
clear
diminishing
she
the
kind of
gains
likes
we made under
Michael.
your family's
Yeah.
leadership.
We had a fan catch
About your
from
voices.
Corin F. in
It's not
Columbus,
the news
Ohio,
coverage.
who
I'm not looking
says,
for a voice when I read
starting
the
at 8
newspaper.
minutes 52
I wanna know what
seconds,
the
when
news
Pam's
is.
friend is doing her talking head
But
about
instead
Michael,
they have
you can
endless
see
opinion
Jim
columns
laughing at
or
something Pam
endless
said. Was this a genuine
opinion
reaction
columns
to something
masquerading
Jenna
as news
said,
stories.
or was this
So there's all
planned?
these voices.
Are they acting?
But there isn't too
Either
much
way,
news
it's a
that's
very
useful.
cute background moment. I think it's just you two in the background. Oh, no, this is 100% us in the background, just chatting. Well, I'm very proud because I clearly said something that has made John noodle. Because
The noodle laugh. I know.
Yeah.
He totally turns into like this like gelatinous thing that flops around when he's really tickled.
Yes, I don't know what I said. Steve is there as well, but I'm very proud. I'm clearly hilarious. There it is in the background.
Proof of funny.
Thank you. We also got a fan question from both Kyle T. in Houston, Texas, and Alana D. from Ontario, Canada. They asked, why does Pam keep trying to set up Michael? It didn't work with her landlady, and look how he treated her mom.
We have our number
Why?
one moist line coming
That's
up.
very
Denver Mark
valid.
is live at KFI
Very
24
valid.
Hour News.
She has clearly forgotten something has happened to her while she's on maternity leave.
She has mom brain.
I guess so.
You know when you're tired and you're up all night and you're just like,
Oh yeah, that sounds great. I don't know. I think mom brain also sometimes gives you just like an optimism.
yes.
That is, I don't know. You suddenly,
You want to see the good in people.
yes, exactly. You have this newfound empathy and optimism and compassion. Yeah, yeah. But unfortunately, it's not going to go well.
It might have if Jim hadn't spilled the beans. If Jim would have just let Michael keep being himself, but Jim said, yeah, I guess Pam was right. You know? You guys are hitting it off. Light bulb. Michael's like, what? I'm on a date. I'm on a date.
Yeah. He's going to turn into Date Mike. Let's take a break because there's a lot to unpack here, and we will discuss.
Really? That's life-changing. In the legal system,
We are back, and Date Mike is here. He has put on his Kangol hat.
The script specifically called for Michael to put on a Kangol hat.
For the what?
I got curious, so for the second time, I became a lady who Googled. And I found out that the Kangol hat, which I was familiar with, has a long history. It goes way back. A gentleman named Jacques Henry Durgan, a World War I soldier, returned from the war and he began designing berets. And in 1938, he started a company, and his berets were worn by many British soldiers during World War II. He named his company Kangol, and in the 1960s, they got the rights to create all the hats worn by the Beatles.
What?
Yeah. They distributed all headgear that bore the Beatles' name or image.
Wow.
In 1981, the brand enlisted a world-famous hat designer named Graham Smith to develop a luxurious yet affordable collection called Graham Smith for Kangol. And in 1983, Princess Diana appeared in Vogue wearing one of those hats. Also, in 1983, they decided to create a logo. And because Americans kept asking for the kangaroo hat, Instead of the Kangol hat, they decided to make their logo a kangaroo. Also, in the 1980s, MCs like Slick Rick and Run DMC started wearing Kangol in their videos and on stage, and they really rocketed to fame thanks to LL Cool J, who wore their Bermuda casual hat on his album cover for radio. LL Cool J wore their hats all the time and really pushed it to the forefront of hip-hop fashion. And then, you know, of course, Samuel L. Jackson, he loves them, well known for loving his Kangol hat. In 2012, he teamed up with the brand and created a line called Kangol Golf by Samuel L. Jackson. It was geared toward golf enthusiasts. He loves these hats so much that in 2022, he was on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and he talked about all his hats. Here's an audio clip.
2, is it true that you own over 800 Kangol hats? My wife got rid of about 500 of them. So you're down to 300. Down to 300. When did you start wearing?
Hey there, savvy marketers.
You know
lost in the marketing jungle?
Yeah.
Well, fret not. Brave is your trusted compass in the world of customization.
My grandfather?
Yeah.
No, it was a platy hat.
Makes marketing a breeze. Brave will help you personalize every step of the customer journey.
How about that? He has 300. His grandfather had one. I mean, I have to think he has more now. Since 2022, do you think his wife let him add to it? Maybe it's like the thing where you add one but take one away, so you get new stuff, right? There was quite a bit of debate in the writers' room about the difference in regular mic and date mic. Okay, BJ talked about it on the DVD commentary. He said there were pitches to make date mic even bigger and his clothes more extravagant. Like in one pitch they had him wearing a dragon t-shirt or some Ed Hardy clothes, but Steve said he thought it was less of a wardrobe change and more of a personality change. So they went with a Kangol hat. Well, I loved it. When Michael returns, Jim and Pam are surprised. They noticed the shift right away. I improvised the line, "Why are you wearing a hat now?" So I looked at the table draft, like you said, Angela, and originally he had changed his shirt, and Pam had a line where she said, "Why are you wearing a different shirt now?" But then by the shooting draft, that had been taken out, and there was just nothing. Pam didn't have a line there. But I think I must have remembered that shirt line, which made me laugh, and so I added, "Why are you wearing a hat now?" Well, I loved it. I loved Pam and Jim's reaction. They know now everything's going to go south. Michael has this big swagger. He's spinning this pool stick around. At 9 minutes 40 seconds, when Michael shoots the pool ball and it goes flying at you guys, yes, Matt Stone shared that Steve really did that, and thankfully they got it in the first take. Oh my gosh, yeah. I didn't remember that. You guys ducked for real. Well, meanwhile, Kelly and Ryan are about to finish an intense round of their dance game. Just as Aaron and Andy are approaching, we had a fan catch from Claire L. in Toronto, Canada, who says when Ryan and Kelly say they lost at 10 minutes 37 seconds, the screen shows that their dance round is actually still going on. It's true. Randy told me that they turned off the sound for the machine, but they kept the graphics going. They added all the music and arcade sounds in post-production, so it sounds like their game has wound down, but if you catch the screen, it's still going. I have two things to share about the actual games and what we were doing. Brian said that he really was playing that racing game, and that it was actually really fun, and he played it for hours because he had to be in the background. Oh my gosh. And then in the deleted scenes, I thought it was so fun. You find out that Meredith is really good at playing pool. She keeps sinking all of these shots. She's a total pool shark. Was Kate actually sinking the shots? I doubt it. It looked really good. I don't know. Can I tell you something? Are you really good at pool? Yeah. Really? You're also good at poker. You're good at like bar sports. My father-in-law recently on a trip to Texas, we rented a house together, Lee's whole side of the family, and there was a pool table, and he was kind of surprised that I was such a good pool player, and he said, I have to ask, like, you went to an all-girls high school, you have no brothers, you're not much of a drinker, how are you so good at poker and pool? I have the same question. When I was in high school, my friend Stacy and I, by the way, Stacy, the inventor of the tan baster, oh yeah, the two of us in high school, we got a little obsessed with pool after we watched the movies The Hustler and The Color of Money. Paul Newman. Yeah. Those sweet blue eyes.
So you watch these movies and then you're like, I'm going to learn pool?
Yeah. We went to a pool hall in Kirkwood, Missouri, and we learned how to play pool. And our plan was that we were going to go on the road and we were going to hustle people. This was our grand plan, to become pool hustlers.
So when you weren't playing field hockey,
we were going to be professional pool hustlers.
Okay.
We got very good.
I believe it.
And I really enjoyed this episode because it was my chance to kind of show off some of my skills.
My husband's very good at pool, and he wants a pool table. I'm like, what? So we're not going to have a dining table, so you're going to have a pool table?
I'll be over all the time.
Well, it might happen.
Oh, I want to say something about this arcade dance game. Would you be surprised to know that they are not playing Dance Dance Revolution?
I feel like this is like a leading question. I don't know the answer.
That's the only game I know of with the feet.
Me too.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, no. There's another one. It's called Pump It Up. It is the other music video game dance series. It's by a Korean arcade game producer. The original version of the game was released in South Korea in August of 1999. Here's the difference. Dance Dance Revolution only has 4 squares that you can step on, and they're in like a plus sign.
Yeah.
Pump It Up has 5 things you can press on. You can press the middle square, and then it makes like an X.
Yeah.
I took screen grabs. I Mom Detectived it. And it's not Dance Dance Revolution, it's Pump It Up. That's what they're playing, and they had to bring it in.
I know this happens later in the episode, but when you see Creed dancing on that thing, he really was. And we did a bunch of takes. And I remember we were like, wait, I think Creed's like getting lightheaded. We need to give him a break. He's been dancing for a long time.
Yeah, when I was trading messages with Matt, he was like, I think we almost killed Creed because he did so many takes of the dancing game.
And he was going all out.
Randy said that they also had a graphic made. You don't see it in the episode, but it shows that Creed has all of the top 10 high scores on the leaderboard.
That's awesome.
And I guess the reason they did all that was because originally the tag to this episode was going to be Creed on the dance machine. And you see that he's like Dance Master
With a crowd around him.
But then they moved it to the middle of the episode.
Coming up next is probably my most famous meme that I'm a part of.
What?
Uh-huh.
No, there are more famous memes.
No, not for me.
Come on.
I am telling you. For real, this is the most famous meme I'm in. Like, they will take this moment where Angela sneaks up on Dwight, and, you know, they'll caption it. It's someone reacting to something that scares the crap out of them, and they drop the F-bomb. And it's been recycled over and over. So, like, over you, they'll write spiders.
Yeah, they'll write, like, something that is scary. Their phobia, basically.
Yes.
I titled this scene, Lurk Much. Should we set it up?
Yes.
Okay, well, Dwight and Isabel are walking through the arcade.
They're flirting,
chatting. Angela in her bright red lipstick is just all up on their heels. And then, after Isabel walks away, Dwight is completely shocked that Angela was standing there and has a very large reaction. Lady, we got mail. Fan question from Desi C. in Stillwell, Oklahoma. In the scene with Dwight and Isabel walking and Angela following close behind, Isabel seems to be of equal height to Dwight, making Angela look so small in comparison. Was this done intentionally or just to have the accident? I looked up actress Kellen Coleman, and her height, according to IMDb, is 5'9.5", but standing next to Rain, she looks almost to be the same height.
It was intentional. You know, Rain is 6'3", Kellen is very tall, and I am 5'1". Wardrobe purposely for this episode put me in flats to really accentuate the height difference. Normally I wore heels on the show. I'm in flats. BJ also shared it was his idea that only the top of my head would be visible as I walked behind them. I went to the shooting draft, and here's how it described the scene. Dwight and Isabel stroll the arcade area looking for a game to play. Angela trails behind, only the top of her head in frame.
Amazing. Well, I will add that I remember Kellen was in heels. They put her in some like 3-inch, kind of not wedges, but like thick-heeled shoes so that she would be super tall compared to you. We got another fan question from Xenia W. in British Columbia. Dwight looks utterly shocked by the sudden appearance of Angela Martin behind him. His reaction was so genuine, down to the bleep swear word he dropped. Was Rainn Wilson not expecting Angela to show up, or was this a scripted moment? So this moment was totally found on the day. It's not in the shooting draft. BJ shared in the commentary that they pitched it to Rainn and he was reluctant to do it because he thought it might seem too broad. But then they were like, let's just give it a try, just give it a try. And then I remember they told me to get as close to like Rainn's like arm, like just to sort of be way down there by his elbow. And so I was trailing him really closely. And when he turned around, I was right there. And it just worked. And we all started laughing. We knew we had to do it again. It's so lurky, Lurkma. I know. Well, back over at the pool table, Michael's going to try to tie a cherry stem with his tongue. But instead he starts choking. Jenna, this scene was even bigger. In the shooting draft, not only does he choke, but then he starts dribbling cherry juice down his shirt. So gross. And then he turns to Julie and says, you want to maybe hit a hot tub after this? Oh my gosh. Also, in this scene, he is kind of like spinning the pool cue around. We had a fan catch from Dandy Y in Canada who says, fakey pool cue at 12 minutes, 13 seconds. When Michael is spinning the pool cue, you can see it bending. What was it actually made of? Oh, good catch. Such a good catch. You really can't see it. It is 100% a rubber pool cue. It is so bendy. I mean, it's almost ridiculous. I can't believe it made it in. Well, there was an alternate Michael talking head. It was in the shooting draft candy bag. It made me laugh. Michael says, I've been dating for over 30 years. I think I know what I'm doing. Oh no. Well, Isabel and Dwight are playing whack-a-mole, and Dwight is really good at it. And Isabel's like, oh my gosh, you're so good at it. And then Angela tries to join in, the lurker, and she says, this looks like a hoot. And you guys, it just made me think of my journal entry, Sam. This looks like a hoot. I think I got tooted.
You hit these balls with a large stick.
Yes, exactly. I want to know how Angela Kinsey would write in her journal about her first whack-a-mole game. Please, can we have that? We need it. It would go something like this. There was this really interesting machine where little tiny animals came out and they wanted me to hit them. And I said, I will not. And then I had a Cosmopolitan.
XOXO.
And then I would probably finish my journal entry with, I'll fill you in next time on what happened when I tried skee ball. XOXO. Hugs. I love how your journal entries, and this is true about your journal entries, they end with like a cliffhanger. Yes, like next time, I'm going to give you some details on this other thing.
Yeah, they all end up like the Gossip Girl ones.
I know. And then I also like write in my journal, like I'll say things like, oh, sorry to bore you, I've gone on and on. Who's reading this? Who am I writing to? I can't believe I talked that long about whack-a-mole. My bad. Oh my gosh, can you do a young adult book series that is just your journal? Please no. I really like this character. Well, Angela's whack-a-mole is not going to go well. And Dwight pulls her aside and says, you know what? We had a good run, but I want a big family, like a big family. And she doesn't need to worry about their contract anymore. Dissolve. He tries to break their contract. How many pieces of identification did they have on that table when they were making this contract? So many signatures and stamps. How dare he? Truly. She's not going to take it well. Meanwhile, Michael is on top of a pool table. I don't know what he's doing. He's playing like air guitar on his pool stick. I mean, it's going to get the attention of the manager. Yeah, she's like, do you want to pay $400 to refelt this table? And Michael says, yeah, why don't you send the bill to 23 I Don't Care Lane, Scranton, Pennsylvania? I mean, what is happening? He's going to get his ass kicked out.
Yeah, I think the rose is hitting us. Maybe. I just want to do the whole rest of the episode as your journal, frankly. It delights me so much. Guest star alert! Our manager Donna was played by Amy Peet. She was on the NBC sitcom Caroline in the City, for which she was nominated for a Screen Actors Guild Award for Outstanding Performance by a Female Actor in a Comedy Series. She's also had recurring roles on Modern Family, Animal Kingdom, and she appears in 5 episodes of The Office. She was also in a really good episode of Law & Order SVU, which I just watched the other day.
Which one?
It's the one where she plays Mama Zoe. She's really good in it. It's a good episode. During this scene, Pam and Jim are kind of trying to get Michael to calm down, and Pam wants to continue the pool game. I have another improv brag. Do it. I improvised the line, "You guys are stripes, I think." My scripted line was, "I think she handled it pretty well," but instead I said, "You guys are stripes, I think."
You know why you said that?
Because I know about
Because
the
you're a
pool.
pool shark.
Yeah, I am, and I know that one person is striped and one is solid. I know that.
Sounds like one of my journal entries.
You know what I want to find? What? I've got to have a journal entry about my plans to become a pool shark hustler. Please. I must have one somewhere. Surely I journaled that. Surely.
Michael is going to approach the manager and demand an apology.
I loved their back and forth. I loved it when he said the way he likes to be manager has a dash of razzle dazzle. I was so curious if that was scripted or if Steve threw that out there. I went to the shooting draft. It's in the script. A dash of razzle dazzle.
I love it. Donna clearly has the things that Jan had, which is that she's attracted to tragedy because she is sort of immediately smitten by Michael. Just like, what is this thing in front of me? Yeah, it's like the first time you see a kitten or something or a puppy, you're like, what is this creature? I'm sort of drawn to it. They have a repartee.
They do. In their repartee, we find out that Michael has written a whole book in his head. It's called Somehow I Manage.
The book cover is him with his sleeves rolled up, shrugging. The manager says, "Have you read Lee Iacocca's classic book?" And Michael says, "Read it, I own it."
He hasn't read it.
But no, I haven't read it. We had a fan question from Letty P. in Long Beach, California. This is the second Iacocca's biography is mentioned on The Office. I've watched this show so many times, and it's made me curious to actually pick up the book, and it's so good. But why is it referred to so much when Michael hasn't even read it? Well, Letty, I'll tell you. It's because BJ Novak's dad co-authored that book. So this was a nod from BJ to his dad.
This was a BJ Easter egg for his dad. So cute.
We really did that a lot on the show, like naming Pam and Jim's baby Cece and Sid and Dexter's, throwing the book in. We like to do that sort of thing.
Andy and Aaron are still trying to hide their relationship because Andy does not want the drama. He doesn't. Don't want the drama. So he's like, you know what? Let's throw everyone off because a few people have made little comments that he thinks is about him and Aaron. He's like, I'm going to go talk to that girl. You go talk to that guy. Erin is going to sit next to a man. She's going to rub her hand on his thigh and say, "Hey, big boy, do you like it when I do that?" And Andy spits out his drink and is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Well, the guy that Erin is talking to was played by our very own locations manager, Kyle Alexander. They shared in the commentary that Kyle just has such a friendly demeanor. He wouldn't seem threatening in any way. And probably nice for Ellie because he was someone that we all worked with.
Totally. Andy kind of pulls Erin aside, pulls her into this photo booth. And while they're in there, the camera is going off while they're arguing. Yes. Matt said that getting this photo strip right was really important to him. On the first day of the shoot week, Ed and Ellie got together with Michael Gallenberg, our production designer, and he took photos of them, which Matt went over and he created the photo strip that would be used in this scene.
Yeah, he talked about this on the commentary, how important the story of the photo strip was to him.
Well, he also sent in an audio clip. Let's give it a listen.
I also spent a lot of time working on photos from the photo booth of Andy and Aaron. They tell a very sad story about their relationship. If you notice them, they each show a different stage of their relationship, ending with Erin sad and by herself. You know, when Andy looks at these photos, he realizes this isn't the relationship that he wants, and he goes to the microphone to announce to everyone that he and Erin are dating. They are a couple, and it's a nice ending to their story.
Sometimes those little props, designing those just right, really are important. And after Matt said that, I went and I paused on the strip. Same, really good. It is really good, and it's something I missed the first time I watched it. And it's just one of those things in this rewatch. It's so fun to discover. You know I love a photo strip. I will go into any mall kiosk photo booth. Lady, the cover of our book is a photo strip that I saved for 18 years. Yeah, that you insisted that we do. I know. I tried to do the cough at our age thing. It didn't work. You know, where you say like where you cough something that you kind of want people to hear. Like, you know what I mean?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I do. Okay. Where are we? Oh, Matt has not shown up. Oscar's been sitting with the warehouse guys forever. I know. And Daryl is like, listen, I know he's super cute, but the truth is he's kind of a dum-dum. And Oscar, yeah, he's like, you guys aren't a good match. No, Daryl's trying. He's trying to look out for Oscar in this moment. In college, I dated just this real dum-dum. Hello, Rosé. Good looking. Settle in, Rosé. What do you got for me? Nothing. Just that, like, it was so clear to me. He was just super high candy. And I don't know, it didn't last long. Was it fun? Not really. Oh, well, that's a bummer. I know. But I loved looking at him. It was so beautiful. So I get it, your journal entry.
Oh man, you got it.
I looked at this guy for a while today. But guess what? Just as maybe Oscar is considering that they aren't a match, Matt walks in. Oscar's delighted. He walks in. He wants to go play basketball. Oscar's like, yeah. The two of them shooting next to each other was so funny. It was actually a note in the shooting draft that Oscar tries to shoot, and it like ricochets off the like backboard, and like he's chasing it on the ground. I want to say it is very hard to be bad at things like that when you have to as an actor. Like, that was some really good bad basketball acting on Oscar's part. Yeah, he actually can, like, shoot pretty well. Right, I remember that from the basketball episode when all those guys started shooting. Yeah. Well, we're going to wrap up a couple of storylines here. We're getting near the end of the episode. Andy's going to get on a loudspeaker, announces that he's been on a few successful dates with Erin. There'll probably be more. No one cares. No one even looks over. No. Andy and Erin are so happy, though. Erin especially. Dwight and Isabel are leaving together when Angela approaches them, still lurking. I don't think she was lurking. This was like a full frontal approach. I know, but lurking in the sense that everywhere these people turn, you're on top of them. You're all over them. But you know what? Rightfully so. He should not have broken that contract. I like Angela in this moment. Well, she's going to serve him papers to appear in court. That's right, for breach of contract. Isabel whacks her on the forehead. We had a fan question from Stacy C. in Charlotte, North Carolina. Angela, did she really smack you on the head? She did. That was real. It was scripted. It was scripted. I want you to know that when this episode aired, people took to the message boards sympathizing for Angela. This never happened for my character. I did not like that she hit you on the head. I didn't like it. You didn't like it, and guess who else didn't like it? Who? Birdie Kinsey, my mom. She did not care for it. No. Well, Angela is not going to be deterred. She scurries off, but Dwight will be hearing from her in court. I mean, several people are brought together in this episode. Andy, Erin, Isabel and Dwight, and Michael. He's got a date. Date Mike actually came through. I mean, kind of. He wasn't being Date Mike. He was just being like Righteous Michael at the bar. Well, he thinks it worked once again. This episode ends with just An amazing tag. Amazing. It's one of my favorite of the whole series. Agree. It is Daryl and Hide from the warehouse. And Daryl encourages Hide to tell his story, his origin story.
Yeah.
Earlier in the episode, he sort of teases it to Oscar. He's like, have you heard Hide's story? I mean, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
And here it is. He tells his story. He says in Japan, he was the top heart surgeon, but he made a mistake while operating on a Yakuza boss who died as a result. So Hide ran away to escape the wrath of the Yakuza, came to America on a fishing boat with no food, no money. Daryl gave him a job. Now he has an American car, a job, a woman. Daryl saved his life. But he has a secret.
Twist.
He killed the Yakuza boss on purpose. He's a really good surgeon. The best. It's so good.
It's so good. I slid into Hide's DMs. Hide, if you hear this, check your DMs. We would love to talk to you about your experience on The Office and this talking head. You just crushed it. We just think you're awesome.
Hide had been on the show for a long time as one of the warehouse workers. And BJ said in an interview that getting this tag into the show was a mission of his. He said that he loved the idea that this character, who we've only seen in the background, had a life story infinitely more dramatic than anyone else the documentary crew had been following, but they never thought to ask. BJ also said that they shot 6 different versions of this in various places. They shot Hide by himself in the warehouse, Hide by himself in the bar. They shot Daryl and Hide in the warehouse, Daryl and Hide in the bar. And we also shot 2 totally different backstories.
Well, I love that they chose the one with Daryl standing next to him.
Me too.
I thought it was really just perfect. I went to the candy bag in the shooting draft for this talking head, and BJ is right, there were many versions. I'm going to share with you 2 of my favorites.
Okay.
In one, Hide's brother had put a hit out on him, and Hide was traveling the world hiding.
That's the one that was in the shooting draft. I remember that one from the table read.
Yes. And another one, Hide was a sumo champion, and he traveled to India and then drank some kind of tea there that made him not hungry and not want to eat, and he lost a bunch of weight and his wife left him, and he was penniless, and he came to America.
Well, I loved this one.
I loved this one, and BJ shared on the commentary when Hide says American car, that Hide improvised that.
Yes, and BJ loved that.
Well, that was happy hour.
Guys, we're going to miss you while we're on our vacation. We love you. But like I said, we will be back July 15th for Secretary's Day with Miss Ellie Kemper.
We just want to say thank you to Matt Stone for his audio clips, and of course Randy Cordray, who always gives us the behind-the-scenes details. And we hope this week you guys have a little bit of razzle-dazzle and a great week.
Love ya.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
There's going to be a little gap.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hi there.
We are back from our vacations and so excited to be back.
So excited.
The irony is that we recorded this before our vacations, so we have not actually vacationed yet. But in terms of it being released in your feed, here we are, back from vacation.
Yes. I don't know why that tickles me. We're time traveling right now.
We are.
In truth, we are recording on a Saturday because I got food poisoning last week.
Yeah, but everyone came in.
Hi, guys. Hi. Happy
Thanks
Saturday.
for coming in on a Saturday, everyone.
Happy Saturday to you as well.
Today we are talking about Secretary's Day. It is season 6, episode 22, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Steve Carell. So exciting.
That's a great duo.
Would you like a summary?
More than anything.
All right, here it is. Andy tries to make Secretary's Day special for Aaron. He encourages Michael to take Aaron to lunch, during which Michael accidentally reveals Andy's past engagement to Angela, something Aaron did not know about. Meanwhile, a spoof video circulates likening Kevin to Cookie Monster, which Gabe finds offensive, and he flexes his authority to squash it.
I love that you called it a spoof video. What would it be? Maybe like a parody video?
Are they not the same?
I think they are
a parody.
It's just funny to me. Spoof video sounds funny to me.
Well, I want to tell you all, we do not have fast facts today. None. No fast facts. You want to know why? Why? I'll tell you. What is it?
Ellie Kimber is our fast fact.
That's right.
Yes, you guys, we spoke to Ellie earlier in the week.
While Angela had food poisoning, by the way. You'll hear it in her voice.
Ellie knew right away. Here's the thing. We had to do it over Zoom because I had to be by a bathroom. Sorry, TMI. And Ellie looked at me right away. I hadn't even said a word. She goes, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
But you guys, we were so excited to talk to Ellie, and I didn't want to miss it. So here is our interview with Ellie. She's the best. Hi, Ellie. Hello, Ellie.
Hi, Jenna and Angela. How are you?
Good. Welcome to Office Ladies. Welcome, welcome. Hello.
I am so happy to be here. I am a huge fan of your show. I'm a huge fan of the two of you, and it is always delightful chatting with you. So thank you for having me.
Ellie, you are a ray of sunshine that I could really use right now, because Jenna knows I had a little bit of food poisoning, and you're my first thing back from food poisoning.
Okay.
So congratulations.
I hope I don't send you back into illness, but I'm sorry that I hope that you are feeling better, Angela. You are a trooper. I know you're not asking for compliments, but I'm here to tell you you're a trooper. So I'm glad that you're feeling better.
I'll take them today. I'll take it. Well, Ellie, we always start our interviews with asking each person how they got their job on The Office.
I got my job on The Office in sort of a roundabout way. I met with Brett Daniels and Mike Schur, at the beginning of 2008, maybe, when they were developing Parks and Recreation. And I believe, although I was never explicitly told, that I was auditioning for Parks and Recreation. Like, there was an untitled script that I read from in a room with Greg and Allison Jones. Nothing ever came of it. The characters didn't have any names that matched the ones on what was to become Parks and Recreation. So I really don't know what I was doing in that room with them, but that's how I met them. Then later that, like a few months later, there was an audition when Pam went to go work at the Michael Scott Paper Company, there was an opening for a temporary secretary. And so since I had already met some of those, big guys from the office, it was two guys. That's why I said big guys. I was, I guess, in their orbit. So I came in to read for that part. I read with Ed Helms, and then I got the call, the next week that I had booked the part. So that's how I got on The Office, you guys.
Wow, that is so wild. You know what though? I remember like showrunners would do that if they had a project they didn't want it leaked out in any way. You would go in sometimes and read and not really know much about what you were reading for. And that's kind of how you met Greg. I'm sure that was Parks and Rec. It sounds like it.
It had to have been. I don't know what part it was. Like, they wanted to keep everything a little tight-lipped. But yeah, I mean, you guys, it goes without saying. So that was the end of season 5, I think, that I came on. I was such a fan of The Office. So it's like, I mean, I watched it with my family. I watched it, by myself. It was surreal actually meeting you guys for the first time, because I was so familiar with the show and felt like I already knew you.
You played it so cool though, Ellie. I know. I would have never known. You were super like, hey, what's up? You didn't go crazy.
Oh, well, that is my finest performance, because I was like, my heart inside was just like beating a million miles a minute. With a sitcom, they're in your living room every week. You feel like you know them. I'm sure this happens to you all the time, where people feel like they know you very well, even though you've never met them. And so I felt like I knew all of you, and yet you had never seen my face before. So it's this surreal experience of suddenly working alongside these people who you sort of consider to be your friends, but also icons. And so it was all of that at once, and it was a lot. So I'm really glad you thought I played it cool, because I didn't feel cool.
Now, originally, it was just supposed to be a few episodes, right? And then Pam was going to come back from Michael Scott Paper Company. And I remember discussions about whether or not Pam would return to the receptionist desk or do something else. And I had sat down with Greg, and he asked me my opinion. He said, what do you think Pam would want? And I said, well, I don't know. After art school and this big move with Michael, I feel like it might be a little depressing if she's just back at reception again. I would love some movement for this woman. And he agreed, and he said, all right, I think we're going to make Pam part of the sales team, and we're going to move her to the desk clump with Dwight and Jim. And then that kind of opened the door for, we need someone to sit at reception. And Ellie, you were so beloved by everyone. I mean, listen, there is a chance that Greg was making me feel like I had a part of that decision, but the real story was, listen, we're not letting Ellie Kemper go, so we're going to make you feel good by telling you we want Pam to move to sales. Because everyone was so excited for you to come on in a more permanent position. What was that part like from your end?
Okay, Jenna, first of all, I have to say, first and foremost, thank you for your input that Pam should be promoted to salesperson, because you gave me in real life a job with a paycheck on one of the most iconic shows in television history. So thank you.
I did not give you gave yourself a job by kicking ass in that role. That's what got you that job. You won them over in the room, Ellie. You really did. And then you showed up and you crushed it. So you're the reason you were there. 100%.
Yeah, everyone is. I need to listen to you when I wake up every morning, and you need to be in my bathroom mirror saying, God, you can do it. So thank you for those very, very encouraging words.
What was that moment when they called you and they said, we're going to make this character a regular character?
That was insane. So yes, I think the arc was at first 4 episodes, maybe 6, but then it, Aaron stayed for the rest of the season, and then it wasn't until June, so the show had stopped. I guess the show and that season ended in May, and in June is when they called my agents, and then my agents called me to say that we want to offer her a regular spot on the show, and that is like, you have won the lottery, of course, because and which I do feel that I did, because not only creatively is the show just so spectacular, but I just felt so lucky to be working with normal people who there were no egos. There was, were there longer than I was, but there was no like fighting or like drama. It felt like a very, very nice group of people to work with, and it was. So I felt, again, like, okay, this is my big break. And so that was an exhilarating moment when I got that call.
Our writer, Jean, told us that for your first episode, and this is so crazy, Ellie, that you were asked to perform the role of Aaron 2 ways in every scene because they were still trying to figure out exactly what they needed from your character. And so the one way we know her as, right, is just so adorable, and she just desperately wants Michael to love her and like her, and it's so cute. But I guess the other way was like a sarcastic version. Do you remember this?
I do remember that. And I'm glad you brought that up because I do remember that specific direction, which was we haven't really figured this character out yet. And so there were, I don't know if it was every take, but there were moments where it was, okay, they were just sort of, I think adjusting and like modulating the character in terms of what she would be. And so there were a lot of takes where it was just more straightforward and a little bit, I guess, I don't want to say cynical, but just a little bit more serious, I think. But that's not the direction Aaron ended up going. But that's very interesting to be there, at the introduction of a new character and to see like how, the writers, director, and actors sort of figured out this new person in the office.
Do you remember when they told you, okay, we figured it out, we've picked an Aaron?
Yeah, no, I think it was more gradual, and honestly, it's like, I don't know if it was just from talking with them in real life, because did you guys ever experience this where you'd be like talking with a writer, maybe or BJ at Crafty, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, it's not exactly something you said, but something sort of related to what you said made its way to a script. I'm not taking credit for writing. I'm just saying that I think certain parts of my personality may have been incorporated into the aspects of Aaron, where you're like,
Ellie, we talk about this all the time. We totally say that one of the things we became aware of is having writers on the set, which is pretty unique, and having them as cast members, that they were sort of always paying attention, and little moments of our real lives or things would end up in scripts very subtly, but they'd be there.
Right. And so then I'm like, oh, to be fly on the wall of that writer's room, like, what are they picking up? But also, like, checking what I say. I think I learned the lesson, not that it's a lesson, but I think I picked up on that too late, where I was like, oh, right, they're everything's material, or everything's copy, whatever that word is. But anyway, yeah.
And I love how different her relationship with Michael is than Pam's relationship. And I thought that was really important. She brought out this whole other side of him, and I loved it.
I always thought of it as a father-daughter relationship. And, Aaron didn't have a stable father paternal figure growing up. And, Michael, they have quirks that are similar, I think. And so they meshed. But yeah, Pam, like, I don't know if it's a wisdom or just like a ability to perceive that's a little sharper than Aaron's. But, that was not the relationship you had with Michael. I mean, Pam had with Michael.
I think maybe Pam had a kind of mother-son relationship with Michael. Pam was a bit of like a surrogate caretaker. Yeah. More of a nurturer. Tried to steer him. Yeah, steer him, exactly. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Well, I love your romance with Andy. I have been really enjoying that part of this rewatch. And I feel like that was one of the first things that really brought your character more to the forefront. And now here, Secretary's Day.
Oh,
big A story.
Yes.
I mean, what was that like? Angela and I know what it's like to have a little bit more of a supporting role on the show, and then all of a sudden you get thrust into one of these big storylines, and you suddenly have all these scenes with Steve Carell,
who was also directing. Like, it was, that was crazy. And I didn't have any warning or anything. Like, it wasn't until sitting down
At the table read, right?
What?
Yeah.
Yes. You sat down at the table read, opened your script, and you're reading it cold, and you're like, oh my gosh. Or maybe you read it in your trailer 30 minutes before, but still.
That is my experience of like every script we got. Like that's how I found out Angela was going to hook up with Dwight. I was like, what?
Right.
Like
30 minutes. I maybe, because Mindy wrote that episode, as we all know, and maybe she had been saying, I can't remember. I remember that having a discussion with her where she was like, oh, it'd be fun. I can't remember if it was about Secretary's Day, but it was something she was writing, and she had some idea for Aaron. So maybe there was an inkling of that, but certainly not the A story, which is such a thrill. And like you said, it was probably 30 minutes before the table read in your trailer, and you're like, oh my gosh, and then like and like very seriously for Aaron, who did have a very supportive role. That's to say, like a few lines in every episode. That suddenly you're saying all these things, and you're in all these important scenes, and it felt really, really cool. And not that there was anyone who wasn't great writer or director on the show, but I really loved that Mindy had written it and that Steve was going to direct it, because he's so beloved. And then to know that he was going to be directing this episode, it just all felt very special.
Yeah, and you and Mindy were, you guys were friends on set. You would hang out, and so all of a sudden she's there too, and that must have been a great feeling that you had two people that you knew and trusted and worked with a lot up to this point.
That's exactly right. So it felt very, I use the word safe. It felt just like there was a lot of security there because I did know both of them.
I loved your driving scenes. I loved that Aaron looked up conversation topics and she was just going to throw them all out, everything she had. And there's even more in the deleted scenes. I'm going to share them in the episode, but you look like you were having a lot of fun.
Lady, that was like, again, it feels like something that you offer as a prize at an auction. You're like, oh, you can, I know that I do this professionally, but it still felt like, something that, oh, you get to, so the prize is you get to ride in a car with Steve Carell. You're acting. He's also directing it. And then you get to say these like really crazy, absurd, and funny things to him. And and there were just, as I recall, there were a lot of just alts. And, and just, we kept doing those in the restaurant and in the car. And I think there had been one driving scene with Michael Scott before that for Scott's Tots. And I think that was the other time I had been driving with him. But yeah, they're such a funny pair. It's fun to see those two characters together.
There were a few moments where Steve as Michael just as exasperated on how to connect with Aaron, and it's like so painful for him, and it was so funny to watch him do those scenes because we don't really see Michael like that. Michael just constantly wants everyone else's attention and approval. So to see him not wanting someone's attention is really funny.
It's like I was thinking the exact same thing. I just rewatched it, and seeing him be exasperated, you never see that. He's always the one exasperating others. And so for him to be out, annoyed, and I'm not sure that's the right word, but is really rare and hilarious.
Ellie, we got this fan question. It's not even really a question, more of a comment. Reagan H. from Boston, Massachusetts wrote in to say, shout out to Ellie Kemper for this episode because every single line that she delivers in the restaurant scene is Emmy-worthy. Emmy-worthy. She loves your performance. I have to agree. I agree.
Excuse me again. Bring Reagan into the bathroom mirror. I don't know how I'm going to set this on to look in the bathroom mirror and have your faces coming out and saying encouraging things to me.
I think you're on to some kind of app.
I think I am.
I think you are too. I think you should sell this.
It's going to be something that projects up there and they're just holograms coming. I'm working on it. That's incredible. Those lines were written by Mindy, and it's easy to deliver lines that, as we all know, that are written so brilliantly. And they were just like, I think there were a couple times when Steve was like, okay, and then, because we all know there was room for improv. I found that to be so scary, like doing a run or whatever, because I think there's so much pressure on, and there were a few. I don't think any made it into the show, but I remember I was like, I don't want to do that during the TV scene. But it was such an opportunity for Aaron, and then it was just like every line that was written was so pitch perfect. So thanks for sharing that, Jenna. But half of the work was, in the writing.
Well, my other favorite scene is in the conference room after you throw cake in Andy's face, and it hits him with like a flank. Like it is
And
such
it
a
couldn't have hit him better. Like his eyes are completely covered.
terrific aim.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really well done. But then you have this breakdown. You just and the emotion underneath it. And what's so great about it is just how you really grounded it in some real emotion and real hurt. It was never just like sort of like an over the top comedic take on it. It was so it just really broke my heart for your character. I love that scene.
Yeah, well, thank you for saying that. I remember, I do have vivid memories of that day and episode because it is the first time Aaron really has an emotional moments and a full-on, like you said, breakdown. And I was very nervous about that because not only from an acting point of view, which was just okay, you need to find these feelings in there and you need to dig deep on this day, but also I was really intimidated to do it in front of all of you guys because I did, again, there's always that element of like I joined halfway and like everyone is, I just did not want to derail any train, so I was like, okay, this is going to be, the first time doing this in front of this group of people, something more serious. And so I just was very, very anxious that day. But I do remember making the target of his face and feeling like, okay, good, we're not going to have to clean up the cake and do it again. That would have been, I would have been.
Did you only hit him with cake one time?
I feel like yes. I want to say yes.
Amazing.
I don't want to brag and I don't want to rewrite history. That may not have been the case, but I just remember feeling happy that it didn't go on the wall. Like there wasn't a massive cleanup. And I remember there wasn't.
When I watched that scene, everyone's reaction seemed so genuine that I feel like it was the first take because we're all like, oh, I feel like there's two things happening. One, as actors, we're reacting to this moment, but then as just humans, we're like, Ellie nailed him. I agree with Angela. That is definitely our real reaction to the cake hitting his face in that scene. I could not have faked that reaction. That was.
You're phenomenal actresses. You could have.
Rewatch the scene for the reactions. It's just us.
I'm gonna rewatch it.
I was gonna say I was so excited because Angela and Aaron got to have a scene together, which rarely happened.
I know.
And I mean, at front reception, sitting over there in these hushed tones, and I remember that we had that scene, but Ellie, I had forgotten the dialogue. Like I knew I was basically saying to you, you don't need to be worried, right? And then when I watched it, I was like, you're throwing up for the wrong reasons. And our dialogue was so ridiculous, but the sentiment was so real.
That's exactly right.
And then to see that Toby had been there the whole time, it's just like,
it's so funny. And it's also, and in my memory of it before rewatching it, I thought it was longer and had more substance. Like that is inconsequential. But that it is like it's quick and it's mostly about throw up.
Yeah.
So it's like So it's like I thought for some reason it was more of a heart to heart, but it wasn't. No. It's really a funny lie. Throwing up for the wrong reason.
Yeah. Well, Pam tries to have a heart to heart with Aaron. And it was really good. I thought what Pam said was so good. And I thought, oh, maybe this is sinking in.
I thought so too.
No. Well, Ellie, another question we always ask our guests is if they took anything from set when the show was over. Yeah, what'd you take?
I took something that I feel confident I was not supposed to take. It's in my closet. So I'm not going to show it. Okay. Not that anyone could see it, but you'll know immediately what I'm talking about. It's in Michael Scott's office. It's music is the friendship of life. Wow. Friendship is the music of life. It's that bulletin board, you guys, with all of the photos.
Stop it.
Yeah, I have that.
Oh my gosh. You gotta hold it up. That is so amazing. That is so cool.
I mean, how did I get this?
Did you just grab it off the wall and like leave after we wrapped?
I must have.
And how cool is it? It's got all the pictures of the cast and everything. Ellie, did you take anything else?
I took Aaron's. It was like a ski. I really hope this wasn't news.
It was the ski boot. The ski boot. We love that you took the ski boot.
Yes. Okay. Good. I took it, but you're
That was Aaron's. That wasn't Pam's. That was never on Pam's desk.
Yes, we noted that. Oh, there was also a little bear, and we were like, "Is Aaron a ski enthusiast?" And we didn't know it.
I never was that question ever answered. I don't think it was ever brought up.
We're gonna continue to rewatch, and we were curious if you ever were revealed as a skier.
I want to say no, but I mean, maybe we'll, uncover something that none of us remembers.
I'm glad we all have a little piece of the show. It was such a big part of our lives. Well, let's see. Is there anything else? Like, Ellie, is there any sort of favorite memory you have from this episode, or anything that you wanted to share, a behind the scenes moment or anything like that?
I was just going to say my favorite part of this episode is the end. I felt like that when Michael is trying to cheer Aaron up on the bench outside, and it's a really, really tender moment, I thought, where it is this dad saying, like, you can do better. And I mean, I've had those moments in real life where my dad is, like I'm getting over a breakup or whatever. And my dad, who's, not normally emotional like that, would try to help me feel better. And that's what this felt like with Michael and Aaron. And it was just a great moment because, we were shooting it and it was a scene between the two of us. And it just felt like Steve Carell is also saying, it's going to be okay. And it felt like a part of the cast in real life. And it felt like I'm in the fabric of the show now. And it just felt very special. So to be able to do that, of course, is something that I'll remember forever. And it was, I remember that as being my favorite moment from that episode, to answer the question.
I love that. And it was such a sweet way to end the episode.
I know.
Yeah, I love those moments when Michael gets the opportunity to rise to the occasion, and he does.
I know.
And that was one of those moments.
Yep.
I loved that scene between the two of you.
I loved it. And I remember talking to Greg at the end of the series and just talking about the show as a whole. And the thing is that, like, it's such a funny show. Like, that's why I started watching it with my family. Like, it's an immediately relatable and really funny show. But it's so rare because it has such heart, at the center of it. I know it's all been said before, but it really does. And in a way that's so different from shows both then and now, which, makes it, I think, stand apart. And I'm saying this as a fan, like, before being on the show. I just, whether I consciously noticed that or not, it had to resonate in some way. So, that's my take on it.
Ellie, what are you up to now? Can you share about what you're up to?
The last thing I worked on was a movie for Netflix, which is a date TBD. It's called Happiness for Beginners, and it's honestly about a woman who finds love. So talk about heart. There you got it. But it's a hiking movie. It's based on a book by the same name, Happiness for Beginners. And we'll wait and see when it is released. But they haven't named a release date yet. So that's mostly what I'm working on and figuring out what's going to be next. So that's it from these parts.
Well, we will let people know when that movie comes out.
Thank you, Jen and Angela.
Thank you so much for coming on the show today, Ellie.
Ladies,
you're so fun. Yes.
You guys, I was looking forward to this on so many levels. It was such a pleasure chatting with you, but I really wanted to, obviously, congratulate you on your book, which is like #1. Like, congratulations. That's huge.
Thanks.
So, you make it look easy. So, hats off. That's really incredible. But thank you very much for having me, you guys. I adore you, so I was very much looking forward to this.
You made my day, Ellie. You made my day.
Angela,
Listen,
Angela, trooper. That's a lot.
Oh, my Lord. Thank you so much, Ellie.
My Lord, my Lanta. Isn't that what they used to say?
My Lord, my Lanta. My Lanta. Love you so much.
Thank you, ladies.
I hope we'll see you soon again in person.
I hope I get to see you soon in person, too.
Well, folks, I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities
that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own.
Jenna, I think you know this. I think anyone that follows me on Instagram knows this. My husband and I love a project, and it often starts at IKEA. Because we love to save money while we're also furnishing our home, and we get really affordable, beautiful stuff
And comfortable. Your sectional is really comfortable.
Thank you. We bought this huge sectional sofa at IKEA. Josh put it all together. It's in our sort of TV kind of game room. It's awesome.
IKEA also has a great section to help you get organized. They have solutions for storage. They have the marketplace, where you can get decor. Really, from the living room to the bedroom, IKEA is making it more affordable than ever to furnish your entire home with home solutions you'll love.
My favorite part is when we're leaving and we walk through the plant section. I always grab a plant.
Shop hundreds of new lower prices today at IKEA-USA.com.
That's IKEA-USA.com.
For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration. Well, we are back. That was delightful.
I love her.
Love her. Jenna, let's get into this episode.
Let's do it.
I have some stuff about the cold open.
I do as well.
Who's going first?
You go first.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe we should describe the cold open. Nah. Skip it.
You describe it.
All right. Everybody is gathered around Oscar's desk. Whenever the writers wanted us to watch something at someone's desk, it was always Oscar's desk.
Facts.
And what they are watching is a Cookie Monster video, but Cookie Monster has Kevin's voice.
I've never heard it.
Yes. So, per Randy Cordray, this was actually scene number 15 in the shooting draft. It was not the cold open, but in editing, they did some rearranging. Well, I went to the shooting draft, Jenna.
Oh, great.
And guess what was the cold open in the shooting draft?
What?
I love that I'm saying guess because you're going to be like, I have no idea. You can tell I'm feeling better because everything tickles me. Everything is like wonderful.
Every little thing about life is making you happy right now.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, here's what the cold open was. Interior conference room morning. Toby is running a meeting. He is energized and excited in a way we've not seen. He holds up a small booklet. Toby says, A Citizen's Guide to Radon. This book could save your life.
Yes, Toby's obsession with radon.
Yes. That was the original cold open. It will eventually end up in the episode The Chump. But the one we went with, as Jenna shared, was when Oscar dubs Kevin's voice. Jenna, there were many, many alts for this scene. First of all, it started with an Oscar talking head that did not make it to air. This was the Oscar talking head. Oscar. I was listening to a message Kevin left me, and I thought for a second it was Cookie Monster. So I edited this together at home.
And then that would have led in to the scene with everyone gathered around his computer.
Oh, okay. I know. Fascinating.
I think it is. Oh, Lord. Here were some of the alts they gave to Brian. Oh, my gosh, Jenna. Oscar, I'm going to be late today. I'm stuck in a drive-thru behind a bus. Bye. Hey, Oscar, I'm at the dentist. Turns out I have a cavity. Can you save me some cake? Bye. Oscar, I'm pushing the volume on my phone. Do I sound louder? Oscar, do my hands feel sweaty to you? Wow. Those were all in the shooting draft. That means Brian, as Kevin, read all of those.
Yeah.
So I wonder how they decided which one was going to win. I bet they just dubbed them all and then sat around and watched them and decided. Well, the two that made it in did crack me up. The first one is, Oscar, Toby said he left my Girl Scout cookies on my chair. Have you seen them? Wait, I'm sitting on them. Bye. And then the second one is, Oscar, what's the difference between a chimichanga, a chalupa, and a tostada? Call me back ASAP.
Amazing. It's funny, all of that is happening in the scene. But the thing I wrote down in my document is this. I need to talk about Ryan's outfit.
I know.
That's what I wrote down. He has on an untied bow tie. Here's the crazy thing. I found an interview that Mindy Kaling did for OfficeTelly.com right after this episode aired, and she talked about the untied bow tie.
Oh, Mom Detective, do it.
Validated.
Do it, Mom Detective, do it.
She said, quote, I take a lot of pride in the choice of Ryan's undone bow tie, which is the infuriating style of some hipsters and hipster musicians. It has such annoying connotations of, I partied so hard, I am this unkempt, or I don't even care what anyone thinks of me, I am an iconoclast. Both of which are perfect for the smug Ryan. Because, by the way, it was in the script that he's wearing an untied bow tie. Like, this was a Mindy Kaling detail, and I totally noticed it, Mindy.
I want to know where Mindy was when she saw someone that looked like that. She was instantly like ticked off, like, how dare you?
Yeah, she was like, Ryan. Well, Randy Cordray told me that getting permission to use the Sesame Street characters was not easy. It was a very long process.
I remember this, Jenna. I remember there was like scuttlebutt, like, what if we can't get it? They're like being kind of sticklers.
Yeah, he said that it started off really easy, and Mindy confirmed this as well, that they had a conference call with the Children's Television Network, which is now called Sesame Street Workshop, asking if they could use Cookie Monster. And they had kind of shown them the outline of the script, and they were like, yes, you can. But Randy said it was with the caveat that we had to show them the final cut for final approval. But they said, go ahead and shoot it. We think it's going to be okay. Well, I guess after we shot it and showed it to them, they said no.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
So they set up another conference call with Greg Daniels, Paul Lieberstein, Steve Carell, and Randy Cordray with the senior executives at the New York headquarters of Sesame Workshop. Uh-oh. Greg and Paul said, listen, this parody is really innocent. We are not making fun of Cookie Monster. We're making fun of Kevin's voice. So Randy was on the call. He said he could feel the executives softening to the idea. They're coming around. Not quite there yet. Until, dun dun dun, Steve Carell volunteered to appear on Sesame Street in the scene of their choosing. He said he would be in New York City soon, and he would do a cameo. Steve knows how to work it, and they were like, yes, I found his cameo. So we can play it. Oh, cute. Yes.
Hi, I'm Steve.
And I'm Abby from this photo.
And we're here to tell you all about the word vote.
Yes, vote. Yes. Let's tell them what vote.
Well, the word vote means to make a choice between two or more things. And right now, we are going to show a vote.
Oh, what is Elmo going to vote about, Mr. Steve?
Well, we're going to vote to decide what we're going to have for snack time.
Oh, this is exciting. Elmo can't wait to vote.
That's adorable. It was so cute. I watched the whole thing.
So they're going to vote on whether to have cheese or peanut butter and jelly as a snack, okay? But then, very dramatically, there is a late-breaking third candidate for snack, and it's pizza.
Oh,
And
no.
pizza runs away with it. Pizza wins. But it's really cute. But that is why we were able to use Cookie Monster and the Count in our episode, because of Steve.
Well, that is stinking cute. I love that Elmo calls him Mrs. Steve.
I know. Kevin is very upset by all of this. Yeah. Everyone else is tickled. Dwight says, send me a link to that. And everyone's like, yeah, send me a link, send me a link. Kevin appeals to Angela, who is beside herself happy. She says, this is my favorite day. And we got a fan question about it from Selena R. in Long Island, New York. In these later episodes, it seems like Angela becomes more emotional and humanized. Do you agree? If so, Angela, how did you interpret this? How'd you feel about it, both now as a viewer and as an actor? In this episode especially, I felt like I saw so much growth in her character. I couldn't imagine Angela doing some of these scenes in the earlier episodes.
Selena, I love this question because as a performer, my backstory for showing more emotion as Angela as the years went on is that she was very guarded in the beginning around the camera crew. She is a distrusting person. She doesn't like strangers. This would have been very awkward for her to have these people there every day. She, I'm sure, was very reluctant to participate. And so as the years grew and she became more comfortable, she just let her guard down a little bit more and showed more of her emotions.
Right. So it's not like Angela is changing. It's just she's changing how much of herself she's revealing to this crew.
Exactly.
It's so funny because we never really talked about it. It just kind of happened.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah, for all the characters.
Thank you for that question. I thought that was great. Andy has a very exuberant talking head. He's super excited. It's Secretary's Day. He's made a banner. He's decorated. He said he's so excited for everyone to celebrate Erin. He really wanted everyone to know to celebrate her. Listen to what he did. He sent an email blast, a text blast, a good old-fashioned talk blast, and a snail mail blast.
Yeah, also in his talking head, he says if it weren't for secretaries, he wouldn't have a stepmom.
Again, with Andy sharing random stuff from his past.
We got a fan question / catch from Ann O in Norway. Hi, Ann. Andy says he has a stepmom, but later his parents are still married. What's going on?
Welcome, Ann. Welcome to the mystery of Andy's backstory.
It's true. I had to say Ann's catch because I think we were all thinking it.
Yeah.
Well, another thing's happening today. Pam is back. She's back from her maternity leave. She is going to put a photo on her desk of Cece at 2 minutes. That was a photo of my real niece, Cece.
Oh, cute.
She's also going to notice that her plant died.
Jim said he didn't even know it existed. That made me laugh because I feel like my husband would do that. I have all of these plants. Whenever I travel for work, I'm like, okay, 2 things. Change out my hummingbird feeders and plants. I always am not sure what I'm going to get when I come home.
Well, Dwight said he chose to let it die.
Welcome back, Pam.
Fan question from Caitlin C. in Iowa. Is this proof that Pam was buying all the plants for the front desk?
Oh, I like to think that.
I do too.
Well, there was more to the scene. At 25 seconds, what would have happened, it was a deleted scene, is that Pam would find a very old box of cupcakes. That was a gift, like a baby gift, that was left on her desk for weeks. It was covered in fruit flies, and she had one of her drawers that was full of maggots.
Oh my gosh.
Pam's dialogue would have been, ugh, who left cupcakes on my desk for 6 weeks? My drawer is filled with maggots. To which Dwight jumps up, runs over to the drawer protectively, and says, those are mine. I was breeding maggots for personal use. I have nothing to do with the fruit flies, though.
Did we shoot that?
Yes.
I have no memory of that.
It's in deleted scene.
That's crazy to me.
Crazy. But this is what was happening on Pam's desk while she was away. Her plants were dying. There were fruit flies and maggots in her drawer. Randy did share. For this deleted scene, we used Bob Dunn's animal rentals for flies and maggots. Trainers were Megan Fraser and Kevin Kinzer.
So now Andy is really going to do everything he can to have Erin have this great Secretary's Day. And that starts with going to Michael and asking Michael, what do you have planned? What are you going to do for her? And Michael says he's going to give her $15. To which Andy says, I think maybe step it up. Like, why don't you take her to lunch? Oh, Michael does not want to spend a lunch with Erin. Oh no, it's like Andy said, I think you should get a root canal. Like, so true. Michael's expression. Well, this scene was bigger and it explained the whole $15 thing. Yeah, that was a very specific amount of money. Well, it's in deleted scenes. Michael explains the $15 and it leads into a Pam talking head. I think we should hear it.
I was just wondering what you had planned for Secretary's Day.
Oh, I'm going to give Erin $15. Why? Because that's what I always used to do with Pam. See, Pam decided that she would rather have the cash value of her half of lunch were I to take her out. So she promises every year to take that money, go to Cooper's, and buy herself a sundae.
Yeah, I can't believe that worked. That's pretty great. I know, I loved it. Well, I have a background catch for this scene. You know, earlier at reception, one of the gifts that Erin got for Secretary's Day was like a little stuffed dog. Did you notice? Oh, yeah. Well, at 2 minutes and 33 seconds, in the background, through the window, I think Erin is like pretending to give her stuffed dog a drink of water. Oh, no from way. A cup. And then it's talking on the phone. She's doing all this business with her little stuffed dog. Well, Andy taped the phone to its head earlier, and then she waves the dog's paw at Michael. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she really is loving that stuffed animal. Well, on a rewatch, you can watch the stuffed dog show through the window during this scene. I need to see it. Michael is persuaded by Andy, and he's going to invite Erin to lunch. She suggests Hayworth's, and Michael's like, oh, he's not feeling it, but ultimately that's where they go. I could not find a real Hayworth's in Scranton. Same. Looked it up, couldn't find it. I did find a great article on Mental Floss that gives you a Dunder Mifflin tour of Scranton of all the places that actually exist and that you can go. I found that same thing too. And Hayworth's is not on the list. Two ladies at Google. Look at us go, Googling the same things. I have a few catches for this scene. Let's hear it. At 3 minutes and 1 second, when Michael is approaching Erin's desk, the front door is closed. Okay, but at 3 minutes and 9 seconds, the front door is open. Continuity catch, folks. Ding, ding, ding. Also, through that door, there is a picture on the wall that I have personally never noticed before. It's some sort of, I don't know what, mountainy or something. It's hazy in the background. Did we always have a picture there? Why is this the first time I'm seeing it? I don't know. But here is the major catch from the scene, and this is truly major, and it is in fact also a fan mail flurry. It's a fan mail flurry. Yay! I love my new sting. At 3 minutes and 4 seconds, Anna H. from Columbus, Ohio, Rudy D. from Utah, and Amanda H. from Boston, and many more all said, Erin is wearing purple flower earrings in this episode. Are they the same earrings that Pam wore in New York for art school? What? Yes, they are, folks. They recycled Pam's art school earrings and they put them on Erin for Secretary's Day. I took a side-by-side screenshot. These are the earrings that Pam was wearing in the hallway in Weight Loss Part 2. What a fantastic catch. I'm applauding it. Super well done. I'm going to show you. I want to see the pic. Oh my gosh. Exactly the same. Yep. What's going to happen next? She's going to wear Meredith's vest? What's happening? My gosh. I would love for Erin to wear Meredith's vest. That would be incredible. In the kitchen, there's some people enjoying Kevin's Cookie Monster bit. It would be Meredith and Daryl. They have cookies out. They tempt him to have one. So then Daryl can just go, nom, 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 nom. Yes. Kevin is starting to clue in that maybe
they're not making fun of Cookie Monster. Maybe they're making fun of him.
At first, he doesn't want to eat the cookie. He is suspicious. He says, you just brought those cookies so that I'll eat one and you can make fun of me. And Daryl's like, I brought these cookies because it's my birthday. Fan question from Timber B in Tennessee. Hold on, Mary's day, but it's also Daryl's birthday? Why didn't the PPC throw him a birthday party? Poor Daryl. No birthday cake for him? He needs a Fudgy the Whale.
I don't think it was his birthday.
Same. I think he was just making it up to make Kevin eat the cookie. Kevin is going to go to Gabe. He's going to show Gabe the video. I think he wants to know, are they making fun of me? Is this appropriate? And Gabe is not having it.
Oh, Gabe lights up. He's finally got his cause. Something that will demand respect from the coworkers. His talking head is hilarious to me. He said that his beginning there has been a little bit of a fiasco. I loved it when he said some of them still think I'm the IT guy. That just cracked me up.
I mean, some of them, probably Creed and Meredith, have not paid attention.
But the Cookie Monster thing is Gabe's opportunity. He's really going to show them that he's the authority figure. And this starts a whole storyline.
Well, lady, we got a fan question from KCA in Canada. Am I the only one who thinks everybody is being too mean to Kevin? Maybe I'm just too sensitive and I've seen the episode too many times, but rewatching it now, it feels genuinely kind of mean. Thoughts? Casey, I'm glad you wrote in because I also kind of thought, like, Gabe is right. He should shut this down. This is, like, not cool to do to your coworker. I'm with you.
I'm with you too. I think it went across the line. But I will say this. I imagine everyone in that office hits their breaking point with Kevin. I mean, he did walk up to Pam and pretend to be a baby crying to see if her boobs would produce milk. Yes, so probably there is part of them that just delighted in it for a little bit, but I think they went too far.
Yeah, well, I totally get why the characters at Dunder Mifflin would delight in this parody video, but at the same time, Casey, I'm with you.
Yeah, I see it. Well, Gabe is going to address the bullpen. He's going to tell them that he forbids anyone from discussing or sharing the parody video, and that is coming from corporate, so they better listen to it.
It doesn't seem like anyone's going to listen to it. Really doesn't. Well, now we are in the car on the way to Aaron's Secretary's Day lunch. Michael is driving. He would rather not talk. He's hoping that he could listen to his audiobook, which is a novelization of the movie Precious based on the novel Push by Sapphire. Per Randy Cordray, all of these driving scenes were filmed on Burbank Boulevard near Balboa Park, which was our go-to street. There's no palm trees on this street. I love that it was someone's job to drive around the vicinity of where we shoot, looking for stretches of road with no palm trees. Like, that was their job. They're like, go find me a street with no palm trees.
This was the main one. As I watched the scene, I looked for palm trees. There weren't any, but I did see the mountains in the background.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to find no mountains and no palm trees. I know. We just went with no palm trees. Steve was not actually driving in the scene. The car was being towed behind one of those camera insert cars. And Randy shared that we used lipstick cameras that were suction cupped to the windshield. That's how we shot it. Randy also shared that lipstick cameras were often problematic, and whenever we could have a camera operator in a vehicle with us, that was preferred. But if you wanted to get people from the front, you had to use these lipstick cameras. But he said we had a special camera technician named Tim Arashabin, I hope I'm saying your last name right, who was an absolute master of these lipstick cameras, and we actually rarely had problems thanks to Tim. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. We used those lipstick cameras a lot.
We did.
So there's a lot of this scene in the deleted scenes on the DVD. Guess who narrates the book?
Oh, I know this. I know this.
In the script, they had a suggestion of someone, but that is not who narrated it when we filmed.
Okay, I know who they put in the script. It was David Hyde Pierce.
Exactly.
Who ended up doing it?
Our editor, Dave Rogers.
Oh my gosh, that's perfect. I love it.
It was fun to hear his voice. The other thing I loved about the deleted scenes for this is that Aaron has a talking head where she explains how she is coming up with conversation topics so she has things to talk about. Let's hear it.
I really want to impress Michael, and I don't want to take any chances. So I went to a website that listed hundreds of interesting conversation starters, and I'll just break them out whenever there's a pause, or even maybe if there's not, because bosses like women who can talk at length on things.
The reporter, not even close. The gas guy.
So that would have played before the car scene. And while she's searching on this website for these talking points, all of these advertisements keep popping up, these pop-up ads, and she's having a hard time clicking on her article. It's just a funny background detail. It's at 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Randy shared with us that all of the motion graphics were created by Henry Sane. Wow. Well, you're going to see a few of these conversation starters coming up in the car. Aaron says, so what decade would you have chosen to be a teenager? And then we're going to get to the restaurant for a very awkward lunch. And Aaron is going to hit him with this. Do you have a favorite age or month? Michael does not know what to do with this. She goes on to say, how many pillows do you sleep on at night? You know, in the script, Michael had a response to that got cut out in editing. Oh, what'd he say? Michael says, none, just my body pillow. And then he changes the subject to Andy. But that line did not make it in the final cut, but I think that's very funny. I just imagine Michael always sleeping on that little bench at the end of his bed. It's hard to picture him in the actual bed after that scene. I know. Dinner party. Well, Erin is going to continue to overshare, if you will, at this lunch. She's just talking and talking. She can't stop. Yeah, she says she used to work at a Taco Bell Express, but she couldn't hack it when it became a full Taco Bell. It was just too stressful. We had a fan question from Beth W. in New York City who loves that line, wants to know who wrote that amazing joke. Mindy Kaling said that Danny Chun wrote the Taco Bell Express line, and it's one of her favorites in the episode. I looked it up, the difference between a Taco Bell Express and a Taco Bell, and I see why it might be more stressful for Aaron. Taco Bell Express, if my memory is correct, there's no seating area. No, it is to serve, quote, hungry customers on the go. It's a grab and go. And it also has a smaller menu. It's just the tacos and burritos. And so, yeah, if you went from grab and go to a seated restaurant, when I worked in fast food, I have to say, like 50% of it is just cleaning up that dining room. I bet. You know, people are messy. People are messy. You know, the trash cans say thank you. And I used to say, you know, that's for you, the guest. They're not thanking me, the employee, for throwing your stuff away. They're thanking you. That's what, carry your stuff over and throw it out on your way out. Maybe trash cans should have a longer message, like thank you for not being a total a-hole and putting your trash where you're supposed to put it. It's literally on your way out of the restaurant. You have to pass by it anyway. Clean up after yourselves. If you make the mess, clean it up. My gosh, how hard is that? I don't even know where we are now. I do. Okay, so this scene, Jenna, was even bigger of Aaron just talking and talking. There was part of it that just really cracked me up. It's in deleted scenes. It's about what's in her purse. You have to hear it.
My foster home, I never had a desk, so it's like, I don't mean that I didn't like my foster home. I did like it, I just didn't have a desk there, so, sorry, I know, I feel weird, I think I'm nervous, and you're looking at me like I'm weird, but my blood sugar is really low. You know, I didn't have my car this long, and I thought I don't want to burn my purse, but it turns out I put my TV remote instead. See? There's no woman nutrition to take that burn. Oh, I just wanted you to know it was real. No folic acid in that. Can you imagine eating your TV remote for breakfast? I don't know if it would kill you, but it wouldn't even taste good to begin with. But I don't know. There's so many things that are nice about being a receptionist that I can't just pick one and say that it's my favorite. But you probably feel the same way about being a boss. You can't pick one. Did you have a favorite age?
An age or month?
Yeah, like a favorite month. Like April when I was 7. I don't have a favorite month now. It's sort of like every month is different.
I could listen to it
forever. It's so delightful. It's such a wonderful free association. She holds up the remote control. She fishes it out of her bag. And the look on Steve's face is Michael when he's like, what do you want me to do with it? What do I do with all of this? We got a fan question from Jenna R. in Los Angeles, California. Hi, Jenna. Where did they film Michael and Aaron's lunch scene? It was filmed at a restaurant in Encino called Boca, which has since closed. It is now called Monaco Encino. And Randy even sent us a photo from their location scout. So what they would have done a week prior to an episode where we have to shoot something on location, everybody would get in a little van, the director, the writer, the producers, the camera operators, and they would go around to like 3 or 4 restaurants that are options to shoot at, that our locations manager, Kyle Alexander, would have found. And they would sit in them and they would talk about, like, we can put the camera here. This is what you would see if you put the camera here in this location. And then after that, they'd pick the one they like. Randy sent us a picture from the location scout. You can see Steve in it. You can see our first AD, Rusty, talking about how they might shoot the scene in the background. And then Randy is sitting at a table pretending to be Michael. And our second AD, Jenny O'Keefe, is sitting pretending to be Aaron. Oh, I love that. It just warmed my heart. Oh, we'll have to put it in stories, definitely. Well, I think we should take a break because when we come back, Michael is going to put his foot in his mouth. Oh my gosh, he sure is. And Aaron is going to have quite the reaction. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
We're back. Aaron says, tell me about Andy before I met him. Oh no, she's got like those dreamy eyes. Michael's like, let's see, Andy plays the banjo. She's like, yeah, I love that. Other than the fact that he dated Angela, I don't think he's a snappy dresser. Aaron's like, what? And then Michael has what is my favorite line of the whole episode. Name. He says, I don't think he is the best dresser. Reminds me of Easter. I can't unsee this now. All of his outfits are like pastel and like beige and pinks and light blues. He does dress like Easter.
He does. But Aaron is like, that's not what I meant. Yeah, I meant the thing about Angela. At the same time, the waiter has come by to drop off their food.
Yeah, he's like, here we go, hot plate. and all of this chaos is starting to happen.
Michael is not picking up on it. Instead, he is frustrated that he asked for pickles, but there's only like 5 or 6 on this plate. To which the waiter says, "I will bring you a bowl of pickles."
Yeah.